Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 499 to Chapter 554. Jiang Chen's words and the indifferent look in his eyes nearly caused Li Hao to cough out a mouthful of blood. What kind of status did he have? He was a genius of the Shura Temple. No one had ever dared to tell him to scram in front of so many people. This was simply a form of humiliation. If you're not going to scram, then just stand here and don't point your fingers. You don't have the right to do so, Jiang Chen said indifferently, completely disregarding Li Hao. Whether he killed the Heavenhawk Island Lord or not was his own business. It was not Li Hao's place to point his fingers at him. Compared to Li Hao, Jiang Chen preferred the Heavenhawk Island Lord. Putting aside the deep hatred between the Heavenhawk Island Lord and the Shura Temple, Jiang Chen admired the Heavenhawk Island Lord's heroic attitude in the face of death. Li Hao's expression turned incomparably ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Jiang Chen was too powerful, and his methods were ruthless. If he angered Jiang Chen, he might end up inviting disaster upon himself. Isn't this young man a helper from the Shura Temple? Why does it look like he's not giving any face to the Shura Temple's genius? Can't you tell? This young man was only invited by Tan Lang. Experts like him are naturally proud and arrogant, and he's not even from the Shura Temple. If Li Hao wants to point fingers at him, he won't stand for it. A young genius like him shouldn't be a nobody. Why haven't I heard of him before? The spectators were all discussing among themselves. Today's battle had attracted everyone's attention to the white-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. In other words, after today's battle, this white-robed young man's name would surely spread throughout the chaotic ocean. When the Heavenhawk Island Lord saw Jiang Chen berating Li Hao, he couldn't help but be startled. He originally thought that this young man was also a genius disciple from the Shura Temple, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. This caused the Heavenhawk Island Lord's hatred for Jiang Chen to lessen slightly. Speak. Speak the words in your heart, and you can die in peace, Jiang Chen said. The Heavenhawk Island Lord stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh and raised his head to look at the boundless sky. Traces of tears could be seen at the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with sorrow, as if he had fallen into endless memories. My name is Shuang Fan. I was originally not a demonic beast, but a human. The Heavenhawk Island Lord spoke in a very calm tone. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. In the eyes of outsiders, this Heavenhawk Island master was a battle hawk, a genuine demonic beast. But now, he had actually admitted that he was a human. This was simply unimaginable. After all, there were differences between humans and beasts. Beasts could transform into humans when they reached a certain level of cultivation, but their bloodline was still that of beasts. However, Zhuang Fan had even changed his bloodline, turning from a human into a beast. This was not just strange, it was shocking. Many people wanted to know how he had done it. I, Zhuang Fan, was originally from Qing City. I had a wife and a son and lived an ordinary and happy life. But all of this was completely destroyed on that day 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that dog Xiaonan Feng appeared in Qing City. When he saw my wife's beauty, he had evil intentions. That day, that dog broke into my house and forcibly took my wife. I saw that dog rape my wife with my own eyes. Speaking up to this point, the Heavenhawk Island Lord suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. Both of his hands were tearing at his hair. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a brutal aura. Many people were shocked. They never thought that this Heavenhawk Island Lord would have such a miserable past. Just imagine, watching his wife being raped with his own eyes, yet being unable to do anything about it. Such a scene would be a devastating blow to any man. That dog Xiaonan Feng was extremely powerful. I was no match for him at all. After that, for the sake of his own reputation, that dog raped my wife and my son. That bastard. My son was only 3 years old, 3 years old. Speaking of his 3-year-old son, Zhuang Fan roared once again. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had gone through in his heart. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but be moved. De Huang Dog had already started cursing at the side. Of course, he was cursing that animal, Xiaonan Feng. Impossible. Heavenhawk Island Lord, don't talk nonsense and ruin the great tycoon's reputation. Xiao Rui from the Shura temple immediately shouted out. That's right, you're talking nonsense. The Great Tycoon is the #1 genius of the Shura temple. With his identity, status, and cultivation, he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he rape your wife? Li Hao added. Xianxia finally understood. So, that Xiao Nanfeng was the Great Tycoon of the Shura temple, the leader of the 13 tycoons. No wonder the Heaven Hawk Island Lord hated the Shura temple so much. Shut up! Xianxia coldly shouted at the crowd from the Shura temple. His eyes were filled with a hint of anger. He firmly believed that what Zhuang Fan had said was the truth. A person's words could lie, but their expressions could never. If there wasn't any deep hatred, who would endure endless pain to turn themselves into a demonic beast? There was indeed such a secret technique in this world that could allow one to gain a powerful cultivation in a short period of time after turning into a demonic beast. However, the price one had to pay was unimaginable. Continue. Jiangchen said to Zhuang Fan. The heavens didn't kill me. The heavens didn't kill me. That bastard thought I was dead, but I didn't. 3 days later, I woke up. When I saw the corpses of my wife and son, I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. I buried my wife and son on a steep cliff, leaving them alone. I was disheartened. I wanted revenge, but with the hands of the 13 tycoons, what was the point of living? So I jumped off the cliff. Zhuang Fan reminisced, I jumped into an ice pool, but not only did I survive, I also obtained a secret technique. This secret technique contained a drop of Warhawk's blood essence, which could turn me into a demonic beast, greatly increasing my cultivation. However, the price I had to pay was also extremely heavy. I was only left with 4 years of lifespan. Even so, I was willing to pay the price. As long as I could take revenge, I was willing to pay any price. After that, I became like this and came to the chaotic ocean. Unfortunately, even after I became like this, my cultivation was still far from Xiao Nanfeng's. 3 years have passed, but I've only reached the 2nd grade Demon King realm. So, you shifted your hatred to the Shura temple, thinking that even if you couldn't kill Xiao Nanfeng, you would at least kill some of the geniuses from the Shura temple to avenge your wife and son. Jiangchen explained. The sequence of events was already very clear. That's right. That's why I killed the 13th tycoon. I knew that the Shura temple wouldn't let it go so easily, so I invited the other great bandits of the chaotic ocean and promised them that I would give them all my wealth, as well as that secret technique. As long as I killed those geniuses from the Shura temple, they would flee to a faraway place, taking all the benefits I've obtained during these years with them. Zhuang Fan explained. This was the condition he had promised the other 6 great bandits. Among the 6 great bandits, 3 of them were humans. Naturally, they were very interested in Zhuang Fan's secret technique, which allowed him to transform from a human into a demonic beast. As for the other 2 demonic beasts, they naturally wanted to see what this secret technique looked like. Therefore, they agreed to Zhuang Fan's request and fled to a faraway place after the matter was settled. Unfortunately, just as they were about to fulfill their wish, it was ruined by the sudden appearance of a white-robed youngster. This man is too pitiful. It turns out that the first tycoon of the Shura temple is actually a man worse than a beast. How disappointing. That's right. His wife and son were killed, but he couldn't avenge them with the cultivation he obtained with his lifespan. How pitiful. What a beast with a human's face. From today onwards, the first tycoon's heroic reputation will be ruined. Many people were filled with righteous indignation. All of them felt incomparably sad for Zhuang Fan's misfortune. Come, kill me. Let me reunite with my wife and son in the underworld. Zhuang Fan raised his head high. Facing death, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. You can leave now. Jiangchen sheathed the heavenly saint's sword and said to Zhuang Fan. What? Zhuang Fan was taken aback. He looked at Jiangchen in disbelief, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. Jiangchen actually wanted to let him go? How could this be possible? You can leave now. There's still 1 year left. Continue your revenge. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. No, we can't let this man go. He killed a few disciples of our Shura temple, and he even ruined the first tycoon's reputation. Xiao Rui shouted loudly. Seeing that Xianxia was going to let the Heaven Hawk Island master go, the expressions of the others changed. The Heaven Hawk Island master was the reason they came here today. If they let him go, wouldn't they be returning empty-handed? Woof de Huang Dog barked, and his huge body approached Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was startled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After personally witnessing how terrifying this dog was, he didn't dare to underestimate it. All of you, shut the *CK up for this master dog. None of you Shura Temple tycoons are good people, and none of you are good birds. De Huang Dog was so angry that he almost wanted to uphold justice for Zhuang Fan. When had the people of Shura Temple ever been scolded like this before, let alone by a dog? They were incomparably angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. You're really going to let me go? Zhuang Fan looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Let's go. Xianxia's tone was calm. Zhuang Fan cupped his fists toward Xianxia, then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. There was only 1 year left, and even until the very last moment, he wouldn't give up on his revenge. Looking at Zhuang Fan's disappearing figure, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. This was what a man was. Some grudges must be avenged. Xianxia knew that revenge was the only thing keeping Zhuang Fan alive. Tan Lang, let's see how you're going to explain this matter when we return. Li Hao looked at Tan Lang. From his point of view, Xianxia was invited here by Tan Lang, and it was Tan Lang's fault for letting Zhuang Fan go. Explain my ass. Li Hao, don't be so ungrateful. Heaven Hawk Island Lord is a second-grade demon king, which one of you is a match for him? If it wasn't for Xianxia, how many of you would still be alive today? A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Tan Lang was furious. From his point of view, these guys were the typical type of people who didn't know what was good for them. As for Xianxia letting Zhuang Fan go, it was in line with Xianxia's style of doing things. Besides, after hearing about Zhuang Fan's situation, Tan Lang was also filled with anger. Tan Lang was a hot-blooded man. Although the competition in the Shura Temple was fierce, and there was no lack of sinister and cunning people, Tan Lang still had his own integrity and character. Who would have thought that the Grand Tycoon, who always had a smile on his face and was known as the #1 genius of the Shura Temple, turned out to be a sanctimonious man who secretly committed such an atrocious deed? If Zhuang Fan hadn't survived by a fluke, no one would have known that Xiao Nanfeng had done such a thing. That sanctimonious Grand Tycoon was still the same hypocrite. It wasn't hard to imagine that Xiao Nanfeng must have done something similar to what Zhuang Fan had done. It was just that he didn't leave any survivors. The world of cultivation had always been a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength was the standard to measure everything. However, killing people was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Xiao Nanfeng's actions were undoubtedly despicable. Even the cruel devil cultivators of the Heavenly Devil Palace didn't care about it. Perhaps only a true devil would do such a thing. However, devils were different from humans. They belonged to 2 completely different races, and the killing between different races was different from the killing between the same race. Demonic cultivators and demons were 2 completely different concepts. Demonic cultivators were still humans. Humans cultivated demonic techniques in order to pursue that kind of temporary and powerful combat power, thus becoming demonic cultivators. Demons, on the other hand, were true demons. They belonged to 2 opposing races and could not be mentioned in the same breath as humans. That's right, Xianxia did save our lives. If it weren't for Xianxia's help today, who knows how many more of us would have lost. This is the truth. Xiao Rui of the Shura Temple said. Then, he changed the topic and said to Xianxia, however, Brother Jiang, in today's battle, our Shura Temple has lost 3 genius disciples, and a few others have suffered varying degrees of injuries. Furthermore, you've let the Heaven Hawk Island master go. Not only have we not gained any benefits, but we've also lost a lot of people. Since you're someone invited by Junior Brother Tan, I think you should return to the Shura Temple with us and give us an explanation. Xiao Rui's words were very obvious. Since Xianxia had let the Heaven Hawk Island master go, he should return to the Shura Temple and give them an explanation. Unfortunately, with Xiao Rui's usual arrogance, he had found the wrong opponent today. Just as he finished speaking, a slap landed on his face and sent him flying 10 meters away. In front of Xiao Rui's original position, a white-clothed youth stood solemnly. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Who do you think you are to teach me how to do things? Xianxia Lungling said. He didn't have a good impression of this group of geniuses. Now that he heard what the big guardian had done, Xianxia was even more disgusted with this group of geniuses. He even regretted his actions just now. Li Hao and the others were all incomparably shocked. They had been very close, yet they had not clearly seen how Xianxia had attacked. With Xiao Rui's strength, he had actually been sent flying with a single slap. Xianxia's strength had already caused their hearts to turn cold. You dare hit me? Xiao Rui flew into a rage out of humiliation. What kind of status did he have? He was actually slapped in the face in front of so many people. This was a naked humiliation. He was simply unable to accept it. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Xianxia said in an incomparably cold tone. The ice-cold look in his eyes caused Xiao Rui's body to shiver, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. He didn't dare to say another word. He felt that the look in Xianxia's eyes wasn't a joke. He could see endless killing intent in those eyes. In front of this young man, killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Rumble, right at this moment, a violent rumbling sound rang out from the Heavenhawk Island. After that, the rumbling sound didn't stop, and the entire Heavenhawk Island began to shake as if a great earthquake was about to happen. What's going on? Why is the Heavenhawk Island suddenly becoming restless? What a huge commotion. Could it be that the island is going to be destroyed? Many people were shocked. They began to focus their attention on the Heavenhawk Island. Right now, the island was shaking more and more violently, as if it was going to explode at any time. Rumble. Suddenly, another rumbling sound rang out. In the next moment, everyone saw a golden beam of light shooting out from the Heavenhawk Island. It was over 100 meters tall, and as thick as a water bucket. Faint runes could be seen flickering on the surface of the golden beam. A treasure has been unearthed. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. This dog's treasure hunting ability was top-notch. However, he hadn't sensed anything at all before this. From this, one could imagine how deeply hidden this treasure was. No wonder Zhuang Fan hadn't discovered it even after occupying the Heavenhawk Island for so long. What a pure aura. It must be a great treasure. I never thought that the Heavenhawk Island would have such a great treasure hidden within it. Now that the Heavenhawk Island Lord has just left, it's already unearthed. Haha, today's trip was not in vain. Not only did I witness a great battle, I even found a treasure. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. It must be something good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. The Heavenhawk Island had instantly become the center of attention. Judging from the aura emitted from the golden beam of light, one could easily tell that the treasure that was unearthed this time was no ordinary treasure. Sanskrit. This is a Buddhist treasure. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The others might not be able to see it, but he could tell with a single glance that the faint symbols on the golden beam of light were actually Sanskrit. This meant that the treasure that was about to be unearthed might be a Buddhist treasure. Among the 8 major regions of the Divine Continent, the smallest one was called the Western region. It was located at the westernmost part of the Divine Continent, and it was a very remote place. The entire region was about the same size as the Liang province. Compared to the other regions, it was very small. However, no one dared to look down on the Western region, because it was the place where the Buddhist sects gathered. Even though the Buddhist sects had declined, they still couldn't be underestimated. The Buddhist sects were vast and profound, and they rarely ventured out of the Western region. Even Xianxia hadn't expected that a Buddhist treasure would appear on this Heavenhawk Island. Judging from its aura, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Haha, what a lucky day. This treasure belongs to my invincibility school. No one is allowed to interfere. Yi Hui burst into laughter. 8 Battle King geniuses from the invincibility school walked out and stood at the place closest to the Heavenhawk Island. It seemed like they were determined to get their hands on this treasure. Humph. Does your invincibility school really think that you're the boss of the Liang province? This treasure is an authentic treasure. Our peerless sword sect's sword technique is unparalleled in the world. We are upright and outspoken. This treasure should belong to our peerless sword sect. A cold snort was heard. 8 geniuses in white robes with long swords on their backs walked out from the crowd. They were the people from the peerless sword sect. Kiki, everyone who sees this treasure has a share. This treasure doesn't have the name of your invincibility school or the peerless sword sect on it. Our heavenly devil palace also wants to snatch it. In my opinion, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. A sinister laugh was heard. A few black-robed geniuses from the heavenly devil palace also walked out. None of them were willing to give up such a treasure. Humph. You people from the heavenly devil palace belong to the devil cult. You practice the devil arts, and you're all sinister and ruthless. This treasure is incomparably upright, it's not something that you devil cultivators can touch. Our Shura temple has defeated the Heavenhawk Island Lord, so this Heavenhawk Island is now our territory. Naturally, this treasure belongs to the Shura temple as well. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Hao let out a cold snort. The geniuses from the Shura temple also walked forward. Today, they had failed to kill the Heavenhawk Island Lord, and they had even lost 3 of their disciples. If they returned like this, they would lose all their face. If they could obtain this treasure, regardless of whether it was to offer it to the Shura temple, or keep it for themselves, it would bring them endless benefits. All of a sudden, the situation became restless. The geniuses from the 4 major powers began to fight against each other. None of them were willing to let go of this unknown treasure, and all of them wanted it for themselves. Furthermore, the 4 major powers were the giants of the Liang province, so they were constantly fighting against each other. None of them were willing to submit to the other, especially these geniuses. Damn it, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers have moved out, we're definitely done for. Since we're done for, let's just watch the show. There will definitely be a big fight soon, and I'm sure the treasure this time is extraordinary. None of the 4 major powers want to let it go, especially the Shura temple. They have already suffered some losses today, so they don't want to miss this great opportunity to make up for it. But, I'm thinking, if they really fight for it, with their strength, will they be able to compete with that white-cloaked youngster? The onlookers started discussing among themselves. A fight between combat king warriors was something they could only watch from the sidelines, and they couldn't stand too close to it. Today's situation was very clear, an unknown treasure was about to be discovered, and the geniuses from the 4 major powers would definitely fight for it. However, most of the onlookers still had their eyes on that white-cloaked youngster. Obviously, he was the strongest warrior here, and if he were to fight for the treasure as well, none of the other geniuses would stand a chance. Everyone was waiting for the treasure to be revealed, and once it was revealed, the fight would immediately begin. Bah. Right at this moment, a long and drawn-out voice sounded out from the distance. Following that, everyone saw a golden beam flying over from the distance and landing in the sky above the Heavenhawk Island. Surprisingly, it was a monk wearing a golden kasaya. This monk looked to be in his mid-20s, and he was extremely young. He had a muscular body, and his face was fair. Surprisingly, he was also a pretty boy. The monk placed one of his hands in front of his chest, and he had a dignified expression on his face. Seeing this, Xianxia's brows couldn't help but twitch. This monk must be here for the treasure that was about to be revealed. Where did this monk come from? Yihui couldn't help but shout out. Dear benefactors, the treasure here belongs to this poor monk, so I suggest you all get lost. The monk spoke. His tone was gentle, but his words were extremely overbearing. He immediately told everyone to get lost. Furthermore, when he spoke, he still had a dignified expression on his face, just like an eminent monk. The fuck, where did this stinky monk come from? Does he even know how to speak? Someone couldn't help but curse. That's right, it's him. He's the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean, and I've seen him fight with others before. Someone cried out in surprise, as he recognized the monk. While the moment these words were spoken, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's gaze landed on the monk in the kasaya. This monk had a dignified appearance and was cultured and refined. Based on his appearance alone, it was impossible to associate him with the #1 bandit of the chaotic ocean. Very few people knew about the number one bandit. Who would have thought that the number one bandit was actually an extremely young monk? It was rumored that the number one bandit had been in the chaotic ocean for quite some time, but apart from his resounding reputation, he had never appeared in front of anyone. He also didn't rob others like the other 6 bandits. He only came out today when a treasure was discovered. Could it be that this guy came for the treasure? Hearing the name of the number one bandit, the geniuses of the 4 powers were all moved. However, in the face of a treasure, they were unwilling to cower. If they really ran away with their tails between their legs after being told to scram by a monk, they wouldn't just be losing face, they would also be losing the face of the 4 powers. Monk, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. You can't afford to offend any one of the 4 powers. Yi Hui said. The monk raised his head and looked at Yi Hui with an indifferent expression. Then, he put his palms together like an eminent monk and said, Ba, is this benefactor talking nonsense? Moreover, it's stinky and loud. I don't know what kind of birds the 4 powers are, but this treasure really belongs to me. Listen to this monk's advice and scram back to where you came from. Tyrant's words were spoken in a calm tone, carrying the feeling of an eminent monk giving his teachings. However, the words that came out of his mouth were enough to make people vomit blood. Many of them had the urge to rush forward and beat him up. Even Xianxia couldn't help but want to leave a big shoe print on this monk's face. Motherfucker, where did this monk come from? His mouth is too sharp. Most importantly, he looks like an eminent monk. However, this monk is really too despicable. His words are truly infuriating. What a despicable monk. He really has the potential to become a great bandit of the chaotic ocean. This is what it means to be sanctimonious. Everyone felt like fainting. The words of this monk that suddenly appeared were truly unbearable. Wakaka, this monk is not bad. This Lord Dog likes him. Da Huang Dog cackled. If he were to be together with this monk, they would definitely hit it off very well. Damned monk, who do you think you are? You dare to ask so many geniuses from the 4 major powers to scram? You're simply courting death. Someone shouted. Anger emerged on the faces of the geniuses from the 4 major powers. This was the first time they had been humiliated by a monk, and with their status, how could they bear it? Furthermore, in their opinion, although this monk was the number 1 thief, he was at most a 2nd-grade combat king. Currently, there were 30 geniuses from the 4 major powers, and each of them possessed formidable abilities. If they were to join forces, they could easily defeat a 2nd-grade combat king. Therefore, none of them took this monk seriously. Firstly, this penniless monk doesn't stink. Secondly, this penniless monk isn't courting death. The heavens are benevolent. This penniless monk's teachings to all of you hope that you can repent as soon as possible. You should be grateful to this penniless monk from the bottom of your heart. Tyrant said in a serious tone. Pfft. This monk is too king funny. Da Huang Dog burst into laughter. Obviously, this monk is here for the Buddhist treasure. I'm guessing he came to the chaotic ocean for this treasure, but he couldn't sense its exact location. That's why he hid himself, waiting for the treasure to reveal itself. However, why does this guy want to be the number 1 thief? Don't tell me he just wants to act tough? Xianxia guessed. This monk has a sharp tongue, but I don't think he's weak. Da Huang Dog said in a low voice. Not weak? As a 3rd-grade combat king, he can kill these geniuses like stupid dogs. No, I'm not talking about you, he can kill them as easily as killing chickens. Xianxia said. The Buddhist sect emphasizes on mercy. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Although this monk has a sharp tongue, I don't think he will kill them easily. Da Huang Dog said. The treasure is about to appear. Why don't you guys get lost? Do you really want to wait for your deaths here? Seeing that the golden pillar of light was shaking violently, the monk said to the crowd. Damn monk, shut up. Get lost. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. A genius from the invincibility school shouted at the monk. It looks like I've been too polite. Benefactor, since you're scolding a monk, it means you're a scumbag. A scumbag is a scourge, and a scourge like you will bring harm to many people. The Buddha said that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Killing you means saving a lot of people. Bastard. Stinky monk, how dare you kill me? That genius gnashed his teeth in anger. He was so angry that he wanted to rush out and tear the monk's mouth apart. Benefactor, you look very angry. The anger comes from the bottom of your heart. It looks like you're suffering right now. If that's the case, I'll release you from purgatory and send you to the pure land of bliss, where you will no longer feel pain. After saying that, Tyrant disappeared from where he was standing. In just a blink of an eye, Tyrant had appeared in front of that genius. One of Tyrant's fingers was glowing with a golden light, and it accurately pointed at the forehead of that genius from the invincibility school. With a poochie sound, the genius' head was penetrated, and blood gushed out. He was dead. Swoosh, with a sway of his body, Tyrant returned to his original spot. He put his palms together and said, Ba, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I've sinned. Damn it, many people were on the verge of cursing. Could this monk be any more shameless? After killing someone, he still had a compassionate look on his face. This was just too shameless. At the same time, many people were shocked by Tyrant's strength. Just now, Tyrant's attack was extremely fast. Not only the victim didn't have the time to react, even the people standing next to him didn't have the time to react. All they felt was a gust of wind, and their companion was dead. From the beginning to the end, the victim didn't even have the chance to scream. A first-grade combat king genius was killed just like that. It couldn't be said that the genius from the invincibility school was incompetent, but this monk was just too terrifying. At this point, no one dared to underestimate this monk anymore. When they saw the monk's appearance, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. This monk was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 thief. He killed without batting an eye. What kind of Buddhist sect had the virtue of caring for living beings? It was all bullshit. It wasn't the case at all. What the fuck? Is this guy really a monk? De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just a moment ago, he said that this monk wouldn't kill anyone, but in just a blink of an eye, a genius had been killed by this monk. You must have made a mistake, Xianxia said with a smile on his face. This monk is a 3rd-grade combat king with a frightening cultivation base. Are we still going to fight for that treasure? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. Of course, we're going to fish in troubled waters. A faint smile emerged on Xianxia's face. It wasn't his style to let go of such a good treasure when it was discovered. Rumble, right at this moment, another loud explosion rang out from the Heavenhawk Island. The golden pillar of light suddenly shattered, and a golden pearl the size of a fist suddenly appeared in midair. The pearl was filled with the purest and purest Buddhist aura, and its surface was covered with lines of Sanskrit characters. It looked extremely mystical, and just the energy ripples that were spilling out from it were enough to make one's heart palpitate. Although the crowd didn't know much about Buddhism and couldn't recognize this item, they knew that it was an extremely rare treasure. What is that? I don't even know what it is. De Huang Dog was a little surprised. It's a sarira left behind by a Buddha after he passed away. Judging from its chi, it should be left behind by a 3rd-grade minor Saint Buddha. It is indeed a good treasure. No wonder the monk has been waiting here for such a long time. Xianxia was shocked. After a senior monk passed away, there was a possibility that he would leave behind a sarira. The sarira was similar to the demon soul of a demon beast or the combat soul of a human. It contained the purest Buddhist energy, and it could also record the ultimate knowledge of the Buddha when he was still alive. Snatch it! Someone shouted. All the geniuses of the 4 major powers made their move at the same time, pouncing towards the sarira. Upon seeing this, the monk's expression didn't change, but his eyes revealed 2 rays of light. Since all of you are so stubborn, I'll let you go to the afterlife. Tyrant made his move. He took a step forward and waved his hand to strike out a golden light. The golden light instantly transformed into a huge Buddha. It was an incomparably ferocious huge Buddha that rushed towards the crowd in front of him. Rumble, arg, the gigantic Buddha seal was as powerful as a huge mountain. 4 geniuses were killed on the spot, their bodies exploded. The scene was extremely bloody. This monk didn't look like a Buddha, he was simply a murderous devil. Once he attacked, he was 100 times more ferocious than an evil cultivator. Akalanatha seal. Upon seeing the Buddha seal, Xianxia, who was about to snatch the saraira, suddenly revealed a shocked expression. He stopped moving and shouted at De Huang Dog and Tan Lang, "De Huang, brother Tan, don't do it." "What the fuck? We're not going to snatch it?" Big Yellow had prepared himself, but now, he wasn't allowed to snatch the saraira. This made him feel somewhat depressed. With his abilities, even if his combat strength couldn't match that tyrant, who was a third-grade combat king, with his frightening speed and Xianxin's cooperation, it wasn't impossible for him to snatch the saraira. "Let's stop. Let the saraira go to the monk." When Xianxin saw the Akalanatha seal, he immediately changed his mind. He pulled De Huang Dog and Tan Lang aside, no longer fighting for the saraira. Rumble, on the Heavenhawk Island, the monk looked majestic and terrifying. Once again, he unleashed the gigantic Buddha seal, killing 4 geniuses. After that, he continued attacking, killing a few more geniuses in just a blink of an eye, causing the geniuses of the 4 major powers to suffer a great loss. Ba, I've sinned." The monk put his palms together, but his face didn't show any sinful expression. However, after the massacre, the remaining geniuses looked at the monk as if they were looking at a ghost. None of them dared to move forward. The entire scene turned silent. The monk who was wearing a golden kasaya stood in the sky above Heavenhawk Island. He still had the look of an eminent monk, but after witnessing his brutal methods and the massacre he had just committed, anyone who still regarded him as an eminent monk would be a real idiot. The monk waved his hand, and the golden saraira immediately fell into his palm as if it was summoned by something. Normally, the monk would put it away immediately after obtaining the treasure, but he just let the saraira stay in his hand and glanced at the geniuses from the 4 major powers. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was provoking them. It was as if he was saying, "Do you still want to fight for it? Come and fight for it." Many people had the urge to vomit blood. Even Xianxia and De Huang Dog couldn't stand it. Damn it, this monk was too despicable. Not only was he a despicable person, he was also a monk. Of course, monks could also be despicable, but he still had the look of an eminent monk. "Dear benefactors, if you don't fight for it, this poor monk will keep it." The monk said. "Damn monk, you've killed so many geniuses from the 4 major powers. Just wait for the wrath of our invincibility school. You will definitely die a miserable death," someone from the invincibility school said while gnashing his teeth. "That's right, anyone who dares to kill the geniuses of our Shura temple will definitely be torn into pieces." Li Hao from the Shura temple had one of his arms almost chopped off. At this moment, blood was dripping from his body, and a painful expression could be seen on his face. "I don't know if this poor monk will be torn into pieces, but right now, this poor monk can tear all of you into pieces." The monk's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. Seeing this, the geniuses from the 4 major powers immediately fled in all directions. None of them dared to stay any longer. This monk was too brutal, he was simply a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. Ba, this poor monk has already said that this belongs to me," said the monk. Tyrant added. He waved his hand and kept the saraira. Then, he stepped into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the messy Heavenhawk Island and the corpses of the geniuses from the 4 major powers, everyone could not help but sigh. This monk was truly worthy of being the #1 pirate lord of the chaotic ocean. Not only was he not inferior to the other 6 pirate lords, he was even more ferocious. He was simply a demonic monk who killed without batting an eyelid. Humph. This monk won't be able to leave the chaotic sea. Let's go back and call for reinforcements. We'll definitely tear this monk into pieces. Yi Hui from the invincibility school snorted coldly and led the remaining people from the invincibility school away. Soon after, the geniuses from the Peerless Sword sect and the Heavenly Devil Palace also left. Their faces were covered in dust, and they no longer had the arrogance and despotism they had when they first arrived. "Come, let's go back. We have to give an explanation for what happened today. And that monk, we must kill him," Xiao Ruilungling said. "Jiangchen, I'm going back to the Shura temple as well. Do you want to come with me?" Tan Lang looked at Jiangchen. Now that such a huge incident had happened in the chaotic ocean, as one of the participants, Tan Lang definitely had to give an explanation when he returned. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be following you to the Shura temple. Be careful, your senior and junior brothers are not easy to deal with. Xianxia patted Tan Lang's shoulder and kindly reminded him. He had no interest in the Shura temple at all. After interacting with the people from the Shura temple today, he did not have a good impression of this power. The only person he had a good impression of was probably Tan Lang himself. Xianxia had never been interested in these arrogant geniuses from the major powers. Otherwise, he would not have been alone in his previous life. Alright, I'll be heading back first. Xianxia, be careful in the chaotic ocean as well. That monk is too terrifying, so don't provoke him if you can. Tan Lang reminded. In his opinion, the reason why Xianxia stayed behind was to snatch the treasure. However, that monk was too terrifying. Even with Xianxia's strength, he would still be hard to deal with. Soon, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers had left, leaving only the smoke of battle in the sky above the Heavenhawk Island. That monk is too cruel. In today's battle, he killed at least 10 people from the 4 major powers. That's right. The 4 major powers have suffered great losses, especially the Shura temple. They will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm guessing that a true expert will appear soon. At that time, the chaotic ocean will be plunged into chaos once again. The chaotic ocean will face unprecedented chaos. I don't think that monk will be able to keep his life. Those tycoons from the Shura temple are all very powerful. They won't be easy to deal with. Many people were discussing among themselves. The 4 major powers had suffered great losses in today's battle. The 4 major powers were the giants of the Liang province, existences that no one dared to provoke. The genius disciples under them were even more arrogant and despotic. They were not something ordinary powers could compare to. Today, the monk had slapped the faces of the 4 major powers. Naturally, the 4 major powers would not let this matter rest, especially the Shura temple. They had failed to kill the Heavenhawk Island Lord. Soon, the onlookers dispersed. Due to the departure of the Heavenhawk Island Lord, the Heavenhawk Island had become a masterless island. Some of the Heavenhawk Island Lord's subordinates were panicking. Hee, kid, the scenery of the Heavenhawk Island is pretty good. Since the island is now without a master, why don't you go and be one? De Huang Dog chuckled. I'm not interested in that. Follow me. With a sway of his body, Xianxia flew towards a direction. It was the direction where the monk had disappeared. For God's sake, where are you going? De Huang Dog said gloomily as he caught up to Xianxia. I'm going to look for the monk. Xianxia said. That brutal guy, why are you looking for him? De Huang Dog said. I need to help him. Xianxia said. Help him? De Huang Dog was startled. No matter how he thought about it, Xianxia and the monk shouldn't have met before, and it was the first time they met. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be friends. With Xianxia's character, he wouldn't take the initiative to help a stranger unless he had nothing better to do. Furthermore, the monk was a 3rd-grade combat king, and he was very powerful. It didn't seem like he needed Xianxia's help. The cultivation of Buddhism is different from ours. After some powerful Buddhas pass away, they will leave behind their life essence, which is called a saraira. The treasure that monk obtained just now is a saraira, and it is at least a 3rd-grade minor Saint Buddha. That monk has been in the chaotic ocean for a very long time, and he doesn't usually show himself. However, he did show himself today. Clearly, he is here for this saraira. However, the saraira is hidden very well, and even you couldn't find it. That's why the monk couldn't find the exact location of the saraira, and that's why he hid himself and waited for the saraira to show itself. If you were the monk, what would you do after waiting for such a long time? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. Of course, I'll refine it. De Huang Dog said. He wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the importance of a saraira to the people of Buddhism. If he was the one who obtained the saraira, the first thing he would do would be to refine it to increase his strength. That's right. The monk must be impatient to refine the saraira now. If I'm not mistaken, he should be looking for a hidden place to refine it. However, this guy has killed so many geniuses of the four major powers. I don't think the four major powers will let this matter go so easily. If the monk is attacked by the experts of the four major powers while he is refining the Saraira, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xianxia said. Don't tell me that you are thinking of helping the monk to stop the experts of the four major powers? De Huang Dog finally understood Xianxia's intention. However, his heart was filled with disbelief. Since when did this guy become so warm-hearted? He actually wanted to go against the four major powers for the sake of a monk he didn't know. This wasn't Xianxia's style of doing things. That's right. I want to help him. Consider it as returning a favor. Xianxia said in a serious tone. Returning a favor? You want to owe a monk a favor? Are you kidding me? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Xianxia wanted to help the monk because he wanted to return a favor. However, De Huang Dog also recalled that when the Saraira was born, Xianxia originally wanted to snatch it. However, when he saw the monk making a move, he immediately changed his mind. I don't owe the monk a favor, but I owe his ancestor a favor. Do you still remember the Buddha seal that the monk performed? There are three major seals in the inheritance of Buddhism: Akalanatha seal, and Akalanatha seal. The one that the monk performed was none other than the Akalanatha seal. Xianxia said. And then? De Huang Dog was very interested in what Xianxia said. Ever since the decline of Buddhism, the three major seals have been lost. In the entire Buddhism, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to perform them. Moreover, he only knows the Akalanatha seal. Therefore, I am sure that this monk is a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus saved my life in the past. I have to return this favor. Xianxia said. He had once met Ancestor Green Lotus of Buddhism. At that time, he was fighting against a powerful expert of the devil race and was severely injured. Fortunately, he received the help of Ancestor Green Lotus and survived. However, Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared after that. Even if Xianxia became the greatest sage in the world, he didn't have the chance to repay Ancestor Green Lotus for saving his life. Now that he thought about it, with the strength of Ancestor Green Lotus, he might have already ascended to the immortal world. Today, when he met this little monk, Xianxia concluded that he was a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Even if he wasn't, he must be related to him. Therefore, when Xianxia saw the Akalanatha seal, he stopped trying to snatch it. Now, he was even more determined to help this monk refine the Saraira at all costs just to repay the kindness of Ancestor Green Lotus. Moreover, compared to those arrogant geniuses of the four major powers, Xianxia found this monk much more pleasing to the eye. Mother *Ker, who is Ancestor Green Lotus? You are obviously only 18 years old, but why do you look like an old thing that has lived for hundreds of years? De Huang Dog was really depressed. He really couldn't figure out how Xianxia got involved with the ancestor of Buddhism and was even saved by him. You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I will definitely help this monk. Let's go. De Huang Dog followed behind Xianxia with a gloomy expression. De Huang Dog was speechless when he found out that Ancestor Green Lotus was related to this despicable monk. However, this wasn't the first time he had met Xianxia, and he knew that this guy was extremely mysterious and knew a lot of things. Therefore, De Huang Dog had gotten used to it. The chaotic ocean was extremely vast, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. After the monk left, he disappeared without a trace, making it extremely difficult to find him. However, this wasn't a problem for Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to find someone, there was nothing he couldn't find. With the Great Soul Derivation skill, there was no one he couldn't find. 20,000 miles away from Heavenhawk Island was an archipelago. However, this archipelago was far away from the center of the chaotic ocean, and the natural yuan energy here had become rather thin. The archipelago had long been ruined, and it was completely deserted. Normally, no one would come to this place. Right at this moment, the space shook, and a man and a dog appeared outside the archipelago. Although the monk had hidden himself well, Xianxia was still able to clearly sense him. This monk sure knows how to pick a good place. No one would come to such a desolate place. De Huang Dog said. This is a pretty good place. However, if the warriors from the four major powers want to find him, they will most likely turn the entire chaotic ocean upside down. It won't be too difficult to find him. Xianxia said. How are you going to help him? Don't tell me you're going to find him right now and tell him that we're here to help him? Believe it or not, that damned monk can slap us to death with a single slap. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. That monk cared so much about the Saraira that he had hidden himself here for such a long time. If Xianxia rushed to the monk and told him that he was here to help him, the monk wouldn't believe him unless he was a fool. Furthermore, how could a young man who wasn't even a combat king and a first-grade demon king De Huang Dog be of any help? Of course not. Let's hide ourselves and not let the monk find us. Let him refine the Saraira in peace. If the warriors from the four major powers don't show up during the refining process, there's no need for us to do anything. Furthermore, the warriors from the four major powers are definitely not ordinary warriors. With our current cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. I can use this time to break through to the combat king realm. Xianxia said. After that, Xianxia and De Huang Dog concealed their auras. They randomly picked a deserted island and hid themselves. If it was an ordinary man, with the monk's vigilance, it would be extremely difficult for him to hide himself here without being discovered. However, Xianxia and De Huang Dog's concealment skills were brilliant, allowing them to stay absolutely silent. Even the monk wouldn't be able to find them. Right after Xianxia and De Huang Dog hid themselves, a golden figure appeared in the sky above a deserted island in the center of the archipelago. This figure was none other than the monk. Right at this moment, the monk had a vigilant look on his face. He looked around and spread out his divine sense to check the entire archipelago. After discovering that there was nothing unusual, he hid himself once again. On the deserted island in the center of the archipelago, Tyrant was sitting cross-legged in a tranquil valley. There was a Saraira above his head that was emitting layers of golden halos. The surface of the Saraira was filled with Sanskrit. Tyrant suddenly shouted. A golden Buddha light rushed out from the top of his head, wrapping the Saraira in an instant. After that, the Saraira entered Tyrant's body as if it was summoned. Wing Tyrant's body produced a buzzing sound and trembled violently. The power of the Saraira was too strong. Even though he had concealed his aura, his body was still surrounded by the golden Buddha light. The faint golden radiance and the pure Buddha chi could even be felt by Xianxia, who was far away. This guy has created such a huge commotion. It's impossible that no one can find him. De Huang Dog said. He has underestimated the power of the Saraira. With his current cultivation, refining the Saraira left behind by a third-grade minor saint will definitely cause some commotion. Xianxia's expression changed. Tyrant couldn't wait to refine the Saraira, so he would definitely be ambushed by the experts of the four major powers. Perhaps the monk thought that he could finish refining the Saraira before the experts of the four major powers arrived, but in fact, he had underestimated the Saraira. With his third-grade combat king cultivation, he could only refine 1/10 of the Saraira's energy at one go. The rest would have to be refined in the future. Even though it was only 1/10, it wasn't easy to refine, and the time needed was longer than what the monk had expected. I can't waste any more time. I'm going to break through to the combat king realm now. After saying that, Xianxia flipped his palm. 2 first-grade demon king demon souls appeared in front of him. Currently, Xianxia needed another 600 dragon marks to break through to the first-grade combat king realm. However, the more critical the situation was, the more difficult it would be for him to improve his dragon marks. If it was a second-grade demon king demon soul, he would definitely be able to break through to the combat king realm. However, if it was 2 first-grade demon king demon souls, it would be a different story. However, Xianxia would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Xianxia had robbed a few pirates in the chaotic ocean, and many of them were natural essences that could be used by Xianxia. Not only that, the second-grade combat king actually had 2 first-grade demon king demon souls. Including the 2 first-grade demon king demon souls, Xianxia now had a total of 4 first-grade demon king demon souls, and with so many natural essences, breaking through to the combat king realm wouldn't be a problem. After that, Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed. In a very short period of time, he adjusted his condition to a state of cultivation. After that, he swallowed the 4 demon souls and circulated the dragon transformation skill, then started absorbing them. De Huang Dog, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, started murmuring, "Every time, this master dog is the one protecting him. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for this guy to break through to the Combat King realm than that damn monk absorbing the Saraira. At that time, doesn't this master dog have to fight all those mighty warriors alone?" De Huang Dog felt depressed. In his mind, breaking through to the Combat King realm wasn't an easy task. At least, it was even more difficult than absorbing the Saraira. However, he had no idea how frightening Jiang Chen was. Right now, Jiang Chen was just walking the same path he had walked in his previous life, and he didn't have any bottlenecks. As long as the number of dragon marks and the energy in his body reached a certain level, he would be able to break through to the Combat King realm without any obstacles. This was the most frightening thing about Jiang Chen. 1 hour later, Jiang Chen, who was in secluded cultivation and absorbing the demon souls and natural essences, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely powerful aura was unleashed from his body, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. It was the spatial force. Luckily, De Huang Dog had set up a concealment formation in this area, which allowed him to conceal Jiang Chen's aura. If not, the aura of Jiang Chen breaking through to the Combat King realm would have definitely alerted the monk who was absorbing the Saraira. "Damn it, are you still a human? You broke through to the Combat King realm in just 1 hour?" De Huang Dog fell onto the ground. He felt like the world was in a bad place. The reason why a monster like Jiang Chen was born in this world was to give people a hard time. Breaking through to the Combat King realm from the Combat Soul realm was a huge bottleneck. Not only that, one had to comprehend the spatial force as well. Even a genius among geniuses would need at least a few days to break through to the Combat King realm. However, this guy had done it in just 1 hour. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He was carefully sensing the energy in his body. Right now, his Qi had transformed into a Qi dimensional space. It was a huge space that could store countless items. Within his Qi, the little golden dragon was swimming around happily. It was Jiang Chen's combat soul. Surrounding the combat soul were countless blood-red dragon marks, like a spiderweb. There were 20,100 of them. That's right, not only had Jiang Chen successfully broken through to the Combat King realm, he had also condensed an extra 100 dragon marks. After breaking through to the Combat King realm, Jiang Chen had a much clearer understanding of the dragon transformation skill's evolution. Every time he broke through to the next level, he would need 2,000 dragon marks. In other words, a first-grade combat king would need 20,000 dragon marks, from the first grade to the second grade, he would need 22,000 dragon marks, and from the second grade to the third grade, he would need 24,000 dragon marks. As for the final 9th grade combat king, combat emperor, minor saint, and great saint, it was very clear to Jiang Chen. The path to condensing 100,000 dragon marks had been opened up for him, allowing him to see his future path clearly. To Jiang Chen, a clear system of evolution was undoubtedly very important. With a clear understanding of the number of dragon marks he would need to break through to the next level, it would allow Jiang Chen to prepare for his future breakthroughs. Not only that, Jiang Chen could also sense that after he broke through to the Combat King realm, he would attract the heavenly tribulation, just like the previous Combat Soul realm. However, the heavenly tribulation this time would be much more violent than the previous Combat Soul realm. If Jiang Chen's estimation wasn't wrong, it would be an intermediate 6 heavenly tribulation. However, what made Jiang Chen happy was that the heavenly tribulation this time was different from the previous one. He could control the timing of the heavenly tribulation, and the heavenly tribulation would come at any time according to Jiang Chen's will. As long as Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the 2nd grade Combat King realm, he would be able to attract the heavenly tribulation at any time. For Jiang Chen, the heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly a great weapon, a life-saving trump card. He hadn't forgotten how frightening the last heavenly tribulation was. With the help of the heavenly tribulation, he had killed the guardian of the Demon King Palace. This time, the heavenly tribulation would be even more frightening, and it would be more than enough to kill a combat king warrior whose cultivation base was much higher than his. I should keep this great weapon, it will be of great help at a critical moment. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. There was no way he could face the heavenly tribulation right now, as it would be a waste. He would wait until he encountered a powerful enemy and attract the heavenly tribulation. Buddy, how's your combat strength after breaking through to the first-grade combat king realm? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Xianxia was able to kill second-grade combat king warriors before he broke through to the combat king realm. Now that he had broken through to the combat king realm, wouldn't that mean he would be able to kill third-grade combat king warriors? With my current combat strength, third-grade combat king warriors are no match for me, and I can easily kill them. Fourth-grade combat king warriors are more than enough to fight me, but only fifth-grade combat king warriors can truly suppress me. De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. As someone with the dragon horse bloodline, his strength was already terrifying enough, but when compared to Xianxia, the gap between them was instantly revealed. De Huang Dog was a first-grade demon king, but if he used his full strength, he could kill a second-grade demon king or a combat king. However, it would be difficult for him to fight a third-grade demon king or a combat king. However, Xianxia, who had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm, was already strong enough to kill a third-grade combat king and a fourth-grade combat king. Fortunately, De Huang Dog was already used to Xianxia's monstrous strength, so he didn't feel depressed for a while. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely be so shocked that their mouth would be wide open. I've finally broken through to the combat king realm. Xianxia sighed. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Breaking through to the combat king realm meant that he had stepped onto a higher level in his cultivation. For him who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, once he reached the combat king realm, he wouldn't be far away from the combat emperor realm. At that point of time, he would become a saint and return to his peak. More importantly, after breaking through to the combat king realm, Xianxia was able to utilize the spatial force very well. He was able to use the spatial shift skill. The spatial shift skill was a supreme movement skill. To put it bluntly, if Xianxia were to use the spatial shift now, even a 6th-grade combat king wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Xianxia raised his head and saw that more and more golden Buddhist lights were rushing out from the island. Obviously, the monk was unable to control the energy released by the 3rd-grade minor Saint Sarira. It's impossible for this damn monk to not attract attention when he made such a huge commotion. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy tone. Initially, he thought that if the monk hid himself well, the experts of the 4 major powers wouldn't be able to find him. But now, it seemed like not only the 4 major powers, even the other people in the chaotic ocean would be able to find him easily. From afar, 2 human cultivators were flying towards them. They were just passing by this island. According to the usual situation, those who passed by this island would go straight to it, and wouldn't stay here for long. But now, the 2 cultivators' attention was immediately attracted when they saw the light. Look, what is that? There seems to be a treasure. Let's go and take a look. After the 2 of them discussed, they headed towards the source of the light. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. He said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, your chance to shine is here. Kaka, these 2 little shrimps, Lord Dog, can scare the shit out of them." De Huang Dog shook his head, then with his gigantic body, he dashed forward and arrived in front of the 2 men in the blink of an eye. The 2 men were startled when they saw De Huang Dog suddenly appear. Both of them were peak combat soul warriors, and they weren't even combat king warriors. However, they could still sense the intense aura of a demon king from De Huang Dog, causing their expressions to instantly change. Scram or die. The De Huang Dog spoke arrogantly with his head held high. He acted as if he was the #1 expert in the world. Hearing this, the 2 men didn't dare show any hesitation. They immediately turned around and fled, as if they were too slow. What was this place? It was the chaotic ocean, the most chaotic place in the entire chaotic ocean, and it was also the most remote place in the chaotic ocean. Bumping into a demon king in this place was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, this demon king had asked them to scram, which made them feel extremely happy. After that, the commotion caused by Tyrant absorbing the Sarira became bigger and bigger. Bright lights flickered, and faint buzzing sounds could even be heard. All the human cultivators who passed by this place were attracted by it, as they wanted to see what was going on. However, they were all chased away by De Huang Dog. During this time, they bumped into a first-grade combat king warrior, and De Huang Dog even fought with him. Of course, the result was that De Huang Dog won the fight, and only after the guy called him Master Dog 3 times did De Huang Dog let him go. However, as there were too many people passing by this place, it didn't take long for it to attract the attention of many people. 3 hours later, numerous figures started flying over from different directions of the chaotic ocean. Staring at the golden lights in the center of the desolate island, if not for De Huang Dog's bravery, perhaps some of the cultivators would have already rushed out. It's that dog. Be careful, this dog is not someone you can mess with. He can even bite a combat king warrior to death. Since this dog is here, I'm afraid that white-clothed young man is here as well. That golden light looks familiar. I remember it now. When the treasure was born on the Heavenhawk Island, it had the same aura. The treasure was obtained by that monk, and it looks like the monk is here. Judging from this situation, the monk must have joined forces with that white-clothed young man. If I'm not mistaken, that monk is currently absorbing the treasure, and that young man and this dog are guarding this place. Many people were able to recognize De Huang Dog, and some were able to sense the aura of the treasure. Haha, there's going to be a good show soon. It's been a long time, and I'm afraid the experts of the 4 major powers of the Liang province have already arrived at the Azure Sea. That monk didn't leave immediately after obtaining the treasure, but instead chose to absorb it here. He even caused such a huge commotion. The experts of the 4 major powers will definitely come looking for him, and at that time, a huge battle will be inevitable. That's right. That monk has killed many geniuses from the 4 major powers. With the way the 4 major powers handle things, they will definitely not let that monk go. That monk is dead for sure. What puzzles me is why that young man is together with that monk. Could it be that they're working together? That can't be right. If I remember correctly, that young man should be the helper that Tan Lang invited, and he should be working together with the Shura Temple. However, that young man just let the Heavenhawk Island master go. He's really a weirdo. This deserted island that no one would normally pay attention to had now become the center of attention. Both the monk and the white-robed young man had become famous figures in the chaotic ocean. The number 1 great pirate of the chaotic ocean had killed geniuses from the 4 major powers, and now, he was openly refining a treasure in the chaotic ocean. If he wasn't courting death, then he was completely looking down on the 4 major powers. On the deserted island, Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. The scene before him could be said to be the worst-case scenario. It seemed like another huge battle was bound to happen today. Although Xianxia didn't like the 4 major powers' way of doing things, he didn't want to clash with the Liang province's 4 major powers the moment he arrived in the Divine Continent. If he offended the 4 major powers as soon as he arrived, how was he going to survive in the future? However, Xianxia was a man with principles. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. In order to return the favor to Ancestor Green Lotus, he didn't mind becoming the enemy of the 4 major powers. In his previous life, wherever Xianxia went, he would be surrounded by enemies. He had long since gotten used to fighting against the world by himself, and he even had the lofty sentiments of fighting against the world by himself. No matter what, he was determined to help the monk. Rumble, right at this moment, a thunderclap resounded in the distant sky. Everyone looked over and saw a crack in the sky. 3 figures flew out from the crack, and all of them were combat king warriors. 2 of them were the weakest, and the one in the middle looked to be in his 30s. He had a muscular body, and his red hair fluttered in the wind. He was emanating an arrogant aura that only geniuses possessed. His combat strength had actually reached the 4th grade combat king realm. They're from the Shura Temple. The mighty warriors of the Shura Temple have finally appeared. Someone cried out in surprise. Xianxia also saw the newcomers. He knew 2 of them, Li Hao and Xiao Rui, but he didn't know the new 4th grade combat king. However, he was a little worried since he didn't see Tan Lang. The Shura Temple is the fastest, and they're the first to arrive. That's the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple, Ling Yi. I heard that he has broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm not long ago, and he possesses frightening abilities. It's hard for him to find a match for those at the same level as him. I think that monk is finished. The 8th tycoon, Ling Yi, has personally arrived. That monk is only a third-grade combat king. How could he be a match for Ling Yi, who is a fourth-grade combat king? Even with the help of that young man and that dog, the gap between their cultivation bases is too huge. Many people from the Shura temple have been killed. If not, the 8th tycoon wouldn't have personally arrived. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8th tycoon had arrived. This was going to be a good show. Soon, Ling Yi and the other two arrived in front of the deserted island. Ling Yi's stern gaze fell onto the golden light that appeared on the island like a sharp blade. Is this the place? That's right, that golden light is the aura of that treasure. That monk must be here, Li Hao said while gnashing his teeth in anger. One of his arms was nearly blown off by that monk, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. Whenever he thought about that damnable monk, he wished he could tear that monk into 1,000 pieces. Humph. How dare you kill the people of the Shura temple? You're courting death. Ling Yi coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, he flew toward the golden light. Suddenly, a white light appeared from below, blocking Ling Yi's path. It was a young man dressed in white. As for De Huang Dog, he had already moved to the other side. He wasn't a match for Ling Yi, but he could defeat Li Hao and Xiao Rui. Someone actually dared to block his path? Ling Yi was startled. He stared at the young man dressed in white who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lung Lung, and said, "Who are you? How dare you block this tycoon's path?" Ling Yi frowned. Senior brother Ling, he's that Xianxia, the person who released the Heavenhawk Island Lord. Li Hao hastily said. His hatred toward Xianxia was not any weaker than the monks. Earlier, Xianxia didn't give him any face in front of so many people, and he had been holding a grudge against him. Oh? So you're the helper Tanlang invited here? I was just about to ask you why you released the Heavenhawk Island Lord. However, we can talk about this later. Considering that you've indeed helped the Shura temple before, this tycoon can forgive you for what you did. Get out of my way right now, I'm going to kill that monk. Ling Yi was surprised at first, but he quickly said. I'm sorry, but you can't touch that monk. Everyone was puzzled. What was this young man's background? At first, he stood on the Shura temple side to deal with the Heavenhawk Island master, and now, he was standing on the monk's side to deal with the Shura temple. What was his stance? What made them speechless was why this young man would suddenly help the monk, and even offend the Shura temple at all costs. It seemed like it wasn't just the Shura temple, the other 3 major powers also wanted to kill the monk, but they hadn't shown up yet. Furthermore, many people felt that although this young man had extraordinary talent and incredible abilities, there was something wrong with his brain. Even if he wanted to help the monk, he should at least know the gap between them. The monk was a 4th-grade combat king, and helping the monk was no different than courting death. If he angered the 8th tycoon, he would be smashed into meat paste with a single slap. Brat, what did you just say? You want to help that monk? Are you courting death? Li Hao immediately shouted at Xianxia. Previously, he didn't dare say anything after being humiliated by Xianxia, but now, it was different. With Ling Yi here, there was no need for him to be afraid of Xianxia. You're courting death, this is the 8th tycoon of the Shura temple, and you even dared to stop him? Where did you get the courage from? The tycoon has already forgiven you for letting the Heavenhawk Island master go, but not only are you not grateful, you even want to stand up for him. It looks like you're tired of living. Xiao Rui sneered. He wouldn't let go of this great opportunity for revenge. Humph. Xianxia, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. As long as you get out of my sight right now and get lost, I won't kill you. Ling Yi coldly harumphed and said to Xianxia. I'm sorry, but I, Xianxia, don't want to have any conflict with the tycoon and the Shura temple. As long as the tycoon agrees not to cause any trouble for this monk, we'll be friends. What do you say? Xianxia said. He was determined to help this monk today. The monk was currently at the most critical moment of absorbing the Saraira, and if he was disturbed, he would definitely suffer a backlash, or even suffer a cultivation deviation. The consequences would be severe. Where did this kid come from? Why does he always like to meddle in other people's business? Sigh, he's a typical reckless fool. Does he really think he's strong enough to deal with the 8th tycoon of the Shura temple? None of the 13 tycoons of the Shura temple are easy to deal with, and this Ling Yi is the same. Since this kid showed disrespect to Ling Yi, he will definitely not have a good ending. The onlookers could not bear to watch any longer. In their opinion, this white-clothed youth did not know how to appreciate favors and was overestimating himself. Humph! Where did this worm come from? How dare you block my way? I heard that you're able to kill a second-grade combat king warrior. Don't think that just because you have some talent, you can look down on everyone. Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. Ling Yi snorted coldly once again. Naturally, he would no longer hold back in his attack. He punched out, tearing the void apart in an instant, aiming right at Xianxia's head. The distance between Ling Yi and Xianxia was very close, and coupled with Ling Yi's incredible speed, as well as his 4th-grade combat king cultivation base, if it was any other ordinary man, there was no way he could withstand this attack, let alone dodge it. His head would have exploded on the spot. However, Xianxia was not an ordinary man. After breaking through to the combat king realm, he was more than qualified to deal with Ling Yi. Paw in the blink of an eye, Xianxia punched out and collided with Ling Yi's fist. At the point where both men collided, the space was instantly turned into a chaotic mess, and a frightening shockwave swept out in all directions, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Thump, this was a close combat, nothing fancy. Ling Yi received a tremendous counterforce from Xianxia's body, forcing him to take a step back before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Xianxia's body only swayed a little. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his fleshly body was constantly growing stronger, and it had reached an indestructible level. In close combat, no ordinary man could be his match. What? The arrogant Ling Yi immediately cried out in shock, and the expression he looked at Xianxia changed. He didn't expect Xianxia to be able to withstand his punch, and even force him back. This was unbelievable. Ling Yi threw his glance onto Xianxia's body and started sizing him up. Gradually, he stopped underestimating Xianxia. He discovered that Xianxia's aura was that of a 1st-grade combat king warrior, and not the peak combat soul realm that Li Hao and Xiao Rui had mentioned. How is this possible? How did he suddenly become so strong? He has broken through to the combat king realm. He's a 1st-grade combat king now. Damn it, he was just a peak combat soul warrior just a moment ago. How did he break through to the combat king realm so quickly? This is ridiculous. Li Hao and Xiao Rui's eyes were wide open, and they stared at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. In just a few hours, a man had broken through to the combat king realm from the late combat soul realm. This could no longer be described with just the word shocking, it was simply too frightening. What was even more frightening was that even though Xianxia had broken through to the 1st-grade combat king realm, there was still no way he could defeat a 4th-grade combat king warrior. There was a gap of 3 stages between them. This was ridiculous. Oh heavens, this young man is so strong. Killing a 2nd-grade combat king warrior out of nowhere was already frightening enough, but now, he can actually fight the 4th-grade combat king warrior, Ling Yi. If I remember correctly, he was only a peak combat soul warrior before this, but now, he's a 1st-grade combat king warrior. Don't tell me he broke through to the combat soul realm in just a few hours, comprehended the spatial force, and broke through to the combat king realm? How is this possible? What a freak. No wonder he dared to stand out and become Ling Yi, he really does have some abilities. All the spectators were shocked. As the saying went, when an expert made his move, one could easily tell the difference between an expert and an expert. Although Xianxia and Ling Yi had only collided for a short moment just now, it was obvious who was the stronger one. Xianxia clearly had the upper hand in this battle. Xianxia, are you really going to stop me? Ling Yi's face was filled with anger. Don't tell me I'm not qualified? Xianxia smiled. Lung Lung said. Since he couldn't change the outcome of the battle, there was nothing else he could say. If he couldn't say anything, he would just have to fight. Fine, don't think that just because you've gained the upper hand in this battle, you can fight me. I will let you know how big the gap between a 1st-grade combat king warrior and a 4th-grade combat king warrior is. Ling Yi unleashed his energy, causing waves of energy to burst out from his body, causing the surrounding space to ripple. His crimson hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was filled with a domineering aura. Heavenly Palm. Suddenly, Lingyi let out a loud shout and unleashed the Heavenly Palm. An extremely dazzling golden palm brought with it a boundless spatial force as it pressed down toward Xianxia. This was an extremely powerful attack, as it perfectly unleashed the power of a 4th-grade combat king warrior. Lingyi was not an ordinary 4th-grade combat king warrior. As the tycoon of the Shura Temple, he possessed extraordinary talent, and it was very difficult for him to find a worthy opponent at the same level as him. Facing the frightening Heavenly Palm, Xianxia showed no fear. His expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand and unleashed the true Dragon Palm, which collided with the Heavenly Palm. Rumble. The space around them changed, and a huge crack appeared where the two hands collided. Spatial storms rushed out of the crack, causing people's hearts to tremble. The Heavenly Palm and the true Dragon Palm were evenly matched. Boom! A tremendous battle intent burst out from Xianxia's body. Xianxia had just broken through to the Combat King realm, and he was in high spirits. Now that he had encountered a 4th-grade Combat King opponent, his combat strength was completely stimulated. Profound 9 solar fingers. Xianxia let out a loud shout and attacked first, unleashing a frightening finger technique. Only now did the profound 9 solar fingers reveal its true frightening power. With his current strength, he could unleash 8 giant golden fingers in the blink of an eye, and they blotted out the sky as they shot toward Lingyi. Lingyi's expression changed. Xianxia's strength was beyond his imagination, and he dared not show any hesitation. He waved both hands in the air and unleashed a mysterious seal toward the 9 solar fingers. Rumble. In the following period of time, the two of them continued fighting fiercely. The 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple was not someone an ordinary tycoon could compare with. His abilities were unfathomable, but Xianxia was not one bit inferior to him. He and Lingyi were locked in a stalemate. Many people were shocked. In their eyes, although it seemed like the two of them were locked in a stalemate, the truth was that Xianxia was more frightening. After all, Xianxia was only a 1st-grade combat king, and he had just broken through recently. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Xianxia and Lingyi were at the same level, Lingyi would not be able to withstand a single strike from Xianxia, and would be instantly killed by Xianxia. This is too frightening. Where did this guy come from? He's obviously not from the 4 major powers. A genius like him can't be a nobody. Ordinary powers can't cultivate such a genius. Could he be someone from one of the major powers in Xuanyu? Looks like it's impossible for Lingyi to break through Xianxia's defense and kill the monk. However, the warriors from the other 3 major powers will arrive soon. At that time, the monk will still be finished. No one could remain calm. The scene was simply too shocking. However, for ordinary people, being able to witness a battle of this level was a very satisfying experience. Damn it! How did he suddenly become so powerful? Li Hao gnashed his teeth in anger. Right now, the tycoon is keeping Xianxia busy. Let's join forces and deal with that monk. He's currently absorbing the treasure, so he won't have the energy to attack us. As long as we can kill him, that treasure will be ours. This is our main goal for coming here. Xiao Rui's eyes shone brightly. On the surface, their goal for coming here was to kill the monk and avenge the death of the Shura Temple's disciple. However, the truth was that they were here for the treasure. Li Hao felt that Xiao Rui's words made sense. However, just as he was about to agree, he saw a De Huang dog glaring at him like a tiger, causing his heart to tremble. Forget it. Look at that dog, it's not someone we can afford to offend. Li Hao said. Of course, Li Hao and Xiao Rui dared not attack. Not attacking was the right decision for them. In fact, De Huang dog didn't take this opportunity to attack them, and that was already a great fortune for them. Rumble. On the other side, Xianxia and Lingyi were locked in a fierce battle. The longer Lingyi fought, the more shocked he became. He couldn't imagine how a young man who had just broken through to the Combat King realm could possess such formidable combat strength. With his own ability, let alone killing the monk, he couldn't even defeat this young man. Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you leave now, I'll write off everything that happened before. If not, I'll get serious. Lingyi shouted out. In the next moment, a golden wheel appeared in his hand. The wheel kept spinning, and sharp gears were flowing out from it, making it look extremely frightening. After the previous battle, Ling Yi had realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen with his current ability. However, he couldn't back out under such circumstances. The only thing he could do was to use his king weapon and fight. You talk too much. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to Ling Yi's words. He took the initiative to attack. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he dashed toward Ling Yi. Today, he had encountered a strong opponent, and Jiang Chen wanted to have a good fight. So, there was no reason for him to back out now. Furthermore, if he backed out now, the monk would be dead for sure. Rumble. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on Ling Yi's body. Jiang Chen felt his legs go numb, and he was sent flying back. However, he wasn't surprised by this. As a 4th-grade combat king, the king weapon in Ling Yi's hand was much stronger than ordinary king weapons. Therefore, the power it unleashed was naturally terrifying. Jiang Chen was only a 1st-grade combat king, and although he could fight a 4th-grade combat king, it would be very difficult for him to suppress his opponent. Furthermore, he had only used the 1st step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. If he used the 3rd step, he would be able to fight against Ling Yi's body. In fact, after breaking through to the combat king realm, Jiang Chen could already take the 4th step. Humph. You overestimate yourself. After knocking Jiang Chen back with a single strike, Ling Yi coldly harumphed. He turned his body into an arc and once again dashed toward Jiang Chen. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen moved like a swan goose and unleashed the dimensional shift skill to its limit. He didn't take out the Heavenly Saint sword, he just relied on the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to keep up with Ling Yi. Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen took his 4th step, the one who was knocked back was Ling Yi. His gigantic body was violently trembling, and a few cracks had appeared on it. This truly frightened Ling Yi. He stared at his damaged body, and the shock in his heart was like a raging ocean. Jiang Chen's combat skill could actually destroy a king weapon. This was simply ridiculous. Right at this moment, another loud explosion was heard from afar. Following that, 2 figures appeared. One of them was Yi Hui from the Invincibility School, and the other was a genius from the Invincibility School. However, compared to Yi Hui, he was many times stronger. Just the aura he emanated was comparable to Ling Yi's. Look, the people from the Invincibility School are here. That's Yi Wuyo from the Invincibility School, Yi Hui's cousin. He's a rare genius from the Invincibility School, and his strength is comparable to the 8th Tycoon from the Shura Temple. Yi Wuyo is here. Another 4th-grade combat king has appeared. I'm sure that Jiang Chen won't be able to hold on any longer. It's getting more and more lively. The people from the Peerless Sword faction and Heavenly Devil Palace haven't arrived yet, and it's going to get even livelier soon. Those who wanted to watch a good show couldn't complain about it getting bigger. All the onlookers had excited expressions on their faces. Since the mighty warriors from the Shura Temple and the Invincibility School had arrived, the mighty warriors from the other 2 superpowers wouldn't be too far away. When Yi Wuyo and Yi Hui arrived, they were immediately shocked by the fight between Jiang Chen and Ling Yi. It's him? Why is he fighting Ling Yi? Yi Hui was startled. You know this guy? Yi Wuyo's eyes fell onto Jiang Chen's body. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He could clearly sense Jiang Chen's cultivation. He was only a 1st-grade combat king, and yet, he was able to fight Ling Yi to such an extent. This is the young man who helped the Shura Temple defeat the 6 pirate lords of the Chaotic Ocean, then released the Heavenhawk Island Master. However, he was only a peak combat soul warrior before that, but now, he has broken through to the combat king realm, and he's even able to fight Ling Yi. I can't believe this. Where did this monster come from? The shock in Yi Hui's mind was no less than Li Hao and Xiao Rui from the Shura Temple. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked by an existence who could break through to the combat king realm from the late combat soul realm in just a few hours. Brother Yi, that monk is on the deserted island, and this guy is the monk's companion. Let's kill him together. When Ling Yi saw Yi Wuyo, he immediately shouted out. Haha, the 8th Tycoon of the Shura Temple can't even defeat a 1st-grade combat king? Since you guys are having a good time, I won't disturb you anymore. Just leave this monk to me. Yi Wuyo burst into laughter. What a joke. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He didn't have the time to help Ling Yi fight Jiang Chen. While Ling Yi was busy, he could kill the monk and seize the treasure. Swoosh, with incredible speed, Yi Wuyo dashed toward the spot where the golden light had appeared. However, someone was even faster than him. Jiang Chen, who was fighting Ling Yi, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Wuyo like a shooting star. With the help of the spatial shift and 9 phantom wolves, there was no one he couldn't block. Someone like you should just get the hell out of here. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen kicked Yi Wuyo's face. With incredible speed, Yi Wuyo punched out with his fist, which collided with Jiang Chen's kick. Get lost. Yi Wuyo was infuriated. He unleashed a palm strike toward Jiang Chen from high up in the sky. Seeing this, Jiang Chen wanted to use the true dragon palm to defend himself. However, an idea suddenly struck him, and he simply let Yi Wuyo's palm strike land on him. He simply swung his fist to defend himself. Boom, Jiang Chen was slapped down from the sky and landed on a deserted island. He staggered and nearly fell, looking extremely pathetic. In the distance, De Huang Dog was stunned when he saw Jiang Chen's situation. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. This kid sure is treacherous. De Huang Dog knew generals too well. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat an existence like Yi Wuyo. There was no point in continuing the fight. There was only one way to change the situation: Earth Prison. Jiang Chen had pretended to be defeated so that Yi Wuyo or Ling Yi would rush down to kill him. As long as they got close to the ground, Jiang Chen would be able to use the Earth Prison and catch them off guard. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Wuyo casually glanced at Jiang Chen, who had fallen to the ground. His face was filled with disdain, but he was too lazy to rush down to kill him. Instead, he continued flying toward the deserted island. Seeing this, Jiang Chen once again soared into the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of Yi Wuyo in the blink of an eye. You want to enter the deserted island so easily? How can you do that without defeating me? Haha, brother Yi, this kid is extremely difficult to deal with. It's better to get rid of him first. Ling Yi laughed loudly. Then, he launched another attack toward Jiang Chen. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll kill him myself. Yi Wuyo was infuriated as well. He immediately unleashed another palm strike toward Jiang Chen. Ling Yi and Yi Wuyo's attacks arrived at the same time. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He pretended to be flustered, and under the impact of the 2 attacks, he once again descended to the ground. An ant dares to stop me? Since you're so reckless, I'll kill you first before killing that monk. As expected, Yi Wuyo fell for Ling Yi's trick. He transformed into a streak of light and shot down from the sky. Soon, he landed on the deserted island, and all his aura was locked onto Jiang Chen. Die. A ruthless glint flashed across Yi Wuyo's eyes. However, before he could do anything, a sudden change occurred. A mountain-like force instantly shot out from under his feet, transforming into an invisible prison that trapped Yi Wuyo within. Ah! Yi Wuyo cried out in shock. Under the pressure of that tremendous force, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he nearly fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. The force came too suddenly, and he didn't even have time to react. Break! Yi Wuyo shouted out loudly. A tremendous force rushed out from his body, instantly breaking the earth jail. From the moment the earth jail's force landed on Yi Wuyo's body to the moment he broke it, only a blink of an eye had passed. However, for Jiang Chen, even a blink of an eye was more than enough. When Yi Wuyo broke the earth jail, Jiang Chen had already appeared above him. Jiang Chen's footsteps were mysterious, and the shadows of dragons could be seen flickering in the air, causing the air to rumble. Jiang Chen had taken 4 steps forward. Arg! Yi Wuyo couldn't block the azure dragon's 5 steps, and immediately let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body was stomped into the ground by Jiang Chen. Pooh! Yi Wuyo coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hair stood on end as he roared out furiously. However, Jiang Chen never showed mercy when he had the upper hand, and never gave his enemies any chance to fight back. Yi Wuyo had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, which meant his death. Even though he was a fourth-grade combat king, he still couldn't escape from this fate. Clang, the heavenly saint sword transformed into a deadly sword beam, appearing above Yi Wuyo's head and slashing down. No. Yi Wuyo let out a miserable shriek of despair. His voice came to an abrupt stop, as his head was cut in half by Xianxia's sword. What? On the other side, Ling Yi immediately cried out in shock. His eyes were wide open, as if he had just seen the most unbelievable scene. Fast, too fast. From the moment Yi Wuyo arrived on the island to the moment he was killed by Xianxia, only a single breath's time had passed. When Ling Yi finally reacted, Yi Wuyo was already dead. Heavens! Yi Wuyo is dead. How is this possible? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The fourth-grade combat king Yi Wuyo was killed by that young man in an instant. How did he do it? I can't even tell. This is too brutal. Yi Wuyo is dead. How could this young man be so strong? No one could remain calm. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they were completely shocked. If it was Xianxia who had died, no one would be shocked, and at most, they would sigh. However, Yi Wuyo was killed by Xianxia, and this had undoubtedly raised a storm in the hearts of these people, and no one could accept it. Yi Wuyo was dead. A genius from the invincibility school was instantly killed by Xianxia right after he graduated from the invincibility school. Without a doubt, this was a mockery. Yi Hui's expression was extremely unsightly, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. His cousin was a fourth-grade combat king, and he never thought that he would die in this chaotic ocean, not to mention that he was killed by a young first-grade combat king. How could this be? He killed Yi Wuyo? How could he be so strong? How did he do it? Li Hao and Xiao Rui's faces turned extremely pale. They felt like they were dreaming, especially Li Hao. When he first met Xianxia not long ago, he didn't even spare a glance at Xianxia, treating him as a helper invited by Tan Lang. What a pity. Underneath the desolate island, Xianxia stared at Yi Wuyo's body, which was split in half. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A fourth-grade combat king, a genius from the invincibility school, must have a huge amount of wealth in his hands. But too bad, all of it had disappeared along with Yi Wuyo's death. Xianxia didn't have the confidence to control Yi Wuyo's qi and rob him of his wealth. With his cultivation base of a first-grade combat king, the reason why he was able to kill a fourth-grade combat king was because of his cunning and sneak attacks. He didn't have the chance to control Yi Wuyo's qi. After that, Xianxia raised his head and looked at Ling Yi, who had an unsightly expression on his face. With a loud voice, he said, "Tycoon of the Shura Temple, do you see this? This is what you'll get. I advise you to get the hell out of here." Hearing Xianxia's provocation, Ling Yi's expression became even more unsightly. At the same time, flames of anger emerged on his face. He was the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple, and no matter where he went, he would always be respected. When had he ever been humiliated like this before? "Xianxia, don't think that you can deal with me just because you killed Yi Wuyo. I will still kill that monk today." After saying that, Ling Yi once again flew towards the center of the island. He had clearly seen how Xianxia killed Yi Wuyo just now. Xianxia had borrowed the power of the earth, and that was how he managed to catch Yi Wuyo off guard and kill him. A technique that could borrow the power of the earth to attack was indeed powerful, and even Ling Yi did not dare to underestimate it. However, now that Ling Yi knew about Xianxia's techniques, he would naturally not run down to the island to kill Xianxia like an idiot. As long as they were fighting in the sky, sneak attacks like that would be rendered useless. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. With a sway of his body, he leaped up into the sky and stood in front of Ling Yi. Since Ling Yi had seen through the earth jail, he had no choice but to fight him head-on. No matter what, he had to protect the monk. Therefore, the two men once again engaged in an intense battle. A few minutes later, two groups of men arrived. Two men from the Peerless Sword faction and the Heavenly Devil Palace had arrived. One of them was the one who had arrived at the chaotic ocean, and he was here to lead the way. The other man was a true expert, a fourth-grade combat king genius. Look, that's Huan Xiong from the Peerless Sword faction, and two ran from the Heavenly Devil Palace. Two more terrifying geniuses have arrived. That's right. both Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran are fourth-grade combat kings. They are not ordinary geniuses who can compare with them. The arrival of Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran caused the atmosphere to become heated once again. The reason they came here was very clear: they were here for the monk. First, they wanted to kill the monk to avenge him, and second, they wanted to snatch the treasure from him. When Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran arrived, they immediately saw Jiang Chen and Ling Yi in the middle of an intense battle. When they learned about Jiang Chen's identity from the people around them, they were shocked as well. After that, they saw Yi Wuyo, who had been brutally killed on the island. That's Yi Wuyo from the Invincibility School. He was killed? Who did this? Ruan Xiong was shocked. It's that bastard, Jiang Chen. He sneak-attacked my cousin with a scheme. Yi Hui said while gnashing his teeth in anger. After that, he told them everything that had happened just now. Where did this Jiang Chen come from? How could he be so strong? Tu Ran was shocked. This guy actually dares to make the four superpowers his enemy? He's courting death. Ruan Xiong said. Guys, since you're here, why don't you attack him? Let's kill this guy first. If not, none of us will be able to get close to that monk. Ling Yi, who was fighting Jiang Chen, shouted at Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran. Both men exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads. After witnessing Yi Hui's instant kill, they had learned how frightening Jiang Chen was. Not only did he possess a formidable combat strength, his speed was also incredible. If he wanted to protect the monk, the others would have a hard time getting close to him, unless they joined forces and killed Jiang Chen first. Boom, both men unleashed their auras, turned into two beams of light, and charged toward Jiang Chen. Three fourth-grade combat kings were attacking Jiang Chen at the same time. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Chen would definitely die. Roar! At this moment, De Huang Dog moved as well. This dog was definitely an existence that could not be ignored. Although he couldn't defeat a fourth-grade combat king, he could rely on his agility to fight them. Furthermore, a dragon horn could be vaguely seen on top of De Huang Dog's head. It was flickering with electric arcs, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. Swoosh, a pair of glowing wings appeared on De Huang Dog's back, and he stood in front of Ruan Xiong. Where did this dog come from? Get lost. Without saying a word, Ruan Xiong slapped the dog's face. Kaka, call me grandpa, and I'll leave. De Huang Dog laughed out. A layer of light that had never appeared before appeared on his head, and he charged toward Ruan Xiong. Bam! De Huang Dog was no match for Ruan Xiong, and was knocked away by the slap. However, De Huang Dog's body was extremely strong, and he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After being knocked away, he turned around and dashed toward Ruan Xiong once again. On the other side, after Tu Ran joined the battle, Jiang Chen was instantly pushed into a disadvantageous position. He held the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, and used the dimensional shift technique to weave between Ling Yi and Tu Ran. It seemed like he was in a perilous situation, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that even with the two of them working together, it would still be difficult for them to defeat Jiang Chen. Rumble, the battle was getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were fighting against three fourth-grade combat king geniuses, and the battle was intense. However, as the situation kept changing, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were in a disadvantageous position, and the situation didn't look good for them. Come, let's strike together. We'll enter the island and kill that monk first. As for the treasure, we'll talk about it later. Yi Hui suggested to Xiao Rue and the others. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. His cousin had been killed, and the Invincibility School had suffered a great loss. Although he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he had to kill that monk. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. In his mind, Jiang Chen and the monk were in cahoots. Fine. Although that monk is a third-grade combat king, he is at a critical moment of absorbing the treasure. If he is disturbed by us, he will definitely suffer from cultivation deviation. Xiao Rue and Ling Ling said. The five of them instantly reached an agreement and flew toward the center of the island. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no time to deal with the monk, and could only watch as the five of them entered the island. Right at this moment, a sharp cry was heard from not far away. In the next moment, everyone saw a black warhawk appear out of nowhere, and with a swoosh, it blocked Li Hao and Xiao Rui's path. The warhawk didn't pay any attention to Yi Hui and the other two, and just stared at Li Hao and Xiao Rui with a pair of ruthless eyes. Heavenhawk Island Master. Li Hao and Xiao Rui cried out in shock. They never thought they would meet the Heavenhawk Island Master here. However, when they sensed the ice-cold killing intent emanating from the Heavenhawk Island Master's body, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. When they thought about the grudge between the Heavenhawk Island Master and the Big Tycoon, as long as they weren't idiots, they would know why the Heavenhawk Island Master would appear at this moment. This was a man who had disregarded life and death, and the only thing left in his life was revenge. As long as he had the chance to kill those from the Shura Temple, the Heavenhawk Island Master would show himself without hesitation. People from the Shura Temple, go to hell. Without saying anything, Zhuang Fan swung the curved blade in his hand at Li Hao. He had been hiding for a long time, and he had been watching the entire battle. Especially when he saw Jiangchen fight against Ling Yi from the Shura Temple, his impression of Jiangchen had changed a lot. Now that he had the chance, he jumped out and wanted to kill Li Hao and Xiao Rui. Arg, how could Li Hao be a match for the furious Zhuang Fan? Not to mention that he was caught off guard, one of his arms was instantly chopped off, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The scene instantly became even livelier. Zhuang Fan's appearance was like an additive, causing the conflict to escalate once again. Several groups of people were fighting each other for the same reason, causing the spectators to be dazzled. It was a battle that was rarely seen on normal days. Jiang Chen was fighting against Ling Yi and Tu Ran, De Huang Dog was fighting against Ruan Xiong, and the Heavenhawk Island Master was fighting against Li Hao and Xiao Rui. If nothing unexpected happened, neither of them would be able to survive in the hands of the Heavenhawk Island Master. On the other side, Yi Hui and the other two had finally reached the inner area of the desolate island. It didn't take them long to find the tyrant. Right now, the tyrant was sitting cross-legged in the air, and golden Sanskrit characters were floating around his body. He looked like a living Buddha, extremely mystical. Haha, tyrant, die. Yi Hui let out a loud laugh, then took the lead and dashed toward the tyrant. However, right at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant who had his eyes closed suddenly opened them. Two golden beams shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, the tyrant's kasaya shook, and he struck out with his palm toward Yi Hui. What? Yi Hui, who was attacking the tyrant, hastily cried out in shock. Sensing the incoming palm force, he was instantly shrouded by the shadow of death. To his shock, he discovered that the tyrant was no longer a third-grade combat king, but a fourth-grade combat king. Rumble, too bad, Yi Hui didn't have much time to think about it. The tyrant's powerful palm strike landed on his body, shattering Jiang Chen and Yi Hui into pieces, turning them into a blood mist and disappearing from the sky above the desolate island. Ba. Benefactor, you've been too reckless. The tyrant put his palms together, then suddenly stood up and unleashed the aura of a fourth-grade combat king. Boundless golden Buddhist light instantly covered the entire desolate island. Although he was only a fourth-grade combat king, the aura he unleashed was comparable to that of a fifth-grade combat king. When Yi Hui attacked just now, the tyrant had just refined the Saraira. Of course, it wasn't a complete refinement, it was just a preliminary refinement, which allowed him to break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. As a mere first-grade combat king, how could Yi Hui be a match for the tyrant? At this moment, the two geniuses from the Peerless Sword faction and Heavenly Devil Palace who were ready to attack together with Yi Hui were scared out of their wits. They had already experienced how brutal this monk was. Yi Hui, who was at the same cultivation base as them, was instantly killed by this monk. If they were to join the battle, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Without any hesitation, the two geniuses immediately turned around and fled, fearing that they would lose their lives if they were even half a step slower. Ba. Since the two of you are here, there's no need for you to leave. This poor monk will send you to the land of ultimate bliss, so that you can rest in peace. The monk's tone was gentle, but it was this tone that scared the two geniuses. This monk was too ferocious. He attacked without any hesitation, unleashing two Buddhist seals and catching up to the two geniuses in the blink of an eye. Arg, following two miserable screams, the two geniuses followed in Yi Hui's footsteps. Even though they had tried their best to defend themselves, There was no way they could withstand the terrifying monk's attack. They were instantly smashed into pieces, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. At the same time, after the Heavenhawk Island master killed Li Hao, he had Xiao Rui under his control. His sharp claws were covered with sharp thorns, and regardless of Xiao Rui's struggling, he ruthlessly pierced them into Xiao Rui's head. Xiao Rui's eyes were filled with fear, and his life force was slowly draining away. Soon, he stopped moving. Haha. The Heavenhawk Island master threw Xiao Rui's corpse away and laughed heartily. The only thing left in his life was revenge. Only when he killed the people from the Shura temple would he feel that his life was meaningful. In the blink of an eye, all the first-grade combat king disciples from the 4 major powers were killed. Yi Wuyo from the invincibility school was killed as well, and now, Yi Hui was also killed by the monk. Losing 2 combat king disciples might just be a matter of face for the invincibility school, but for the Yi family, it was an immeasurable loss. Haha, the monk has come out from his secluded cultivation. He looks stronger than before. Don't tell me he's going to attack us as well? De Huang Dog laughed heartily, but he was still a little worried. He was worried that the monk wouldn't understand the situation and would start killing indiscriminately, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. He was not worried about the situation that De Huang Dog mentioned at all. The meditation technique of Buddhism was the most powerful. Even though Tyrant was in seclusion to refine the Saraira, he was still aware of what was happening outside. Ba. Tyrant took a step forward and flew out from the Yellow Island. He gave the Heavenhawk Island Lord a glance, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, even when Tyrant was in seclusion to refine the Saraira, he was still aware of the situation outside. The situation he was in just now could be said to be extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who blocked the experts of the 4 major forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tyrant didn't know why Jiang Chen helped him, but he had to remember this kindness. Stinky monk, are you going to stand there and watch us make a fool of ourselves? This master dog can't hold on any longer. De Huang Dog shouted at the monk. Brother dog, don't worry, I'm coming. After saying that, the monk unleashed a beam of Buddhist light toward Yuan Xiong. The golden beam carried numerous runes, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yuan Xiong. 4th grade combat king, this monk is really strong. Yuan Xiong's expression changed. The information he received was that this monk was only a 3rd grade combat king, and he was confident that he could kill him. However, he never expected that this monk could break through to the 4th grade combat king realm in such a short period of time. It must be because of that treasure. This made Yuan Xiong's heart filled with greed. Yuan Xiong dared not hesitate. He took out the combat weapon in his hand and swung it toward the incoming beam of Buddhist light. Boom, the ground shook, and the space was torn apart. Yuan Xiong felt as if he had been rammed by a mountain. The combat weapon in his hand was greatly shaken, and he nearly lost his grip on it. His blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, giving him an indescribable feeling. Damn it, this monk is awesome. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could easily tell the difference between Yuan Xiong and the monk. Although both of them were at the same level, they were definitely not on the same level. This monk was strong enough to fight against a 5th grade combat king. Yuan Xiong was shocked. He could feel how terrifying this monk was. Without hesitation, he swung the combat weapon in his hand, creating a crack in the air. With a sway of his body, he disappeared into the crack. Seeing that he couldn't defeat this monk, he decided to run away. However, the monk wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Before the crack closed, the monk had already followed Yuan Xiong into it. Dong, dong, dong. After that, a muffled collision sound came from the void. In the next moment, 2 figures dashed out from the void. The monk was holding a bloody corpse in his hand. The corpse was none other than Yuan Xiong. Heavens, this monk is too powerful. He just killed Yuan Xiong. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. How can there be so many freaks? Even a 4th grade combat king was killed by him. All the geniuses from the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction are dead. None of the people who came here survived. This matter is getting more and more serious. This monk is even stronger than before. I think Ling Yi and Tu Ran won't be able to escape from his hands. Everyone was shocked. This monk was too powerful, and the word mess could be used to describe him. Furthermore, with the help of a freak like Xianxia, these geniuses from the four major powers could be said to be extremely unlucky. Bah, I've sinned. The monk murmured to Ruan Xiong's corpse in his hand, then threw it away. Many people had the urge to throw up blood. This shameless monk was too despicable. He was obviously an evil tyrant who killed without blinking an eye, but he had to pretend to be an eminent monk who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. When Ling Yi and Tu Yi, who were fighting fiercely with Xianxia, saw that the monk was unstoppable, they immediately chose to flee, just like Ruan Xiong. Both of them tore the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia and the monk shouted out at the same time. The heavenly saint sword released a layer of sword energy, and Xianxia chased after Ling Yi and disappeared into the void. On the other side, the monk was even more ferocious. He struck out with the Fudo seal, striking into the void. With such an attack, the void almost collapsed. Arg! A mournful scream resounded from the void, and a bloody leg was directly smashed out by the motionless bright king seal. However, Tu Ran had already disappeared. As a member of the devil cult, his means of escaping were quite powerful. Although he managed to escape with his life, one of his legs was broken by the monk. In the future, he could be considered as a cripple. Dong. The entire scene fell into silence. No one dared to breathe. When they thought about what happened just now, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. Today, the four major powers had suffered a great loss. When they were fighting for the treasures, they had already lost many of their men, and now, two of their fourth-grade combat kings had fallen. Tu Ran and Ling Yi, who managed to escape, were severely injured as well. One of them had lost an arm, and the other had lost a leg. Combined with the severe injuries inflicted by the Fudo seal and the Heavenly Saint sword, even if they could survive, their future cultivation would be greatly affected. Dear benefactors, are you staying here because you want me to release your souls from purgatory? Tyrant glanced around. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Each of them ran faster than the last, and in the blink of an eye, all of them had disappeared. Damn it, who would dare to accept the monk's ability to release souls from purgatory? After the chaos, the desolate island had returned to its usual calm. Tyrant's gaze finally fell onto Xianxia. After discovering Xianxia's true cultivation base, he was shocked. Although he was in secluded cultivation to absorb the Saraira, he was still aware of everything that had happened outside the island, including the scene where Xianxia fought Ling Yi and killed Ji Wuyo. Even the arrogant monk had to admit that Xianxia was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Although he was able to kill a fourth-grade combat king, he himself was also a fourth-grade combat king, while Xianxia was just a first-grade combat king. If Xianxia was also a fourth-grade combat king, perhaps he would be able to kill any sixth or seventh-grade combat king with ease. Bah. Tyrant walked up to Xianxia, put on a serious expression and said, "Thank you for helping me, benefactor. I can't thank you enough." Tyrant's words were very serious. Only he knew what had happened just now. To him, it was an extremely dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Xianxia's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. It looks like Senior Monk has already absorbed the Saraira and broken through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. Congratulations, Xianxia said with a smile on his face. You recognize the Saraira? Buddhist sects in the western region rarely interacted with the other big regions. Buddhist sects had been declining in recent years. Relics were something that ordinary eminent monks wouldn't be able to keep. Unless they were from Buddhist sects, ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize the relics. Previously, many geniuses from the four major powers had tried to snatch the relics, but they only thought that it was a treasure. They didn't know the origins of the relics. However, this white-robed youth in front of them had seen through the essence of the relics. How could Tyrant not be surprised? I have once received guidance from the ancestors of the Buddha sect, so I have some relationship with the Buddha sect. Of course, I know about the Saraira. A third-grade minor Saint Saraira will undoubtedly bring great benefits to you. With just this Saraira, you might be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Of course, it's just a matter of time. The benefits that the Saraira will bring to you are not limited to this. You have cultivated the orthodox cultivation technique of the Buddha sect, so your body already has the origin of Buddha. The Saraira will make your origin of Buddha purer and improve your potential. It will bring endless benefits to you. Xianxia said with a smile. There was nothing in this world that he didn't know. After hearing what Xianxia said, Tyrant was stunned. The way he looked at Xianxia couldn't help but change. There was no way that he wouldn't be shocked because he didn't know much about the Saraira. Back then, he used the Buddhist sect's divination technique to predict that a Saraira would be born in the chaotic ocean. That was why he rushed over. Even after obtaining the Saraira today, he could only feel the incomparably pure energy in it. He didn't know that it was a third-grade minor Saint Saraira. Or perhaps, this was the first time that Tyrant had seen a real Saraira. Everything he knew about the Saraira was just hearsay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refined the Saraira rashly and almost brought disaster to himself. Benefactor is truly an extraordinary person. I will never forget the kindness of saving my life today. Tyrant bowed slightly at Xianxia. He felt that this youth was full of mysteries. Please don't mind me, eminent monk. I, Xianxia, travel the world and do things according to my own preferences. As I have said before, I have a trace of relationship with the Buddhist sect. When an eminent monk is in trouble, I will naturally lend a helping hand. Brother Jiang said with a smile. Brother Jiang, please don't call me eminent monk. My Dharma name is Tyrant. Tyrant announced his Dharma name for the first time. *pu de Huang Dog, who had been silent all this while, burst into laughter. Immediately, he sneered at Tyrant. For God's sake, don't Buddhists pay particular attention to keeping a low profile? Shouldn't your Dharma name be something like Wu Neng, Wu Jing, Wu Sei, and Wu Qi? Why did you give yourself such a domineering name? Xianxia sighed. Why did this monk still call himself Tyrant? He might as well call him tyrannical. Anyway, his way of doing things was completely different from that of an eminent monk. So, calling him tyrannical was more than appropriate. This name was given to me by my master. When I was young, I was too mischievous and liked to stir up trouble. That's why my master gave me such a domineering name. Thank you, master. The monk chuckled, revealing a pure and natural smile. Just by looking at his appearance, it was impossible to associate him with a monk who killed countless people. What a good master. However, I have to say, isn't it a little inappropriate for the three of us to chat here? De Huang Dog said. Brother Dog is right. We can't stay here any longer. The four major powers will definitely not let this matter rest. We need to find a safe place. Follow me. After saying that, Tyrant turned around and flew in another direction. Right at this moment, the Heavenhawk Island Lord, who had been waiting in the distance, suddenly blocked the path of the trio. Follow us for the time being. Xianxia said to Zhuang Fan. He sympathized with Zhuang Fan's experience. Now, Zhuang Fan was basically driven into a dead end. That was why he followed Xianxia, hoping to use Xianxia to take revenge. Many thanks. Hearing that Xianxia wanted him to follow them, Zhuang Fan's face instantly lit up. He immediately followed behind Xianxia. Tyrant searched through the hidden areas of the chaotic ocean, but he still couldn't find a suitable place. The chaotic ocean was only so big. Trying to escape from the eyes of the four major powers was undoubtedly an incomparably difficult task. However, if they were to escape from the chaotic ocean, they would have nowhere to go. The Liang province was filled with the territories of the four major powers. Relatively speaking, the chaotic ocean was a chaotic place, and the four major powers didn't have jurisdiction over it. In my opinion, we can go to Heavenhawk Island. Zhuang Fan suggested. Zhuang Fan's suggestion caused Jiang Chen's eyes to light up. He immediately agreed, Zhuang Fan is right. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Today's chaos started from Heavenhawk Island. Who would have thought that we would return to Heavenhawk Island? That's right. I still have some trusted subordinates on Heavenhawk Island. They can help us investigate the situation, Zhuang Fan said. The few of them instantly reached an agreement and flew toward Heavenhawk Island. With their abilities, entering Heavenhawk Island without leaving a trace was an extremely simple task. They wouldn't be discovered at all. In a courtyard on Heavenhawk Island, Zhuang Fan knelt down in front of Jiang Chen and kowtowed several times. You should be the island master of Heavenhawk Island, right? Why are you bowing to Brother Jiang so respectfully? Tyrant asked in confusion. When he first appeared, he was attracted by the Saraira's aura, so he didn't know what had happened. Young master, please avenge Zhuang Fan. I only have 1 year left to live, and I'm willing to do anything for you. Zhuang Fan pleaded. Using his divine sense, Jiangchen told Tyrant about Zhuang Fan's situation. After listening to Zhuang Fan's story, Tyrant immediately became anxious. Motherfucker. This Xiao Nanfeng is worse than a beast. I really want to release him from purgatory. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog rolled their eyes. Couldn't this monk care about his image? You're still a monk on the surface, right? Why are you talking about motherfucker? Aren't you smearing the name of Buddhism? Zhuang Fan, Jiang Chen, don't help people easily. However, I've decided to help you this time. I promise you that I'll kill Xiao Nanfeng within a year, so that you can die in peace. Jiang Chen spoke. After today's events, the relationship between him and the Shura temple could no longer be eased. If they met again in the future, it would be a battle of life and death. Even with the great tycoon, it would be the same. Therefore, Jiang Chen agreed to Zhuang Fan's request without hesitation. Zhuang Fan had cultivated a secret art of the demon race, causing his lifespan to be reduced to 1 year. However, this was nothing to Jiang Chen. If he gave the sacred heavenly demonic art to Zhuang Fan, not only would it help Zhuang Fan extend his lifespan, it would also increase his potential. His future achievements would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen didn't take out the sacred heavenly demonic art. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give it to Zhuang Fan, but it wasn't necessary. Helping someone didn't mean that he had to let them live. Just like Zhuang Fan, letting him live was more painful than letting him die. If it wasn't for his hatred, Zhuang Fan would have left with his wife and son 3 years ago, and he wouldn't have been able to live until today. What he was waiting for was revenge. Once Xiao Nanfeng died, he would have his revenge, and his lifelong wish would be fulfilled. At that point, living would be meaningless to him. Thank you, young Master Jiang. If I can kill Xiao Nanfeng within a year, I, Zhuang Fan, will die with no regrets. Zhuang Fan's face was filled with excitement. This young man in front of him was only a first-grade combat king, and killing the mighty Xiao Nanfeng within a year was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. However, at this moment, Zhuang Fan didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. Although Jiang Chen had promised to avenge Zhuang Fan, the current situation still made his scalp go numb. This was his second day in the Divine Continent, and he had just arrived in the Liang province. Yet, he had offended all 4 major powers. With his cultivation base of a first-grade combat king, he was not strong enough to fight any one of the 4 major powers, and he couldn't even fight the ordinary major powers in the Liang province. Judging from the current situation, he had no choice but to hide in the chaotic ocean for the time being. Not long after that, the chaotic ocean was once again engulfed in a storm. Just as everyone had expected, the 4 major powers had sent out even stronger opponents. Even 6th-grade combat kings had appeared, and their frightening auras filled the sky above the entire chaotic ocean. The experts of the 4 major powers were furious. They had ruled the Liang province for a long time, but they had never received such a great provocation. A monk and a young man had killed so many geniuses of the 4 major powers in just 1 day, causing them to suffer a great loss. This was something unimaginable in the past. Unfortunately, even after searching the entire chaotic ocean, they still couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen and the monk. They had searched many places, including the deserted island, but not the Heavenhawk Island. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The experts of the 4 major powers never thought that Jiang Chen and the monk would still be on the Heavenhawk Island. The experts of the 4 major powers stayed in the chaotic ocean for 2 days, but they still couldn't find any news about Jiang Chen and the monk. In the end, they were forced to confirm that the monk and Jiang Chen had escaped from the chaotic ocean. In fact, it was easy to understand why. After killing so many geniuses from the four major powers, if it was someone else, he or she would definitely choose to run away. Only an idiot would choose to stay. Humph. Issue the order to kill them on sight. The fifth tycoon of the Shura temple coldly harumphed. The experts of the four major powers were furious. In the Liang province, no one had ever survived after killing the geniuses of the four major powers. Inside the tycoon hall of the Shura temple. At this moment, there were more than 20 people gathered in the main hall. Most of them were young people, but there were a few old people with powerful cultivation bases. One look and anyone could tell that they were the elders of the Shura temple, and they were of noble character and high prestige. The others were the grand protectors of the Shura temple. Sitting at the very top was a white-haired old man and a young man wearing a golden robe. This young man looked to be in his 30s and had a gentle and elegant appearance. He had an extraordinary bearing and held a folding fan in his hand, making him look like a scholar. Sitting beside him was a fat old man who looked to be in his 60s. He had a head full of white hair, but his cultivation was extremely powerful. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The old man was one of the elders of the Shura temple. His cultivation was not any weaker than the young man with the folding fan. However, from the way he looked at the young man, it was not difficult to tell that the one who was in charge of this temple was not the old man, but the young man who looked like a scholar. This was because the young man had a very important status in the Shura temple. He was the leader of the 13 tycoons of the Shura temple, Xianxia. At this moment, the faces of the people in the main hall were filled with anger, especially the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi. One of his arms was severed by Xianxia. Although he had recovered a lot from his injuries, it was impossible for his severed arm to regrow. That Xianxia and the monk must have left the chaotic ocean. I and the experts from the other 3 major powers have searched the entire chaotic ocean for the past 2 days, but we couldn't find any traces of them. The 5th tycoon said angrily. Damn it! Our Shura temple has never suffered such a huge loss before. Now, we're not just worried about the loss of our men, but also the reputation of the Shura temple. We must capture that kid and the monk and tear them into pieces. Another tycoon said with a stern expression. And that Heavenhawk Island master. The first tycoon, Xianxia, said. His eyes were gleaming with a cold light. As a matter of fact, he was feeling very gloomy in his heart. All this while, no one knew what he had done, because he had done everything cleanly, leaving no traces behind. He never expected that the Heavenhawk Island master would suddenly appear. That Zhuang Fan actually survived because of his carelessness. He was truly hateful. Now that Zhuang Fan had exposed his ugly side in front of so many people, it had seriously affected his reputation. This was something that Xianxia couldn't tolerate. That Heavenhawk Island master is truly a bastard. He actually made up such lies to slander the first tycoon and our Shura temple. I'm guessing that Heavenhawk Island master is someone that the other 3 major powers purposely arranged to humiliate our Shura temple. Someone said. That's right, I think so too. We all know what kind of person the first tycoon is. How could he possibly do something like this? We must find him and kill all of them. We must let them know that offending our Shura temple will not end well. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. No matter what they were thinking in their hearts, they still had to say something to protect Xianxia's reputation. One should know that in the Shura temple, Xianxia could be said to be second only to one person. All the trivial matters in the Shura temple were basically decided by him alone. Even those highly respected elders had to curry favor with Xianxia. This was because in a major power like this, a person's status and cultivation would always be directly proportional. Xianxia's respectable status wasn't for nothing. He was a 9th-grade combat king, just one step away from the combat emperor realm. With such an existence, no matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. I heard that the kid named Xianxia is related to one of our Shura temple's core disciples? The white-haired elder said. That's right, it's Tan Lang. 2 days ago, he went to the chaotic ocean to kill the Lord of Heavenhawk Island. That young man named Xianxia was with Tan Lang, and he even helped us in dealing with the 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean. However, after he heard the lies of the chief editor of the Heavenhawk Island, he released the Lord of Heavenhawk Island. After that, he helped Tyrant, and became the enemy of our Shura temple. Now, Tan Lang is under my control, Ling Yi said. Feeling the pain from his broken arm, he was furious. Since he couldn't find Jiang Chen, he naturally vented his anger on Tan Lang. Bring Tan Lang here, the white-haired elder said loudly. The eighth tycoon, Ling Yi, made a grabbing motion in the air, tearing a crack in space. A figure was pulled out from the crack. Plop, Ling Yi casually tossed the figure to the ground. The force of the toss was quite strong, and the figure's body was slightly twisted when he fell to the ground. There were 3 scars on his face, and they were still bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of beatings. However, he didn't make a single sound. Tan Lang, let me ask you, what's your relationship with that Jiang Chen? The elder asked. He's my friend. He saved my life before, Tan Lang said. His gaze swept across the group of people. Every single one of them was once his idol, the height he dreamed of reaching. But now, he was filled with disgust and disappointment. For the past 2 days, he had been tortured and beaten by Ling Yi, and Ling Yi had vented all his resentment on him. Not only was Tan Lang disappointed, he was also sad. No matter what, he was a disciple of Shura Temple, and it could be said that Shura Temple had treated this place as his own home. Yet now, he was being treated like this. Moreover, from Tan Lang's point of view, Jiang Chen wasn't the one to be blamed for this matter. Jiang Chen had been standing on Shura Temple's side since the beginning, and he had gone to the chaotic ocean to help Tan Lang compete for the position of one of the 13 tycoons. It was because of what Xiao Nanfeng did to Zhuang Fan that Jiang Chen was enraged, causing Jiang Chen to feel disgust towards Shura Temple. However, Jiang Chen had indeed killed 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean and saved the majority of Shura Temple's people. But now, these tycoons and elders had completely ignored this fact. What disgusted Tan Lang even more was that they couldn't find Jiang Chen, yet they were venting their anger on him, a disciple of Shura Temple. Did they ever treat him as one of their own? Elder Lu, there's no need to ask any more questions. I've asked everything I wanted to ask, and he won't say anything, Ling Yi said. Elder Lu, great tycoon, as a disciple of the Azura Palace, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Let's just forget about this matter. Don't become Jiang Chen's enemy, it won't do us any good, Tan Lang said. His words were indeed for the sake of Shura Temple. After returning from the southern continent, he had gained a better understanding of Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak, it was still not a good thing to make an enemy of a man like him. During the past 2 days, Ling Yi had asked about Jiang Chen's background more than once. Of course, Tan Lang wouldn't tell him about Jiang Chen's background. As for the other things, Tan Lang wanted to tell him, but he had no idea. Bastard! As a disciple of Shura Temple, how could you collude with an outsider? Not only that, you're also destroying our own morale. That guy is only a first-grade combat king. What makes him think that he can fight with Shura Temple? The tycoon who was the closest to Tan Lang shouted out. He raised his leg and kicked Tan Lang, causing Tan Lang to cough up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Tan Lang kept coughing. He didn't care about the pain on his body, but the sadness in his heart couldn't be described with words. This was the sect he belonged to, and these people in front of him were the people he used to admire. This was 2F** King sad. Humph. In my opinion, we should use Tan Lang as bait to force that Jiang Chen to show himself. One of them coldly harumphed and said. Haha, don't waste your time. I don't know Jiang Chen at all, so he won't show himself for me. You won't be able to find him. Tan Lang burst into laughter. At this point, he had already disregarded life and death. Jiang Chen had once saved his life, and now, it was time for him to return the favor. Furthermore, in Tan Lang's opinion, Jiang Chen really didn't have any weight in his heart. So, why would Jiang Chen show himself for him when he knew that he was being forced to do so? That was no different than courting death. For the sake of that Jiang Chen, Tan Lang didn't hesitate to endure the torture and didn't tell us anything about Jiang Chen. This proves that his relationship with Jiang Chen isn't ordinary. Therefore, I suggest we use Tan Lang to lure Jiang Chen out. Ling Yi said. That's right. Since that Xianxia likes to fight for justice, he can't just watch Tan Lang die. In my opinion, we should release the news and give him 3 days. If that Xianxia doesn't show up, we will kill Tan Lang. Someone said, agreeing with Ling Yi's suggestion. No, I object to it. The white-haired old man who had a cultivation base similar to Xiao Feng, a 9th-grade combat king, immediately rejected the suggestion. He looked around and said, Tan Lang is after all a disciple of our Shura temple. If we use our own disciple as a hostage, our Shura temple can't afford to lose face. Elder Lu, what should we do then? Someone asked. Elder Lu was a man of virtue and prestige. Although his position was second only to the great tycoon Xiao Feng, his words still carried a lot of weight. The other tycoons had no choice but to listen to him. There isn't any good solution. Let's continue searching for Jiang Chen and that monk. I believe the other 3 major powers are looking for them as well. They have offended 4 major powers in the Liang province at the same time. I would like to see how long they can hide. As for Tan Lang, this disciple is already crippled. I can see the resentment toward the Shura temple in his eyes. If that's the case, we can use him as a bait. Throw him into the freezing hell jail and let him perish on his own. Elder Lu said. His words had decided Tan Lang's fate. Upon hearing the name Freezing Hell Jail, even the tycoons on the scene couldn't help but shiver. The Freezing Hell Jail, just from the name itself, one could tell how terrifying it was. It was the place where the Azura Palace locked up felons. The environment inside was extremely harsh, and anyone who was imprisoned in there would only have one ending, death, without exception. Rather than locking Tan Lang up in the Freezing Hell Jail to fend for himself, it would be better to just kill him. Elder Lu, in my opinion, although Tan Lang is in the wrong, I don't think he should be subjected to such torture. If he really holds a grudge against the Azura Palace, we can just kill him and give him a quick death. Why torture him like this? No matter what, he is still a disciple of the Azura Palace. The 3rd Tai Bao was a fat man, and his cultivation base was very strong. However, the weight of his words in this place was not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as Xiao Feng and Elder Lu. However, the 3rd Tai Bao felt that it was indeed a little cruel to imprison a core disciple in the freezing hell jail. 3rd brother, since when did you become so merciful? This matter has been decided. We can also use Tan Lang as a bait and spread the news that Tan Lang has been imprisoned in the freezing hell jail. If that Jiangchen knows about this, he might not be able to sit still. The first Tai Bao, Xiao Feng, said. He had made the decision immediately. Someone wanted to say something, but Xiao Feng had already stood up and left. On the next day, when the 4 major powers were still searching for Jiang Chen and Tyrant, a piece of news came out from the Shura temple. A core disciple of the Shura temple had colluded with the enemy, causing the death of many genius disciples of the Shura temple, causing an immeasurable loss to the Shura temple. Hence, Tan Lang had been imprisoned in the freezing hell jail as punishment. The news immediately caused a wave of sigh. A genius of a generation had met his end just like that. Tan Lang could be considered as one of the disciples who had recently risen to fame among the core disciples. He had a bright future ahead of him. If everything went smoothly in the future, he would be able to live a good life even in the Shura temple. But now, he had encountered such a situation. The freezing hell jail of the Shura temple was as famous as the 13 Tai Bao of the Shura temple. Even if one wasn't a disciple of the Shura temple, he would still be very familiar with the freezing hell jail. Whenever the name of the jail was mentioned, it would send shivers down one's spine. The freezing hell jail of the Shura temple was built specifically for those who had committed grave mistakes. However, this freezing hell jail was rarely used for disciples of the Shura temple. Most of the time, it was used for the enemies of the Shura temple. All the ferocious demon beasts and the enemies that the Shura temple wanted to kill would be thrown into the freezing hell jail to fend for themselves. It could be said that the freezing hell jail was a symbol of death, and it wasn't a quick death, but a death of torture. Sigh, it's such a pity for Tan Lang. However, the Shura temple has gone too far this time. No matter what, Tan Lang is still a core disciple of the Shura temple. Even if he has committed a grave mistake, he shouldn't be sentenced to death, let alone being thrown into the freezing hell jail. That's right. The punishment is indeed too severe. Tan Lang is completely done for this time. He will definitely be tortured to death in the freezing hell jail. It's highly possible that the Shura temple is doing this to lure Xianxia out. However, I don't think it's realistic. Xianxia is a ruthless person, and he doesn't seem to have a close relationship with Tan Lang. There's no way he will show himself for Tan Lang. After all, the Liang province is currently surrounded by an inescapable net. The four major forces are looking for Xianxia and the monk everywhere. As long as they show themselves, they will definitely die. Many people were talking about how Xianxia was the reason why Tan Lang was in such a predicament today. There was no doubt about it. On Heaven Hawk Island, De Huang Dog had just returned from his investigation. He brought back news about Tan Lang. After hearing the news, Xianxia's face was instantly filled with endless anger. I have to save him, Xianxia said without any hesitation. Young Master Jiang, the freezing hell jail is located inside the Shura temple. Tan Lang will definitely die if he is thrown into the freezing hell jail. There's no way to save him. Zhuang Fan shook his head and said. If there's no other way, then think of another way, Xianxia said indifferently. He and Tan Lang had only met twice, so there was no friendship between them. However, Xianxia was very fond of Tan Lang, because Tan Lang's character suited him very well. Moreover, Tan Lang was thrown into the freezing hell jail because of Xianxia. It could be said that Xianxia was the one who caused it. If Xianxia had helped Tan Lang kill Zhuang Fan and brought his head back, Tan Lang might have become one of the 13 gangsters by now. As for the fact that Xianxia had defeated Ling Yi and chopped off his arm, it had nothing to do with Tan Lang. However, everyone knew that Xianxia was the helper Tan Lang had invited. Therefore, Tan Lang still couldn't escape from the calamity. Xianxia didn't like owing favors, and he hated it even more when his friends suffered because of him. Tan Lang couldn't be considered as his brother, at least, he couldn't be compared to Nangong Wendian and Han Yen. However, he was still the first friend he had made after arriving in the Divine Continent. If Tan Lang was tortured and killed because of Xianxia wouldn't feel good about it. Brother Jiang, as far as I know, the Shura temple is filled with powerful warriors. There are countless combat kings, and there are even powerful combat emperors. With our abilities, if we try to break into the Shura temple, we'll be throwing our lives away, Tyrant said. Now that Tan Lang was locked up in the freezing hell jail, it was like a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. They wouldn't be able to break into the freezing hell jail no matter what. Xianxia knitted his brows, but he didn't say anything. Tyrant and Xianxia knew that Xianxia was deep in thought, so they didn't dare to say anything to disturb him. Psychologically, they supported Xianxia, and they knew that regardless of whether they supported him or not, Xianxia would still do it. From a certain point of view, both of their lives were saved by Xianxia, and since Xianxia was able to save a complete stranger like them, it was only natural that he would want to save his friend, Tan Lang. From Xianxia, they could sense the unyielding and heroic spirit of a man, and it was a kind of magic that only men possessed. Being by Xianxia's side, they couldn't help but be attracted to him. After a long while, Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he said, then we'll find a way to sneak into the Shura temple, and sneak into the freezing hell jail. What? Tyrant and Zhuang Fan cried out in surprise at the same time. They looked at Xianxia in astonishment, thinking that Xianxia must have gone mad for saying such a thing. Putting aside how difficult it was to sneak into the Shura temple, even if they managed to sneak in, how could they sneak into the freezing hell jail? Even if they managed to sneak into the freezing hell jail, rescuing Tan Lang from there would be an impossible task. Xianxia, don't you think that's a little ridiculous? Tyrant was a little speechless. Monk, don't tell me you have a better idea? Xianxia looked at Tyrant with a smile. Tyrant shook his head. When he saw Xianxia's firm attitude, he changed the topic and asked, what's your plan? I'll go with you. Although Tyrant's methods were cruel and brutal, he was definitely a good guy. At the very least, the fact that he dared to ask Xianxia to go with him on this nearly impossible task showed that he was not an ordinary person. No need, I'll go by myself. It'll be a problem if there are too many people. I'll disguise myself as a disciple of the Shura temple and sneak into the Shura temple. After that, I'll think of a way to sneak into the freezing hell jail, Xianxia said. Young Master Jiang, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to sneak into the Shura temple. Zhuangfan frowned. I've mastered a bone transfiguration technique, which allows me to change my appearance and look like someone else. After I get out of here, I'll hide outside the Shura temple and wait for an opportunity. I'll kill an ordinary disciple, then I'll change my appearance and sneak into the Shura temple. Xianxia said. As the greatest saint under the heavens, he knew a lot of secret techniques, so it was very easy for him to change his appearance. However, the conditions for using the bone transfiguration technique were extremely harsh, as it required an enormous amount of spatial energy to support it. Fortunately, Xianxia had broken through to the Combat King realm, which was more than enough for him to use the bone transfiguration technique. What the fuck, is it really that amazing? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Why don't you change into this master dog's appearance first? Get lost. Xianxia angrily glared at De Huang Dog. He had spent so much effort to use the bone transfiguration technique, only to end up looking like a dog. He was not that stupid. We Buddhists also have the bone transfiguration technique. It says that once you change your appearance, not only will your appearance change, even your aura will undergo a true transformation. However, this secret technique is extremely harmful to the soul, and each time you use it, it will consume your blood essence. Furthermore, it can only last for 3 days at most. Tyrant said. That's right. The bone transfiguration technique can only last for 3 days, so I only have 3 days to save Tan Lang. But, Brother Jiang, I really don't understand. With your first-grade Combat King cultivation base, even if you can enter the freezing hell jail, how are you going to rescue Tan Lang? Tyrant asked with a frown. His words were filled with worry. Zhuangfan was even more nervous. The freezing hell jail was the most important place in the Shura temple, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to get close to it. If they wanted to rescue someone from there, they would definitely alarm the entire Shura temple. At that point of time, even a 9th-grade combat king wouldn't be able to do it, let alone Jiangchen. I have my own way. A faint smile emerged on Jiangchen's face. He would never fight a battle that he had no confidence in. Furthermore, the thought of breaking into the Shura temple and rescuing someone from the freezing hell jail made his blood boil. Tyrant and Zhuangfan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Although they had only known Jiangchen for a few days, they had a certain understanding of Jiangchen. This man didn't look like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, but more like a cunning old fox. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and they were as deep as a tunnel, giving him an astute look. Furthermore, they could sense a confidence and calmness from Jiangchen. No matter what kind of situation he was in, his face would always be filled with confidence and calmness. Don't worry, since he said it, I'm sure he'll be able to do it. De Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. It seemed like there was nothing that Jiangchen couldn't do. This guy had created countless miracles throughout his journey, and this time, he would definitely be able to sneak into the Shura temple. The longer Tan Lang stays in the freezing hell jail, the more danger he will face. I'll leave now, and you guys will stay in Heaven Hawk Island for the next 3 days. Jiangchen said. If that's the case, you have to be careful. Tyrant patted Jiangchen's shoulder. Sneaking into the Shura temple was tantamount to infiltrating the enemy's territory, entering the tiger's den. How dangerous would the process be? One could imagine it even with their toes. With a sway of his body, Jiangchen disappeared from the Heaven Hawk Island. With his ability, it was extremely easy for him to leave the chaotic ocean without being discovered. Young Master Zhang's courage is truly admirable. Zhuangfan could not help but sigh. What Jiangchen had done was not something an ordinary person could do. Wherever he goes, he can poke a hole in the sky. De Huang Dog grinned. The Shura temple was located in the northwestern region of Liang province. It dominated a large mountain range. The mountain range was thousands of miles wide. Fog lingered in the sky all day long, and the chi of heaven and earth was dense. It was like a paradise. Within the Shura temple, there were many palaces. There were even some ancient buildings floating above the clouds. They were surrounded by colorful lights, and it was like a paradise. Right at this moment, at the outermost area of the mountain range, a white-cloaked figure appeared like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Eh? Why does it seem like something is going on? Outside the Shura temple, four disciples who were guarding the mountain were teasing each other. One of them suddenly turned his head towards Xianxia, but he couldn't see anything. "Zhongyang, you're just being paranoid, what's going on?" "That's right, this is the Shura temple, who dares to stay here for no reason? Isn't that just looking for trouble for themselves?" The other two disciples teased. All four of them were divine core warriors, and they were outer circle disciples of the Shura temple. Today, it was their turn to guard the mountain. "Damn it, tomorrow is the outer circle competition, but we're here guarding the mountain, this is so depressing." The young man called Zhongyang cursed. "Zhongyang, you're just a mid-divine core warrior, what does the outer circle competition have to do with you?" Another disciple mocked. "Why wouldn't it have anything to do with me? Anyone can participate in the outer circle competition, and every year, the champion of the outer circle competition will have a chance to receive an enlightenment from the palace chief himself, allowing him to break through to the combat soul realm and become an inner circle disciple," Zhongyang said. From his words, it was obvious that he wasn't satisfied with his current position. The four men were chatting casually, but most of them were talking about tomorrow's outer circle competition. A few minutes later, Zhongyang inadvertently saw a bright light appear at the foot of the mountain. It seemed like a human figure was moving about. "There really is something going on," Zhongyang said. "I say, can you not be so surprised?" Someone was dissatisfied. Zhongyang murmured to himself and didn't say anything else. When he recalled the bright light he saw just now, he started wondering if there was some kind of treasure, and he immediately felt happy. If he could find some kind of treasure, it would be his great fortune, and perhaps it was an opportunity given by the heavens. If he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to shine brightly in tomorrow's outer circle competition. "You guys stay here and watch, I'll go take a look," Zhongyang said as he flew down the mountain. The other three continued to talk, not paying any attention to Zhongyang. Soon, Zhongyang excitedly arrived at the place where Xianxia was. To his surprise, he didn't find any treasure, but he found a young man in white. Zhongyang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Xianxia grabbed his neck, and he couldn't say a word. "I'm Xianxia. You better not shout, or I'll let you die a horrible death," Xianxia said coldly. Zhongyang felt the strong king's aura from Xianxia's body, and was immediately scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to resist at all. Right now, Zhongyang was filled with regret. Although he was just an outer circle disciple of the Shura temple, he still knew what had happened in the past few days. Most people in the Liang province knew the name Xianxia, and he thought he had found some kind of treasure or fortune. Little did he know, his doomsday had arrived, and he had bumped into a jinx. "Tell me, what's your name? What's your status in the Shura temple?" Xianxia asked. "My name is Zhongyang, I'm just an ordinary outer circle disciple of the Shura temple," Zhongyang answered honestly. "What's that blonde-haired young man's name?" Xianxia asked again. "That's Wang Zhan, he's also an outer circle disciple. He's the same as me, a mid-divine core warrior," Zhongyang said. "Is the Shura temple going to hold the outer circle competition tomorrow?" Xianxia asked again. Yes. Zhongyang didn't know why Xianxia asked him these questions, but he didn't dare show any hesitation. This jinx had even chopped off the arm of the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi. It wasn't hard to imagine how ferocious this jinx was. After that, Xianxia asked Zhongyang a few more questions he needed to know. After that, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "Let me ask you, do you want to die?" Xianxia asked with a grin on his face. "No, I don't want to die." Zhongyang shook his head. "What a joke, who would want to die for no reason?" "Fine, since you answered my questions well, I won't kill you." After saying that, Xianxia pointed his finger at Zhongyang's forehead. Zhongyang rolled his eyes and fainted. After that, Xianxia placed Zhongyang's body into his storage ring, then he placed the storage ring into his qi. Zhongyang was a divine core warrior, so he wouldn't die after being placed in the storage ring for 3 days. Xianxia didn't have any grudges with Zhongyang, and Zhongyang wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, Xianxia wasn't interested in killing an outer circle disciple with a divine core cultivation base. He would release Xianxia in 3 days when the competition was over. Damn it, what the hell is Xianxia doing? Wang Zhan couldn't help but curse. Let's go and have a look. What is this guy doing? Another man said. After that, the 3 men immediately flew down the mountain. Right now, Xianxia's bones were cracking, his facial muscles were twisting, and his body was transforming. The entire process was extremely frightening. When Wang Zhan and the other 2 arrived, Xianxia had completely transformed into Xianxia. Hey, Xianxia, what are you doing here? Wang Zhan asked. Haha, I suddenly comprehended the profound meaning of cultivation here, that's why I was immersed in it. Xianxia burst into laughter. Even his voice was the same as Xianxia's. Comprehending the profound meaning of cultivation? Fuck you, with your talent, there's no way you can comprehend it. Wang Zhan looked down upon Xianxia. Humph. Wang Zhan, how dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. Xianxia let out a cold snort. Then, an energy wave suddenly burst out from his body. Wang Zhan and the other 2 men wanted to mock Xianxia again, but when they sensed the energy wave, their expressions changed dramatically. Late Divine Core Realm? You've broken through? Wang Zhan was startled. Of course, I told you, I've comprehended the profound meaning of cultivation, that's why I broke through to the late Divine Core Realm. Tomorrow, I'll participate in the Outer Circle competition and take first place. With an arrogant expression, Xianxia said, the 3 of you better show me some respect when you talk to me, or else, I'll teach you a lesson. This was the scene that Xianxia had been fantasizing about, and Xianxia had perfectly acted it out. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to get close to the freezing hell jail, and tomorrow's Outer Circle competition had given him a great opportunity. Xianxia waved his hand and walked up the mountain, leaving behind Wang Zhan and the other 2 men who were dumbfounded. Anger could be seen on all 3 men's faces, but none of them dared say anything. They knew that Xianxia, who had broken through to the late Divine Core Realm, was no longer at the same level as them. He was now qualified to participate in the Outer Circle competition. Damn it, look at how arrogant he is. Didn't he just break through to the late Divine Core Realm? It's as if he has taken first place in the Outer Circle competition. That's right, Daddy will wait for him to embarrass himself in the Outer Circle competition tomorrow. Despicable. Despicable. What a joke. These 3 men were whispering, but none of them could escape from Xianxia's ears. Xianxia turned around and walked in front of these 3 men. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped each of them in the face. You 3 bastards, how dare you speak ill of Daddy behind my back? You're courting death. Xianxia was extremely arrogant, and he had to show off his arrogant attitude. Firstly, he didn't have a good impression of those from the Shura temple, and secondly, this was one of the methods he could use to enter the freezing hell jail. We dare not, senior disciple Xianxia, we won't do it again. One of the men immediately bowed to Xianxia. As the saying goes, when a man is under a low roof, he has no choice but to lower his head. Wang Zhan and the other disciple were also trembling with fear. Xianxia's slap had caused them to feel a burning pain on their faces. The 3 of them looked at Xianxia, and they felt as if he had suddenly become a different person. He was not the Xianxia they knew. Xianxia turned around and walked up the mountain without looking back. Soon after, he disappeared from their sight. Following the directions he asked Xianxia, Xianxia soon found the courtyard where Xianxia lived. There were a total of 6 rooms in the courtyard, and 6 disciples lived in each room. Outer Circle disciples who hadn't broken through to the Combat Soul realm were not qualified to have their own courtyard. It was evening, and some disciples who had gone out had returned. There were 3 men in the courtyard, and they were sitting around a stone table, talking excitedly. Obviously, they were talking about the Outer Circle competition tomorrow. When the 3 men suddenly saw Xianxia return, one of them immediately asked, Xianxia, isn't it your turn to guard the mountain today? Why are you back so early? Xianxia raised his head and looked at the disciple with a lingling expression. With a rude tone, he said, Daddy came back early because I'm in a bad mood. What does that have to do with you? The fuck? Did this guy eat gunpowder? The 3 of them were dumbfounded, and then they were infuriated. Although they lived in the same monastery, there was always open strife and veiled strife between them, each wanting to suppress the other. In truth, Zhang Yang's position in the monastery wasn't very high. Even amongst the outer circle disciples of the Shura temple, Zhang Yang was just an ordinary man. Plus, he was a coward, and he had been bullied many times. Fuck you, Zhang Yang, did you eat gunpowder? I'm talking to you nicely, but don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? The disciple who asked Jiangchen just now was furious. He suddenly stood up from his seat and walked toward Jiangchen, then he pointed his finger at Jiangchen's nose and scolded him. Slap, without saying anything, Jiangchen raised his hand and slapped the disciple. The disciple didn't even have the chance to react, and was instantly sent flying away by Jiangchen's slap. This was the reason why Jiangchen showed mercy. If he hadn't, the slap would have killed the disciple. Thump, the disciple landed right on the stone table in the distance, smashing it into pieces. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The other two men immediately cried out in shock. They stared at Jiangchen with their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. This Zhang Yang, who looked like an ordinary man, had actually hit someone today, and with just a single slap, he had sent a mid-divine core warrior flying away. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Humph, Jiangchen let out a cold snort and purposely unleashed his aura. Both men immediately sensed the aura of a late divine core warrior, and their expressions changed dramatically. Right at this moment, the man who was sent flying stood up from the ground. He wanted to curse out loud, but when he sensed the change in Jiangchen's aura, his face immediately turned pale, and he didn't dare say anything. Strength reigned supreme. This was an unchanging principle, no matter where one went. The bigger the sect, the more intense the internal conflicts. If you were strong, you would be respected. On the contrary, if you were weak, you would be bullied. You've broken through to the late divine core realm? One of the men asked with a trembling voice. He was extremely shocked. When Zhang Yang left the sect this morning, he was still a mid-divine core warrior, but after staying in the sect for just one day, he had broken through. This was unbelievable. More importantly, even if Zhang Yang had broken through to the late divine core realm, how could a man have such a huge change? This Zhang Yang in front of them was a stranger. It was as if he was a completely different person. Good that you know. Jiangchen glared at the three men, then he walked over to a chair beside the broken stone table. He crossed his legs, then he said to the three men, "You three, go spread the news for Daddy right now. Tell him that I, Jiangchen, am going to fight for first place in the outer circle competition. Tell those men to surrender as soon as possible when they meet me on the fighting stage tomorrow. If not, I'll kill them." What? Fight for first place in the outer circle competition? The three men were startled once again. For a moment, they couldn't understand what Jiangchen meant. What are you waiting for? Are you looking for a beating? Jiangchen shouted out coldly. The three men shuddered, and without hesitation, they immediately turned around and left the courtyard. Looking at the three men leaving, an eerie smile emerged on Jiangchen's face. This was just the first step to saving Tan Lang. The next step was to find a way to enter the freezing hell jail. This outer circle competition was his chance to enter the freezing hell jail. Damn it, how did this Zhang Yang become so strong all of a sudden? He's too arrogant. I really didn't expect him to be so arrogant. This bastard is usually a yes man, and he's as timid as a mouse. Now that he has broken through to the late divine core realm, he's really arrogant, and he wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? What a joke. A guy who has just broken through to the divine core realm wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. He asked us to spread the news for him, so we'll just promise him. We'll spread the news everywhere. In the outer circle, even those top 10 geniuses wouldn't dare say something like this. Those real geniuses will definitely teach him a lesson tomorrow. After the three men left, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in anger. Today was really depressing for them. They had never been humiliated like this before, and it was all because of Zhang Yang. In just an hour, the news about Zhang Yang breaking through to the late divine core realm, and how he said he would fight for first place in tomorrow's outer circle competition had spread across the entire outer circle. The outer circle competition was a big event in the Shura temple, and since it was just around the corner, many disciples who had gone out for training had returned, especially those real geniuses who were preparing to fight for first place in the outer circle competition. Not only did the three men follow Xianxia's instructions, they even added details to the story, saying how arrogant Xiangyang was, and how he didn't take those real geniuses seriously. They even said that whoever bumped into him tomorrow would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. If not, they wouldn't even have a chance to leave the stage. What Xiangyang said really infuriated all the real geniuses, especially those who were half a step into the combat soul realm. Those who had just broken through to the late divine core realm couldn't compare with them, let alone a disciple like Xiangyang who had always been a nobody. Those real geniuses didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, who is this Xiangyang? How come Daddy has never heard of him? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Daddy is going to teach him a lesson right now. I'll make sure he doesn't even have the chance to participate in the outer circle competition. A hot-tempered outer circle disciple was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to cause trouble for Xiangyang on the spot. This Xiangyang is insane. Is there something wrong with his brain? Even if he's lucky enough to break through to the late divine core realm, he can't say something like this. Isn't he just courting death? I know this Xiangyang, he's a very cowardly guy, and his talent can't be any more ordinary. It's already surprising that he could break through to the late divine core realm, but why would he say something like this? He's courting death. A guy who has just broken through to the late divine core realm wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? Where are those top 10 outer circle disciples who are half a step into the combat soul realm? He's dead meat, no one will be able to save him this time. The entire outer circle was in an uproar. Tomorrow was the day of the outer circle competition, and today was supposed to be the calm before the storm. But now, there was no way to enjoy the calm before the storm, because a reckless guy was courting death. The sky had turned dark, and the moonlight was shining down. Xianxia was sitting leisurely in his courtyard. No one knew what he was thinking about in his deep eyes. He was in the tiger's den, and he was still able to remain calm. Perhaps only Xianxia could do this in the entire world. Which one of you is Xiangyang? Get your ass out here right now. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded out from outside. After that, many people rushed into the courtyard. Most of them were here to watch the show, and the main character was a fat man who stood in front of the crowd. The fat man had an oily face, and he weighed more than 150 kilograms. However, his cultivation level wasn't weak, at least amongst the outer circle disciples. He was a late divine core warrior, and he had been at the late divine core realm for quite some time. He had a solid foundation. You're that Xiangyang who's tired of living? When the fat man saw Xianxia, he immediately asked. Who's the pig that wasn't tied up properly? How dare you come here and talk to your grandpa Xiangyang while standing? Do you believe I won't break your legs? Xianxia gazed at the fat man and said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, even the fat man was startled, and those who came here to watch the show were startled as well. Even the three guys who helped Xianxia spread the news were startled once again. They knew Xianxia was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be this arrogant. Arrogant, he's too damn arrogant. I didn't believe him before, but now I do. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Isn't he just breaking through to the late divine core realm? Is there really a need to be so arrogant? A typical arrogant man, he doesn't even put senior disciple Luosong in his eyes. He actually called senior disciple Luosong a pig. This is a taboo for senior disciple Luosong. Many people had an impulse to step forward and leave a huge footprint on Xianxia's face. They couldn't think of a reason for Xiangyang to be so arrogant. Could it be that he had been cultivating alone for too long, and after suddenly breaking through to the divine core realm, he felt like he had finally seen the day where he could show off? But, what was the difference between this and courting death? As the saying went, if you don't court death, you won't die. In the minds of these outer circle disciples, Xiangyang was a typical example of courting death. Bastard! Luosong suddenly roared out furiously. His eyes were so wide open that they were bigger than a camel's bell. It looked like he really wanted to eat this guy in front of him. He, Luosong, was a famous man in the outer circle, and anyone who saw him would respectfully call him senior disciple Luo. This bastard in front of him had only broken through to the divine core realm, but he didn't take him seriously, and even called him a pig. "Xiangyang, you're just like an ant. You were trash in the past, and you're still trash now. How dare you disrespect me, Luo Song? I'll cripple you right now, and you won't even have the chance to participate in the competition tomorrow." Luo Song was furious, and he spoke with a stern voice. The energy of a late divine core warrior burst out from his body like a tidal wave, blowing away all the broken pieces of the stone table. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back when they sensed the powerful energy. The three disciples who were Zhang Yang's roommates had gloating expressions on their faces, and at the same time, they felt like their anger had been vented. Jiang Chen had been yelling at them, and he had even beaten them up. But now, Luo Song was going to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Bang! Luo Song was indeed a man with great strength. Without hesitation, he threw a punch toward Jiang Chen's face. But too bad, even though he was strong, he was only a divine core warrior, and he only had some reputation in the outer circle of the Shura temple. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was like night and day. A late divine core clown was acting arrogantly in front of a first-grade combat king warrior. This was the same as courting death. Jiang Chen was still sitting on the chair with one leg crossed over the other. He looked at Luo Song, who was in front of him with an imposing aura and powerful punch, as if he was looking at a baby crawling in front of him. Bam! Right when Luo Song was about to arrive in front of Jiang Chen kicked out with lightning speed. The kick landed right on Luo Song's lower abdomen. Ah! Followed by a miserable shriek, Luo Song was knocked flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He landed 30 meters away from Jiang Chen, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. His body that weighed over 300 kilograms was trembling on the ground, making him look like a giant tortoise. Wah! Luo Song felt as if all his internal organs were about to shatter. He opened his mouth and threw up a huge amount of blood, especially his abdomen. The tearing pain made him feel like he was better off dead than alive. My Chi Si, no. In the next moment, Luo Song let out another heart-wrenching cry. He didn't care about the pain in his body, because he was shocked to find out that his Chi Si had been destroyed by Jiang Chen's kick. The Yuan energy in his body started leaking like a deflated balloon, and in just a few breaths of time, it had completely disappeared. In an instant, Luo Song became disheartened, and he was filled with despair. His Chi Si was destroyed, that meant he was completely crippled. For a divine core warrior, this was worse than death. It wasn't difficult to imagine that from now on, his world would be plunged into endless darkness. The Azure Palace would never raise a useless man. All the onlookers who were waiting to watch a good show gasped. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting on the chair as if nothing had happened. They felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. How could a man undergo such a huge change in such a short period of time? Oh heavens, he has become so strong. How is this possible? Impossible, this is impossible. When he left this morning, he was only a mid-divine core warrior. I've fought him before, and he couldn't even defeat me. Even if he has broken through to the divine core realm, he can't be this strong. Senior disciple Luo Song is a famous warrior from the outer circle, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Everyone were shocked. For them, this situation was really hard to accept. Humph. You were disrespectful to me. Destroying your Chi Si is just a small punishment. You damn fat pig, from now on, you become a useless piece of trash. You don't even deserve to sleep with daddy. Jiang Chen said in a Linglin manner. His words weren't polite at all. He was clearly attracting hatred, and he wanted the entire world to hate him. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. He wanted to make everyone hate him, and make them feel like killing him was a form of forgiveness. What? Destroyed his Chi Si? Damn it, this Zhang Yang is just too cruel. We're all disciples from the same sect, and there isn't any deep hatred between us, so why did he have to kill Luo Song? Destroying his Chi Si means he's finished. Why did this guy suddenly become so cruel and merciless? According to what I know, he and Luo Song didn't know each other before this, but now, he destroyed Luo Song's Chi Si, he's basically crippled. This is too cruel. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Many of their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Jiang Chen. The coward in their hearts had now become an arrogant and ruthless man. Many of them felt that this ruthless man in front of them was going to amaze the world in tomorrow's outer sect competition. Bring him away, and tell those geniuses that they better withdraw from tomorrow's competition. If not, Daddy won't show any mercy. This fat pig is a good lesson for them. Xianxia waved his hand at the crowd. His arrogance had reached its peak, and the word insufferably arrogant couldn't even be used to describe him. His face really made people want to go up and kick him. Luosang's Qi had been destroyed with a single kick, so how could the others still dare to stay here? If they angered this evil star, the consequences would be unbearable. One of the disciples who had a good relationship with Luosang carried Luosang's body, which weighed more than 300 jin, and took the lead to leave the courtyard. At this moment, Luosang was dumbfounded, and his eyes were glazed over. He felt that he wouldn't be able to live for the rest of his days. He was actually crippled. He had thought that he would be able to get a good ranking in tomorrow's competition and get some rewards, but now, everything had turned into a mirage, a bubble. While he hated Xianxia in his heart, he also regretted impulsively provoking that madman today. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that came to watch the show dispersed. The few disciples who lived in the same courtyard as Zhang Yang also left. They would rather sleep on the streets than stay with an unreasonable madman, as their lives were not guaranteed. After everyone left, a serious expression emerged on Xianxia's face. Today's actions were part of his plan, but the real show would come tomorrow. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake tomorrow, otherwise, his plan would fail. The bone transfiguration art could only last for 3 days. He had to enter the freezing hell jail as soon as possible and rescue Tan Lang. Brother Tan, hold on for 1 more day. I'll go save you tomorrow. Xianxia mumbled to himself. That night, the outer circle was in an uproar once again. The news of Luosang being crippled had spread like wildfire. Many people were furious, as they felt that Zhang Yang had gone too far. Fights between disciples were common in the Shura temple, but this was the first time someone had crippled a disciple's Qi. Under normal circumstances, if there was a grudge of life and death, it could be settled in a death match, or outside the Shura temple. However, Zhang Yang had never crippled a disciple's Qi in such an unbridled manner. Bastard! Is this guy a madman? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some abilities? This is too hateful. I'll definitely teach him a lesson on the fighting stage tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll cripple him in front of everyone. I'll let him have a taste of being crippled. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Many geniuses were furious. Even the top 10 geniuses in the outer circle rankings had spoken out. They were going to teach Zhang Yang a lesson on the fighting stage tomorrow, and make him pay a heavy price. Early next morning, the outer circle of the Shura temple was bustling with noise and excitement. Many outer circle disciples had arrived at the huge square in the middle of the outer circle. As one of the biggest sects in the Liang province, the Shura temple had a lot of disciples. Just counting the Divine Core outer circle disciples alone, there were at least a few thousand of them. This wasn't something the Eastern continent could compare with. The natural yuan energy here was very dense, and together with the impact of the natural laws, every cultivator was born with a different physique. In the Eastern continent, a Divine Core warrior was very precious, but here, Divine Core warriors could be found everywhere, and they didn't have any status. Dong, 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 following the beating of the war drums, the square was filled with people. All the disciples had excited expressions on their faces. There were 9 fighting stages in the square, and the competition would be held on these stages. The annual competition is here again. Too bad, I still can't show my brilliance. If the disciple gets first place, he will be enlightened by the temple chief himself, and break through to the combat soul realm. The temple chief is a combat emperor warrior. Can you guys guess who will get first place this year? I'm guessing it will be senior disciple Wang Yuan. He's half a step into the combat soul realm, and he's undoubtedly the #1 disciple in the outer circle. Besides, he has been preparing for this for a long time, and he's determined to get first place this time. Not necessarily, senior disciple Tian Liang's cultivation is no weaker than senior disciple Wang Yuan's. Not long ago, he said that he would fight senior disciple Wang Yuan for first place in this competition. Don't forget about that Zhang Yang. I wonder what kind of great opportunity he found. He just broke through to the late Divine Core realm yesterday, and he immediately crippled Luo Song, who is a late divine core warrior. I heard that he destroyed Luo Song's chi with a single kick. Although he's arrogant and domineering, he's actually very strong. That bastard, he's really cruel. All the senior disciples who are ranked in the top 10 have said that if they fight Zhang Yang, they will definitely teach him a lesson. If that Zhang Yang really dares to fight today, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to step down from the stage. The competition hadn't even started yet, but everyone had already started talking about the important figures in the competition. The geniuses who were ranked in the top of the outer circle rankings were definitely the topic of discussion. Aside from these geniuses, there was also Zhang Yang, the coward who no one had ever taken seriously. Humph. Today, the first place is mine. Whoever dares compete with me, Zhang Yang, will have to face death. Many people couldn't stand what he said. Putting aside his cultivation level, just his words alone were enough to incur the hatred of everyone. Xianxia's words had successfully attracted everyone's attention, and he became the center of attention before the start of the competition. Numerous gazes landed onto Xianxia. Because of Zhang Yang's cowardly nature, and his mediocre cultivation level, not everyone in the outer circle knew who he was. Many people didn't even know who he was, and they only heard of his name yesterday. This guy is Zhang Yang? What gives him the right to be so arrogant? That's right. Look at his stupid face. I wonder what kind of dog shit luck he had to break through to the next level, and now he's trying to get first place in the outer circle? Who does he think he is? Does he really think he is invincible in the outer circle just because he defeated Luo Song? How ignorant. Lower your voice, this guy is a ruthless man. Since he really dares to fight for first place in the outer circle, I'm sure he will have a miserable ending today. None of those in the top 10 are easy to deal with, and if this Zhang Yang offends them, he will definitely die. Discussions could be heard everywhere. However, most people dared not speak out loud. After all, Zhang Yang had crippled Luo Song in a ruthless way, and their cultivation levels were not as high as Luo Song's. If they offended this ruthless man by speaking out loud, he might just cripple them in a fit of anger. Xianxia ignored the crowd and continued walking forward. When he arrived in front of the crowd, he said in a domineering manner, "Move aside, make way for your grandpa." Damn it, this guy was too arrogant. Many people had the urge to rush forward and beat this arrogant guy up, but they managed to hold themselves back in the end. All the late divine core geniuses stared at Xianxia with hostility in their eyes, but they didn't attack him. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength for the upcoming competition, and secondly, they couldn't help but feel fearful of a man who could cripple Luo Song with a single kick. As for the top 10, they were usually aloof, so they were the last ones to show up. Wang Yuan and Tian Liang, who were at the top of the list, were the focus of the competition. They would only show up at the last moment. About 10 minutes later, 3 old men with powerful auras arrived from the sky and landed on a fighting platform at the center of the square. These 3 old men were all early combat soul warriors, and they were the sect elders who were in charge of the outer circle. Their statuses were extraordinary. After the appearance of the 3 elders, the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone knew that the appearance of the 3 elders indicated that the grand competition was about to begin. Right after the appearance of the 3 elders, many powerful figures came from all directions and quickly landed in front of the crowd. All of them were young men, and their faces were filled with indescribable arrogance. Although they couldn't compare with the Combat Soul Inner Circle disciples and Combat King Core disciples, they were still the best amongst the Outer Circle disciples. All of these men were ranked on the Outer Circle ranking, and they all had extraordinary talents. Furthermore, they were the most popular figures in the Outer Circle competition. Their appearance immediately attracted many heated gazes from the crowd. At the same time, many people threw their gazes onto Xianxia. They couldn't find anything about this Xianxia that could compete with those ranked on the Outer Circle ranking. Before the competition begins, I want to tell all of you that this year's competition will be the same as the previous years. The champion will be able to meet with the Palace Master personally, and he will personally enlighten them. This is a rare opportunity that even I, the sect elder, don't have the right to do so. The sect elder who stood in the middle said with a loud voice. When the reward for the champion was mentioned, the eyes of all the geniuses ranked on the Outer Circle ranking immediately lit up. It was a great honor to be enlightened by a combat emperor who stood at the top. As long as you are an outer circle disciple of the Shura temple, regardless of your cultivation base, you are qualified to participate in the competition. What I want to say now is that this fighting stage is not a death match, and no one is allowed to kill your opponent. Unless all of you agree to fight to the death, you are free to change the rules of the death match. Alright, Elder Yuan, please announce the rules of the competition. The sect elder said with a loud voice once again. Elder Yuan, who stood next to him, took a step forward. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by an extremely discordant voice. I think the rules of the competition can be changed. The person who spoke was none other than Xianxia. He didn't have the time to listen to the long-winded rules, and he also didn't have the time to participate in the outer circle ranking competition. He wanted to proceed according to his own plan. Swoosh, with a leap, Xianxia landed on one of the fighting stages. He looked around and said in a loud voice, the champion of this year's competition belongs to me, Xianxia. Whoever is not convinced can come up and challenge me. This is the rule of this year's competition. If no one dares to come up and challenge me, the champion will belong to me, and you can compete for the other rankings according to the remaining rules. His words immediately set off a storm in the square. Many people cried out in shock. Even the faces of the three elders were filled with anger. As the elders and stewards of the outer circle, Xianxia's actions were undoubtedly not giving them any face. This was a provocation to their status and identity. That's right. Xianxia's face was filled with anger. His words had caused a huge uproar in the square. Damn it, this bastard is too arrogant. He has no respect for anyone. There are so many outer circle geniuses, but none of them are worthy of his attention. This is too arrogant. This guy must be crazy. He actually wants to challenge all the outer circle geniuses by himself. He's simply courting death. Let me, your father, teach him a lesson and smash his arrogant face. They couldn't take it anymore. Everyone couldn't take it anymore, especially those geniuses who were ranked on the ranking list. They threw their glances at the arrogant Xianxia on the fighting stage, and they realized that they didn't know this guy at all. This guy, who was not famous at all, actually wanted to challenge all the outer circle geniuses. No, he wanted the others to challenge him. This was ridiculous. Who is this bastard? Sect Elder Yuan asked with a cold voice. His name is Zhang Yang, he's just a nobody. It seems like he had some fortuitous encounter yesterday, which allowed him to break through to the late divine core realm. After that, he arrogantly declared that he's going to get first place in the outer circle, and he even crippled Luosong yesterday. He's really arrogant. Another sect elder said. What happened yesterday had caused a huge commotion in the outer circle, and even he knew about it. Humph. The outer circle competition has been held for so many years, and there has never been a disciple who disrupted the order of the outer circle competition. Such an arrogant disciple, no matter how much of a genius he is, the Shura temple doesn't want him. Sect Elder Yuan, Lung, said. After that, he turned to Xianxia and shouted, Zhang Yang, the rules of the outer circle competition can't be changed. You've disrupted the order of the competition, I'm going to deprive you of your qualification to participate in the competition, and you'll have to accept my punishment. Get down from the fighting stage right now. As long as you're a disciple of the Shura temple, you have the qualification to participate in the outer circle competition. What right do you have to deprive me of my qualification? I'm doing this to save time during the competition. Since I'm going to get first place in the outer circle competition, you can ask everyone else to admit defeat. With that, I'll be the true first place, and you can continue the competition according to the boring rules. Xianxia said with a loud voice. He didn't put Sect Elder Yuan in his eyes at all. He was going to act arrogantly to the end. The crowd knew this guy was arrogant since yesterday, but they never thought he would be this arrogant. He didn't even put a combat soul sect elder in his eyes. Presumptuous. Sect Elder Yuan was furious. He immediately shouted out, how arrogant. How dare you show no respect to your elders? I'll cripple you with my own hands today as punishment. Hold on. Right when Sect Elder Yuan was about to strike, a voice suddenly sounded out. It came from a genius disciple. His name was Wan Yuan, the #1 disciple in the outer circle competition. Since this guy wants to get first place in the outer circle competition, I'll give him a chance. I'd like to see who dares compete with me, Wang Yuan, for first place today. After saying that, Wang Yuan leapt onto the fighting stage and stood opposite of Jiang Chen. Senior disciple Wang Yuan, kill him. Avenge Luo Song. Don't kill him, just destroy his qi and make him wish he was dead. What's the point of keeping such an arrogant man alive? Jiang Chen's action had undoubtedly aroused the public's anger, but the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't mind it at all. This was exactly what he wanted, including the fight between the number one genius and himself. It was also what he wanted. Your name is Zhang Yang? Did you hear that? They all want me to kill you, it looks like you've made everyone hate you. Wang Yuan said. Is that so? You want to kill me? Let's have a life and death battle then. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Wang Yuan was startled upon hearing this. He never thought that not only was this crazy man not afraid of him, he even said he wanted to have a life and death battle with him. This was a typical case of someone who didn't know what was good for him. What? You don't dare? Jiang Chen mocked. What a joke, why would I not dare? Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yuan let out a loud laugh. After that, he turned to the three sect elders and said with a loud voice, Sect elders, did you hear that? This arrogant guy wants to have a life and death battle with me. Fine, I'll allow it. A life and death battle. Elder Yuan immediately agreed. In his mind, with Wang Yuan's strength that was half a step into the combat soul realm, even an early combat soul elder like him wouldn't be Wang Yuan's match. Therefore, killing this arrogant Zhang Yang would be a piece of cake for him. Too bad, right after Sect Elder Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Chen had already moved. A bright longsword appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Yuan. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone were shocked, and they stared at the fighting stage with a dumbfounded expression. They felt like they were dreaming. Plop! Wang Yuan's head fell down from the sky and smashed onto his shoulder. Wang Yuan's dead body fell down to the ground, and his head was 3 meters away from him. It was a bloody and brutal scene. Soon, the fighting stage was dyed red with blood. Right at this moment, everyone felt it hard to breathe. This was a dramatic scene, and no one had expected it to happen. Who would have thought that Zhang Yang would be so powerful? He killed Wang Yuan with just a single strike, and he didn't even give him a chance to fight back. Oh heavens, what did I just see? The one who died is Wang Yuan. He was killed with just a single strike, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this Zhang Yang have? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? This is brutal. The number one disciple of the outer circle, Wang Yuan, was killed just like that. He had prepared for a whole year just to become the number one disciple, but in the end, he was killed before he could even fight back. This is just too dramatic. I know that Zhang Yang, he is a coward with mediocre talent, and he has been stuck at the mid-divine core realm for 2 years now. I heard that he was still at the mid-divine core realm when he was guarding the mountain yesterday. How could he have changed so much in just 1 day? This is really strange. Zhang Yang suddenly became so arrogant, and he is so brutal. It's like he has become a completely different person. What's even more shocking is that he actually has the ability to kill Wang Yuan. Everyone was shocked. The number one genius of the outer court, Wang Yuan, had been killed in a second. Moreover, he was killed right after Elder Yuan finished speaking. It couldn't be said that Wang Yuan wasn't strong enough. The number one genius of the outer court was not just for show. In this case, it could only mean that Zhang Yang was too strong. Who else? Jiang Chen swung his long sword, then he threw his glance at those geniuses who were on the ranking list. Gasp, those geniuses, who were usually arrogant, gasped. They were so scared by Jiang Chen's provocative look that they took 2 steps back. Although they also wanted to rush up and beat this arrogant guy to death, even Wang Yuan was killed in a second. If they went up, they would not be any better than Wang Yuan. The eyes of the 3 elders were wide open, and it was only at this moment that they came to their senses. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and it was as if they were seeing Zhang Yang for the first time. Xiangyang, today is the outer sect grand competition, yet you actually killed a fellow disciple. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Elder Yuan berated loudly. With my talent, I, Xiangyang, will be the #1 genius of the Shura Temple in the future. Even the 13 gangsters will become my stepping stones. If you 3 old farts dare to disrespect me, I will trample you to death. I, a genius, will give you a chance to announce that I am the #1 disciple of the outer circle, then kneel down and kowtow to me. In the future, when I, Xiangyang, soar to the top, I will not forget about your benefits. Otherwise, don't even think about having a good life in the future. Jiangchen was too arrogant. He pointed his sword at the 3 sect elders and shouted. He couldn't help but laugh when he said those arrogant words. Although one needed to have the ability to be arrogant, he was a typical idiot. However, this was exactly what Jiangchen wanted. Jiangchen looked at the 3 sect elders. Swoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. Although the crowd thought Xiangyang was arrogant, they had still underestimated him. This guy was no longer a human, he was a madman. Even when the great tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng, rose to prominence, he didn't have the courage to be so arrogant. This guy was only a late divine core warrior, and even if he could defeat an outer circle disciple, he couldn't just ask the sect elders to kneel down before him. He even said that he would use the 13 gangsters as his stepping stones. This was simply disgraceful. The 13 tycoons were the representatives of the Azura Palace. They held the highest position in the Azura Palace, and no one dared to blaspheme the 13 tycoons. No matter how much of a genius Xiangyang had shown today, his arrogant and domineering behavior was treacherous. He would definitely be punished by the sect. What a disgraceful young man. I, the sect elder, will personally punish you. Elder Yuan was furious. He unleashed his combat soul aura, then with a sway of his body, he arrived on the fighting stage where Jiangchen was standing. Bastard, I, the sect elder, will never forgive you. Elder Yuan had never been so angry before, and it was directed at an outer circle disciple. Old fool, do you really think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Without saying anything, Jiangchen swung the heavenly saint sword toward Elder Yuan. At this moment, Elder Yuan, who was brimming with energy, felt as if his body was being restrained by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to even move. Puchi! A horrifying scene unfolded in front of everyone. Jiangchen's sharp sword strike had sliced Elder Yuan in half, causing his blood and internal organs to splatter all over the fighting stage. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal, and it made the hearts of those who saw it tremble. So weak. Jiangchen spat toward Elder Yuan's dead body. Swoosh! The crowd once again became restless. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Xiangyang, who was only a late divine core warrior, had just killed an early combat soul elder with just a single strike. This was too shocking, and no one would believe it if they didn't witness it with their own eyes. He killed Elder Yuan. Oh heavens, he's a madman. He actually killed a sect elder during the outer circle competition. This is insane. If this gets out of hand, Xiangyang will be finished for sure. He has committed a serious crime, and he might even be sent to the freezing hell jail. What a madman, he even killed a sect elder. He doesn't respect the authority of the Shura Temple at all. I really don't understand why he would do this. He is able to kill a combat soul warrior with just a divine core cultivation base. A genius like this will definitely be valued by the sect. But, he is so arrogant, he even killed a sect elder. This is equal to destroying his own future. The Shura Temple had existed for many years, but this was the first time someone killed a fellow disciple and a sect elder during the competition. There were many arrogant disciples in the Shura Temple, but none of them dared kill a sect elder within the sect, unless they were tired of living. Elder Yuan. The other 2 sect elders cried out in shock at the same time. Initially, they thought Xiangyang would definitely be killed by Elder Yuan, but never did they expect the result to be like this. Xiangyang, how dare you kill a sect elder? This is a disgraceful act. You deserve 1,000 deaths. The 2 elders were furious, but neither of them dared to step out and attack Jiangchen. No matter how lawless and rebellious Jiangchen was, his strength was still there for all to see. Elder Yuan had already been killed by Jiangchen's sword, so their cultivation was naturally not much higher than Elder Yuan's. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was obviously a madman who killed without batting an eyelid. If they rushed out now, they would probably end up the same as Elder Yuan. Humph. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He didn't care about the anger of the two elders. With a sway of his body, he rushed onto the fighting stage, pointed his sword at the two elders, and shouted, "Both of you, kneel down." What? The two elders' eyes widened in shock, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. This madman actually wanted them to kneel in front of so many people? This was simply heaven-defying. As an outer sect disciple, he actually wanted two elders to kneel in front of so many people during the outer sect competition? What was this guy trying to do? Bastard? Zhang Yang, you're rebelling. The elder's eyes turned red with anger. This was a humiliation. As the elder in charge of the outer sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Humph. Sooner or later, I, Zhang Yang, will become someone above the 13 tycoons. It's only natural for you to kneel before me. Hurry up and kneel, or else I'll kill you. Jiang Chen was so arrogant that he almost couldn't recognize himself. The heavenly saint sword flashed with a cold light, and it looked like if these two elders didn't kneel down, he would really kill them. What is this guy trying to do? Crazy, he's really crazy. He actually wants the two elders to kneel down. Does he really think he's invincible? This is the Shura temple, there are plenty of people who can suppress him here. Everyone was speechless. This madman was getting more and more outrageous. No one knew what he was going to do next. Asking the two elders to kneel down, threatening to suppress the 13 tycoons, just these two statements were enough to send him to eternal damnation. Damn it, you're rebelling. The sect elder couldn't take it anymore. He was a combat soul warrior, the person in charge of the outer circle, and if he knelt down in front of an outer circle disciple, he would lose all his face, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the Shura temple anymore. If you don't kneel, then die. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared to the sky. He had completely turned into a madman. With a swoosh, the heavenly saint sword shot out a sword net, trapping the elder inside. Under the cover of this sword net, the elder found that his whole body had been sealed. It was extremely difficult for him to even move, let alone resist. Poochie! Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the elder was directly split into two by Jiang Chen's sword and died on the spot. Just like Elder Yuan, the entire scene was extremely miserable. Gasp! Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had once again changed. This man's methods were extremely ruthless. From the beginning until now, he had killed 3 people without any explanation. One of them was the number 1 genius in the outer circle, and the other 2 were the elders who were in charge of the outer circle competition. Because of Jiang Chen, the Shura Temple's annual outer circle competition had been completely messed up. With such a situation, there was no way for the outer circle disciples to continue advancing. Who knew what kind of trouble this madman was going to cause? In everyone's opinion, this guy had completely gone mad, and there was a high possibility that he had entered a cultivation deviation and walked the path of evil. As for you, it's too late for you to kneel down now. I've given you a chance, so let's die together. Jiang Chen swung his sword toward the last sect elder, who was dumbfounded. He was a true combat king warrior, although he was hiding it on the surface. Of course, even if he wasn't a combat king warrior and was only a late divine core warrior, he could still easily kill a combat soul warrior with the heavenly saint sword. Poochie, without any surprise, the last sect elder followed in the footsteps of the other 2 sect elders, and was sliced in half. 4 corpses were lying on 2 different fighting stages. Blood kept gushing out from their bodies, and even their internal organs were tumbling out. It was a bloody and brutal scene. Jiang Chen stood on the fighting stage like a devil king. He didn't feel uncomfortable with the miserable scene beneath his feet at all. Ha ha ha. I, your daddy, am the strongest man in the world. Who's not convinced, just step forward. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He threw his glance at all the disciples and shouted out loudly. Crazy, this guy has gone completely crazy. Hurry up and call for help from the inner circle. If not, today's situation will get out of hand. 3 sect elders were killed by him. Call for help immediately, we have to take him down. This man is too brutal, he might start a massacre, and no one in the outer circle will be able to stop him. Someone has already called for help. Soon, some mighty warriors will be here to suppress him. Everyone couldn't help but back away, none of them dared get close to this crazy man. Some of them had already gone to the inner circle to call for help. Not long after that, 4 powerful figures flew out from the inner circle and landed on the square outside. All of them were young men, geniuses, and elites from the inner circle. 3 of them were mid-combat soul warriors, and the last one was a late combat soul warrior. Compared to the 3 sect elders killed by Xianxia, they were much stronger. Look, that's senior disciple Song Liangdong, a late combat soul warrior, a peerless genius from the inner circle. The other 3 are mid-combat soul warriors as well. That Zhang Yang is finished. Good, good. Let's kill this crazy man. With a crazy man like him, the Shura temple will never have a peaceful day. All the outer circle disciples became excited when they saw these people. Even a late combat soul warrior had arrived, and Zhang Yang was just a tiny late divine core warrior. There was no way he could defend himself, and he was going to die for sure. When Song Liangdong and the other 3 arrived, they immediately discovered what was happening on the fighting stage. Their expressions changed dramatically. All of them were geniuses who had joined the inner circle from the outer circle, and they were very familiar with the 3 sect elders. They even knew the genius from the outer circle, Wang Yuan. But, none of them had expected that all 4 of them would be killed. What was even more shocking was that someone actually dared kill sect elders during the outer circle competition, and not just one. This was the first time in the history of the Shura temple that something like this had ever happened. Zhang Yang, did you do this? Song Liangdong couldn't believe his own eyes. He didn't know who Zhang Yang was, but he was able to call out his name. Obviously, someone had told him about what had happened when he went to the outer circle. The person who went to the outer circle told him that a thug had killed the number 1 disciple of the outer circle, Wang Yuan, and a sect elder. But, when he arrived at the scene, he found out that it wasn't just 2 people who had died, but 4. Who are you? How dare you poke your nose into my business? I, Zhang Yang, am the number 1 genius of the Shura temple. The 4 of you, kneel down before me right now, and I'll spare your lives. If not, you'll end up like them today. Xianxia pointed his sword at Song Liangdong and the other 3. It looked like he was going to show his arrogance to the end. Many people rolled their eyes once again. Finally, they were convinced that this Zhang Yang had gone mad. No ordinary man would do something like this, and now, even a genius from the inner circle was asking him to kneel down. If this wasn't crazy, then what was? Damn it, why is there such a reckless fool in the outer circle? Senior disciple Song, let me kill him right now. One of the mid-combat soul disciples couldn't take it anymore. With a sway of his body, he directly landed on the fighting stage. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, an extremely bright palm strike descended from the skies toward Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed his brows, then he unleashed a palm strike as well. 2 bright palm strikes collided with each other, and Xianxia was knocked to the edge of the fighting stage. His body swayed, and he nearly fell off the stage. Of course, this was just an act. You're just a divine core ant, you should be proud of yourself for being able to withstand a single strike from me. Now, it's time for you to die. The inner circle disciple said in an indifferent manner. Seeing Zhang Yang finally being subdued, many people let out sighs of relief. Just now, they were thinking that it would be unbelievable if an inner circle disciple couldn't subdue Zhang Yang. Luckily, they were worried for nothing. Is that so? If you kneel down before me right now, I'll spare your life. Let me tell you, I, Zhang Yang, had a great encounter yesterday, and I can easily break through to the next realm. I'll break through to the combat soul realm right now. Xianxia shouted out loudly. His energy suddenly started rolling, and with a speed visible to naked eyes, he broke through to the combat soul realm and stopped after reaching the peak of the early combat soul realm. What? Many people cried out in shock. Their jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyes almost popped out from their sockets. Xianxia had allowed them to witness the birth of a freak. Breaking through from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was so easy, right when the crowd was still in shock, Xianxia moved once again. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the inner circle disciple in just the blink of an eye. He swung the long sword down toward the inner circle disciple's head, slicing the inner circle disciple in half once again. An uproar once again swept across the crowd. Everyone felt they were having a hard time breathing. Many of them were afraid of Xianxia, but at the same time, they were envious of him. They wanted to know what kind of fortuitous encounter this guy had that allowed him to break through 2 realms in just one day, and there was even a huge breakthrough from the Divine Core realm to the Combat Soul realm. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Bastard! Song Liangdong shouted out loudly. He attacked, and without hesitation, he dashed toward Xianxia. Seeing this, 2 cold beams shot out from Xianxia's eyes. Killing intent burst out from his body, and the heavenly saint sword turned into a beam of light as it slashed toward Song Liangdong. His goal today was to cause a disturbance, the bigger the better. He wanted to lure out a mighty warrior who had the ability to open the freezing hell jail. Only with this would he have a chance to enter the freezing hell jail. Xianxia wasn't afraid that a real mighty warrior would kill him right away. After all, humans were greedy by nature, and Xianxia's continuous breaking through had attracted a lot of people's attention. He believed that many people were interested in the fortuitous encounter he had yesterday, including the 13 gangsters. As long as they didn't decide to kill him on the spot, the freezing hell jail would be the best place for him. Boom, a loud explosion sounded out. Xianxia's indestructible longsword had instantly destroyed the palm attack unleashed by Song Liangdong. After that, the longsword continued moving in an unstoppable manner, and it pierced through Song Liangdong's palm. A fierce and sharp sword energy shot out from the longsword, and in an instant, Song Liangdong's palm exploded into a bloody mist. Arg! Song Liangdong let out a miserable shriek. His palm had been shattered, but the shock he felt in his heart was even greater. Even though his opponent had broken through continuously, he still looked like an early combat soul warrior. He was a mighty late combat soul warrior, but why couldn't he even withstand a single strike from his opponent? He was severely injured in the first exchange. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Swoosh, Xianxia attacked without any mercy. He quickly waved his arm and slashed the longsword across Song Liangdong's neck. Song Liangdong could only feel a cold sensation coming from his neck, and before he could even react, his head had been chopped off. His death was exactly the same as Wang Yuan's. He died without any pain. Plop, Song Liangdong's headless body fell onto the ground, and after wiggling a few times, it became motionless. Swoosh, the entire square was thrown into an uproar. Some people nearly fainted on the spot, as they had just witnessed something they couldn't even dream of. That maniac had just killed Song Liangdong. How strong was he? Even if he had encountered some incredible fortuitous encounter, even if he was an early combat soul warrior, there was no way he could kill the inner circle genius, senior disciple Song Liangdong. Also, what kind of fortuitous encounter did this maniac have? Everyone was envious of him. He killed senior disciple Song. He's just an early combat soul warrior, but how can he possess such incredible combat strength? This is brutal. What is this guy trying to do? Even if he wanted to prove himself, he didn't have to kill so many people. If he didn't kill anyone in the beginning, with his performance today, he would definitely be valued by the sect, and he might even become one of the tycoons in the future. But now, there's no hope for him to do so. There's no way to clean up this mess. Xianxia has gone completely mad. I think there are only people he can't kill in this world, and there is no one he doesn't dare to kill. With such a huge commotion, perhaps only the core disciples will be able to suppress him. If any of the 13 tycoons show up, he will definitely die. No one wasn't shocked by what they saw. No one had thought that Xianxia would rise to power so quickly. Of course, none of them would have thought that the real Xianxia wasn't Xianxia under the skin, but the real Xianxia, who was still sleeping in Xianxen's storage ring. I'll ask the Grand Protector to deal with him. A mid-combat soul warrior who came with Song Liangdong had an ugly expression on his face. He immediately flew away and went to look for the tycoon. Song Liangdong had been killed, and they were now extremely afraid of Xianxia. Not to mention attacking, they didn't even have the courage to stay here. I'll go with you. The other person was also frightened out of his wits. Unwilling to stay here any longer, he immediately followed the other person's footsteps and flew into the Shura temple. Stay here. Xianxia let out a loud shout. He suddenly swung his sword, and a blood-curdling scream was heard. One of the disciples was killed on the spot, and the other disciple was so scared that he let out a scream and ran away as fast as he could, fearing that Xianxia would stab him in the back. Of course, Xianxia didn't want to kill this disciple, he just wanted to let one of them go. All the outer circle disciples in the square were dumbfounded. Fear could be seen on their faces as they backed away step by step, trying to get as far away from this crazy thug as possible. Xianxia casually glanced at these outer circle disciples. He no longer had any interest in them. He had done everything he could today, and with what he had done, there was no way the upper echelons of the Azura Palace would let him go. Furthermore, he had revealed that he had a great fortuitous encounter, so those upper echelons wouldn't kill him right away. Therefore, what awaited him was the freezing hell jail. Only by entering the freezing hell jail himself would he have a chance to save Tam Lang. Not long after that, the inner circle disciple who had run away returned. However, he wasn't alone this time, as he was followed by an extremely powerful man. This man only had one arm, and his face was filled with a strong hostility. Xianxia recognized this man with just a single glance. He was none other than the 8th Tycoon, Ling Yi, who fought against him in the chaotic ocean. Xianxia didn't expect to meet such a powerful man. He quickly sheathed the long sword in his hand. The sword he used to chop off Ling Yi's arm was the Heavenly Saint's sword, and it would be bad if this man found out about it. Look, it's senior disciple Ling Yi, the 8th Tycoon. Xiangyang is finished this time. Senior disciple Ling Yi is a 4th grade combat king. It's too bad that senior disciple Ling Yi's arm was chopped off by someone. I heard that an amazing young man named Xianxia and a stinky monk have appeared in the chaotic ocean. Right now, all 4 major powers of the Liang province are hunting them down. That Xianxia is really despicable. How dare he make our Shura temple his enemy? He's definitely going to die. Although senior disciple Ling Yi has lost an arm, a combat king cultivation base isn't something ordinary people can compare with. No matter how strong this Xiangyang is, I'm sure he's no match for the 8th Tycoon. When they saw the 8th Tycoon, Ling Yi, had appeared, everyone became excited. In the hearts of every disciple of the Shura temple, the 13 Tycoons were the existences they respected the most, and they were their idols and life goals. When Ling Yi appeared, he immediately saw the tragic scene on the fighting stage. After that, a furious look emerged in his eyes as he stared at Xianxia, who was still standing on the fighting stage in a carefree manner. Senior disciple Ling, it's him. He's Xiangyang. He's the one who killed so many people. The inner circle disciple said. When he recalled how cruel Xianxia was, his voice was trembling. You're only an early combat soul warrior, but you actually have the strength to kill a late combat soul warrior. Furthermore, you were only a mid-divine core warrior yesterday. Tell me, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you find? I'll give you a quick death. Ling Yi spoke with an overbearing attitude, looking down on Xianxia. However, just as Xianxia had expected, Ling Yi was very interested in the fortuitous encounter that Xiangyang had found. A fortuitous encounter that could allow a man to experience such a tremendous transformation, allowing him to break through 2 realms in just one day, and also increase his combat strength by a tremendous amount. It must be a heaven-defying encounter. In many people's minds, Xiangyang must have found some kind of supreme treasure, and that's why he could experience such a transformation. Of course, Ling Yi wanted to know about Xiangyang's fortuitous encounter. He had lost an arm, and if he could find a way to regrow his arm, he would definitely not miss it. Haha, Ling Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Let me tell you, sooner or later, I'll surpass all of you 13 Tycoons. If you kneel down before me now, I'll definitely give you a lot of benefits when I become successful in the future. If you make me your enemy, you'll end up like these guys here. Xianxia burst into laughter as he spoke to Ling Yi with a loud voice. Ling Yi was startled upon hearing this. Initially, he thought Xiangyang would kneel down and beg for his life upon seeing him. Never did he expect that Xiangyang would look down on him, and his words were even more arrogant than Ling Yi's. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Or did he really think he could fight a 4th-grade combat king warrior with just an early combat soul cultivation base? All the other people were stunned once again. They now believed that Zhang Yang had turned into a madman after having a fortuitous encounter. No ordinary man would ever ask the 8th tycoon to kneel down before him. He was simply courting death. Courting death? Ling Yi was enraged. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a dazzling gigantic hand transformed into a gigantic cage, directly trapping Zhang Yang inside. No matter how Zhang Yang attacked, he couldn't break the cage. Seeing this, all the outer circle disciples breathed out a sigh of relief. After all, this guy wasn't heaven-defying enough to fight against King Zhan. "Madman, I can kill you right now," Ling Yi said with a loud voice. "Haha, come, kill me now. If you don't kill me, I'll grow stronger sooner or later, and that will be the day you die." Xianxia burst into laughter. Facing Ling Yi's suppression, he didn't show any fear. "Dream on. With all the crimes you've committed, killing you right now is too easy. I'm going to throw you into the freezing hell jail, and slowly torture you until you die," Ling Yi said with a loud voice. Hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Ling Yi didn't want to kill him right now, but wanted to torture him in the freezing hell jail so that he could tell him about the fortuitous encounter he had. Ling Yi's decision was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Fine, throw him into the freezing hell jail, and let him never see the light of day for the rest of his life. He'll be tortured until he dies. That's right. For a madman like him, killing him right now is too easy. We have to let him suffer in the freezing hell jail. After hearing about Ling Yi's punishment for Zhang Yang, the square immediately burst into cheers. They hated and feared this madman at the same time. However, no matter how strong a man was, once he was thrown into the freezing hell jail, he would still die. Although none of them had been to the freezing hell jail before, they had all heard about how frightening it was. Ling Yi made a grabbing motion in the air. The void was torn apart, and a black door appeared out of thin air. Even though the crowd was still far away from the door, they could still feel the eerie cold air flowing out from it, causing them to tremble with fear. After that, Ling Yi grabbed Xianxia from the air and threw him into the black door. As one of the 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple, each of them had the highest authority, and they could open the door of the freezing hell jail whenever they wanted. During the whole process, Xianxia didn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he was already inside the freezing hell jail. The scene around him suddenly changed. Waves of extremely cold air assaulted him from all directions, causing Xianxia to shiver. Immediately, Xianxia discovered that not only was the cold air in this place extremely cold, it also had a certain degree of corrosive properties. In order to resist the cold air, one would have to use one's origin energy, and this cold air could even corrode one's origin energy. No wonder there were people who were so afraid of the freezing hell jail. No matter how strong a person was, their origin energy would be completely corroded one day, and at that time, what awaited them would be death. The cold energy in the freezing hell jail was deadly to any ordinary cultivator, but it didn't have any effect on Xianxia. Firstly, his body was full of yang energy, and the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had made him vigorous and vigorous. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the cold energy at all. Although the cold energy in this place was quite intimidating, it was still weaker than the world of glaciers in the island of ice. As for the corrosive nature of the cold energy, Xianxia didn't care about it at all. The dragon transformation skill could absorb almost anything in the world, and he could even absorb the poison of the venomous nether toad, let alone this cold energy. Xianxia's body trembled, but he quickly stabilized his body. When he looked around, he realized that he was now in another space. This space was extremely gloomy, and the air was filled with haze, making it look like hell. Roar roar, roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Xianxia looked into the distance and saw cages floating around in this huge space. He couldn't tell what kind of material these cages were made of, but they were extremely sturdy. Each of these cages contained criminals, and many of them were powerful demonic beasts. Some of them were covered in blood, and their auras were extremely weak. Obviously, they were at their limit, and the cold energy had begun to corrode their bodies. Xianxia's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. he strode forward, trying to find the place where Tan Lang was locked up. At the same time, he saw the demon beasts in the cages. There were more than a dozen powerful demon beasts here, and the weakest among them was a second-grade demon king, while the strongest was a fifth-grade demon king. There were even stronger demon beasts, but they weren't locked up to this extent. Looking at these demon beasts, Xianxia couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. For him, these powerful demon kings were the best tonic. If he could absorb all their demon souls, he would at least be able to break through to the third-grade combat king realm. Since the freezing hell jail was a huge space, it wasn't easy to find Tan Lang among all these cages. However, as Xianxia had used the Great Soul Derivation skill, his senses were extremely sharp. Soon, he sensed Tan Lang's aura, and he immediately strode toward him. Roar! Kid, judging from your attire, you should be from the Shura Temple. How did you get locked up here? What big mistake did you commit? Ha ha ha. When Xianxia arrived in front of a fourth-grade demon king, the demon king immediately said. This demon king was a male lion, a rare beast that possessed a powerful innate ability. If Xianxia absorbed its demon soul, he would be able to obtain its innate ability. However, normally, when Xianxia refined a demon spirit, he would only refine the energy contained within it. As for the innate abilities of the demonic beasts, he would selectively give up on them, unless he came across some extremely powerful innate abilities. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't pay any attention to them. The true dragon combat skill in his possession was already frightening enough, and he also had all the powerful combat skills he knew in his previous life. Therefore, Xianxia naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary demon beasts' innate abilities. Furthermore, Xianxia felt that he should focus on cultivating the true dragon combat skill that he had awakened from the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was an extremely mysterious skill, and Xianxia felt that cultivating a combat skill that was compatible with the dragon transformation skill would be the right choice. Being able to laugh in a place like this, your mental strength is pretty good. Xianxia teased the demon king. However, he could tell that the demon king had been imprisoned for a long time, and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. When he saw a newcomer, he couldn't help but tease him. Bastard, let me tell you, don't even think about leaving this freezing hell jail. You're dead for sure. I can see that you're full of young energy, and you're full of vigor and vigor. Why don't you let me eat you, and I'll find a way to get out after I've recuperated. This way, it's better than both of us dying here. The demon king spoke his mind. He stuck out his long tongue, completely regarding Xianxia as a delicious prey. You want to eat me? I'll eat you in a moment. Xianxia left these words behind, then strode forward without turning his head back. He was going to refine all the demon beasts imprisoned in this place. To him, this was a great opportunity. Xianxia walked like a gust of wind, ignoring the colding energy lingering around him. Soon, he arrived next to one of the cages. At this moment, a young man was lying paralyzed at the bottom of the cage. His head was drooping, and his entire body was covered in blood. The original color of his clothes could no longer be seen. The young man was paralyzed on the spot, as if he was a dead man. He didn't move at all. Even though Xianxia had already arrived next to the cage, the young man still didn't notice it. If one were to look closely, one would notice that the young man's legs were trembling non-stop, yet he couldn't exert even the slightest bit of strength. They had been forcibly broken. At this moment, the young man was lying quietly on the ground, allowing the colding energy to corrode his body. Seeing this, the rage in Xianxia's eyes immediately shot out. He had seen all of Tan Lang's injuries. Tan Lang's injuries were undoubtedly very serious, to the point where his life was in danger. If he were to leave this place to fend for himself, Tan Lang would die in at most 3 days. Tan Lang didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. The yuan energy in his body had been sucked dry, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With such injuries, even if he were to be rescued now, it would be very difficult for him to recover without any divine pills or miraculous medicines. Xianxia was truly furious. At this moment, his hatred for the Shura temple grew stronger. Even though he had heard of Zhuang Fan's story, he had only looked down on Xiao Nanfeng. But now, he truly felt that there was no need for the Shura temple to exist anymore. There was no point in keeping a ruthless sect. No matter what, Tan Lang was still a genius disciple of the Shura Temple. Even if he had made a mistake, throwing him into the freezing hell jail was already going overboard. That was the heaviest punishment. But now, not only was Tan Lang imprisoned in the freezing hell jail, he was also being tortured. How could Xianxia not be angry? Brother Tan. Xianxia called out softly. Tan Lang's body trembled slightly, and he slowly raised his head. His hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. His entire body looked extremely weak, as if he was going to die at any moment. You, who are you? Tan Lang asked in an extremely soft voice. He didn't know this man in front of him. In fact, it wasn't strange. Although Tan Lang and Zhang Yang were both disciples of the Shura Temple, their cultivation base and status were very far apart. They weren't on the same level at all. It was very normal for Tan Lang to not know Zhang Yang. Xianxia pointed his finger like a sword and shot out a pure yuan power directly into Tan Lang's body. At the same time, a golden light shield was formed on the surface of his body, firmly protecting Tan Lang. Xianxia said, "It's me, I'm Xianxia." Hearing the two words Xianxia, Tan Lang seemed to have instantly regained his strength. His eyes widened, and his expression became rich. He looked at this stranger in disbelief. This person didn't look like Xianxia, but it was Xianxia's voice. "Brother Jiang, how did you get in here?" Tan Lang was shocked. He wanted to stand up, but he felt that his legs had been forcefully destroyed, which affected his wounds. Immediately, a painful expression appeared on his face. "You suffered because of me. If I didn't come to save you, wouldn't it be too unreasonable?" Xianxia smiled. "Brother Jiang, hurry up and think of a way to leave this place. This place is not something you can imagine. I'm completely crippled right now. Even if you save me, I'll still be a cripple. Don't drag yourself into this. I know what you're capable of. If you have a way to get in here, then you must have a way to get out. I don't want to drag you into this," Tan Lang said. Xianxia was startled. He thought that he would make Tan Lang burst with joy when he saved him, but he didn't expect that not only was Tan Lang not excited, he even started to worry about his safety. It was obvious that this man was a genuine person. Xianxia couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He felt that his trip to the Shura Temple was worth it. Rumble, right at this moment, a hole suddenly exploded in the air above the freezing hell jail. A figure appeared not far away from Xianxia. This person was none other than the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi. "You two are about to die, yet you still have something to talk about?" Ling Yi sneered. "Ling Yi, even if I, Tan Lang, become a ghost, I will haunt you." Upon seeing Ling Yi, Tan Lang said through clenched teeth. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. He had never hated someone so much in his life. Ling Yi was the first. "Your injuries are all because of him?" Xianxia's face turned cold. He had already guessed the truth from Tan Lang's gaze and tone. "Humph. Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Yang, it's already your honor that I didn't kill you on the spot. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you tell me what happened yesterday, I'll give you a chance to live. I won't kill you." Ling Yi snorted coldly. "Fine, I'll tell you." Xianxia smiled. "Are you serious?" Ling Yi was overjoyed. He thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain Zhang Yang's information. He didn't expect Zhang Yang to compromise on his own. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look. My information is that I'm not Zhang Yang." As Jiangchen spoke, all the bones and muscles in his body began to twist. In just a few breaths' time, he had completely reverted to his original appearance. Who else could it be but Jiangchen? "It's you?" Ling Yi was extremely agitated. Only he knew how much he hated Jiangchen. During the battle in the chaotic ocean, not only had he lost an arm, he had also lost his reputation as the 8th tycoon. He was a famous man, but he had been defeated by a first-grade combat king. This was something he couldn't accept. For the past few days, whenever Ling Yi thought about Jiangchen, he would gnash his teeth in anger, wishing he could eat his flesh. Currently, all 4 major powers were searching for Jiangchen's whereabouts, and he never expected that he would come knocking on their door. If they were outside, he would be afraid of Xianxia. However, inside the Shura temple, he wasn't afraid of Xianxia at all. After all, there were too many people in the Shura temple who could kill Xianxia. Although Lingyi looked arrogant on the surface, he was actually retreating. After all, he knew how strong Xianxia was. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't care about Xianxia at all. However, now that he had lost an arm, his combat strength was severely affected. There was no way he could be a match for Xianxia. At the same time, a spirit talisman appeared in Lingyi's hand. It was a golden spirit talisman, and as soon as it appeared, he crushed it. Clearly, this was a signaling spirit talisman, and not long after he crushed it, a true expert would appear. Xianxia didn't mind Lingyi's actions at all. No matter how many people came to the Shura temple today, he wasn't afraid of them. Furthermore, he didn't plan to leave just like that. Furthermore, the freezing hell jail was an important place in the Shura temple, and if it was forcefully torn open, it would definitely alert the experts of the Shura temple. Most importantly, with Xianxia's current strength, he was still unable to tear open this space. Of course, Xianxia had his own ways to do so. "Brother Tan, let me kill him and avenge you first." Xianxia smiled at Tan Lang. After that, he turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Lingyi. Using the spatial shift skill, his speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Lingyi in the blink of an eye. When dealing with Lingyi, Xianxia would never show any mercy. After all, this guy was a 4th-grade combat king, and would not be easy to deal with. Therefore, Xianxia immediately used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. With a single step, the space around him trembled. The silhouette of a dragon flickered beneath Xianxia's feet as he stomped down on Lingyi's head. Sensing the powerful energy pressure coming out from Xianxia's body, Lingyi's expression changed dramatically. Not daring to be careless, he immediately unleashed a huge sphere of light to defend himself. Dong dong dong, Xianxia took 3 steps in a row, and with every step he took, he clashed with Lingyi with the fiercest force. After losing an arm, Lingyi could no longer bring out his full power. Because of this, he was no match for Xianxia at all. Not to mention that Xianxia had also unleashed a powerful true dragon combat skill, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Pooh! Lingyi was knocked back by the tremendous impact, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face had turned extremely pale, and his aura had become chaotic. "Ah! Someone, come quickly!" Lingyi roared out. He knew very well how frightening Xianxia was, and if no one came to save him, he might be dead by now. However, Xianxia would never give him the chance to escape. Right when Lingyi was roaring, Xianxia had already taken the 4th step. The 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he was able to use it after breaking through to the Combat King realm. It was hard to imagine how frightening this step was. Boom! Ah, this step was like a thunderbolt that struck down from the heavens. All the power of the step collided and smashed onto Lingyi's head. Lingyi let out a miserable shriek as his head was crushed by Xianxia's stomp. He died on the spot. What? Seeing this, Tan Lang cried out in shock. Xianxia had actually killed the 4th-grade combat king, Lingyi. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He had already known that Xianxia had broken through to the combat king realm, but a 1st-grade combat king killing a 4th-grade combat king was simply too shocking. In fact, Xianxia's current combat strength was on par with Lingyi's, and it was not easy to kill him. However, after the battle in the chaotic ocean, Lingyi had started to fear Xianxia. Furthermore, his broken arm had widened the gap between them, and Xianxia had unleashed the powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps. All of these had led to the current situation. Who is this young man? I can't believe he is so brave and powerful, and he actually killed the 8th tycoon. Killing a tycoon in the freezing hell jail, this is the first time someone has done that. This is too awesome. For a moment, the entire freezing hell jail was stirred up. Many demon beasts and criminals threw their gazes at Xianxia, their faces filled with disbelief. However, the scene of a tycoon being killed was still very satisfying for them. Who dares to cause trouble in the freezing hell jail? Right at this moment, a deep and resounding voice resounded from the sky above the freezing hell jail. At the same time, dozens of powerful auras descended from the sky. Among these auras, the strongest one was a 7th grade combat king. Xianxia could tell from the voice that they were coming from. Swoosh, with a sway of his body, Xianxia returned to Tan Lang's side. He turned to Tan Lang and said with a smile, "I've avenged you. Brother Jiang, you've really gone too far this time." Ling Yi's death had made Tan Lang happy, but the situation in front of him didn't make him feel happy at all. Now that the true mighty warriors of the Shura temple had arrived, this place had turned into a prison of death, and there was no way for him to escape. Xianxia flipped his palm, and the heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. The sharp edge of the sword slashed forward, and with a loud clang, the cage that was imprisoning Tan Lang was shattered into pieces. He quickly said, "Brother Tan, please enter the internal space of my sword. I'll use the lightning force to help you recover your body. No matter what happens outside, don't let it affect your mind." As Xianxia said that, the heavenly saint's sword automatically split open. The heavenly saint's sword was Xianxia's natal weapon. After Xianxia broke through to the combat king realm, the heavenly saint's sword had also advanced to the king weapon, and a certain internal space had been opened up. Since Xianxia dared to come to the freezing hell jail alone, he must have something he could rely on. The heavenly tribulation was his biggest trump card. The lightning tribulation for him to break through to the combat king realm hadn't arrived yet, and now that the mighty warriors of the Shura temple had arrived, he might as well face the heavenly tribulation together with them. When Xianxia first condensed his combat spirit, he had to face the minor tribulation of the 3 heavenly tribulations. This time it would definitely be the intermediate tribulation. "What did you say?" Tan Lang was startled. He couldn't understand the meaning behind Xianxia's words. "Come in quickly, you'll understand in a moment." Without giving any explanation, Xianxia unleashed a suction force from the heavenly saint's sword, sucking Tan Lang into it. Initially, Xianxia planned to keep Tan Lang in his storage ring and let him out after he left the freezing hell jail. However, since Tan Lang's injuries were too severe, if he could be baptized by the lightning, it would be of great help to his injuries. After all, heavenly lightning was the purest and most masculine energy, and it was the best choice for tempering one's body. Coincidentally, the heavenly saint's sword had just become a king weapon, and it wasn't very stable yet. Xianxia could use the heavenly tribulation to temper the heavenly saint's sword, and Tan Lang could hide inside the heavenly saint's sword. With the heavenly saint's sword's protection, he wouldn't be harmed by the heavenly tribulation, and he might even obtain some unexpected benefits from it. Right at this moment, dozens of figures descended upon the freezing hell jail. Their gazes immediately fell upon Ling Yi, and they were immediately shocked. After that, they turned to look at Xianxia at the same time. Obviously, he was the one who killed Ling Yi. While they were sizing up Xianxia, Xianxia was sizing them up as well. All of them were combat kings. The weakest among them was a 2nd grade combat king, and the strongest was a 7th grade combat king. There were 5 old men among them, and they should be the elders of the Shura temple. They had an extraordinary status, and the rest of them didn't look too old, around 20 to 30 years old. 3 of them were the tycoons. "Who are you? How dare you kill the tycoons of the Shura temple in the freezing hell jail? You're courting death." The 7th grade combat king shouted at Xianxia. "I'm the Xianxia that you've been searching for." Xianxia said honestly. "What? How did you get in here?" The old man was surprised. He had no doubt about Xianxia's identity. Although he had never met Xianxia before, he had heard the description of Xianxia. He was a young man in his late teens. Furthermore, the Tan Lang in front of him had disappeared. Xianxia must have come here to save Tan Lang. "You've come just in time, we were just looking for him." Killing a disciple of the Shura temple is no different from courting death. Now that you've killed the 8th tycoon, even if the heavenly king himself is here, he won't be able to save you. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you come to the freezing hell jail? Is Tan Lang that important to you? Or do you have the confidence to walk out of this freezing hell jail? The one who spoke was the 6th tycoon. He looked to be in his 30s, and his aura was extraordinary. The tycoons of the Shura temple weren't ranked according to their age, but their strength. The 6th tycoon was a 5th grade combat king, an extremely powerful man. "Of course, if I want to leave, none of you can stop me." Also, there's no need for this freezing hell to exist anymore. As Xianxia said that, a scarlet beam of light burst out from the top of his head. Within the beam of light, the shadow of a blood-red dragon emerged, raising its head and letting out a soul-stirring dragon roar. After that, rumble, a deep and muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out, causing the entire freezing hell jail to tremble. What's going on? Why do I feel an extremely powerful pressure? It's the pressure of the heaven and earth, not the pressure of a human. The 7th grade combat king was shocked. At this moment, everyone raised their heads. They had no idea what was going to happen, but each of them had a bad premonition. At the same time, the sky above the Shura temple was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was covered by the dark clouds. It was a scene of doomsday. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly change color? Such a strong pressure. What's going to happen? Is the heaven angry? I've read about it in the records, it seems like a heavenly tribulation. My God, could it be that someone in the Shura temple is facing a heavenly tribulation? Only a great saint can face a heavenly tribulation, and there's no such expert in the Shura temple. Could it be that there's something that defies the natural order in our Shura temple that has attracted the heavenly tribulation? Dark clouds loomed over the sky, and lightning flashed across the sky. The thick silver lightning was getting more and more concentrated. Everyone in the Shura temple was scared out of their wits. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one after another, powerful figures dashed out from the Azura Palace. All the combat kings and all the 13 tycoons had shown up. Xianxia and the white-haired elder stared at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky with great shock. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? Who's facing the heavenly tribulation in the Shura temple? Elder Lu cried out in fear. It's too loud. It might alert the temple master and the great elder who are in seclusion. Another elder said. The temple master and the great elder of the Shura temple were true combat emperors, and their strength was unfathomable. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The originally dense and boundless thunderclouds suddenly disappeared, but the sky was still incomparably dark. What was even more surprising was that although the thunderclouds had disappeared, the powerful pressure became heavier and heavier. Everyone could still clearly hear the deafening sound of thunder. What's going on? The 3rd tycoon cried out in fear. He had no idea what was going on. The freezing hell jail. The heavenly tribulation has gone to the freezing hell jail. Let's go and see what's going on. Xianxia couldn't keep his calm anymore. Although the Shura temple was a major sect in the Liang province, it was still far from being comparable to those superpowers in the divine continent. Let alone them, even their temple master, who was a powerful combat emperor, had never seen a heavenly tribulation before. The heavenly tribulation was a supreme existence. It would only descend when a minor saint was advancing to the great saint realm, or when a great saint ascended to the immortal realm. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to witness it. But now, a heavenly tribulation had descended upon the Shura temple, and it had even entered the freezing hell jail. This was too shocking. It was obvious that someone was facing the heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. Heavenly tribulation was omnipresent. The world was vast, and there were countless planes similar to Saint Origin World. Heavenly tribulation would descend upon every plane and every space when a monstrous being appeared. Therefore, even though the freezing hell prison was located in another space, it still couldn't escape from the heavenly tribulation. As long as Xianxia released his aura, he could attract the heavenly tribulation at any time. At this moment, the inside of the freezing hell jail was filled with lightning and thunder. The sky above was filled with thunderclouds, and lightning bolts as thick as giant pythons danced in the sky, as if they would strike down at any time. The entire space was shaking violently, and many cracks appeared in the space, as if it would be torn apart at any time. The thunderclouds were very thick. Among them, the thunderclouds above Xianxia's head were the thickest. It was obvious that as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to see that this heavenly tribulation was triggered by Xianxia. Heavens, it's a heavenly tribulation. He actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. Only a great saint can trigger a heavenly tribulation, and he's only a combat king warrior, but he has already triggered a heavenly tribulation. I can't believe he's so heaven-defying. This is unbelievable. Not good, he's going to face his heavenly tribulation here. Once his heavenly tribulation is over, I'm afraid the entire freezing hell jail will be completely destroyed. What should we do? Should we intervene and stop him? Are you crazy? Haven't you heard about how frightening a heavenly tribulation is? Anyone who is under the influence of a heavenly tribulation will be punished. The heavens will send down their own heavenly tribulation, and death is almost certain. All the combat kings of the Shura temple were shocked. In the beginning, they had planned to kill Xianxia right away, but they never thought that Xianxia would have such a trick up his sleeves. He was going to face his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. With this, who would dare to intervene? Perhaps even a combat emperor palace master would not dare to touch the heavenly tribulation. One must know that once a cultivator was enveloped by a heavenly tribulation, he would trigger his own heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation was based on the cultivator's overall strength. Heavens, it's actually a heavenly tribulation. Brother Jiang is really heaven-defying. Inside the heavenly saint sword, Tan Lang was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He could clearly see what was happening outside the heavenly saint sword, and he finally understood what Xianxia was relying on. It turned out that Xianxia wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to fight against the Shura temple. This was a ruthless move. Tan Lang was hiding inside the heavenly saint sword. Under the protection of the heavenly saint sword, he was very safe. However, even with the help of the heavenly tribulation, Tan Lang was still worried about Xianxia. He had heard that even a mighty great saint would fall into a very weak state after facing the heavenly tribulation, let alone Xianxia. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, Xianxia would still be in a very dangerous situation. At this moment, a group of powerful figures descended into the Shura temple from the outside. The one leading them was the great tycoon, Xianxia, and the 9th grade combat king, Elder Lu. Such a lineup was really huge. Almost all the powerful warriors of the Shura temple were here, and all of them were shocked by what they saw. Great tycoon, Elder Lu, this man is Xianxia. He has killed the 4th tycoon, Ling Yi, and now he has triggered the heavenly tribulation. It seems like he is going to face the heavenly tribulation here. The 7th grade combat king elder said hastily. He really is facing the heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect this man to be so heaven-defying, being able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when he is only a combat king. The heavenly tribulation is about to descend. If he is allowed to do whatever he wants here, the entire freezing hell jail will collapse. This freezing hell jail was meticulously built by the palace master, and it was built with the help of the right time and the right place. If it is destroyed, it will be a great loss to the Shura temple. Elder Lu said. Xianxia, I think you are here to save Tan Lang. I, the tycoon, will allow you to take him away, and please leave this place. I promise the Shura temple that I won't pursue you anymore. Xianxia shouted at the center of the thundercloud. Although he hated Xianxia to the core, nothing was more important than protecting the freezing hell jail. Furthermore, even if he let Xianxia go now, Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp once the heavenly tribulation was over. Brother Jiang, this man is Xianxia. Tan Lang transmitted his divine sense into Xianxia's ears, informing him of Xianxia's identity. Xianxia's gaze fell onto Xianxia, and it instantly turned extremely cold. He had promised Shuang Fan that he would avenge Shuang Fan, and now, the sanctimonious guy had really appeared. Xianxia really wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to destroy this guy, but Xianxia wasn't someone easy to deal with. This man was extremely vigilant, and there was no way he would fall into Xianxia's trap. Haha, Xianxia, you're a beast that humiliates the innocent. I despise people like you the most. Today, I'm going to destroy this freezing hell jail. Come up here and fight me if you have the guts. Xianxia burst into laughter. As for Xianxia's bullshit about letting Xianxia go, he was treating Xianxia like a 3-year-old kid. Xianxia was only afraid that Xianxia would destroy the freezing hell jail, and that was why he came up with such a plan. However, the relationship between Xianxia and the Shura temple was something that could never be resolved. Rumble, as soon as Xianxia's words faded, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the lightning in the sky. 6 bright red lightning bolts hovered above Xianxia's head, from left to right, each thicker than the last. Xianxia was very familiar with the heavenly tribulation. With just one look, he could tell that this was the legendary Intermediate Six Tribulation. Haha, come. Xianxia laughed. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear even though he was facing the Intermediate Six Tribulation. With the strength of his fleshly body, he would be able to withstand the first 4 heavenly tribulations without suffering any damage, and these 4 heavenly tribulations would be more than enough to destroy the Shura temple. At that time, he would have to flee far away and endure the last 2 heavenly tribulations. Although he knew that it was very dangerous to do this, and the disturbance caused by the lightning tribulation might make it impossible for him to escape from the Shura temple's experts, this was the only way for now. Furthermore, Xianxia could also use the lightning tribulation to increase his strength. All the demon kings here would become his nourishment during the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, another thunderous rumble was heard. A red lightning bolt let out a roar, pouring down like a waterfall toward Xianxia. All the experts of the Shura temple were stunned. They had never seen a real heavenly tribulation, so they were curious about it. Swoosh, right when the first lightning tribulation descended, Xianxia moved. Like a horse that had just escaped from its reins, he unleashed the dimensional shift skill. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived next to a 5th grade combat king. Arg, the 5th grade combat king didn't have enough time to react, and instantly triggered his own heavenly tribulation. He was engulfed by the lightning, and let out a miserable shriek. He was completely destroyed by the lightning, and his entire body was burnt to a crisp. The scene was extremely miserable. What? The others cried out in shock. Only then did they react. They looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost, and quickly backed away. Haha, Xianxia burst into laughter. He had just endured a lightning attack, but it seemed like nothing had happened to him. The heavenly saint sword was hovering next to him, and its surface was covered with lightning sparks. The pure lightning energy was constantly seeping into the heavenly saint sword, and not only was it tempering the heavenly saint sword, it was also being absorbed by Tan Lang. Tan Lang had suffered a serious injury, and it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. If he could absorb some of the lightning energy, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Tan Lang dared not hesitate. He held his breath and adjusted his condition to the best, then slowly guided the lightning energy into his body, tempering his physique. Rumble, soon, the second lightning bolt was formed, and it could strike down at any time. Seeing this, all the combat kings of the Shura temple lost their curiosity. They stared at Xianxia as if they were looking at a tiger. Retreat! Retreat from the freezing hell jail immediately! This guy is a madman, and the freezing hell jail can no longer be saved. Elder Lu shouted loudly. All the combat kings didn't hesitate at all. All of them had the talisman to open the freezing hell jail, so they immediately opened the door and flew out. Facing such a situation, Xianxia didn't stop them. First of all, he had to focus on dealing with the heavenly tribulation. Secondly, even if he could use the heavenly tribulation to kill some combat kings, it would be useless. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill Xiaonan Feng. After all, he was just a 1st grade combat king, and the gap between him and a 9th grade combat king was huge. Xiaonan Feng was a smart man, and he wouldn't fall into his trap. Xiaonan Feng and all the combat kings of the Shura temple had retreated from the freezing hell jail. They had no choice but to leave because they couldn't stop Xianxia. Today, even if a mighty combat emperor broke into the freezing hell jail, the Shura temple would still have a way to stop him. However, a monstrous genius was facing his heavenly tribulation here, and there was no way to stop him. Anyone who tried to stop him would be killed. Even a minor saint wouldn't be willing to touch the heavenly tribulation, because it was just too terrifying. Let me out. Let me out now. Damn it. This bastard is going to face his heavenly tribulation here. Let me out now. I don't want to die here. All the demon kings were roaring. The scene in front of them was like the end of the world, and it had truly terrified them. They were trapped in this cage, and the only thing awaiting them was death. Even if they weren't killed by the lightning bolts, they wouldn't be able to escape once the freezing hell jail collapsed. These demon beasts weren't the only ones being imprisoned here, there were also many humans. Some of them were disciples like Tan Lang, who had committed a grave mistake and were imprisoned here. There were also some who were enemies of the Shura temple and were imprisoned here, waiting for their deaths. Right now, facing the heavenly tribulation that was wreaking havoc in the freezing hell jail, everyone's faces were deathly pale. The scene was too terrifying, and they had never experienced something like this in their entire lives. The freezing hell jail looked like it was going to collapse at any time. There were only two possible outcomes for them being trapped here. One was to be killed by the lightning bolts, and the other was to disappear along with this space. At this moment, at the very edge of the freezing hell jail, there was an extremely shabby-looking cage. There was a man curled up inside the cage. His clothes had long since been stained with dried blood, and the original color of his clothes could not be seen clearly. His hair was very messy, and covered half of his face, making it impossible to see his true face. However, judging from his pale lips and his body shape, he should be a young man, and definitely not very old. The young man was trembling all over. His body had begun to be corroded by the cold air, and his life was hanging by a thread. He could die at any time. He had fallen into a deep coma, and even the first heavenly tribulation of the sixth heavenly tribulation didn't wake him up. Rumble, the momentum of the second lightning tribulation was much stronger than the first one. It blasted a huge hole in the freezing hell jail, and the space began to crack inch by inch. It looked like the freezing hell jail was on the verge of collapsing. The demon kings were roaring, and the humans were going crazy. None of them were willing to die under the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia and the heavenly saint sword stood under the lightning. The lightning was like a curtain of rain, and Xianxia was completely bathed in it. There was a look of enjoyment on his face. Outside of his body, there were blood-red dragon shadows everywhere, and it looked incomparably mystical. The second bolt of lightning finally woke the young man up from his slumber. He raised his head with great difficulty and opened his eyes. His eyes were very cloudy at first, but they quickly became very bright. This was the brightest part of his body, and it was also the most attractive part. However, the young man was obviously too rude. He only saw the sky full of lightning and a tall and straight figure standing under the lightning. Roar! Xianxia endured 2 bolts of lightning in a row. He raised his head and let out a roar. It was a dragon's roar that shook the heaven and earth, and even the demon kings were shaken. They looked at Xianxia in astonishment. They were shocked. In their minds, the heavenly tribulation was an incomparably terrifying existence. Even a great saint would be fearful when facing the heavenly tribulation, and they would need to be fully prepared. However, the body of this young man in front of them was excessively strong. He was actually bathing under the lightning, as if he was taking a bath. As a matter of fact, everyone's understanding of the heavenly tribulation still had some misunderstandings. The lightning tribulation would normally descend according to a cultivator's own cultivation level. Different people and cultivation levels would naturally trigger different heavenly tribulations. For example, Xianxia was currently undergoing the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulation. However, if a combat emperor was caught in the lightning tribulation, he would trigger his own heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation would be determined according to his own cultivation level. Furthermore, Xianxia cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so his body was extremely tough. He was full of vigor and vigor. Furthermore, he had passed the minor 3 tribulations before, so he already had a certain amount of experience. He had the fire of thunder in his body, so he already had a certain level of resistance to the thunder tribulations. That was why he could bask in the lightning bolts so fearlessly. The dark clouds became denser and denser. The remaining 4 bolts of dark red lightning were each thicker than the last. They were like 4 azure dragons hanging there, striking fear into people's hearts. All the prisoners locked up in the freezing hell jail were in despair, as there was no way they could escape from this place. Rumble! Finally, the 3rd lightning bolt struck down from the sky, slashing towards Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia waved his hand, and the lightning bolts turned into beams of light that shot towards the cages. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the cages of the prisoners were shattered. Xianxia roared at all the prisoners. Countless cracks have appeared in the freezing hell jail. All of you, run for your lives now. Xianxia's voice reverberated through the air like the rumbling of thunder. His words instantly changed the despair in everyone's hearts, and an unprecedented excitement emerged on their faces. Many people bowed deeply toward Xianxia, then found a crack in the freezing hell jail and squeezed their way out. This was a great opportunity for them. The freezing hell jail had been destroyed, and only then would they have a chance to escape. All of them were extremely excited, as they thought they were going to die for sure. Never did they expect that they would be given a chance to escape. All of them were extremely grateful towards Xianxia. Without Xianxia, they would never be able to walk out from the freezing hell jail, and would die a miserable death in this place. The young man crawled out from the broken cage. His skinny body was trembling, but somehow, he found a new strength and dashed into one of the cracks. At the same time, all the combat kings in the sky above the Shura temple sensed the changes in the freezing hell jail, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not good, the freezing hell jail is about to be destroyed. Xianxia has released all those criminals, and all of them have escaped. Should we chase after them? One of the sect elders said with a loud voice. How? The dimension of the freezing hell jail has been destroyed, and we have no idea where those cracks are. Damn it, this Xianxia is such a bastard. He has destroyed the foundation of our Shura temple, we can't let him get away with it. Elder Lu said in a gloomy voice. The freezing hell jail was originally a complete dimension, and there were special entrances that could be used to enter it. Only these entrances were connected to the Shura temple, and only those escaped criminals would be captured easily. However, the entire dimension of the freezing hell jail was on the verge of being destroyed by the lightning, and it would be very difficult to capture those escaped criminals. Swoosh, swoosh, right at this moment, another two incomparably powerful figures appeared. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He had a resolute face, and he looked to be in his 40s. A frightening aura was being emitted from his body, and he didn't seem to be angry at all. He carried the aura of an emperor, he was a combat emperor. Standing next to him was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He had a tall stature, and his aura was not any weaker than the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was also a combat emperor. When the combat king warriors saw these two men, their faces immediately turned solemn and respectful. Including Xiao Nanfeng and Elder Lu, everyone immediately bowed and greeted these two men. Temple Master, Great Elder. Everyone shouted at the same time. These two men were none other than the strongest warriors of the Shura temple, two combat emperors. The middle-aged man was the temple master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang. What's going on? Who is facing his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail? Li Tianyang was obviously very angry. The freezing hell jail was his blood, sweat, and tears, and it was also the symbol of his authority. But now, it had been ravaged to the point where it was in ruins. Temple Master, this man's name is Xianxia. Xiao Nanfeng dared not hide anything. He immediately used his divine sense to tell Li Tianyang about Xianxia, as well as what had happened during this period of time. Damn it! How dare he challenge the authority of the Shura temple? He's courting death. Great Elder, let's work together and lock onto this man's aura. Once he is done with his heavenly tribulation, we won't give him any chance to escape from the freezing hell jail. Li Tianyang said in a sinister manner. Currently, Xianxia was undergoing his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. Even though he was a combat emperor, he still dared not enter the jail. The freezing hell jail was already destroyed. The only thing he needed to do now was to lock onto Xianxia's aura from the outside, and not give Xianxia any chance to escape. This man is so heaven-defying that he can attract heavenly tribulation at the combat king realm. He must be a monster. Once I capture him, I'll train him into my clone to make up for the loss of the freezing hell jail. Li Tianyang squinted his eyes, and two beams of cold light shot out from them. He was an expert in a cultivation technique that allowed him to choose a young man with extraordinary talent to cultivate into his clone. By cultivating in two ways, the effect would be multiplied. Now, this young man in the freezing hell jail was able to attract heavenly tribulation. With such a monstrous talent, he was the perfect candidate to become his clone. After that, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder joined hands, each of them separated a thread of divine sense and sent it into the freezing hell jail, locking onto Xianxia's aura. Xianxia, who was cultivating the great soul derivation skill, immediately sensed their divine senses. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he didn't mind it. Taking advantage of the fact that the fourth heavenly tribulation had yet to descend, he turned his gaze to the demon kings. "Bastard! Why won't you let us go?" The fourth-grade demon king who had threatened to eat Xianxia grabbed onto the edge of the cage and roared at Xianxia. Swoosh, Xianxia was the first to arrive in front of the demon king. He abruptly unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed the demon king's head. Normally, it would be very difficult for Xianxia to control a fourth-grade demon king. However, all the demon kings here had been imprisoned for a very long time, and none of them had their peak combat strength. For example, this fourth-grade demon king in front of him was no match for Xianxia. Not only that, wherever Xianxia went, the heavenly tribulation would descend. As long as this fourth-grade demon king dared to release his aura, he would immediately attract his own heavenly tribulation. Bang, the demon king's head instantly exploded. Xianxia took out its demon soul and swallowed it, then began absorbing it. A fourth-grade demon king's demon soul was more than enough for him to break through to the second-grade combat king realm. With the help of the pure lightning energy and the miraculous dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was instantly absorbed. The true dragon flame and the lightning flame worked together to remove all the impurities within the demon soul, leaving only the purest energy for Xianxia to absorb. Buzz. Even though he was facing the heavenly tribulation, tremendous changes were happening within Xianxia's body. New blood-red dragon marks began to form. The fourth-grade demon king's demon soul had allowed him to form 2,000 new dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks to 12,100. He had broken through from the first-grade combat king realm to the second-grade combat king realm. Without a doubt, this kind of advancement was extremely frightening. Xianxia had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm a few days ago, and in just a few days, he had broken through to the second-grade combat king realm. If this news was spread out, no one would believe it. Furthermore, if Xianxia could absorb all these demon kings, he would be able to break through to the third-grade combat king realm. At that point of time, it would be even more frightening. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't have dared to absorb demon souls in such a direct way. After all, relying on external energy to level up would definitely affect his own foundation. Under normal circumstances, whenever Xianxia used demon souls to level up, he would find a way to stabilize it for a period of time. He would only use it again when his foundation was solid enough. However, he was currently in a very good condition. He had absorbed the lightning into his body and tempered his body. The lightning energy was rolling like a tidal wave, constantly strengthening his foundation. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about his foundation being shaken. Buzz. The dense dark clouds suddenly started rolling violently again. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Damn it, I've broken through to the second-grade combat king realm, and the strength of the remaining 3 lightning bolts has increased as well. This isn't good. It looks like I have to kill all these demon kings first and obtain their demon souls. After the heavenly tribulation, I'll break through to the third-grade combat king realm. Xianxia had neglected this point when he was absorbing the demon soul. The power of the lightning would change according to the cultivator's cultivation. Since Xianxia had broken through to the second-grade combat king realm, the lightning that he would attract would naturally be more violent. Therefore, the next 3 lightning bolts would definitely be stronger than the previous ones. Even though Xianxia was confident in himself, he didn't dare underestimate them. The demon king he absorbed before was also a demon beast, but its innate ability belonged to the aggressive type. Therefore, when Xianxia was absorbing the demon soul, he had neglected this ability, as he didn't need it at all. Within the heavenly saint sword, Tan Lang's condition had improved a lot. The pure energy of the lightning had entered his body, and it provided him with a great help. Right now, under the protection of the heavenly saint sword, Tan Lang was bathing in the lightning, constantly absorbing the energy and transforming it into his own. At the same time, Tan Lang had a clear understanding of what was happening outside. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level, especially when he saw Xianxia absorb the demon king's demon soul and instantly break through to the second-grade combat king realm. He felt as if his impression of this world had been overturned. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia was truly a peerless monster. However, an existence that could attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm must have something extraordinary about him. Thinking about it this way, Tan Lang felt relieved. What made Tan Lang feel lucky was that he had made friends with Xianxia. Rumble. Due to the sudden change in Xianxia's cultivation, the lightning was constantly changing as well. As a result, the fourth lightning bolt had yet to strike. Xianxia's gaze fell onto the fifth-grade Demon King. This Demon King was the strongest here. Looking at Xianxia's gaze, how could the Demon King not know what Xianxia was going to do? His expression instantly changed. Brat, with your cultivation base, you can't kill me. Why don't you let me go? I'll definitely give you great benefits in the future. The Demon King said. Is that so? Give me your demon soul, I only want it. Xianxia said with a smile. Bastard. The Demon King was instantly enraged. Taking away his demon soul was no different than killing him. This human in front of him clearly didn't want to let him live. His anger soared to the heavens, and he launched an attack at Xianxia. Humph. If you were a fifth-grade Demon King at your peak, perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. I would need to borrow the power of lightning to deal with you. But now, you can only unleash the strength of a fourth-grade Demon King. Killing you is just a piece of cake for me. 9 murdering flood dragons. Xianxia harumphed coldly and struck out with the 9 murdering flood dragons. This time, the 9 flood dragons struck out and instantly surrounded the entire cage. The Demon King was instantly drowned by the flood dragons. Arg, no. The Demon King let out a miserable shriek. He couldn't believe that he wasn't a match for a second-grade combat king. When Xianxia was a first-grade combat king, he was able to fight a fourth-grade combat king. Now that he had broken through to the second-grade combat king realm, he could easily kill a fourth-grade combat king with a wave of his hand. Give it to me. Xianxia made a grabbing motion with his hand, causing a fifth-grade demon soul to fly out and fall into Xianxia's palm. After that, Xianxia didn't slow down and continued dashing toward the other demon kings. All these demon kings were ferocious and cruel, and Xianxia didn't feel guilty for killing them. Today, he was going to enjoy a feast with the power of lightning. Rumble. At the same time, the fourth heavenly tribulation finally descended. In an instant, Xianxia was drowned by the lightning that poured down like a waterfall. However, he was able to walk under the lightning, and wherever he went, all living beings would be destroyed. All the remaining demon kings were instantly drowned by the lightning, and all of them died with miserable cries. Xianxia's hand kept moving forward, but in the end, he only managed to grab 3 demon souls. 1 was a 4th grade, and 2 were 3rd grade. As for the remaining demon souls, they were destroyed by the lightning before he could grab them. What a pity. Xianxia shook his head. These demon souls were truly a pity. However, with the amount of demon souls he had, it would be easy for him to break through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. However, Xianxia didn't do that. Instead, he stored all these demon souls into his qi. Unless he was out of his mind, he wouldn't refine them at this point in time. After breaking through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, the power of the lightning had increased by a lot. It wasn't hard to imagine that after breaking through to the 3rd grade combat king realm, the destructive power of the lightning would become even stronger, and it would bring great difficulty and danger to Xianxia. Who, after the 4th heavenly tribulation came to an end, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After experiencing 4 heavenly tribulations in a row, he wasn't as arrogant as before. At least, he didn't look as good as he did on the surface. His hair was standing on end, his clothes were tattered, and his aura was slightly unstable. Rumble, the 5th heavenly tribulation was quickly forming, and it was about to strike down. The entire freezing hell jail had been greatly damaged. It wasn't hard to imagine that once the 5th heavenly tribulation descended, the entire freezing hell jail would collapse and vanish into nothingness. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the rolling lightning waves in the sky, then he murmured, "There's a pill that I wanted to concoct in my previous life, but I never had the chance to do so. Today is a great opportunity." The last 2 heavenly tribulations of the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulations will definitely contain a stronger and purer lightning energy, which is perfect for concocting the 9 solar less rond pill. The 9 solar less Rond pill was a pill that only existed in legends. Even the most powerful alchemist in the Saint Origin realm had only heard of it, but had never seen it before, let alone concocting it. The reason for that was because the conditions required to concoct this pill were extremely harsh, so harsh that alchemists didn't even dare to think about it. In order to concoct the 9 solar lightning dragon pellet, there were 2 conditions. The first was the 9 solar holy water. Although this kind of treasure was rare, it was nothing to the super sex of the divine continent. However, the second condition was truly harsh. It required the pellet to be concocted under the heavenly tribulation, absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation, and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to condense into a real pellet. This was simply nonsense. Ordinary cultivators were already afraid of facing the heavenly tribulation, so why would they have the mood to concoct a pill under the heavenly tribulation? Unless they were tired of living. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation wasn't like the rain, which came as it pleased. All along, only great saints could summon the heavenly tribulation. Even if a great saint was facing the heavenly tribulation, that great saint might not necessarily be an alchemist. Even an alchemist wouldn't have the courage to concoct a pill under the heavenly tribulation. As a result, the 9 solar less Rond pill only existed in legends. However, the effect of the 9 solar less Rond pill was truly amazing. It could even be called a miraculous pill. If a cultivator took the 9 solar less Rond pill, their physique would definitely be greatly improved and sublimated. Even a pig could become a supreme genius. Not only that, the 9 solar less Rond pill was also a holy healing medicine. It could even revive bones from the dead. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to show how terrifying this pill was. In other words, a 9 solar less Rond pill could create a supreme genius. Today, Xianxia was going to concoct the 9 solar less Rond pill under this heavenly tribulation. He had already fulfilled all the conditions. The heavenly saint sword could absorb the 9 solar holy water, and the supplementary ingredients needed to concoct the 9 solar less Rond pill were all in Xianxia's hands. Tan Lang's current injuries were extremely severe. Even if the heavenly saint sword was nourishing him with lightning energy, he still wouldn't be able to fully recover. In the future, he might even become a cripple. However, Xianxia didn't know how to save Tan Lang. If he could have a 9 solar less Rond pill, not only would Tan Lang's injuries be completely healed, his cultivation would also improve by leaps and bounds. His physique would be completely improved, and he would become a supreme genius. His future achievements would be limitless. Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately absorbed the 9 solar holy water from the heavenly saint sword. The heavenly tribulation's duration was limited, and he needed to do his best to concoct a few more 9 solar less Rond pill. This pill was too expensive. Once it was successfully concocted, it would become a peerless treasure. Xianxia's technique was incomparably skillful, and his speed was incredibly fast. The moment the 9 solar holy water was taken out, the herbs used to concoct the 9 solar less Rond pill were also taken out by him. Using the true dragon flame and true thunder fire, all the herbs were enveloped by his true dragon flame and true thunder fire. The higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it was to concoct, and the more complicated the steps would be. Even for a high-level alchemist, the step of concoction was the most troublesome, because a single mistake would affect the quality of the pill. In fact, according to the understanding of a true alchemist, all pills with less than 100% effectiveness were useless. However, this problem would never appear in Xianxia's case. The Great Soul Derivation technique was simply too frightening. It allowed him to have the energy to concoct over 100 types of herbs in an instant, and at the same time. Every single herb would be extracted cleanly, without any impurities. Without this technique, it would be impossible for him to concoct the 9 solar less Rond pill under the heavenly tribulation. Even for Xianxia, he only had one chance to concoct the 9 solar less Rond pill. He had to try his best to concoct as many less Rond pills as possible, because once the heavenly tribulation was over, he would lose the chance to concoct the pill. What is Brother Jiang doing? Inside the heavenly saint sword, Tan Lang was truly curious about Xianxia. Normally, the freezing hell jail was on the verge of collapsing, and what he needed to do now was to leave this place as soon as possible. However, not only did Xianxia not choose to escape, It seemed like he was going to concoct something under the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia had a solemn expression on his face. This process was incomparably difficult, even for him. He needed to concoct the pill while enduring the intense heavenly tribulation, and think of a way to resist the destructive energy that was descending from above. Crackle! Crackle! The herbs in the flames emitted crackling sounds, as all kinds of impurities were extracted at a rapid speed. The fusion of these two flames seemed to have reached the pinnacle of terrifying flames between the heaven and earth. Under Xianxia's control, no matter what he was refining, it could be incinerated. The 9 solar holy water swam back and forth in the flames like a golden dragon. Rumble! At this moment, the 5th bolt of heaven's retribution finally descended. The dark red lightning bolt, as thick as a water bucket, completely turned into a heavenly dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. It whistled through the air and struck down from above Xianxia's head, completely drowning the entire space. After the attack, the entire Shura temple was shaking violently. The faces of Li Tianyang and the others changed dramatically. They could already imagine that the freezing hell jail was completely destroyed. A few of the nodes connecting the Shura temple to the freezing hell jail had collapsed, and a few large holes had been smashed into the void. Damn it, the freezing hell jail has been completely destroyed. The great elder, who was a man of virtue and prestige, could not help but swear at this moment. Li Tianyang's expression turned even uglier, because both of them knew about the freezing hell jail's secret. The freezing hell jail was definitely not just a simple prison. There were other secrets hidden inside, but they were not meant to be known to outsiders. Damn it, if that thing is destroyed, I swear I'll tear that brat into a million pieces. Li Tianyang's eyes were filled with malice. All of his thoughts were focused on the freezing hell jail. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. Even with his cultivation base of a combat emperor, he dared not enter the freezing hell jail recklessly. He could only wait outside. Palace Master, I'm afraid that brat won't be able to survive such a heavenly tribulation. I'm guessing he'll escape soon. The great elder said. Don't worry, I've already locked onto his aura. The freezing hell jail won't allow him to leave the Liang province. No matter where he goes, he'll die for sure. Li Tianyang said. As the palace master of the Shura temple, a mighty combat emperor, it had been a long time since someone had angered him to this extent. Puff inside the freezing hell jail, Xianxia was caught in the middle of a storm. The space around him had been shattered, and he was suffering from the double impact of the heavenly tribulation and the spatial pressure. If it wasn't for his amazing movement skill, the dimensional shift, he might have already died. Even so, Xianxia had suffered extremely serious injuries. His skin and flesh were lacerated in many places, and blood was flowing out from his eyes. His body was swaying, and it looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Brother Jiang! Tan Lang cried out from within the heavenly saint's sword, but he didn't receive any response from Xianxia. Damn it, not good. I've underestimated the power of the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia couldn't help but curse in his mind. He had predicted the power of the heavenly tribulation in advance, and his current condition should have appeared after the 6th heavenly tribulation. Although he was seriously injured, he had the protection of the dragon transformation skill, which gave him incredible recovery ability, so he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. However, when he was facing the heavenly tribulation, he had neglected the fact that he might trigger an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased as well. Although Xianxia's resistance had also improved, the fact that the space around him had been shattered had caused him to suffer such serious injuries. If this continued, when the last heavenly tribulation descended, Xianxia would be in a terrible state. What he needed to do now was to find a way to escape from this place. If he didn't, he might even lose his life here. Xianxia dared not be careless. He immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill to its limit. After the skill had gone through 2 transformations, it had completely merged with Xianxia's body, and the skill itself possessed an incredible recovery ability. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, Xianxia's injuries were constantly healing, causing Xianxia's condition to improve significantly. Xianxia took a deep breath. With a flip of his palm, he checked the condition of the 9 solar less Rond pill, and a smile emerged on his face. During the lightning tribulation, Xianxia had absorbed enough lightning energy, and it had now merged with the 9 solar holy water and the essences of the herbs. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to concoct 7 9 solar less Rond pill this time. Each of these heaven-defying pills was priceless, and Xianxia had concocted 7 of them in one go. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a great chaos in the divine continent. In order to complete the 9 solar less Rond pill, I'll need the help of the last heavenly tribulation. But now that the freezing hell jail has been destroyed, I need to make use of this last chance to escape. Otherwise, I'll lose my chance completely. Xianxia ignored the injuries on his body. There was only one last heavenly tribulation left, and it was his last chance to escape. If he waited until the last heavenly tribulation descended, it would be too late. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured, and he would fall into the hands of the Shura temple. The heavenly tribulation is coming to an end. Continue to lock onto that kid's aura, don't give him any chance to escape. Li Tianyang shouted. Inside the freezing hell jail, the last lightning tribulation was gradually forming. This lightning tribulation was twice as thick as the previous one, which meant that the destructive force of this last lightning tribulation was at least twice as strong as the previous one. Facing such an attack, even Xianxia's expression turned serious. Although the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill was incredible, it could not withstand the destructive force of the lightning tribulation. With his current condition, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist the 6th lightning tribulation without suffering any injuries. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from every corner of the shattered freezing hell jail, and the entire space was violently shaking. Xianxia stood in the middle of the turbulence like a deity. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he allowed the fierce wind to hit his body. Right now, he had to multitask, concoct the 9 solar less Rond pill, defend against the heavenly tribulation, search for a spatial node to escape, and think of a way to escape from the Shura temple. Right at this moment, the Great Soul Derivation skill played a crucial role. Xianxia circulated the skill to the maximum, and his soul perception became extremely sharp. Even though he was multitasking, he didn't feel any strain at all. This was the frightening part of a powerful soul tempering skill. The Heavenly Saint Sword was still hovering around Xianxia's body, greedily absorbing the energy of lightning. The Heavenly Saint Sword had 3 parts of itself, and it possessed the foundation of a great saint weapon. Therefore, it wasn't afraid of being destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it would borrow the energy of the heavenly tribulation to temper itself, which would greatly improve the Heavenly Saint Sword's grade. To put it bluntly, after the Heavenly Saint Sword had gone through the lightning tribulation, even though Xianxia had just broken through to the Combat King realm, the Heavenly Saint Sword's grade was already equivalent to the highest among all king weapons, second only to emperor weapons. As Xianxia's cultivation continued to improve, it was only a matter of time before it surpassed emperor weapons. Rumble, the 6th lightning tribulation had finished forming. It was a vivid blood-red lightning dragon, as if it was a real azure dragon. It was hovering above Xianxia's head, staring at Xianxia with an extremely cold gaze, as if it wanted to burn this guy who dared to defy the natural order into ashes. With a thought in his mind, Xianxia unleashed the spatial shift skill and locked onto a spatial crack. With a swoosh, he dashed out. Right at this moment, Xianxia sensed 2 divine senses locking onto him. They were none other than Li Tianyang and the Great Elder's divine senses. Humph. You're still too naive to think that you can lock onto me. Xianxia harumphed coldly, a hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Even though his cultivation base wasn't high enough, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even the divine sense of 2 combat emperors wouldn't be able to lock onto him. He separated a part of his divine sense and combined it with the Great Soul Derivation technique. His divine sense turned into an invisible sword and blocked the divine sense of Li Tianyang and the Great Elder. Outside the Shura temple, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder felt their divine sense tremble, and they were bounced back by a tremendous force. They exchanged glances, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had never thought that a combat king warrior would be able to bounce their divine sense back. This was unbelievable. In the next moment, the invisible force that was blocking their divine will disappeared with a swoosh. However, they could not find even a shadow of Xianxia anywhere their divine will could reach. The freezing hell jail had turned into a chaotic mess. The lightning had disappeared, and so had Xianxia. It was as if he had never been there. He got away. The great elder cried out in shock. The heavenly tribulation isn't over yet, he can't escape. Let's sense the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation, it will be easy to find him. Li Tianyang said with a loud voice. I'll search for him first. After saying that, the great elder disappeared with a sway of his body. I'll go too. Xiao Nanfang's chi fluctuated, and he disappeared from his original spot, following closely behind the great elder. He was now a 9th grade combat king, and with his incredible talent, even an ordinary 1st grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to kill him easily. To put it bluntly, in this Shura temple, besides Li Tianyang and the great elder, Xiao Nanfeng was undoubtedly the strongest warrior. While the great elder and Xiao Nanfeng were chasing after Xianxia, Li Tianyang was the first to rush into the collapsing freezing hell jail. He unleashed his chi of a combat emperor, dispersing the chaotic chi in the surroundings. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a secret place. There was an invisible barrier here, and it was already broken, but because it was hidden, it hadn't been completely destroyed. Li Tianyang struck out a ray of divine light, shattering Xianxia's barrier. An extremely cold and gloomy chi leaked out from the barrier. It was a kind of bone-chilling cold. Even Li Tianyang couldn't help but sneer at it. He knew very well how terrifying that thing was. He hastily formed a golden-red protective armor around his body. Li Tianyang took a step forward and saw a big piece of crystal lying there, undamaged. In the crystal, there was a drop of sticky water. The cold chi came from that drop of water. If Xianxia was here, he would be able to tell how terrifying this drop of water was. To put it bluntly, the reason why the freezing hell jail was formed was because of this drop of water, just like how the black ice talisman created the endless world of glaciers. Li Tianyang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the drop of water was still intact. Luckily, the pure water is still here. As long as I have the pure water, I'll be able to build a second freezing hell jail. Once my cultivation of the heavenly water emperor technique reaches the mastery stage, I'll be able to absorb and refine this pure water. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the minor saint realm. A smile emerged on Li Tianyang's face. After that, he struck out a few more runes, sealing the crystal once again. After that, he disappeared from the scene with a sway of his body. Xianxia was multitasking just now, and the lightning tribulation was too loud. That was why he didn't notice the existence of a supreme treasure in the freezing hell jail. Of course, one couldn't blame Xianxia. First of all, he didn't come to the freezing hell jail to look for treasures, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Secondly, he didn't have the heaven-defying treasure-hunting ability like De Huang Dog. If he brought De Huang Dog here today, the crystal would definitely be discovered by De Huang Dog, and he would have successfully taken it away. At the border of the Liang province, in the sky above a desolate mountain range, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A thick blood-red lightning dragon suddenly appeared in the sky without any warning. Look, what's that? It's so terrifying. Not good, the lightning appeared too suddenly. Something big is going to happen. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. A few cultivators happened to pass by the mountain range, and their expressions changed dramatically. Although they didn't know what was going to happen, they could sense how terrifying the lightning in the sky was. It was definitely not something they could fight against. Suddenly, a young man in white appeared out of thin air. However, his clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He looked incomparably pathetic. Beside him was an incomparably mystical longsword that was inseparable from the young man. This young man was none other than Xianxia, who had just rushed out from the freezing hell jail. The dimensional crack he found had directly teleported him to this place. However, the heavenly tribulation still followed him like a shadow. It was impossible to avoid the sixth tribulation. Roar! The blood-red lightning dragon opened its giant mouth and let out a roar. The few cultivators who were watching from afar were stunned. At this point, it was impossible for them to not know that someone was facing a heavenly tribulation. They actually had the chance to witness the legendary heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. Haha, come. Xianxia threw his head back and laughed out loud. He didn't show the slightest hint of fear even when facing the last stage of the sixth heavenly tribulation. The 9 less Ron pill in his hand was about to be completed. There was only one step left, and it was also the most important step. Roar. As if it felt Xianxia's provocation, the lightning dragon was instantly enraged. It dragged its long tail out of the boundless sea of lightning and threw itself at Xianxia. Rumble, the boundless sea of lightning drowned Xianxia. The power of this lightning tribulation was twice as strong as the fifth one. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to a cultivator who was in the center of the sea of lightning. This was because Xianxia had cultivated the dragon transformation skill. If it was any other ordinary combat king, he would have been struck into pieces. Rumble, the terrifying lightning didn't disperse for a long time. It lasted for a few minutes before it showed signs of retreating. It was impossible for people to not notice such a huge movement. The great elder of the Shura temple, Xiaonan and Li Tianyang had sensed it. They were rushing towards the place. With their 9th grade combat king and combat emperor cultivation, it was too easy for them to locate the place where Xianxia was facing the heavenly tribulation. Cough wa the 6 heavenly tribulations had dispersed. Xianxia had withstood it, but his condition was extremely bad. He kept coughing out blood, and his internal organs were mixed in the blood. His whole body was covered with blood, and his face was full of bloody scars. This kind of injury was too serious. If it was someone else, they would have collapsed immediately. However, Xianxia could still support his body and stand in midair. He flipped his palm, and 7 golden pills appeared. Pure yang qi and lightning energy flowed out from the pills, and there were shadows of dragons flickering within them. They were the best of the best. The 7/9 solar less Ron pill could be said to be the biggest reward for Xianxia during his heavenly tribulation. Xianxia knew how bad his condition was. Without any hesitation, he took one of the less Ron pill and swallowed it. His injuries were too serious. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover with the help of the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the 9 solar less Ron pill, his recovery speed was much faster. In just a blink of an eye, Xianxia had recovered a lot of his yuan force. I can't stay here for long, this was Xianxia's first reaction. He guessed that the previous commotion might have attracted the attention of the experts from the Shura temple. Immediately, he grabbed the heavenly saint sword and stored it in his chi. After that, he used the dimensional shift and flew far away. His current condition was too bad, he couldn't even tear the space to teleport. Xianxia, where do you think you're going? Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. A wave of qi appeared in front of Xianxia, blocking his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than the scholarly-looking great tycoon, Xiaonan. The 3 great experts had completely sealed off this part of the void. Xianxia was completely trapped. He was severely injured. He didn't even have the strength to tear the void, let alone escape from this sealed void. It was simply impossible for him to do so. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Xianxia's heart sank and his eyes turned cold. He could feel the aura of the 3 great experts. He wouldn't be able to deal with them even if he was at his peak condition, let alone now. He had never missed anything, but this time, he had miscalculated. The power of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his imagination, especially the 6th tribulation. It had caused a huge commotion. Although he had escaped from the Shura temple, the commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation had still attracted the 3 great experts. The situation in front of him was a dead end. This was the most embarrassing moment that Xianxia had ever encountered in his previous life. Even if he had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, it would be useless at this moment, he couldn't use them at all. Right now, Xianxia needed to find a quiet place, and he would need at least half a month to fully recover. However, judging from the current situation, it was impossible for him to do that. He had destroyed the freezing hell jail, and there was no way these 3 guys would let him go. Xianxia, you can't run away now. You have destroyed the freezing hell prison, which is an unforgivable mistake. You will die for sure. However, I have to admire you. Being able to attract the heavenly tribulation is enough to prove that you have a monstrous talent. Too bad, it's all over now. An unprecedented genius is destined to be strangled in the cradle. Xiao Nanfeng was standing not far away from Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Chen's miserable condition with a sense of schadenfreude. Geniuses hated people who were more talented than them. Xiao Nanfeng had always thought that he was a genius. Not only in the Liang province, but even in the entire Xuanyu, he was considered as one of the top geniuses. He was still very young, but he had already reached the 9th grade combat king realm. However, this Jiang Chen who came out of nowhere was able to attract the heavenly tribulation with just a combat king realm. He was truly a monstrous talent. Xiao Nanfeng was extremely jealous of his talent. Humph. You're just a sanctimonious beast. Talking to you is an insult to me. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He was very disdainful of Xiao Nanfeng. What did you say? Xiao Nanfeng was furious. What made him angry was not only Jiang Chen's words, but also the look in Jiang Chen's eyes. He could see from Jiang Chen's eyes that Jiang Chen was really disdainful and despised him. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't fear him at all. This made Xiao Nanfeng feel very unfulfilled and incomparably angry. A puny second-grade combat king, a nobody in his eyes, dared to despise him. What right did a nobody like him have to look down on him? Jiang Chen's behavior had greatly hurt Xiao Nanfeng's self-esteem. Don't play dumb. Don't play dumb. Don't tell me you have already forgotten about the tragic death of Shuang Fan's wife and son. Of course, you might have already forgotten about it. After all, 3 years have passed, and I'm afraid that many similar things have been done in these 3 years. Naturally, you won't remember a man named Shuang Fan. Although I, Jiang Chen, am not a hero, nor am I a gentleman, I still despise beasts like you. If I don't die today, I will definitely take your life in the future. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He had never felt so disgusted by someone. He felt that Xiao Nanfeng didn't even deserve to be his enemy. Judging from Xiao Nanfeng's expression, he could tell that what Shuang Fan said was the truth. Li Tianyang and the great elder furrowed their brows. They had no idea what Jiang Chen and Xiao Nanfeng were talking about, but they could tell that Xiao Nanfeng had done something outrageous. However, Xiao Nanfeng was the #1 genius of Shura Temple, and he was the one that they would focus on cultivating. As for this Jiang Chen, he would not be able to escape today. Li Tianyang planned to capture him and bring him back for further research. It would be great if he could turn him into one of his clones. You don't have the chance, die now. Xiao Nanfeng's killing intent was revealed. He struck a palm at Jiang Chen. The sharp palm wind turned into a barrier, pouncing on Jiang Chen. It was a terrifying attack of a 9th grade combat king. With Jiang Chen's current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. If he was hit by it, even if his body wasn't smashed into pieces, he would die on the spot. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't just sit and wait for his death. He struck out the true dragon palm, and at the same time, he used the spatial shift to dodge the attack. However, Xiao Nanfeng's attack was too strong, and the entire spatial zone was sealed. Even if he had the spatial shift, he wouldn't be able to escape. Don't kill him. Li Tianyang suddenly shouted. He hurriedly struck out a palm strike at Xiao Nanfeng's attack. He didn't expect that Xiao Nanfeng would kill Jiang Chen as soon as he arrived. It would be a pity if he killed Jiang Chen with just a palm strike. A monstrous genius who could trigger heavenly tribulation, it was impossible for him to have no secrets. Even if he didn't, his body alone was a priceless treasure. Kong long, 2 palm winds collided with each other. The shockwave from the collision shattered the true dragon palm and hit Jiang Chen's body at the same time. Even though Li Tianyang had attacked, Jiang Chen's condition was too weak. The shockwave from the collision was enough to kill him. Puff Jiang Chen's body was severely injured. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. He could feel the tearing pain in his body. He couldn't help but reveal a self-mocking smile. He was going to die again. It was a pity that he was reborn. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from afar. It sounded like the roar of a dragon and a neighing of a horse. It had a very strong penetrating power. Just a single roar was enough to make people's souls tremble, as if their souls were about to be torn apart. In the next moment, an enormous creature descended from the sky. It was an incomparably majestic De Huang dog. His body was over 10 zhang in size, just like a small mountain. De Huang dog's body was emitting a dazzling golden light, just like a scorching sun. On his forehead, there was a long dragon horn that was emitting blazing light. De Huang. Xianxia couldn't be more familiar with this enormous creature. It was De Huang. He had never seen De Huang's body change to such a huge size. The current De Huang was a third-grade demon king. However, with Xianxia's eyesight, he could tell that De Huang had activated some kind of secret technique, forcefully increasing his cultivation by 2 levels. The appearance of De Huang dog didn't surprise Xianxia. Instead, he was worried. His opponent was a combat emperor and a 9th-grade combat king. Even if De Huang dog could temporarily increase his cultivation by 2 levels, it would be useless. Appearing here was no different from seeking death. Even if he didn't die, De Huang dog's use of such a secret technique would cause great damage and backlash to his body. Xianxia's body was still falling down. He no longer had the strength to support his body, and his nerves were going numb. All he could do was use his willpower to keep his eyes open, and look at Big Yellow who had suddenly appeared. *pop*. De Huang dog shot out a ray of golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. It rushed below Xianxia's body and dragged Xianxia's body down. Xianxia's current body couldn't withstand any more impact. Although De Huang dog was usually a reckless person, he was actually a very careful person. Where did this dog come from? Li Tianyang frowned, but he didn't care about it. A 3rd-grade demon king wasn't a threat to him. This is the dog that always follows Xianxia. Since it has appeared, I will kill it as well. Xiao Nanfang's murderous aura soared. He hated Xianxia to the core. Now that Li Tianyang had stopped him, he couldn't kill Xianxia with his own hands. However, he could kill this dog to vent his hatred. Wakaka, you want to kill this master dog? Dream on. Look at this master dog's peerless divine sword. De Huang dog obviously came prepared. He opened his mouth and spat out a rusty broken sword. This broken sword was the one Xianxia and De Huang dog obtained when they participated in the competition between the 4 major powers of the Qi province. It had always been kept by De Huang dog like a precious treasure. De Huang dog had used it once before. When he was dealing with Lord Blood Moon, Xianxia was controlled by Lord Blood Moon using the Blood Banner. It was De Huang dog who used this broken sword that allowed Xianxia to kill Lord Blood Moon. At that time, De Huang dog was only a mortal core warrior. Compared to the current 3rd-grade combat king, the gap between them was just too huge. Buzz. After the broken sword appeared, under De Huang dog's control, it started trembling violently and producing a buzzing sound. Beams of golden light shot out from De Huang dog's body and entered the broken sword. In an instant, the broken sword underwent a drastic change. Its body was 10 times bigger than before. Although it was still rusty, it was still unleashing an incomparably sacred pressure. Although the pressure was very faint, it was suppressing everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. What? Why is this broken sword so mystical? Even I can feel a slight pressure from it. Li Tianyang cried out in shock and said with a tone of disbelief. This broken sword must be a precious treasure. We have to get it. A greedy look emerged in the great elder's eyes. This broken sword is so mystical. The aura it is emitting is even stronger than the heavenly saint's sword. Could it be that this broken sword isn't something from the mortal world? The reason why De Huang increased his cultivation by 2 stages was to control this broken sword. Xianxia finally understood, but he was also shocked. Right now, Xianxia was only using his willpower to keep himself awake. Swoosh, the transformation of the broken sword hadn't ended yet. De Huang dog knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the short sword. The dragon horn on his head moved as well. A beam of lightning shot out from the dragon horn and landed on the broken sword. After that, De Huang dog didn't stop. He opened his mouth and spat out another arrow of blood. It was the blood of the dragon horse. It was obvious that De Huang Dog was going all out this time. This was the only way he could deal with the 2 combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king. Asterisk swoosh asterisk the broken sword emitted a violent whistling sound. It separated into 3 sword webs that were aimed at the 3 of them. The sword webs were extremely bright and carried a destructive energy. Wherever they passed, the void would be torn apart. Even the 3 experts were shocked. De Huang Dog. Seeing that De Huang Dog had suddenly fallen from the sky, Xianxia couldn't help but cry out in panic. This cry seemed to have exhausted the last bit of his strength. He opened his mouth and spurted out another arrow of blood. After that, he closed his eyes and fainted. At the last moment before Xianxia closed his eyes were moist. He was touched, sad, angry, and all kinds of emotions could be seen in those moist eyes. In the eyes of others, De Huang Dog was merely a demon beast. However, in Xianxia's heart, De Huang Dog was his best brother, a brother that he could exchange his life for. De Huang Dog knew that he was in a situation where he would definitely die, but he still didn't hesitate to step forward. He knew that the other party had a combat emperor, but he still stepped forward bravely. He didn't hesitate to consume his blood essence and cast the forbidden innate ability, but he still appeared in a domineering manner. That was because he also treated Xianxia as his brother. He couldn't just watch Xianxia die. He couldn't do it. Therefore, he made his move. Even though he didn't know what kind of ending he would face. Perhaps, he and Xianxia would both die miserably here, and he would only be buried with them. However, De Huang Dog still appeared. He was willing to do so, even if he had to pay with his life. This was the friendship between De Huang Dog and Xianxia. No one else could understand it. Bang, 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 on the other side, the 3 sword webs sliced the void into pieces. Sounds of cracking could be heard. Streams of cold and gloomy spatial turbulence rushed out from the broken space. Li Tianyang and the other 2 were instantly enveloped by the sword webs. Even with their cultivation, they were blinded by the brilliance of the sword webs. As far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything other than the drifting sword lights. They couldn't see the silhouettes of Xianxia and De Huang Dog either. Don't let that kid escape. Li Tianyang bellowed and unleashed his combat emperor's aura. He waved his palm, trying to destroy the net of swords in front of him. Although he knew that Xianxia and De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to escape with their current condition, he was still worried. He didn't want any accidents to happen to them. Unfortunately, the net of swords was much harder to deal with than what he had imagined. His full-force attack of a peak first-grade combat emperor couldn't break the net of swords. The sharp sword light was heading towards him instead. What? Li Tianyang exclaimed. Not only him, Xiaonan Feng and the Great Elder who were in the same situation were also shocked. They couldn't imagine that a 3rd-grade demon king's attack could trap the 3 of them for a short period of time. It was unbelievable. However, the 3 of them understood that it wasn't the dog that was powerful, it was the broken sword that the dog had unleashed that was more terrifying. The 3 of them tried their best to resist the sword webs, but they didn't notice that an uninvited guest had appeared like a ghost. It was a monk who was wearing a golden robe. He was moving at an extremely fast speed. He was holding Xianxia in one hand and De Huang Dog in the other. He stepped into the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared. Not long after the monk disappeared, Li Tianyang was the first to break the sword webs, followed by the Great Elder and Xiaonan Feng. However, the 3 of them were in a difficult situation. The first thing they did was to check on Xianxia and De Huang Dog, but they were nowhere to be found. They have escaped. The Great Elder said coldly. Impossible. Xianxia and that dog are already like arrows at the end of their flight. It's impossible for them to escape. There must be someone else hiding here. How could we not notice it? Xiao Nanfang's expression was ferocious. He was extremely angry that Xianxia had escaped. We can't catch up with them. The void here has been shattered by the sword webs. There are cracks everywhere. We have no idea where they went. However, that Xianxia is seriously injured today. Even if he is rescued by someone, I'm afraid it will be hard for him to survive. Even if he survives, he will become a cripple. There's nothing to worry about. The Great Elder said. A gloomy expression appeared on Li Tianyang's face. Xianxia had escaped, which meant that his plan had failed. When he thought about how the freezing hell jail he had painstakingly built had been destroyed, his mood became extremely terrible. The freezing hell jail was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Li Tianyang was cultivating the Water Emperor of Heaven and Earth technique, and the pure water of heaven and earth he obtained was of great help to him. However, the pure water of heaven and earth was the coldest and heaviest water in the world. A single drop of it weighed as much as 10,000 caddies, and was enough to crush a mountain. With Li Tianyang's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to refine the pure water, as he would not be able to withstand the impact of the pure water. That was why he had built the freezing hell jail, absorbing the cold energy released from it to cultivate his cultivation technique. The freezing hell jail had existed for a long time, and the cold energy inside had already reached a substantial state. It was more and more helpful to his cultivation technique. Now that the freezing hell jail had been destroyed by Xianxia, if Li Tianyang wanted to restore it, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Pass down my order. Search the entire Liang province and find Xianxia. Search the neighboring provinces as well. He's heavily injured, I don't believe he can escape. Li Tianyang said in an extremely cold voice. If I'm not mistaken, that damned monk must have rescued Xianxia and a Huang dog. As long as we find that damned monk, we'll be able to find Xianxia. Just leave this matter to me. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Nanfeng's face. He knew about everything that had happened in the chaotic ocean, and Tyrant was the main character. Hall Master, look at that thing. The Great Elder's gaze landed on the ground below. Li Tianyang followed his gaze and saw a rusty broken sword lying at the bottom of the mountain range. Without the energy support from De Huang Dog, the broken sword immediately became extremely ordinary, like a piece of scrap metal. Li Tianyang's eyes lit up. With a sway of his body, he landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword fell into his hand. This broken sword is very heavy. That dog used this broken sword to attack us and rescue Xianxia. Let me see what kind of treasure this broken sword is. Even with Li Tianyang's eyesight, he couldn't see anything special about the broken sword. However, from the surface, it didn't look any different from an ordinary piece of scrap metal. He circulated his origin energy and injected it into the broken sword. However, he was shocked to find out that even with the density of his origin energy, he couldn't cause even the slightest ripple on the broken sword. How could this be? That dog is only a third-grade demon king, which is far from the demon emperor realm. Yet, it's able to unleash the incomparably powerful might of the broken sword. Hall Master, who is a true combat emperor, is actually unable to cause any reaction from the broken sword. This is too abnormal. The Great Elder was incomparably shocked. This treasure must be something extraordinary. If my guess is correct, even with my current cultivation, I can't unleash it. That dog must have used some kind of secret technique. I'll bring it back to study it. Obtaining this broken sword today won't be a complete waste. Li Tianyang said as he kept the broken sword. After De Huang Dog used the power of the broken sword to fight against the three experts, he immediately fainted. He didn't even have the chance to summon the broken sword back. Monk Tyrant's appearance was only to save De Huang Dog, so he didn't have any time to waste. Moreover, when Monk Tyrant appeared, the power of the broken sword was still fighting against the three experts. If he recalled the broken sword, the net of swords would immediately disappear. Once the three experts reacted, none of them would be able to escape. Li Tianyang and the other two left. This desolate mountain range had been completely destroyed. Xianxin's sixth wave of heavenly tribulation had completely destroyed this place. In addition to the great battle that followed, not even a blade of grass could be seen in this place. At the very least, this place would be a desolate land for the next few decades. The Jin province. It was the neighboring province of the Liang province, and it was also one of the big provinces in Xuanyu. After Monk Tyrant escaped, he directly went to the Jin province. He found a quiet and damp cave and hid himself there. The cave was very spacious, and a man and a dog were lying on the ground. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Xianxia was lying there with a pale face, and he had even stopped breathing. However, Monk Tyrant could clearly sense that there seemed to be a hidden force supporting Xianxia's body, allowing him to continue living. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have long since died from such injuries. Monk Tyrant couldn't help but sigh at how monstrous Xianxia was. When Xianxia said that he wanted to go to the Shura temple to save someone, he never expected that Xianxia would use such a method to trigger a heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm. This was simply too shocking, and it was only after De Huang Dog told him about it that he learned about it. As for De Huang Dog, although his condition was much better than Xianxia's, it was still extremely bad. Today, De Huang Dog had first used a forbidden technique to forcefully increase his cultivation base, and then he had to use his blood essence to operate the broken sword. As a result, he had suffered a huge backlash, and had fallen into a deep sleep. However, the bloodline in his body was still circulating, helping De Huang Dog to recover. However, no one knew how long it would take for De Huang Dog to wake up. At the very least, his life was not in danger. However, it was hard to say whether it would affect his cultivation base in the future. Backlash was something extremely terrifying. The most powerful backlash could directly cripple a person, and De Huang Dog's situation was extremely dangerous. As for Tan Lang, he was currently resting inside the Heavenly Saint Sword, and he had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, the Heavenly Saint Sword had also returned to Xianxia's GC, and it was not moving at all. Brother Jiang is a true man. I'm afraid under the heavens, he is the only one who can break into the Shura temple alone. I really admire him. Monk Tyrant murmured to himself. He came from the faraway western region, and he was a rare genius in the Buddhist League. He was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the 4th grade Combat King realm. He had never admired any genius before, but today, he had nothing but admiration for Xianxia. After that, Monk Tyrant began to chant. Lines of Sanskrit came out from his mouth, and he removed the prayer beads from his neck. Countless golden beams shot out from the beads and entered Xianxia and De Huang Dog's bodies. He was using a Buddhist technique to heal their injuries. Outside the damp cave, there wasn't a single ripple on the surface. Tyrant had set up a formation outside the cave, blocking everything inside. Some of the techniques of Buddhism were very powerful, such as the concealment formation that Tyrant had set up. Unless one was an expert in Buddhism, even a 9th grade combat king wouldn't be able to detect it if they didn't pay special attention to it. Also, this place was extremely remote. Who would pay attention to a shabby cave? Moreover, this place was outside of the Liang province, and belonged to the Jin province. It wasn't the territory of the 4 major powers, so it was relatively safer. What Tyrant needed to do now was to help Xianxia and De Huang Dog recover. He did whatever he could to help them. 2 days later, Tyrant looked at the man and dog who were lying on the ground without any reaction. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. The surface of Xianxia and De Huang Dog's body was covered by a dense golden Buddha aura, like 2 big cocoons. The Buddha aura was very gentle, it could calm one's heart down. Not only that, Tyrant's body was supported by the minor Saint Saraira, so the Buddha aura was very pure. It had a certain effect on Xianxia and De Huang Dog's injuries. Unfortunately, the injuries that Xianxia and De Huang Dog had suffered were too severe. They had fallen into a deep coma, and there was no sign of them waking up. Not only that, Xianxia's life force was extremely weak, there was no sign of it getting better. If it wasn't for the energy circulating in his body, he would be no different from a dead man. The energy was because Xianxia had swallowed the 9 solar less Rond pill at the last moment. The 9 solar less Rond pill was a supreme divine pill. Without the support of this pill, Xianxia would be in real danger. Although the dragon transformation skill had a certain recovery ability, Xianxia's current condition was really bad. The dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. As for De Huang Dog, the backlash from the forbidden secret technique and the loss of his blood essence was too severe. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. However, he had the support of the dragon horse bloodline, and the bloodline kept circulating in his body. In fact, his situation was much better than Xianxia's. Looks like I can only go back and ask Master for help. With my abilities, I won't be able to save them. Tyrant murmured to himself. Although he was a 4th grade combat king, when facing Xianxia and De Huang Dog's severe injuries, he was at his wit's end. During the past 2 days, he had used all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. Tyrant could totally leave Xianxia and a Huang dog here and leave by himself. However, he would never do such a thing. Xianxia had saved his life before. He had to save Xianxia no matter what, regardless of the cost. After making up his mind, Tyrant waved his hand and stored Xianxia and a Huang dog's bodies into his qi. After that, he walked out of the cave. 3 figures flew over from afar and stopped in the sky above the mountain range. When Tyrant saw these 3 men, he furrowed his brows. He immediately held his breath and carefully observed them. These 3 men had powerful auras, and all of them were 5th-grade combat kings. Judging from their attire, they should be the geniuses from the 4 major powers of the Liang province. Wenhua, we are now in the Jin province's territory. Are you sure that monk will come here? One of the young men asked. He was a genius from the invincibility school. That's right. We can't act recklessly in the Jin province. We need to be cautious. The Shura temple has suffered a great loss this time, and even the freezing hell jail was destroyed. However, that Xianxia is really terrifying, as he was able to trigger heavenly tribulation. Another young man carried a huge sword on his back. He was a genius from the Peerless Sword faction. His words were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. In order to hunt down Tyrant, although the 3 of them had joined forces for a short period of time, the relationship between the 3 major powers was not good. Therefore, since the Shura temple had suffered such a great loss, it was natural for the other 2 major powers to feel schadenfreude. We've searched the entire Liang province for the past 2 days. Therefore, I suspect that he has escaped to the Jin province. The Great Tycoon has given the order that whoever can capture Tyrant and Xianxia will be rewarded with a great reward. This time, as long as you 2 can help me capture Tyrant and Xianxia, the 3 of us will share the reward equally. The young man named Wenhua was the 6th tycoon of the Shura temple's 13 tycoons. He had a respectable status and a formidable cultivation base. At such a young age, he had already reached the 5th-grade combat king realm. After the freezing hell jail was destroyed, the Great Tycoon had given the order to search for Tyrant and Xianxia's whereabouts. He had also issued a reward, stating that whoever could capture Tyrant and Xianxia would be rewarded with a great reward. Therefore, Wenhua had joined forces with the geniuses from the Peerless Sword faction and the Invincibility School to come to the Jin province. On the surface, the 3 major powers still maintained the name of righteous sects, and they were the arch-enemies of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Naturally, they would not join forces with them. This mountain range is extremely quiet. I'm afraid there won't be anyone here. If we keep searching like this, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The genius from the Invincibility School said. Let's release our divine sense and search this mountain range thoroughly. Wenhua suggested. After that, the 3 of them fully released their divine sense and spread it to the bottom of the mountain range. With 3 5th-grade combat kings working together, they were more than enough to cover the entire mountain range. Even an ant would be clearly discovered by them. Below the mountain range, Tyrant's face was filled with a ruthless expression. It's your bad luck to meet your grandpa Tyrant today. Brother Jiang, De Huang, this monk will first collect some interest for you. After saying that, Tyrant turned into a golden light and soared up into the sky, appearing in front of the 3 men. Bastard, your grandpa is here. Tyrant shouted arrogantly. The image of an eminent monk of the western region was nothing but bullshit in front of Tyrant. The 3 men who were concentrating on searching with their divine sense were suddenly startled. They stared at the monk who suddenly appeared out of nowhere with a surprised expression. Then, a look of wild joy appeared on their faces. Stinky monk, it's you. I didn't expect you to be here. I can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find you by chance. Wenhua was overjoyed. There was no reason for him not to be happy. According to what he knew, this monk had found a rare treasure in the chaotic ocean. As long as he could capture this monk, not only would he be able to obtain that treasure, he would also be able to make a great contribution to the chaotic ocean, which would bring him great benefits when he returned. Monk, you've got some guts. Not only did you not hide after seeing us, you even showed yourself. It looks like you're tired of living. The genius from the Invincibility School said with a smile. He didn't take Tyrant seriously at all. This monk was only a 4th-grade combat king, but they had 3 5th-grade combat kings with them. They could easily crush this monk. That's right, I'm tired of living. However, it seems like the three of you are even more tired of living. I'm going to release you from purgatory first. A dazzling smile emerged on Tyrant's face. Facing 3 5th-grade combat kings, he had no idea where his confidence came from. I've heard that the eminent monks of the western region are well-mannered, but I never expected to see a scum like you. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you hand over Xianxia, I'll spare your life. Wen Hua said. I don't need you to spare my life. Why don't you come and kill me? Kill me if you can. The monk's words nearly caused Wen Hua and the other two to cough up blood. This monk was a freak, the most freakish guy they had ever seen. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's attack together and kill him. Since this monk is here, I'm sure Xianxia is hiding somewhere as well. The genius from the invincibility school, Lung Lung, said. After saying that, the genius from the invincibility school was the first to dash toward Tyrant. His speed was extremely fast, and his attack was extremely powerful. Both of his hands were unleashing numerous runes, which interweaved into a huge silver shield, then he slammed it down toward Tyrant. No one knew how much force was contained in this attack, as it instantly shattered the void. It was powerful enough to destroy a huge mountain. However, Tyrant was neither hurried nor slow, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. A wave of golden chi burst out from his body like a tidal wave. This chi wave soared up to the sky and turned into a golden beam of light. Then, Tyrant let out a loud shout and immediately used the Fudo seal. It could be seen that Tyrant wasn't showing any mercy. Rumble, from the power of the immovable King's seal, one could easily tell where Tyrant's confidence came from. Right now, compared to a few days ago in the chaotic ocean, Tyrant's cultivation base had greatly improved. He was now at the peak of the 4th-grade combat king realm, and was half a step into the 5th-grade combat king realm. This was how frightening the Saraira was. It had completely improved Tyrant's physique. Furthermore, the Saraira was constantly fusing with Tyrant's body. This meant that Tyrant's cultivation base was constantly improving, and he could break through to the 5th-grade combat king realm at any time, or even higher. Back in the chaotic ocean, when Tyrant was only a 4th-grade combat king, he was able to instantly kill all the 4th-grade combat king geniuses from the 4 major powers. This was enough to prove that he had the strength to fight a 5th-grade combat king. Now that his strength had improved once again, he didn't put 5th-grade combat kings in his eyes at all. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Xianxia, who could kill someone who was a few levels higher than him, he had no problem killing someone who was 1 level higher. The unmovable Bright King seal collided with the invincible Sex Disciple's seal, and the void was instantly torn apart. The unmovable Bright King seal was one of the 3 supreme seals of the Buddhist sect, and its power was extremely ferocious. The invincible Sex Disciple's seal was instantly destroyed, as if it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Arg, after destroying the seal, the power of the Fudo seal didn't decrease, and it continued to attack. The genius from the invincibility school felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't defend himself even with all his strength, and immediately let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was twisted, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Impossible. How could this monk be so powerful? The genius from the invincibility school couldn't help but feel shocked. This monk is scary, and he's not easy to deal with. 3 of us, attack him with your combat weapons, we won't give him any chance to react. Wen Hua and the genius from the Peerless Sword School were shocked as well. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. According to what they knew, Tyrant was just a 4th-grade combat king. No matter how much of a genius he was, there was no way he could be a match for 3 5th-grade combat kings. However, who would have thought that Tyrant's strength was beyond their imagination? The genius from the invincibility school couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. One of his arms was broken, and he was severely injured. Clang, most of the disciples from the Peerless Sword School were sword cultivators, and they focused on cultivating their sword skills. With a loud clang, the genius drew his sword from his back and joined hands with Wen Hua. 1 blade and 1 sword, both of them unleashed dazzling lights toward Tyrant at the same time. On the other side, the injured genius from the invincibility school didn't dare let his guard down. Enduring the pain from his broken arm, he took out his weapon. Although the three of them didn't belong to the same sect, they had a good relationship with each other, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. When the three of them joined hands, their aura skyrocketed, and their power was greatly enhanced. The combination of three fifth-grade combat kings was not something anyone could imagine. Rumble, once again, the void was shaken, and cracks were torn open. The spatial energy that came from their bodies and weapons was wreaking havoc everywhere. Soon, the place had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Facing the joint attack of the three men, Tyrant didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. Instead, a smile emerged on his face. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of these three men. Since the beginning of the battle, Tyrant hadn't used his combat weapon. Right now, in order to deal with the three men, he quickly took off the golden prayer beads that were hanging around his neck. After the prayer beads were taken off, they began to emit a boundless Buddhist light. The golden Sanskrit characters on the beads looked extremely mystical. Under Tyrant's control, the prayer beads began to expand rapidly. Each of the prayer beads looked like a huge millstone, glowing brightly and extremely mystical. 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. Tyrant suddenly shouted. His voice was extremely loud as he performed the Vajralion roar of Buddhism. Waves of golden sound waves rippled forward. However, what was truly terrifying wasn't the roar, but the string of Buddha beads. The Buddha beads were like a shocking barrier, directly forming a golden barrier. As the voice of Tyrant's 1,000 Buddhas greeting technique faded, incomparably dazzling golden light rushed out from the Buddha beads. They were like sharp blades of Buddhism, indestructible and indestructible. Wherever they passed, the void would be shattered inch by inch. Clang clang clang, the golden light from the Buddhist beads collided with the ruler armaments of the three experts. Clanging sounds could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. Under the collision, the three experts were pushed back again and again. With every step they took, they felt their blood churn and were shaken to an unbearable degree. Impossible. How could this monk be so strong? Even with the three of us joining hands, we are still no match for him. Wen Hua was shocked. It seemed like he had completely miscalculated this time. This monk was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It seemed like he would need at least a 6th-grade combat king or even a 7th-grade combat king to be able to kill him. Ha! Tyrant shouted again. The golden light that rushed out from the Buddhist beads became denser and denser, forming a golden ocean. At last, the golden light intertwined and formed a huge golden seal of Buddhism. It was like a huge mountain, smashing toward the three experts. Rumble, this attack was no small matter. The battle weapons in their hands were instantly knocked out of their hands, and the injured genius from the invincible sect let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, which had already been twisted by the attack, exploded into a mist of blood, completely destroyed. Wen Hua and the genius of the Peerless Sword faction didn't fare any better. They spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Their chests were dyed red, and their chi was in a mess. It could be said that Tyrant's attack had seriously injured them. Although they weren't like arrows at the end of their flight, they weren't far from it. At least, they didn't have the strength to fight Tyrant anymore. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The three of them said at the same time, "Run." That's right. If they couldn't win, they would run. It had always been like this. If they didn't run when they couldn't win, wouldn't they be waiting for death? The three of them weren't idiots. It was very easy for combat king warriors to escape, because they had mastered the spatial force, and could use it to escape. Unfortunately, the three of them were not in a good condition right now. If they had chosen to escape from the beginning, even Tyrant wouldn't have been able to stop them. However, things were different now. Where do you think you're going? Grandpa said that he would release you from purgatory, so I'll definitely do it. Grandpa is a man of his word. I can't let you three trash ruin my reputation. Tyrant put his word on the table. He suddenly felt that he was a man of his word. At the very least, he had to keep his word this time. Since he said that he would release them from purgatory, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would lose too much face. Therefore, just as the three of them were about to run away, Tyrant made his move. The giant prayer beads were suddenly thrown out by him. The beads were extremely fast, and they hit the genius of the invincibility school on the head. Bang! The genius of the invincibility school couldn't do anything to stop the beads. His head was directly smashed by the beads, and he died on the spot. It was an extremely miserable scene. The beads didn't slow down at all, and they continued to charge toward the genius of the Peerless Sword faction. The genius of the Peerless Sword faction shouted as he unleashed a beam of yuan energy in an attempt to stop the beads. Unfortunately, his current combat strength was too weak, and there was no way he could fight against the light of the beads. These beads were personally made by Tyrant's master, and they had been with him since he was young. Once they were used, their power would be unimaginable. In the end, the genius of the Peerless Sword faction didn't manage to escape his fate. The beads hit his waist, and he was cut into two, dying on the spot. Seeing this, the sixth Grand Guardian, Wen Hua, was terrified. His soul almost left his body, and he didn't dare to doubt anything anymore. He immediately tore open the void and stepped into it. "Kaka, come out for your grandpa." Tyrant was already prepared for this, so how could he give him the chance to escape? He didn't have a good impression of the people of the Shura Temple. Xianxia and De Huangdog's current miserable state were all caused by the Shura Temple. He grabbed the beads, and they seeped into the void, directly wrapping around Wen Hua's neck. With a forceful pull, he forcefully pulled Wen Hua out from the void. Wen Hua was completely trapped by the beads. He was so scared that his face turned ashen, and his entire body was trembling. No one wanted to die, especially someone who was about to die. As the Grand Guardian of the Shura Temple, he had a high status and power. He lived a good life, and he still had a bright future ahead of him. Naturally, he didn't want to die like this. Don't kill me." Wen Hua was terrified. It was the fear of death. He had seen the means of this monk, and he knew that it would be as easy as flipping his palm if the monk wanted to kill him. "Then give me a reason not to kill you," Tyrant said in a serious tone. Wen Hua was stunned. That's right, he couldn't find a reason for Tyrant to not kill him. With their hostile relationship, they should be fighting each other to the death. If Tyrant was in Wen Hua's place, he would never let him go. Not only would he not let him go, he would even make Tyrant beg for death. "You can't think of a reason, can you?" "Actually, I'm a very merciful monk, but I believe that if it was Xianxia, he wouldn't let you go. Therefore, I'll be very merciful and release you from purgatory." As soon as Tyrant finished speaking, he exerted force on the beads, breaking Wen Hua's neck. His head flew up into the air. Ba. Tyrant hung the beads back on his neck, put his palms together, and said in a serious tone, "Brother Jiang, I'll collect some interest for you. I'll bring you back to the western region now, and once you've recovered, I believe you'll come back to kill me." After saying that, Tyrant didn't stay any longer. He tore the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The sixth tycoon of the Shura Temple had died a miserable death. He had joined forces with two great warriors to fight for the credit, but he didn't expect Tyrant to be so powerful. Although he was only a peak 4th grade combat king, he was strong enough to kill a 5th grade combat king instantly. Tyrant came from the distant western region. There were 8 major regions in the Divine Continent, and Xuanyu was located in the east, which was the opposite of the western region. The Liang province was located in the east of Xuanyu. Even with Tyrant's speed, it wouldn't take him a day or two to reach the western region from the Liang province. The Divine Continent was too big. It was the absolute center of the Saint Origin world. It was incomparable to the Eastern Continent and the Southern Continent. The Eastern Continent and the Southern Continent weren't even as big as the mysterious domain. It was only because Tyrant had mastered the spatial force that allowed him to tear the void and teleport through it. If an ordinary cultivator were to fly from the mysterious domain to the Western Continent, it would take at least a few months of non-stop flight. As a matter of fact, traveling from Xuanyu to the Western region wasn't as easy as one might imagine. That was because some of the major regions didn't allow people to travel between them. Some of the major powers in the major regions would build some spatial gates, just like the spatial teleportation formation in the Island of Ice, in order to earn money. Cultivators who wanted to travel to other major regions could spend a certain amount of Earth Elixir or Heaven Elixir to travel through the spatial gates. With this, not only would it save them a lot of time, it would also save them a lot of trouble. That was because the journey from Xuanyu to the western region was a long one, and one might encounter all kinds of troubles along the way. Xuanyu was just an ordinary region among the 8 major regions. Some of the more powerful regions had extremely tyrannical powers, and if one were to have a conflict with them, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to oneself. Moreover, Tyrant couldn't afford to waste any more time in order to save Xianxia. Moreover, he had some wealth with him, so traveling through the spatial gates wasn't a problem. 7 days later, Tyrant finally arrived at the western region, which was a pure land of Buddhism. It was the smallest major region in the Divine Continent, a semi-isolated major region. However, no one dared to look down on the western region. Even though Buddhism had fallen, it still had an extremely strong foundation. After entering the western region, one could smell the different qi in the air. This place could be considered as the kingdom of Buddhism, although there were many other forces in this place. Moreover, there were the true devil race at the edge of the western region. Buddhism was the natural enemy of the devil race. The main reason why Buddhism declined in the past was because of the war with the devil race. Of course, the devil race had also declined. Dong dong, the melodious sound of a bell could be heard as soon as one arrived at the western region. It was the sound of the great thunderclap monk. Just listening to it could make one feel relaxed and happy. It was a pure land of Buddhism that had existed for a very long time. There were killings in this place, but it had been cleansed by the Buddha light. The air was very clean. However, after entering the western region, Tyrant's mood had obviously become somewhat gloomy. A trace of sadness could be seen on his face. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, locked on to a direction, and flew towards it. His ultimate goal was to save Jiangchen and De Huangdog. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Jiangchen and De Huangdog, he wouldn't have come back. He didn't want to see the disappointed look in his master's eyes. There was a desolate mountain range in the corner of the western region. However, there was an independent mountain peak in the middle of the mountain range. The mountain peak had verdant hills, clear waters, and lush greenery. Even the heaven and earth yuan qi was incomparably dense. It formed a sharp contrast with the desolate mountain range, making it look extremely incongruous. Tyrant appeared outside the mountain range. He was mumbling to himself as he strode towards the mountain peak. Soon, he arrived at the mountain peak. There was an invisible barrier that covered the entire mountain peak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. If Jiangchen was here, he would definitely be able to see that this invisible barrier was made by a minor saint. Tyrant came to the front of the barrier and took out a talisman. He drew a line in the void in front of him, tearing a gap in the barrier. After that, he walked into the gap. After Tyrant entered the gap, the barrier returned to its original state. Due to the restriction, it was impossible for ordinary people to enter the mountain peak, and they would definitely be stopped. It was obvious that Tyrant was extremely familiar with this place. Upon entering the mountain, one would discover that the original form of the mountain was much higher than the current mountain. However, the peak of the mountain had been flattened by a sword strike from an expert, resulting in the current mountain in front of them. At the top of the flattened mountain was a temple. This temple was very small, but it was extremely elegant. In the middle of the mountain peak, there was a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 feet tall, and on it were 2 large words, Green Lotus. This mountain was called Green Lotus Mountain, and everyone in the western regions who knew about ancestor Green Lotus knew about its specific origins. The entire mountain peak seemed abnormally quiet. Not a single person could be seen, and there was not even the slightest hint of human aura. Tyrant was very familiar with the route. With a single leap, he landed on the peak of the mountain. The gate of the temple opened wide, and Tyrant directly walked in. In front of him was a golden palace. Although it was unknown how long it had been built, it was still emitting a golden radiance, and it was filled with a holy aura. The gate of the main hall was still open, and Tyrant walked in with large strides. The main hall was very big, but it seemed very empty. There was only a statue placed in the center of the hall that was very eye-catching. The statue was of an eminent monk, and his entire body was gilded. He had a kind face, and he looked to be in his 50s. He wasn't old, and he wasn't fat or skinny. One of his hands was placed in front of his chest, and there was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. There were 9 incense marks on the top of his head, and the statue looked very lifelike, as if it could come to life at any time. However, there was no sound coming from the statue, which proved that it was just a statue. If Xianxia were to wake up now, he would definitely be able to recognize the owner of the statue. Tyrant knelt in front of the statue with a thud, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He had completely changed the demonic monk attitude he had when he was in Xuanyu, and had become unprecedentedly solemn. Not bad. The first thing you do when you return is to kowtow to your ancestor. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the main hall. This voice was very deep, and at the same time, it was also very mysterious. It was obvious that the one who spoke was an eminent monk. Regardless of cultivation or attainment, Tyrant couldn't compare with him. As the voice faded away, an old monk suddenly appeared in the main hall. This old monk's appearance was very strange, and even the void didn't tremble. He was like a ghost, and it was clear that his cultivation had already reached the peak. The old monk wore a simple and unadorned yellow robe. He looked to be at least 70 years old. His face was full of white beard and his eyes were calm. It was impossible to see any fluctuations in his emotions. In the entire Green Lotus Mountain Temple, there were only the 2 of them. After Tyrant and Kindness left, the old monk was the only one left. Master. Tyrant kowtowed toward the old monk with a respectful expression. 4th grade combat king, 2 grades higher than when you left. Not bad, but it's still far from enough. The burden on your shoulders is too heavy. I've told you before that on your path of growth, you'll have to go through all kinds of trials and tribulations before you can truly grow. During this process, I won't give you any help. Now that you've returned, do you want to continue living a boring life in this broken temple? The old monk said with a calm voice. However, it wasn't hard to tell that he was disappointed in Tyrant. Sometimes, disappointment came from having too much expectations, just like the old monk's expectations for Tyrant. Even though Tyrant was an outstanding genius among his peers, and he wasn't inferior to those super geniuses of the Great Laying Temple, it was still far from enough to fulfill the old monk's expectations. Master, the Great Laying Temple has invited you many times, but why do you keep rejecting them? What's so good about staying here? With your current cultivation base, it's more than enough for you to travel unhindered across the world. Also, every time I asked you about the patriarch, you wouldn't answer me. You just told me to focus on my cultivation. Tyrant said. He was a stubborn man, and he couldn't understand why his master would do such a thing. The Great Laying Temple was the pinnacle of Buddhism, and every Buddhist felt that joining the Great Laying Temple was an incomparable honor. However, his master had stubbornly rejected the Great Laying Temple's invitation time and time again. What do you know? The Great Laying Temple isn't as simple as you think it is. The world is full of dangers, and you're still too young. Tyrant, you're talented and intelligent, and you should feel honored to be the descendant of the patriarch. I have my reasons for staying here. As for the questions you want to know, I'll tell you when your cultivation base surpasses mine. The old monk said. Master, you're currently a 9th grade minor saint, and it'll take me years to surpass yours. Also, what kind of secrets are they? Do I need to reach the Great Saint realm before I can know them? Tyrant was puzzled. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to become a great saint, and it wasn't something that could be achieved by relying on talent alone. That's why you don't want to waste any time in your cultivation. No matter how long it takes, I can wait. Before you left, I told you not to come back to see me before you reach the Combat Emperor realm. Only when you reach the Combat Emperor realm will I have something else to give you. If you don't make it and die outside, that's your fate. You're just a 4th grade combat king now. Did you come back for me to praise you? The old monk was slightly angry, as if he was disappointed in Tyrant. Only now did Tyrant realize that the purpose of his return was to save Xianxia and a Huang dog. Just now, when he saw the statue of the patriarch, he couldn't help but ask those questions, and he almost forgot the purpose of his return. Only when he saw his master getting angry did he remember his purpose. Master, there's a reason why disciple came back. Please have a look. Tyrant stood up from the ground and waved his hand. In an instant, Xianxia and a Huang dog appeared, lying on the ground. The old monk's gaze fell onto Xianxia, and his eyes lit up. For some unknown reason, he could sense a familiar aura from this young man. Even though Jiangchen was in a deep coma, the old monk still felt a sense of familiarity from his vague expression. However, the old monk was sure that he had never seen this young man before. However, where did this familiar feeling come from? This was really strange. Master, this man's name is Jiangchen. He and this De Huang dog are the friend's disciple made in Xuanyu. Back in the chaotic ocean, disciple found a Saraira. When I was in secluded cultivation, I was besieged by enemies. They risked their lives to save disciple's life. Now, they are both seriously injured, and disciple is powerless to help them. That's why I came here to ask master for help. Tyrant said. He didn't forget to tell the old monk what happened in the Liang province. The old monk was startled when he heard what Tyrant said. However, a hint of happiness soon emerged on his face. It had been a long time since the Green Lotus Mountain had allowed outsiders to enter, but the old monk wasn't angry at the person Tyrant brought back. Putting aside the fact that the old monk felt a sense of familiarity toward Jiangchen, he was also pleased that Tyrant was such a righteous and compassionate person. This little disciple of his had always been wild and unruly since he was young. Now that he had started to understand the ways of the world, he was able to make friends that could go through life and death together. This was something that the old monk wanted to see. Especially the fact that Tyrant was able to make friends with geniuses, this made him even happier. This might be of great help to his future cultivation. You said that you found a Saraira? As the old monk spoke, a divine sense shot out from his eyes and entered Tyrant's body. After that, the divine sense returned to his body. Good. You are indeed a man blessed with great fortune. The Saraira you found was left behind by a third-grade minor saint. No wonder you have improved so quickly. Your physique has been transformed once again. This is your own fortune. I believe that as long as you are willing, you can break through to the 5th-grade combat king realm at any time. The old monk was shocked, he couldn't help it. It was impossible for a person's body to contain such a pure lightning energy, unless the person had the lightning physique, or was a genius who practiced the lightning skill. However, when these people were on the verge of death, their lightning energy would calm down, making it impossible for them to sense it. However, the lightning energy in Jiangchen's body was extremely pure, and it was stored in Jiangchen's body. It could be easily sensed, it wasn't controlled by Jiangchen. This was too miraculous. How could there be such a strong power of thunder in a severely injured and dying person's body? Naturally, Jiangchen couldn't be compared to those geniuses who possessed a lightning physique. He had just gone through the heavenly tribulation and absorbed countless heavenly lightning dragon lightning. Not only that, he had also consumed a 9-solar lightning dragon pill at the very last moment. Now was the critical moment for the 9-solar lightning dragon pill to take effect. Therefore, even though Jiangchen had lost consciousness and was on the verge of death, the pure lightning energy was still circulating in his body. Master, he had just gone through the heavenly tribulation not long ago. The lightning energy in his body should have been absorbed during the process. Also, his current injuries were mostly caused by the heavenly tribulation, and he was attacked by a 9th-grade combat king. It's a miracle that he didn't die. Monk Tyrant said. What? You said he had just gone through the heavenly tribulation not long ago? You said he attracted the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation? The old monk let out an unprecedented cry of surprise. As an eminent monk, it was not easy for his emotions to fluctuate so much. The usually calm old monk had already forgotten how long it had been since he had been this excited. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who could attract heavenly tribulation at the Battle King realm, so he couldn't help but feel excited. At his level, he knew more about the terror of the heavenly tribulation than anyone else. He knew the origin of the heavenly tribulation. This young man in front of him was able to attract the heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat king. It was enough to prove that he had a monstrous talent that couldn't be compared to ordinary geniuses. What surprised the old monk even more was that Jiangchen had gone through the heavenly tribulation and had also withstood the attack of a 9th-grade combat king, but he didn't die on the spot. Although he didn't look any different from being dead, the old monk could still see that this young man wasn't dead yet. There was an unknown force supporting him. That's right. Brother Jiang is very strong. When he was just a 1st-grade combat king, he was able to kill a 4th-grade combat king. Your disciple is far inferior to him. This time, he even used the heavenly tribulation to destroy the freezing hell jail of a sect in the Liang province. Your disciple really admires him. Therefore, I hope Master can save him. Apart from his own master, this was the first time in his life that he cared so much about someone's safety and life. Alright, let me see. The old monk was very excited. He squatted down and began to carefully examine Xianxia's injuries. A genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation was unprecedented and unique. It was impossible for him to not care about it. He was very happy that his disciple was able to befriend such a genius. The old monk was a 9th-grade minor saint. Just like what Tyrant had said before, a man like him could do whatever he wanted no matter where he went. He was a true Buddha. His knowledge and vision were far beyond that of ordinary people. After the old monk carefully examined Xianxia's injuries, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. His injuries are very serious. All of his internal organs have been destroyed, and his soul is almost in a deep sleep. With such injuries, any ordinary person would have been dead by now. However, there is a stream of energy still circulating in his body. I guess he must have consumed some life-saving pill at the last moment. Not only that, there seems to be a mysterious and obscure force supporting him from within his body. This mysterious force is very magical, even I can't tell what it is. Master, can he still be saved? Tyrant asked anxiously. I don't have much confidence in whether I can save him or not. With such injuries, he should be dead by now. It is already a miracle that he is still alive. Besides, this man has a very strong will. Plus, he has consumed some kind of powerful pill, which should be enough to heal his injuries. I can't do anything about it. I will use the Lotus Sutra to help him, hoping to awaken his soul. As long as his soul is awakened, I believe he will wake up on his own. The old monk said. Hearing this, an excited expression emerged on Tyrant's face. He knew his master very well. His master was a Buddha, an eminent monk who never lied, and never boasted. Since his master said Xianxia could be saved, then there must be a way for him to be saved. However, with such injuries, he still has to rely on himself in the end. His willpower is extremely strong, his talent is monstrous, his physical body is unparalleled, and his will to survive is also very strong. I used the Lotus Sutra to help him, but in the end, he still has to rely on himself. The old monk said. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he had seen this young man before. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. He was even sure that he had never seen this young man before. This feeling was too strange. Master, take a look at De Huang. In order to save Xianxia, he forcefully used a secret technique and increased his cultivation by 2 levels. Furthermore, he used his blood essence to use a broken sword that I don't know what kind of treasure it is. Only then did I have the chance to save him. He suffered a great backlash, and his injuries are very serious. Tyrant said. Hearing Tyrant's words, the old monk's eyes revealed a trace of surprise again. Normally, secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's cultivation were forbidden techniques. No one would be willing to use them unless it was a critical moment. However, secret techniques like this were extremely rare and precious. Secret techniques that could forcibly increase one's cultivation by 2 levels were even rarer. Since this dog knew such a secret technique, it seemed that he was not as simple as he seemed. The old monk's gaze fell on De Huang dog. He slowly reached out his palm. A faint golden halo flickered on his palm, and it landed on De Huang dog's head. In the next moment, the old monk's expression changed drastically. He actually possesses the rare bloodline of a divine beast. It's pure and masculine. I have seen a real Qilin divine beast before, and its bloodline was just as unyielding. However, this dog's bloodline is definitely not that of a Qilin. I can't tell what kind of divine beast it is, but its bloodline is indeed powerful. His future achievements will be limitless. No wonder he can use the forbidden secret technique. The old monk couldn't help but be shocked. The man and dog that his disciple brought back were both monstrous geniuses. The dog was a divine beast that possessed a complete bloodline. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. De Huang is indeed mystical. Tyrant nodded his head. He had no doubt about it as he had witnessed it with his own eyes. You said that he used a broken sword to repel 2 first-grade combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king? Where is the broken sword? Can you let me have a look? The old monk was shocked. He knew very well the gap between a combat king and a combat emperor. Even if Big Yellow was a true divine beast, there was no way he could fight a combat emperor with his 3rd-grade combat king cultivation base, and even force him to retreat. This could only mean that the broken sword was too miraculous, and was a rare treasure. The broken sword belongs to De Huang, but due to the emergency situation, I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the Shura temple. Tyrant said. Hearing this, the old monk felt it was a pity. Although he wasn't a man of the world, he wasn't a greedy man. He was just curious about the broken sword. However, he knew that there were some treasures in this world that could only be used by divine beasts, but not others. Even if the broken sword had fallen into the hands of the Shura temple, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. After that, the old monk focused his attention on De Huang Dog's injuries. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. The man and the dog's injuries were extremely serious. De Huang Dog had suffered a severe backlash. Although his vital signs were still visible on the surface, much better than Xianxia's, it would still be extremely difficult for him to wake up completely. The bloodline of a divine beast is incomparably powerful. I'm sure this dog won't die, and his life won't be in danger. Even if I don't help him, he can still wake up by relying on his own bloodline. He might even stimulate his bloodline to become even more powerful. To him, this injury might not be a disaster, but an opportunity. However, I can't tell how long he will sleep for. The old monk said. Although he was a 9th-grade minor saint, he had spent his entire life studying Buddhism, so he knew very little about other things. His knowledge about divine beasts was even more limited, so there was a limit to what he could do. However, his conclusion made Tyrant feel relieved. At least, both Xianxia and De Huang Dog wouldn't die. I will now use the Lotus Sutra to help them. The Lotus Sutra is the holy scripture of Buddhism. It symbolizes holiness and nobleness. This scripture can cleanse the souls of the dead, and also cleanse a person's soul. I will use this scripture to awaken Xianxia's soul. The rest is up to him. The old monk said. This was the only thing he could do. The old monk slowly closed his eyes. Runes kept appearing from his mouth. Each of the runes contained the essence of Sanskrit. They were very mysterious. When these Sanskrit landed on the bodies of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, their bodies were completely covered by the Sanskrit, making them look like a huge golden cocoon. Tyrant was sitting at the side with his palms put together. He was carefully comprehending the essence of the Lotus Sutra. To him, every time he listened to his master's lecture, he would gain a lot of benefits. The main hall was filled with tranquility. There was only the Buddha light. After the old monk chanted the Lotus Sutra once, he stopped. However, the Sanskrit didn't stop, and it was still lingering around Xianxia and Big Yellow's body. This was a process of cleansing one's soul. To any cultivator, this was a rare experience. The supreme heart of Buddhism was profound and powerful, and the Lotus Sutra was a miraculous technique. It didn't have any offensive power, but it could be used to help others. The higher the cultivation base of the monk, the better the effect would be. Xianxia's entire soul was immersed in the kingdom of Buddha sect. This was a true Pure Land. There were no battles, no killings, no bloodshed. There was only light everywhere, which made one's soul feel incomparably comfortable. The old monk didn't leave the grand hall. He was carefully observing Xianxia's transformation. Tyrant didn't leave either. Not only was he worried about Xianxia's injuries, but he was also able to carefully comprehend the essence of the Lotus Sutra. Although the Lotus Sutra couldn't help him improve his cultivation base, it could bring about a change in his state of mind, which was very rare. The state of mind was very important to a cultivator, and the more one's cultivation base improved, the more important it became. The Green Lotus Mountain was quiet, as if this place had never been lively before. The old monk stood alone, guarding this place, as if he was isolated from the rest of the world. This was a peaceful Pure Land, and as long as one lived here, one would feel tranquil and indifferent. Within the grand hall, the Sanskrit language was reverberating, and the golden light was shining brightly. De Huang Dog was sleeping soundly, and his furrowed brows had smoothened out along with the cultivation of the Lotus Sutra. Xianxia also had a look of enjoyment on his face. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Including the time when Tyrant left Xuanyu, 10 days had passed. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog had been in a deep sleep for 10 days. This was the longest time they had ever slept, and they were just lying here, aloof from worldly affairs. However, they couldn't lie here forever, even though they didn't show any signs of waking up. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded out from Tyrant's body. Rays of golden Buddhist light turned into numerous whirlpools, appearing above Tyrant's head. His aura began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Seeing this, the old monk's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. A look of admiration could be seen on his face as he said, "This is all thanks to the Saraira. This kid has great luck. That Saraira has improved his physique once again. It's enough for him to easily reach the Combat Emperor realm." The old monk had a pair of sharp eyes, so how could he not see the changes in Tyrant? The reason why Tyrant was able to improve so quickly was all because of the Saraira. After absorbing the Saraira, although he didn't break through many levels immediately, the process became much easier and more relaxed. With the help of the Saraira, Tyrant's cultivation base was constantly improving, and his condition was different every day. Just like now, after receiving the enlightenment from the Lotus Sutra, he had broken through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. However, this wasn't the end, as Tyrant's cultivation base was still improving. It was highly possible that he would break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm in a few days. "Master, this Lotus Sutra is really good. It has given me a deeper understanding of the Dharma. Master, if you have any brilliant methods and sutras, please give them to me." Tyrant flashed a treacherous smile at the old monk. "Humph. There are still many things that I haven't taught you, but it's not the right time yet. Your cultivation base isn't high enough, so there are some things that I can't teach you, as it won't do you any good." The old monk glared at Tyrant. Tyrant stuck out his tongue. He knew that all his master's decisions were for his own good. 3 days later, Jiangchen, who had been silent for 13 days, finally showed some movement. Under the cleansing of the Lotus Sutra, Jiangchen's great soul derivation skill was automatically activated. Furthermore, Jiangchen's soul was already very strong, so his dormant soul was awakened immediately. Jiangchen's soul left the illusory kingdom of Buddha, and woke up from his own body. At this moment, the Sanskrit Buddhist aura that was hovering around Jiangchen's body seemed to have received a huge impact, and a series of cracking sounds were heard. "Master, what's going on?" A worried look appeared on Tyrant's face. "Haha, this person's soul is really too strong." This old monk thought that even with the help of the Lotus Sutra, it would take at least 2 months for his soul to be awakened. "I didn't expect that he would wake up on his own in just 6 days. Amazing, as expected of a monstrous genius who could trigger a heavenly tribulation." The old monk laughed heartily, and he couldn't help but praise Jiangchen. Even with his experience, he had never seen a monstrous genius like Jiangchen. "Does this mean that Brother Jiang will wake up soon?" A hint of excitement appeared on Tyrant's face. "Of course not. It's just that his soul has awakened, which means that he won't die. However, the injuries on his body still need time to recover, and it's hard to say how long it will take for him to fully recover. According to his injuries, I'm afraid he will need at least half a year. However, this person's talent is extraordinary, and we can't judge him with common sense. Perhaps, the time will be greatly shortened," the old monk said. He had originally estimated that Jiangchen's soul would need 2 months to awaken, but now, Jiangchen had only used 6 days. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a rash judgment on when Jiangchen would truly recover. A monstrous genius like Jiangchen couldn't be judged by normal standards. After Jiangchen's soul had awakened, the old monk could feel a trace of familiarity from Jiangchen, especially from his soul. Suddenly, the old monk's expression changed. "His name is Jiangchen? His name is also Jiangchen? Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The greatest saint under the heavens fell on the Saint Cliff 100 years ago, and his body was destroyed. He has already become a part of history, a part of the past. It looks like I'm overthinking things. This young man in front of me is just a genius who resembles the greatest saint under the heavens. That's why I can feel a trace of familiarity from him." The old monk shook his head. The greatest saint under the heavens had long disappeared in the long river of history, and it was impossible for him to exist anymore. If he was still alive, how could he have remained silent for over 100 years? Furthermore, this young genius in front of him was only at the Battle King realm, and the gap between him and the greatest saint under the heavens wasn't small. They only shared the same name, but there were countless people named Xianxia in this world. Thinking about the greatest saint under the heavens, the old monk couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when he was following his master, he had once met the greatest saint under the heavens, and he was deeply impressed by the bearing of the greatest saint. Naturally, the old monk couldn't imagine that the young man lying in front of him was the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens. That was the reason why he felt a sense of familiarity from his soul. After Xianxia's soul awakened, apart from the great soul derivation skill, the dragon transformation skill also began to circulate. The 9 less rond pill that had accumulated in his body finally came into effect. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from within Xianxia's body. Previously, his blood had almost dried up, but now, as the dragon transformation skill circulated, a trace of dark red blood essence emerged from within Xianxia's qi. The dragon transformation skill was truly miraculous, as if it wasn't just a skill, but a treasure with its own spirit. This trace of blood essence came from the dragon transformation skill. It was an invisible skill, and not only could it activate the true dragon combat skill, it could also produce blood essence. This was truly miraculous. Boom, with the appearance of this trace of blood essence, a powerful energy shot out from it. Following that, the trace of blood essence began to wander within Xianxia's body, and the dragon transformation skill circulated to the extreme. Xianxia's injury this time could be said to be a blessing in disguise, as the dragon transformation skill had evolved once again. Roar, the over 10,000 dragon marks in his qi emitted a deep roar, as if they were 10,000 true dragons. Wherever the blood essence passed, Xianxia's body would undergo a major blood change. His blood was constantly being regenerated, and his internal injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His shattered internal organs were also beginning to reconstruct. The energy that shot out from Xianxia's body caused the entire hall to tremble. Outside of Xianxia's body, illusory blood-red dragon shadows appeared. These dragon shadows continuously revolved around Xianxia, and it looked as if tens of thousands of dragons were protecting their master. The old monk and tyrant were dumbfounded, and they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Heavens, what exactly is happening in his body? How can such a miraculous scene appear? Those dragon shadows seem as if they are real. Even with the old monk's experience, he had never seen such a miraculous scene. Brother Jiang is truly a dragon among men. It seems that his injury this time has been a blessing in disguise. Tyrant's eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely happy. I'm guessing that he might have cultivated some kind of terrifying cultivation technique. Let me see what exactly is happening in his body. The old monk was completely stunned. He separated a strand of his divine sense and wanted to enter Xianxia's body to investigate. However, he was shocked to find that as soon as his divine sense entered Xianxia's body, it was directly repelled by a force. The old monk's body trembled, and his face turned slightly pale. "Master, what's wrong?" Tyrant hurriedly asked. "There is an unknown force in his body that is blocking my divine sense. If I didn't send my divine sense out in time, I'm afraid that it would have been shattered. That force is very ancient, like an immemorial being. It's too scary." The old monk still had lingering fear in his heart. He was a 9th-grade minor saint, but the qi in Xianxia's body that seemed to come from the primordial era was too strong. It was sacred and lofty, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. It was a sacred existence that couldn't be violated. Xianxia was still lying on the floor of the hall. The number of dragon shadows on his body was increasing. His body was going through a tremendous transformation. His internal organs were being reconstructed, and the injuries on his body were also recovering. The dragon transformation skill had transformed once again. It had given Xianxia a great transformation, and his body was filled with vitality again. Not only that, along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, another message appeared in Xianxia's mind. Every time the dragon transformation skill went through a metamorphosis, it would provide Xianxia with powerful true dragon combat skills. From the first true dragon palm and true dragon fire, to the second azure dragon's 5 steps, and the third 5 elements combat dragon seal, each was stronger than the previous one. This time, the 5 elements combat dragon seal could be regarded as the supreme true dragon combat skill because the third metamorphosis that Xianxia had experienced was absolutely different from the previous 2. This time, it could be said that he was truly reborn. Blood essence appeared in the dragon transformation skill and once again transformed his body, giving him a great change of blood, making his physique even more monstrous. This was the so-called blessing in disguise. After being reborn, Xianxia was destined to be a person with great luck. No matter where he went, no matter when, he would be blessed by luck. Even this life or death tribulation finally became his luck. If not for this tribulation, it was unknown how long it would take for the dragon transformation skill to go through the third metamorphosis. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill for such a long time, Xianxia had a real understanding of this divine skill and was completely recognized by the skill. This was a skill full of spirituality, mysterious and unpredictable. Even Xianxia himself could not predict the future of the dragon transformation skill, nor could he imagine to what extent he would reach after cultivating the dragon transformation skill. However, one thing was certain: every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a metamorphosis, the speed of circulation would become faster and more beneficial to Xianxia. Every metamorphosis would make the compatibility between the dragon transformation skill and Xianxia more perfect. Just like this time, blood essence directly appeared in the dragon transformation skill. This was unprecedented, it could be said to be a miracle. It was hard to imagine what great benefits the dragon transformation skill would bring to Xianxia after going through the 4th, 5th, or even more metamorphoses. The secrets contained in the dragon transformation skill would also gradually reveal with each metamorphosis. The 5 elements combat dragon seal, as the name suggested, was a powerful combat skill related to the 5 elements. The 5 elements combat dragon seal was divided into 5 combat skills, namely golden dragon seal, azure dragon seal, water dragon seal, fire dragon seal, and earth dragon seal. Every seal was connected to the 5 elements. The different elements reinforced and restrained each other. When used in battle, the power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal would be even more ferocious and unstoppable. It was far more tyrannical than the true dragon's palm. Of course, the power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal was also related to the 5 elements that Xianxia had obtained. This also meant that this combat skill was not easy to cultivate. Moreover, the 5 elements combat dragon seal was different from the true dragon's palm and the azure dragon's 5 steps. The true dragon's palm and the azure dragon's 5 steps seemed to have been directly imprinted in Xianxia's mind and could be used directly. As his cultivation increased, its power would become stronger and stronger. However, the 5 elements combat dragon seal could not. This combat skill was only provided for Xianxia's cultivation method. As for the specific cultivation process, Xianxia still had to work hard. In the next few days, Xianxia still did not wake up. However, the changes in his aura became more and more intense. The dragon shadows dancing on the surface of his body became denser and denser. The entire Green Lotus Mountain could hear the roars of dragons, as if countless ancient dragons were descending. The old monk and tyrant had been staring at Xianxia since the first day of his transformation. The two of them did not even dare to blink their eyes. The shock on their faces became more and more intense. They could not believe that a person could undergo such a huge transformation. Master, Xianxia's blood and qi are too vigorous. I even have the illusion that he is not a human, but a real heavenly dragon. Tyrant was extremely shocked. A person could release such a pure and holy aura, and also possess a blood and qi that surpassed that of a human. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Terrifying, too terrifying. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient dragon? No, that can't be. There is clearly a human's aura in his body. I'm guessing that he has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique, but does such a terrifying cultivation technique really exist in this world? The old monk was also completely shocked. Even with his experience, he was unable to believe and accept the scene in front of him. However, an abnormal being like Xianxia could even attract heavenly tribulation. Nothing was impossible for him. The old monk was even very happy. He felt that he must befriend this monstrous genius. His lifelong dream, Tyrant's future path, and the responsibility he had to bear, if he could get the help of this young man, he believed that there would be a chance for him to achieve his dream. Xianxia's transformation became more and more obvious. After a month, he still did not show any signs of waking up. However, his life force had become extremely vigorous. His body was filled with energy, and all his internal organs had been completely healed. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and even though he was lying there quietly, he gave off a domineering aura that could make others submit to him. In the following period of time, Xianxia's body started to change again. Blood-colored scales appeared on his chest, followed by his thighs. In the end, many blood-colored scales appeared on Xianxia's body. These scales were glowing with a blood-like luster, mysterious and strong. What shocked the old monk and tyrant the most was that these scales weren't some kind of armor, and they weren't formed by yuan energy either. Instead, they grew out of Xianxia's body, and were connected to Xianxia's flesh and blood. "Master, what is this?" Tyrant was shocked once again. During the past month, Tyrant's cultivation base hadn't stagnated. With the help of the Saraira, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th grade Combat King realm, and he was only a step away from the 6th grade Combat King realm. He could break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm at any time. This was the scariness of the Saraira, and also the reason why Tyrant's cultivation base was so extraordinary. He didn't have to do anything, and his cultivation base would improve every day. This is a dragon scale. Oh my God, there is a dragon scale in his body. What an evildoer. My disciple, you should know that the Saint Origin world is just a plane, a small world within the boundless world. This place was once isolated, and the great saints of the Saint Origin world came to an end. 100 years ago, the greatest saint of the Saint Origin world opened the door to the realm of immortals, and opened a path for the saints of the Saint Origin world. During these 100 years, many powerful great saints had ascended to the realm of immortals. A supreme existence like the true dragon would never appear in the Saint Origin world. I'm guessing that the cultivation technique that Xianxia is practicing must be related to the true dragon. This is too frightening. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many powerful existences would be shocked. Xianxia will immediately become the center of attention. Those ancient families, those super powerful sects and tribes in the pure land of the divine continent will have their eyes on Xianxia. If that's the case, Xianxia will be in real danger. The old monk could no longer maintain his calm, because he had recognized the transformation of Xianxia. There were many cultivation techniques and combat skills in the Saint Origin world that were named after dragons. Some of them could even evolve into the form of real dragons. There were also some powerful flood dragons, but none of them were real heavenly dragons. On the other hand, the scales that appeared on Xianxia's body were real dragon scales. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Brother Jiang is indeed full of mysteries. I hope Master will keep this a secret for Brother Jiang. Tyrant put his palms together and said to the old monk. Of course. The old monk said solemnly. A heaven-defying cultivation technique would definitely cause an unimaginable uproar. The old monk was more far-sighted than Tyrant. Now that he wanted to befriend a figure like Xianxia, he naturally had to keep it a secret. The changes on Xianxia's body were huge. When the dragon scales on his body reached a certain amount, they stopped growing. The dragon scales didn't cover his entire body. There weren't any dragon scales above his neck, and there were also some parts of his body that didn't have dragon scales. This could only mean that Xianxia's cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had yet to reach a certain level. From the very beginning, the skill stated that one must condense 100,000 dragon marks in order to reach the pinnacle and transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. 100,000 dragon marks. Currently, Xianxia only had a little over 12,000 dragon marks. The gap between him and 100,000 was huge. Furthermore, the more Xianxia understood the dragon transformation skill, the more he felt that it was extraordinary. He guessed that even if he condensed 100,000 dragon marks, he would still be far from the pinnacle of the dragon transformation skill. This cultivation technique was far more mystical than he had imagined, and the secrets involved were also extraordinary. It had been 43 days since Xianxia fell into a coma. During these days, the Shura temple had been searching everywhere for Xianxia and the monk. They had nearly searched the entire Liang province and the surrounding provinces, including the other three major powers of the Liang province. However, Xianxia and the monk were nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. The news of the freezing hell jail being destroyed had spread. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm had shocked everyone. The name Xianxia had also started to spread in Xuanyu. Many provinces had heard about Xianxia, and the fact that he could attract heavenly tribulation was simply too shocking. There were even some major powers in Xuanyu who had started paying attention to Xianxia. Many people guessed that Xianxia was already dead. According to the scene witnessed by some people, the two combat emperors and the tycoon of the Shura temple had joined hands to strike Xianxia, who was already under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, causing him to fall from the sky. Therefore, many people guessed that Xianxia was most likely dead. There were also people who thought that Xianxia wasn't dead yet. They believed that a monster who could attract heavenly tribulation wouldn't die so easily. Regardless of whether Xianxia was dead or alive, he had become famous. This was probably the fastest way for a young man to become famous. First, he became famous in the chaotic ocean, then the entire Liang province, and finally, the entire Xuanyu. While Xianxia's name was being discussed everywhere in Xuanyu, Xianxia was still sleeping in the faraway western region. In the main hall of Green Lotus Mountain, the dragon's shadow around Xianxia's body had disappeared, and the dragon's scales on his body had disappeared as well. The entire main hall had regained its tranquility. Xianxia was lying quietly in the main hall. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary man, and he was still in a coma. However, his life force was extremely vigorous. Xianxia's condition had completely stabilized. Not only that, he had also gone through an incomparably important metamorphosis in his life. De Huang Dog's surroundings were still filled with the Sanskrit words of the Lotus Sutra. The backlash he had suffered was too strong, and it was extremely difficult for him to recover. After all, he wasn't Xianxia. Without the help of the dragon transformation skill, although the dragon horse bloodline was miraculous, it was still in a state of slumber. Master, Brother Jiang has already recovered, and his life force is vigorous. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Tyrant asked. He has obtained great benefits from this metamorphosis, and he should be digesting them now. I believe it won't be long before he completely wakes up. The old monk nodded with a smile. He was no longer worried about Xianxia. A monstrous genius like him wouldn't die so easily. A person with great luck like him would have limitless achievements in the future. The old monk's eyes were sharp, and he could see things very accurately. Although he didn't know what kind of heaven-defying cultivation method Xianxia was cultivating, he knew that Xianxia's current condition was extraordinarily good. Just like what the old monk said, Xianxia was currently digesting what he had obtained this time. The energy in his body was very chaotic. The energy accumulated in his body by the thunder tribulation, the new energy generated by the metamorphosis of the dragon transformation skill, and the energy transformed by the 9 suns less Rond pill all needed to be digested by Xianxia bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Up until now, Xianxia had disappeared from Liang province for 2 months. During this period, Xianxia's name was not only resounding in Liang province, but also in the entire Xuanyu. The super forces in Xuanyu had all heard about this monstrous genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Some of them even wanted to extend an olive branch to Xianxia and recruit him. However, Xianxia had truly disappeared. Many people guessed that he might really be dead. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a monstrous genius had fallen. If he didn't die, he would definitely become a great figure in the future. At the same time, Xianxia, who was far away in the western domain, suddenly opened his eyes. His body swayed and he sat up from the ground. His pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars shot out 2 rays of cold light that were as sharp as a knife. It was just 2 rays of light, but it was enough to tear the void apart, causing people to feel terrified. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to his surroundings. He threw his head back and let out a loud roar. The roar was like a dragon's roar that could shake the world, shaking the souls of those who heard it. After that, an extremely powerful energy burst out from Xianxia's body like a tidal wave. What Xianxia needed to do now was to break through to the next realm. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had almost given him a new life, and it had brought him endless benefits. At this moment, all the energy in his body burst out, rampaging inside Xianxia's body like ferocious beasts. Xianxia had to deal with these energies as soon as possible. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at its maximum speed, and its speed was at least twice as fast as before the transformation. Under the rapid circulation of the skill, the energy began to form new blood-red dragon marks. In just a few minutes, 1,900 dragon marks were formed. Including the previous 22,100 dragon marks, Xianxia now had a total of 24,000 dragon marks, which was exactly the number of dragon marks he needed to break through to the third-grade combat king. At the same time, the huge amount of human elixir and earth elixir stored in his qi began to burn as if they were worthless, and were directly absorbed by Xianxia. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was a process of endless consumption, and no matter how many energy pills he had, it wouldn't be enough. The amount of Yuan force pills Xianxia used to break through to the third-grade combat king was at least equal to the amount of Yuan force pills an ordinary cultivator would use to break through to the ninth-grade combat king, or even more. The difference between the two levels couldn't be compared. Fortunately, Xianxia had a strong foundation, and he had a lot of pills in his possession. Plus, he had plundered a lot of pills in the chaotic ocean, so he didn't have to worry about breaking through to the next realm. He has broken through to the third-grade combat king. Tyrant cried out in surprise. 2 months ago, when he met Xianxia for the first time, Xianxia had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm. However, in just 2 months, he had already broken through to the third-grade combat king realm. Furthermore, judging from Xianxia's aura, the third-grade combat king realm was far from the peak. Look, he is going to break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. The old monk's eyes lit up. Breaking through from the third-grade combat king realm to the fourth-grade combat king realm is much more difficult than breaking through from the second-grade combat king realm to the third-grade combat king realm. I wonder if Brother Jiang can break through in one go. Tyrant stared at Xianxia without blinking his eyes. The combat king realm was divided into 9 grades, and every 3 grades was a threshold. The gap between the third-grade combat king realm and the fourth-grade combat king realm was much bigger than the gap between the 2 grades. This also indicated that breaking through from the third-grade combat king realm to the fourth-grade combat king realm would be much more difficult. However, to Xianxia, this wasn't a problem at all. The sharpness of the heavenly tribulation, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, and the help from the 9 solar less Ron pill were enough for Xianxia to break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. Buzz. The energy in his qi was like a tidal wave, and blood-red dragon marks were constantly being formed. 10 minutes later, 2,000 dragon marks were completely formed. Xianxia let out a loud shout, and the remaining Yuan energy pills in his qi began to burn crazily once again. In the path of cultivation, every breakthrough would require the support of a huge amount of energy pills. Just like what Tyrant had said, breaking through from the third-grade combat king realm to the fourth-grade combat king realm was much more difficult than the previous breakthroughs. The amount of energy pills needed to support the breakthrough was much greater than the amount of energy pills needed to break through from the second-grade combat king realm to the third-grade combat king realm. After breaking through to the combat king realm, the human elixir was no longer enough. No matter how many human elixir he burned, it would still be of no use. For Xianxia, even the earth elixir was not enough. Only the true heaven elixir could be put to good use. However, the heaven elixir was extremely precious, and even ordinary combat kings didn't have many of them. Only 7th or 8th grade combat kings and combat emperors could truly use the heaven elixir as their foundation. Although Xianxia had robbed them by force, the amount of heaven elixir he had was limited. Therefore, most of the pills he was consuming were just elixir. Countless pills were being consumed. Xianxia was like a bottomless pit. The space in his qi was at least 10 times larger than those of the same grade. If Tyrant and the old monk knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Xianxia was simply a king of consumption, a true bottomless pit. No ordinary cultivator could afford such a huge consumption. Boom, soon, Xianxia's energy rose to a new height, reaching the 4th grade Combat King realm. He was many times stronger than before. 4th grade Combat King, so fast. Tyrant gasped. This was the fastest man he had ever seen breaking through to the next realm. This was simply too fast for anyone to prepare themselves for. The old monk's reaction was slightly better than Tyrant's, but the shock on his face was still obvious. What shocked them even more was that after Xianxia had broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm, his energy didn't stop growing. The remaining energy was still being used to form more dragon marks. Furthermore, Xianxia had also absorbed the demon souls of the demon kings he obtained from the freezing hell jail. However, with his current strength, absorbing the demon souls of these low-grade demon kings wouldn't bring him much benefits. Half an hour later, Xianxia's energy finally stopped growing, stopping at the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm. A total of 27,000 dragon marks had been formed in his body, and he needed another 500 dragon marks to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Seeing that Xianxia had finally stopped growing, the old monk and tyrant couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Xianxia continued to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm, they might have fainted on the spot. No matter how monstrous he was, he shouldn't have done it this way. Breaking through to the Combat King realm was not an easy task. For ordinary cultivators, even if they were geniuses with some talent, breaking through to the 4th grade Combat King realm in 1 or 2 years would be considered a very good result. However, Xianxia had broken through to the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm in just 2 months, and it was a continuous breakthrough. Xianxia was very satisfied with his breakthrough to the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm. However, there was another problem that he had to worry about: Yuan energy pills. He didn't have enough Yuan energy pills, and according to his estimation, he could only break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm at most. After that, he would become a penniless man. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill was a process that consumed a lot of energy, and it was impossible to do without Yuan energy. It looks like I have to find a way to prepare some heavenly elixir. Xianxia thought to himself. He had to prepare more Yuan energy pills, and he couldn't afford to be careless. What he needed next was the heavenly elixir. The human elixir was completely useless, and the earth elixir wasn't good enough. After everything returned to normal, Xianxia let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. What he saw were 2 bald men, one old and one young. He didn't know the old monk, but his eyes still fell on the old monk, because with his sharp senses, he discovered that the old monk was a 9th grade minor saint. "Brother Jiang, you're awake?" Tyrant said happily. It had been 2 months, and it wasn't easy for Xianxia to wake up. Xianxia felt that he needed to know something. During this period of time, he had been in a deep sleep, so he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. "Brother Jiang, this is the Green Lotus Mountain of the Western region. This is my master, Great Master Ranfeng. My master used the Lotus scripture to awaken your soul, and that's why you were able to recover so quickly." Tyrant introduced his master to Xianxia. Xianxia was startled. He didn't expect that Tyrant would bring him back to the Western region. It seemed like Tyrant was the one who saved him and a Huang dog. The Western region was an important place for Buddhism, and it was out of Xianxia's expectation that Tyrant would have such a powerful master. However, Xianxia dared not show any neglect. Regardless of what happened, Tyrant had saved his life. He quickly stood up from the ground, put his palms together, and said to Great Master Ranfeng, "Thank you for saving me, Xianxia can't thank you enough. Little friend, you don't have to be so courteous. You have saved my disciple's life, so I won't just stand by and watch. Besides, I didn't really do anything. It was your willpower and miraculous ability that allowed you to regain your consciousness. Congratulations." Great Master Ranfeng said with a smile. Xianxia's first impression of Great Master Ranfeng was very good. It wasn't because Great Master Ranfeng had saved his life, but because Great Master Ranfeng didn't show any arrogance despite being a 9th grade minor saint. One should know that a saint was a supreme existence in the divine continent, a true superior being. Even a 1st grade minor saint would be respected wherever they went, let alone a 9th grade minor saint. None of these people weren't arrogant. This was enough to show that Great Master Ranfeng was a true eminent monk of Buddha sect. His mental state of cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary people. "Brother Jiang, you have recovered now, but De Huang won't be as lucky as you," Tyrant said. His eyes fell on De Huang, who was still lying on the ground. "De Huang!" Jiangchen exclaimed. Only now did he remember De Huang's injuries. Back then, on the mountain range at the border of Liang province, De Huang had defended against the three great experts of the Shura temple. However, he had consumed too much of his energy and suffered a huge backlash. He could still remember clearly that De Huang dog fell from the sky before he closed his eyes. Jiangchen suddenly turned around and saw Big Yellow lying quietly on the ground. Sanskrit was hovering around his body, but Big Yellow had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it was before, Jiangchen would be extremely happy to see Big Yellow sleeping, because to this dog, sleeping was equal to cultivating. Every time he slept, he would advance to the next level. But when he saw De Huang lying on the ground, De Huang dog couldn't bring himself to be happy. Jiangchen quickly squatted beside De Huang and casted the Great Soul Derivation technique. An invisible soul force seeped into De Huang dog's body and examined De Huang dog's injuries. As a matter of fact, De Huang dog didn't suffer any serious injuries. His internal organs were intact, but his bloodline was completely dormant. It seemed that he had lost too much of his blood essence. The vitality in his body was too weak, as if it would disappear at any time and he would die completely. That was the most frightening thing. It was caused by the forceful casting of the forbidden technique and the forceful casting of the broken sword. This kind of backlash was the most frightening. It could make De Huang dog fall into a deep sleep. This kind of deep sleep also had another name, fake death. That's right, it was fake death. On the surface, De Huang dog seemed to be dead and his vitality was very weak. But in fact, he wasn't dead. However, this kind of fake death was also very frightening. If he couldn't be awakened for a long time, his fake death would become real death, and he might never wake up again. This was the most frightening thing. This dog possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Unfortunately, he has suffered a heavy backlash and has fallen into a deep sleep. Now, he is in a state of fake death. This kind of situation is the most difficult to deal with. I can only use the Lotus Sutra to help him. But now, it seems like it won't be of much help. He needs to awaken his bloodline, which is different from your soul. Great Master Ranfeng said. That's right. What we need to do now is to change his state of fake death. As long as we can awaken his bloodline of a divine beast, everything will be easy. Jiangchen nodded. He knew more about De Huang dog's situation than Great Master Ranfeng. After that, Jiangchen pointed his finger like a sword. A sharp golden light shot out from the tip of his finger, and he slashed at his own arm. With a chi-la sound, a big cut appeared on his arm. Blood gushed out from the wound. Throughout the whole process, Jiangchen didn't even frown. The blood that flowed out from Jiangchen's wound was sent into De Huang dog's mouth. The blood flowed in a straight line like flowing water and was continuously sent into De Huang dog's mouth. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Tyrant was astounded. Jiangchen had just recovered, and now he was going to bleed himself. This wasn't a good thing for Jiangchen. Little friend's blood is pure yang, and it has gone through the sharpness of the heavenly tribulation. It's a holy healing medicine. You want to use your blood to awaken his bloodline? Little friend, you are a true man. However, he is a demon. Although your blood will help him, I'm afraid the effect won't be as great. Great Master Ranfeng said. His eyes were filled with praise as he looked at Jiangchen. In order to save a demon beast, Jiangchen had released his blood without any hesitation. This proved that Jiangchen was a man of true character, a man who valued friendship and righteousness. It was indeed a great thing for his disciple to befriend such a genius. As long as it can help him, it doesn't matter even if you drain my blood. The expression on Jiangchen's face didn't change. He knew how to save De Huang dog better than Great Master Ranfeng. As the greatest saint under the heavens, his vision wasn't something a ninth-grade minor saint like Great Master Ranfeng could compare with. Jiangchen was very clear about his blood. He could clearly feel that after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, his blood had undergone a slight change. It would certainly help De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline. After letting De Huang Dog absorb some of his blood, Xianxia took out a pill and sent it into De Huang Dog's mouth. As soon as the pill entered De Huang Dog's body, it immediately turned into a clear stream that flowed into De Huang Dog's body. Even from the outside, one could feel the tyrannical energy. Little friend, what kind of pill is that? I have never seen it before. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Based on his experience, there were very few pills that he had never seen before in this world. However, the pill that Xianxia sent into De Huang Dog's mouth was something that he had never seen before. However, Great Master Ranfeng could clearly feel the preciousness and extraordinariness of the pill. It actually contained the scent of 9 solar holy water. It was the purest form of yang energy. This is the 9 solar less Rond pill that I concocted during my heavenly tribulation. I'm sure Great Master Ranfeng has heard of this pill before. Now, I will use my blood and the 9 solar less Rond pill to wake De Huang from his suspended animation state. Although he won't wake up in a short period of time, I can guarantee that nothing bad will happen to him. Xianxia said. In order to truly awaken De Huang Dog's bloodline, he needed the blood essence of a strange beast like the flaming stallion. Before he found the flaming stallion, Xianxia needed to stabilize De Huang Dog's condition. Relying on the Lotus Sutra alone was not enough. What? 9 solar less Rond pill? Upon hearing the words 9 solar less Rond pill, Great Master Ranfeng cried out in surprise. He could no longer keep his calm. He stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. He had completely lost the graceful bearing of an eminent monk, and his face was filled with astonishment. Tyrant was stunned as well. This was the first time he had seen such a big reaction from his master. He had almost lost his composure. He had never heard of the 9 solar less Rond pill, but from the name of the pill, he knew that it must be an extraordinary pill. Otherwise, his master wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right, it's the 9 solar less Rond pill. Xianxia nodded. There was no need to lie to Great Master Ranfeng. Heavens! I can't believe someone can actually concoct such a pill that only exists in the legends. Moreover, it's concocted by a combat king. If this pill were to spread out, the entire divine continent would go crazy over it. Ranfeng couldn't help but be excited. Anyone who knew about the 9 solar lightning dragon pill would be incomparably excited because the conditions to concoct this pill were too harsh. 9 solar holy water was already very hard to come by, and the most important thing was that the alchemist had to concoct the pill during the process of crossing the heavenly tribulation. In the entire divine continent, there was basically no alchemist who could do this. However, this young man in front of him had actually done it. This made Great Master Ranfeng's evaluation of Xianxia rise to a new height. This was a true monstrous genius. Little friend, you're really amazing. Great Master Ranfeng sighed. After feeding De Huang Dog the 9 solar less Rond pill, Xianxia's mood had calmed down a lot. Only then did he start to look around the hall. He looked around and saw the huge statue at the front. When he saw the person in the statue, his expression changed immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus! Xianxia cried out in surprise. He rarely made friends in his previous life, but Ancestor Green Lotus was definitely one of them. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had once saved his life. Although the number of times he met Ancestor Green Lotus was limited, their friendship was definitely not shallow. Xianxia's reaction stunned Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant. Ancestor Green Lotus was a figure from more than 100 years ago, but Xianxia was actually able to recognize him. More importantly, Buddhism rarely interacted with outsiders, let alone someone like Ancestor Green Lotus. Little friend, you actually know my master? Great Master Ranfeng was very surprised. Only now did Xianxia realize that he had lost his composure just now. He had called out Ancestor Green Lotus' name. Now, he would have to spend a lot of time to explain himself. He couldn't tell them about his reincarnation, as that would be too shocking. His reincarnation and the dragon transformation skill were his biggest secrets, especially for an old monster like him who had lived 2 lives. Only he could know about this secret, and no one else could know about it. If not, it would cause a huge uproar. Not only that, after recognizing Ancestor Green Lotus, Xianxia also thought of the old monk in front of him. When Ancestor Green Lotus first met him, he brought a little monk with him and said that he was his disciple. However, at that time, Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he ask for the little monk's Dharma name. Little did he expect that the little monk had grown into an old monk and appeared in front of him once again. The junior from back then had now become his senior. Finally, Xianxia understood why Tyrant was able to use the seal of Akalanatha. His judgment in the chaotic ocean was correct. Tyrant was indeed related to Ancestor Green Lotus. However, Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he said, Ancestor Green Lotus is one of the best saint venerables in Buddhism. A long time ago, my ancestor received a life-saving grace from Ancestor Green Lotus. Therefore, Ancestor Green Lotus is the benefactor of my Jiang family. I have a portrait of Ancestor Green Lotus in my house, that's why I recognized him at first glance. Ba, good indeed. I never thought that little friend's ancestor would have such a relationship with my master. It's really fate. Great Master Ranfeng didn't doubt Xianxia's words. He knew very well what kind of person Ancestor Green Lotus was. Ancestor Green Lotus had spent his entire life traveling the entire Saint Origin realm and had saved countless lives. A nobody like Xianxia's ancestor would naturally have a portrait of him hanging in his house. However, Great Master Ranfeng believed that the ancestor of the Jiang family wouldn't have thought that such a heaven-defying genius would appear among his descendants. Great Master Ranfeng was very happy to know a genius like Xianxia. Now that Ancestor Green Lotus had saved the life of Xianxia's ancestor, it was great news. More than 100 years ago, the greatest saint under the heavens split the vault of heaven with his sword and opened up the gateway to the realm of immortals. He opened up a new path for the great saints of the Saint Origin realm. With Ancestor Green Lotus's cultivation base, I'm afraid he has already ascended to the realm of immortals. Xianxia asked in a probing manner. That's for sure. Ancestor Green Lotus is a very powerful cultivator. After the greatest saint under the heavens fell on the Saint Cliff, he was the first one to rush over and ascend to the realm of immortals. Tyrant's words were filled with pride. As the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus, Tyrant was naturally very proud of his Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ranfeng placed his palms together and bowed toward Ancestor Green Lotus. However, Xianxia could clearly feel a trace of sadness from Great Master Ranfeng's expression, and there was even a trace of anger hidden within. This was really abnormal, as an eminent monk like Great Master Ranfeng would never show his emotions on his face, and he wouldn't easily lose his temper. Therefore, when Ancestor Green Lotus ascension was mentioned, his expression became unnatural. What did this mean? Did it mean that there was something wrong with Ancestor Green Lotus's ascension? Could it be that Green Lotus didn't ascend to the realm of immortals? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Others might not know about Ancestor Green Lotus's cultivation base, but Xianxia was very clear about it. Back then, Ancestor Green Lotus was an existence that could be called the #1 expert of Buddhism. As the greatest saint under the heavens, Xianxia had never admired anyone except for Ancestor Green Lotus. Xianxia had always felt that if he fought with Ancestor Green Lotus in the past, he would only have a 60% chance of winning. To put it bluntly, he was the #1 expert under the heavens back then, and if there was a question of who was the second strongest expert under the heavens, it would definitely be Ancestor Green Lotus. Furthermore, there was one thing that made Xianxia even more puzzled. When he was circulating the Great Soul Derivation technique, he had already scouted the entire mountain. There were only Great Master Ranfeng and his disciple on the mountain. After Tyrant left, only Great Master Ranfeng was left. Without a doubt, this situation puzzled Xianxia. With Ancestor Green Lotus's status, his descendants would definitely enjoy a very honorable treatment in the Western region Buddhist sect. So, why would the Great Laying Temple allow them to stay on this broken mountain? Even without Ancestor Green Lotus, Great Master Ranfeng was still a 9th grade minor saint. With such strength, he would have a very high status in the Great Laying Temple. Xianxia concluded that Great Master Ranfeng must be hiding something from Tyrant. He didn't know what happened after he fell on the St. Cliff. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the structure of the entire continent had undergone tremendous changes. Most of the supreme experts in the past had already ascended. Xianxia really wanted to ask about the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus, But he also knew that Great Master Ran Feng must have something that he couldn't tell Xianxia since he was hiding it from Tyrant. Perhaps in Great Master Ranfeng's opinion, it wasn't the right time yet. He was waiting for Tyrant to grow stronger. As a matter of fact, with Xianxia and Tyrant's current cultivation, even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to do anything as their cultivation was too low. Great Master, Ancestor Green Lotus has saved my ancestor's life, and you have also saved me recently. In the future, if you need any help from Xianxia will definitely do it without hesitation. Xianxia didn't continue asking about Ancestor Green Lotus's situation. Instead, he stated his promise. In this world, there weren't many people who could receive such a promise from Xianxia. After listening to Xianxia's words, an excited expression was revealed on Great Master Ranfeng's face. With his eyesight, he could tell that this young man in front of him would definitely have an extraordinary achievement in the future. If he could get Xianxia's help, his wish would have a greater chance to come true. I'm very satisfied to get a promise from little friend, Great Master Ranfeng said with a smile. With his 9th grade minor saint cultivation, it was unusual for him to speak so politely to a 4th grade combat king. However, what Great Master Ranfeng cared about was Xianxia's future. Tyrant, thank you for saving us that day. Xianxia patted Tyrant's shoulder. Although he had fainted that day, he could guess what had happened. Although De Huang Dog had resisted the 3 great experts, if it wasn't for Tyrant, he and De Huang Dog might have already fallen into the hands of the Shura Temple. I didn't contribute much. It's mainly De Huang's contribution. That day, when he smelled the heavenly tribulation, he brought me to you, and he accurately located the location where you were going to face the heavenly tribulation. He also had a rare broken sword in his hand, which allowed him to block the 3 great experts of the Shura Temple for a short period of time. That was the reason why I had the chance to rescue you. Unfortunately, the broken sword was lost. I'm afraid it has already fallen into the hands of the Shura Temple. Tyrant said, then told Xianxia what had happened that day. Xianxia wasn't surprised that De Huang Dog was able to accurately locate the location where he was going to face the heavenly tribulation. De Huang Dog was a very mystical guy. No matter what he did, Xianxia wouldn't be surprised. Xianxia was very familiar with the broken sword, it was the one he and De Huang Dog found in Whirling Sun City. It was treated as a precious treasure by De Huang Dog, and he wouldn't even let Xianxia take a look at it. When Xianxia killed Lord Blood Moon, De Huang Dog used the broken sword and tore the blood banner apart. Now, it was able to stop a combat emperor. It wasn't hard to imagine that the broken sword was no ordinary item. Humph. Shura Temple, sooner or later, we'll settle our scores. Things that belong to De Huang aren't something that you can eat. Xianxia snorted coldly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He and the Shura Temple were destined to be irreconcilable enemies. De Huang Dog's death must be avenged. Furthermore, De Huang Dog's broken sword was in the hands of the Shura Temple. He had to get it back as it belonged to De Huang. Moreover, Xianxia felt that apart from De Huang, no one else would be able to use the broken sword. Even he, the greatest saint, couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was, let alone others. Oh right, when I was escaping with you, we met the 6th tycoon of the Shura Temple, as well as the 2 geniuses of the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction. I, your grandpa, have already hacked them to death to collect some interest for you. Hee hee. Tyrant chuckled. Well done. Xianxia reached out his hand and rubbed Tyrant's bald head. The 2 of them had gone through a life-and-death ordeal. In addition to their relationship with Ancestor Green Lotus, their relationship had become very close. Oh right, when you went to the Shura Temple to save people, did you manage to save Tanlang? Tyrant asked as he thought of Tanlang. *CK, I forgot about this guy. Thinking of treading the waves, the first thing Xianxia did was to take out the Heavenly Saint Sword. He discovered that Tanlang was sitting cross-legged inside the Heavenly Saint Sword space, completely immersed in cultivation. Faint lightning bolts were still flickering on his body, looking very mystical. It seemed like Tanlang hadn't been resting or going crazy from the suffocation. He had been adjusting his injuries. Tanlang, come out. Xianxia sent a divine sense to Tanlang, and at the same time, he opened up the Heavenly Saint Sword space. Hearing Xianxia's call, Tan Lang suddenly opened his eyes and walked out from the space. The first thing he saw was Xianxia was still alive, and his aura was very strong. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. These days, when Xianxia was in a coma, the Heavenly Saint Sword space was completely sealed. Tan Lang had no idea what had happened outside. He only remembered that when he was undergoing his tribulation, Xianxia was besieged by the 3 great experts of the Shura Temple, and the odds were against him. But now, it seemed like Xianxia was completely fine. "Xianxia, it's great that you're fine," Tan Lang said in a pleasantly surprised tone. Soon after, he sensed the situation in the hall, and noticed that there were 2 monks, an old man and a young man. Tan Lang was shocked. He didn't know the old monk, but he remembered this young monk very clearly. That day in the chaotic ocean, this guy stole the Saraira and slaughtered the geniuses of the 4 major powers. This monk was truly the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. "Let me introduce you, this is Tyrant. You've met him before, so you can just call him Monk from now on. This is Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant's master." We're currently in the western regions. Xianxia introduced Tyrant and Great Master Ranfeng to Tan Lang, and then used his divine sense to transmit everything that had happened during this period of time to Tan Lang. In fact, there wasn't much content in the transmission, because Xianxia had been in a coma all this time. He mainly explained the relationship between him and Tyrant. "We've actually come to the western regions." After listening to Xianxia, Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. When he recalled what happened in the Liang province, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would become friends with the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. As for Great Master Ranfeng, Xianxia didn't mention his cultivation, so Tan Lang naturally couldn't sense it. He only felt that this monk in front was an unfathomable. At least, he was much stronger than Tyrant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be his master. The faraway western regions, the kingdom of Buddhism. Tan Lang had never been to this place before. When he recalled what he had gone through in the Shura Temple, Tan Lang couldn't help but feel upset, especially when he recalled the suffering he had to endure in the freezing hell jail. As a disciple of the Shura Temple, it was even more unbearable for him. Tan Lang would never have imagined that he, a disciple of the Shura Temple, would one day become the mortal enemy of his own sect. After listening to Xianxia's experience of escaping, coupled with Xianxia's temperament, Tan Lang was almost certain that Xianxia and the Shura Temple would become mortal enemies in the future, and there would be no possibility of reconciliation. "Greetings, Great Master Ranfeng." Tan Lang reacted and bowed deeply to Great Master Ranfeng. As a junior, he had the basic courtesy and respect for an eminent monk. This little friend's injuries aren't light either. Great Master Ranfeng sized up Tan Lang and said, "I'm seriously injured, and my life is hanging by a thread. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help in tempering my body with the lightning energy, I'm afraid I'd be a dead man by now. I've recovered quite a bit, at least I can move freely now. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to fully restore my cultivation base." Tan Lang smiled bitterly. Truth be told, he was already very satisfied to be able to stand here and talk in one piece. Ever since he was thrown into the freezing hell jail, he never thought he would have a chance to live. Now, after 40 days of recuperation in the Heavenly Saint's Sword, his broken legs had recovered. However, his internal injuries were very serious, and it was undoubtedly impossible for him to fully restore his cultivation base. "Your injuries are nothing compared to little friend Zhang's and De Huang's. It's very easy for you to recover, you just need to." Before Great Master Ranfeng could finish his words, he suddenly frowned. After that, with a sway of his body, he vanished from the main hall. Tan Lang was shocked. This old monk's cultivation base was unfathomable. He was standing right in front of him, but he didn't see how the monk disappeared. Not even the void of the main hall shook. Even the master of the Shura Temple, Li Tianyang, couldn't achieve such a level of cultivation base. "Ranfeng, your old friend is here again." Just as Great Master Ranfeng disappeared, a deep and resounding voice was heard from outside the Green Lotus Mountain. It seemed like the reason why Great Master Ranfeng suddenly disappeared was because he sensed the arrival of someone. Xianxia could tell from the voice and the chi that this person's cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Great Master Ranfeng. Surprisingly, he was also a 9th grade minor saint. It's the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Tyrant said. Do the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple come here often? Xianxia asked. The voice said that he was here again, so it wasn't his first time here. I heard that the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the Western Domain is the holy land of Buddha sect. Their strength is unfathomable. Even the big families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent aren't willing to provoke them. Tanlang was shocked. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was a major power that dominated a big domain. It was located at the peak of the Divine Continent. It wasn't something that a small power like the Shura Temple could compare with. For the past few years, the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple have been coming here often to invite Master to join them. They even promised a lot of benefits, but Master rejected all of them. He has no interest in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He just wants to protect this place because this is the place left behind by the ancestors. Tyrant said, his eyes fell on Ancestor Green Lotus. Let's go out and have a look. Xianxia said. No. Every time Master meets the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he will send me away. Even if we go out, as long as Master doesn't allow us to, we won't be able to hear anything even if we stand in front of him. Tyrant shook his head. Xianxia furrowed his brows. He felt that Great Master Ranfeng's behavior had become even weirder. The Great Lightning Temple was a holy land of Buddhism, a supreme existence. How could they do something so shameful? Great Master Ranfeng treated Tyrant like a teacher and a father, and Xianxia could feel the extraordinary care and expectation he had for Tyrant from Great Master Ranfeng. However, he didn't tell Tyrant anything about Ancestor Green Lotus or the relationship between him and the Great Lightning Temple. Xianxia guessed that there must be a reason why the Great Lightning Temple kept coming to Green Lotus Mountain to invite Great Master Ranfeng. If not, with the existence of the Great Lightning Temple, although a 9th grade minor saint was very precious, the Great Lightning Temple wouldn't care too much about it. What Tyrant said was right. With the cultivation of Great Master Ranfeng and the newcomer, as long as they didn't want to, Tyrant wouldn't be able to hear their conversation even if he was standing right next to them. However, it didn't mean that Xianxia couldn't. The miraculous power of the Great Soul Derivation technique was far beyond anyone's imagination. Xianxia secretly circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. His soul force permeated out soundlessly and enveloped the entire Green Lotus Mountain. Under Xianxia's perception, 2 monks were standing opposite each other at the highest point of Green Lotus Mountain. One of them was Great Master Ranfeng and the other was wearing a golden kasaya. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing. His age seemed to be similar to Great Master Ranfeng and his cultivation was on par with Great Master Ranfeng. One look and anyone could tell that he was an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Old friend Ranfeng, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look well. The newcomer teased. Yuanji, if you are here to chat with me, I will welcome you. But if you are here to persuade me to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Great Master Ranfeng said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Great Master Yuanji's facial expression didn't change. Instead, there was a smile on his face. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time he had been rejected. Ranfeng, you are too stubborn. In the entire western regions, I'm afraid you are the only one who dares to reject the Great Lightning Tune Temple's invitation time and time again. I have come with great sincerity. Yuanji said. You are just promising me a position in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. As a monk, I am not interested in such things. You and I don't have to beat around the bush and lose the nature of a Buddhist. The reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple has invited me time and time again is because of the scripture left behind by my master. Great Master Ranfeng said. Ancestor Green Lotus is the supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect. He is the pride of our Buddhist sect. That scripture is the strongest scripture in our Buddhist sect. There is also the cultivation method of the 3 great seals. These things should belong to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If old friend Ranfeng is willing to contribute the scripture and the 3 great seals to us, we might be able to recreate the glory of the Buddhist sect. Yuanji said. My master is still alive. I don't have the right to decide on his things. Besides, I don't have the scripture with me. Ranfeng immediately refused. Ranfeng, I advise you to give up. Ancestor Green Lotus has become a thing of the past, just like the greatest saint in the past. No one can do anything about it. All these years, you have placed all your hopes on that little monk. However, even the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't do it. No matter how talented that little monk is, I'm afraid he won't be able to fulfill your wish. Yuanji's tone was getting impatient. All these years, he had experienced Great Master Ranfeng's stubbornness. The Great Lightning Tune Temple doesn't need to worry about the matters of Green Lotus Mountain. Great Master Ranfeng's tone had also become aggressive. All these years, he had been harassed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He had long been sick of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Ranfeng, I advise you to think about it carefully. It's better to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple to nurture that little monk. As long as you contribute the scripture to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, the Buddhist sect will definitely become stronger again. It's not impossible for a second Ancestor Green Lotus to appear. If Ancestor Green Lotus wants to see the light of day again, relying on the Great Lightning Tune Temple is much more reliable than relying on that little monk. Looking at Yuanji's disappearing figure, Great Master Ranfeng sighed helplessly. He knew that relying on the Great Laying Temple was more reliable, but he also knew that the Great Laying Temple only wanted the scripture and the 3 seals. They wouldn't care about him. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk with a flash of light, Xianxia appeared next to Great Master Ranfeng and said in an indifferent tone, the Great Laying Temple's goal is this Green Lotus Mountain and the scripture that was left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. However, the Great Laying Temple is the supreme holy land of Buddhism, the existence that rules the Western domain. It won't do you any good if you reject them too many times. They are determined to get the scripture and the 3 seals. They are only inviting you because of the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus, but this situation won't last long. Xianxia's words stunned Great Master Ranfeng. He looked at Xianxia with a shocked expression and said, You overheard our conversation? Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but be shocked. Every time he talked with Yuanji, he would seal off the surrounding area. Even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. However, a mere 4th grade combat king like Xianxia was able to clearly hear their conversation. However, when he thought about how Xianxia was able to attract the heavenly tribulation, he knew that there must be something special about him. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Please don't take it to heart, Great Master. From their conversation, Xianxia knew that perhaps Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended yet. The reason why Great Master Ranfeng nurtured Tyrant was because of Ancestor Green Lotus. However, since Great Master Ranfeng didn't want to talk about it, Xianxia wouldn't ask either. After all, he was still very weak right now. Once he became strong enough, he would definitely help Ancestor Green Lotus if he was in trouble. Ancestor Green Lotus has indeed left behind an ancient scripture and 3 seals. The Fudo seal has been passed to Tyrant. Once Tyrant reaches the Combat Emperor realm, I will pass the other 2 seals to him, and even the ancient scripture. However, the Great Laying Temple has been coveting the ancient scripture for a long time, which makes me worried. Great Master Ranfeng sighed. He wasn't angry at Xianxia for eavesdropping on their conversation. The more miraculous Xianxia's performance was, the happier he was. Right at this moment, Tyrant and Tan Lang walked out from the main hall and arrived in front of Great Master Ranfeng and Xianxia. However, both of them didn't say anything, because Tyrant knew his master very well. Unless his master took the initiative to speak, it would be useless for him to ask anything. Xianxia's gaze landed on Tyrant, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Master, I have a plan. Oh? Little friend, please speak. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Xianxia. He dared not look down on this young man. Let Tyrant join the Great Laying Temple. This way, Tyrant will be a disciple of the Great Laying Temple. With the status of the Great Laying Temple and the prestige of Ancestor Green Lotus, even if they want to do something, they won't dare to do it openly. Furthermore, letting Tyrant join the Great Laying Temple can show that you don't intend to go against the Great Laying Temple. Secondly, it will be beneficial to Tyrant. What do you think? Xianxia said. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant's eyes lit up. Xianxia's plan was indeed a good one. With the ancient scripture and the 3 seals in his hands, as long as he didn't join the Great Laying Temple, the Great Laying Temple wouldn't be able to ask for the ancient scripture openly. On the other hand, letting Tyrant join the Great Laying Temple would show Great Master Ranfang's attitude and indirectly shut the mouth of the Great Laying Temple. Master, Brother Jiang is right. I'll join the Great Laying Temple and then leave the western regions to train. This way, I won't delay either of them, and it will also give you peace and quiet. Tyrant agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. Good. If that's the case, I'll bring you to the Great Laying Temple tomorrow. With my disciple's talent, even if you join the Great Laying Temple, you won't lose to those geniuses. Great Master Ranfeng nodded. Soon after, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and 3 more pills appeared. As soon as these 3 pills appeared, the entire Green Lotus Mountain was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant, and Tan Lang's gazes were instantly attracted by these pills. These pills were of the purest Yang attribute, and there were shadows of dragons flickering within them. Thunderbolts were bursting out from them, as if they were alive. What? 9 suns less Rond pill, 3 of them? Great Master Ranfeng was the first one to exclaim. He had already seen Jiang Chen take out a 9 suns less Rond pill, and he was already shocked. Now that Jiang Chen had taken out 3 of them, he felt as if 10,000 horses were running wildly in his heart. Motherf *Ker, when can the 9 suns less Rond pill be mass-produced? I have concocted some 9 suns less Rond pill during my heavenly tribulation, but there aren't many of them. Here are 3 pills, 1 for each of you. Jiang Chen said. Under his control, the 3 9 suns less Rond pill turned into 3 beams of light and shot towards the 3 of them. Without hesitation, the 3 of them caught the pills. They could feel the boiling heat of the pills in their hands. Traces of pure energy flowed into their bodies through their palms, making them feel refreshed and comfortable. Little friend, this treasure is too precious. I'm afraid that I can't take it. Great Master Ranfeng sounded excited. Being able to see the 9 suns less Rond pill, even a 9th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement. Great Master, you don't have to refuse. I'm willing to give you these pills because I don't consider you as an outsider. Although the 9 suns less Rond pill is precious, it can only be used once in a cultivator's life. Every cultivator can only consume 1 pill in their lifetime. Consuming the 2nd pill will no longer have any effect and will become a waste. I have already consumed 1 pill before, so these are naturally meant to be given to others. If Great Master can get the help of the 9 suns less Rond pill, I'm sure that breaking through to the Great Saint Realm won't be a problem. At that time, even the Great Lightning Tune Temple will have to think twice before doing anything to you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Great Master Ranfeng found it hard to breathe. What Jiang Chen said was right. He had been stuck at the 9th grade minor saint for a very long time. Given his talent, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to break through to the Great Saint Realm in his lifetime. However, with the help of the 9 suns less Rond pill, his physique would be further improved. Breaking through to the Great Saint Realm would only be a matter of time. A peerless pill like the 9 suns less Rond pill had an immeasurable effect on any cultivator, including a great saint. There were 9 grades of minor saint, but there was no such thing as a great saint. The Great Saint Realm depended on the changes of the laws. If Great Master Ranfeng could break through to the Great Saint Realm, the Great Lightning Tune Temple would be wary of him. Even if they wanted to do something to him, they would have to think twice. Little friend, this old monk will always remember the kindness of giving me this pill. Great Master Ranfeng said sincerely. Although Jiang Chen said that the 9 suns less Rond pill could only be refined once and it was useless for him to keep it, even an idiot could tell that he was just being carefree. Who would give away a pill like the 9 suns less Rond pill so easily? Even if it was useless to one, it could be used to exchange for many things that one needed. Great Master Ranfeng could only remember Jiang Chen's kindness in his heart. As for Jiang Chen, he naturally had to help the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Moreover, he and Tyrant had similar interests and had become brothers. Little Chenzi, you are really a good boy. Since we have such a good relationship, why don't you shave your head and become a monk with me? Tyrant said with a smile. Get lost. Jiang Chen gave Tyrant's but a kick, sending him flying 3 meters away. It was really unfortunate for the Buddhist sect to have such a weirdo. Great master, you guys go ahead and refine the pill. I need to treat De Huang's injuries. Once everything here is settled, I'll leave. Xianxia said. Little friend, are you leaving so soon? Great Master Ranfeng said. Some grudges have to be settled. I've been in seclusion for a long time. Xianxia's aura fluctuated. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm, it was time for him to return to the world. The Liang province would tremble under his feet. When Xianxia returned, the Liang province would never have a peaceful day again. De Huang's death must be avenged, and De Huang's broken sword must be retrieved. After that, Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant, and Tan Lang went into seclusion to refine the 9 solar less rond pill. After Great Master Ranfeng refined the 9 solar less rond pill, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Great Saint realm. The Buddhist sect would have another Great Saint. As for Tyrant, he had already refined the Saraira and the 9 solar less rond pill. His innate potential would be raised to its peak, and his cultivation base would break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm, or even the peak of the 6th grade Combat King realm. At that point of time, he would be able to kill a 7th grade Combat King. As for Tan Lang, after being refined by the 9 solar less rond pill, his physique would undergo a tremendous change. He was considered as a rare genius. At that point of time, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, his cultivation base would also improve significantly. While the three of them were in seclusion, Xianxia didn't stay idle. He used his Yuan force to help De Huang adjust his injuries, then he stored De Huang's body into his qi. De Huang, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. At that point of time, I will sweep across the Liang province and fight against Xuanyu. Wouldn't it be a pity if you weren't there? Xianxia said with a smile. After that, Xianxia calmed himself down and focused all his attention on the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. According to the description in the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, if Xianxia wanted to cultivate this combat skill, he would need to find the spirits of the 5 elements. However, the spirits of the 5 elements were too precious. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find all of them even if he searched the entire Saint Origin world. Of course, even if he couldn't find the spirits of the 5 elements, he could find other objects of the 5 elements to replace them. The cultivation of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was a gradual process of transformation. The first thing that Xianxia wanted to cultivate was the Fire Dragon Seal because he possessed the fire spirit of the 5 elements. The true Dragon Fire and the true Thunder Fire were the kings of fire. With the combination of these two flames, Xianxia's Fire Dragon Seal could be cultivated to the pinnacle. Swoosh with a sway of his body, Xianxia arrived outside of Green Lotus Mountain. The Fire Dragon Seal in his hand had been completely condensed. It was extremely heavy, and inside the seal, there was a vivid and lifelike fiery dragon, as if it would come alive at any time. The entire sky above Green Lotus Mountain was shrouded by the high temperature. Ha! Xianxia let out a loud shout. The Fire Dragon Seal flew out from his hand and hit a desolate mountain in front of him. Rumble the fiery dragon attacked. The 30-meter-long seal bombarded the mountain, instantly shattering the entire mountain. Green Lotus Mountain was shaking violently. The rocks that were flying everywhere were engulfed by the endless sea of fire, and were burned into nothingness, completely evaporating. Flames filled the sky. A mountain was smashed into powder, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. The raging fire was still raging. Half of the mountain was burnt by the flames, and the rest of the mountain was scattered everywhere. It was as if a great catastrophe had taken place. It was a horrible mess. Great Master Ranfeng, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, he knew what had happened. The scene of Green Lotus Mountain appeared in his mind, and his face was filled with shock. What a powerful combat seal. It has completely flattened a mountain. The power of this attack can kill a 7th grade combat king on the spot. It is enough to fight against an 8th grade combat king. He is indeed a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. With the cultivation of the peak of the 4th grade combat king, he was able to unleash the power of an 8th grade combat king. What a genius! Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but be shocked. If Tyrant was called a genius, then Xianxia was a monster that had surpassed the category of geniuses. Now that Green Lotus Mountain had a good relationship with Xianxia, Great Master Ranfeng could see the true future of Green Lotus Mountain. Perhaps, relying on Xianxia would be more reliable than relying on the Great Laying Temple. As for the fact that Xianxia had destroyed one of the peaks of Green Lotus Mountain, Great Master Ranfeng didn't care about it at all. He knew that Xianxia was practicing his combat skills. Even if Xianxia destroyed all the barren hills of Green Lotus Mountain, Great Master Ranfeng wouldn't care about it. After all, these barren hills were just decorations that couldn't shake the foundation of Green Lotus Mountain. Xianxia floated in the sky and looked at the steaming flames below. He waved his hand and tore a hole in the void. All the flames were sucked into the space and the Green Lotus Mountain regained its tranquility. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He was quite satisfied with the might of the Fire Dragon Seal. The 5-elemental combat dragon seal is really frightening. The power of this Fire Dragon Seal is comparable to the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Furthermore, as my true Dragon Flame and Heavenly Lightning Flame continue to grow stronger, it will become even stronger. Furthermore, the 5-elemental combat dragon seals are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. With the help of the Fire Dragon Seal, it will be able to unleash an even greater power. It looks like I need to find something related to the 5 elemental spirits so that I can cultivate the other 4 combat dragon seals. Xianxia really liked the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Such a frightening combat skill was the most suitable for him to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. Just the power of the Fire Dragon Seal alone was comparable to the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. After breaking through to the 4th grade Combat King realm, Xianxia was able to perfectly unleash the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. However, the Fire Dragon Seal had more advantages than the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a purely offensive combat skill, while the Fire Dragon Seal not only had a powerful offensive strength, it also had the ability to restrain other attributes. It was very simple. If there was an enemy who cultivated a water or ice attribute skill fighting against Xianxia, the Fire Dragon Seal would definitely be able to restrain his opponent. Not only that, the Fire Dragon Seal was also the nemesis of all demonic races. All demonic races had a dark attribute, and they were most afraid of someone like Xianxia, who had the purest yang attribute. This was also the reason why the Buddhist League had always been the nemesis of the demonic race. The Buddhist League's skills had always been the purest yang attribute, and the purest Buddhist light was what the demonic race feared and hated the most. More importantly, the 5 elements combat dragon seal was not just a combat skill. Practicing this combat skill would also bring great benefits to Xianxia, because if he wanted to practice the 5 elements combat dragon seal to the advanced level, he must obtain the true spirits of the 5 elements, which were the most terrifying existences in the world. It was conceivable that if Xianxia absorbed all of them, to what extent would he transform? The so-called spirits of the 5 elements were the heaven and earth black gold, the tree of life, the heaven and earth pure water, and the heaven and earth pure land. As for the flames, Xianxia's true dragon fire and thunderbolt fire were the kings of the flames, which were enough to be called the spirits of the fire. The other 4 were the goals of Xianxia in the future, but it was destined to be an extremely long process. The spirits of the 5 elements were too rare, and he didn't know where they were, so he could only rely on his own luck. In the following days, Xianxia didn't continue his cultivation. Instead, he enjoyed the scenery of the western region, adjusted his mood, and prepared for his return to Xuanyu. On the 2nd day, with the help of the 9 Suns Less Rond Pill, Tyrant successfully broke through to the 6th grade Combat King, and reached the peak of the 6th grade Combat King. He was only 1 step away from the 7th grade Combat King. With the help of the Saraira and the 9 Suns Less Rond Pill, he could break through to the 7th grade Combat King at any time. Great Master Ranfeng brought Tyrant to the Great Laying Temple to report. Xianxia didn't follow them, as he wasn't interested in the temple. Tan Lang hadn't woken up yet, and his injuries were severe. Even with the help of the 9 Suns Less Rond Pill, it wouldn't be easy for him to fully recover. He would need at least 3 days to fully absorb the 9 Suns Less Rond Pill. In the afternoon, Great Master Ranfeng brought Tyrant back from the Great Laying Temple. Both of their faces were filled with joy. "Great Master, how is it?" Xianxia asked. Although Great Master Ran Feng didn't break through to the Great Saint realm after absorbing the 9 Suns Less Ron pill, the changes in his body were very obvious. His body was brimming with vitality. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Great Saint realm. Just like what little Xianxia said, the Great Lane Temple was very surprised when my master took the initiative to visit him. Even a great Saint Buddha came out to welcome him. I am now a disciple of the Great Lane Temple, but I have already made an agreement with them that I will only be a disciple in name. I won't be cultivating in the temple for the time being. Many disciples of the Great Lane Temple have gone out to gain experience, so this is a very normal thing. Tyrant said. That's good. When Tan Lang wakes up, we will return to Xuanyu. Jiangchen said. Good. This time, when we go back, I will definitely turn the world upside down. Wakaka, Tyrant laughed heartily. It seemed like this guy was also a person who wanted to see the world in chaos. No matter where he went, he would never be able to have peace. This could be seen from the time when Tyrant was the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. Little friend Jiangchen, this old monk can be at ease with my little disciple by your side. This talisman is for you. I hope it will be of help to you at a critical moment. Great Master Ran Feng took out a golden talisman covered with Sanskrit characters and handed it to Jiangchen. Little Xianxia, you are still the best. When I left, my master didn't even give me a single strand of hair, Tyrant said sourly. However, he also knew that his master was doing this to train him. In the process of training, he wouldn't give him the slightest bit of help. Thank you, Great Master. Jiangchen clasped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng to express his gratitude. Others might not recognize this talisman, but Jiangchen could. This was the highest grade source of combat strength talisman. It was formed by a divine sense that was separated from Great Master Ran Feng. This divine sense wasn't an ordinary divine sense, it required a lot of the cultivator's essence, qi, and soul. Ordinary cultivators, even great saints, would rarely concoct such a talisman. The value of this talisman was unimaginable. Once this talisman was activated, it could unleash a powerful strike of a 9th grade minor saint. How terrifying was that? A strike of a 9th grade minor saint could destroy the entire Shura temple. Therefore, Jiangchen didn't refuse this gift. He had too many enemies, and with this life-saving trump card, he felt much more confident. Of course, this source of combat strength talisman wouldn't be used unless it was a critical moment. The so-called life-saving talisman would only be used during the most critical moment. In the following 2 days, Great Master Ran Feng used a Buddhist healing technique to help Tan Lang recover. On the 3rd day, Tan Lang had finally fully recovered. Not only had all his injuries healed, his physique had also undergone a tremendous change, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, and was now on par with Jiangchen. This was a blessing in disguise. Tan Lang had consumed the 9 Yang Less Ron pill, and with the help of Great Master Ran Feng, he was able to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. As for Jiangchen, he had only reached the peak of the 4th grade combat king realm after absorbing so many pills. It showed that Jiangchen's foundation was far stronger than Tan Lang's. However, the current Tan Lang was already very terrifying. After the transformation of his physique, his talent was enough to be called the #1 genius of the Shura temple. Even the great tycoon, Xianxia, was far inferior to him. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Great Master. Tan Lang bowed deeply toward Jiangchen and Great Master Ran Feng. This time, he expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Without Jiangchen and Great Master Ran Feng, his injuries wouldn't have recovered so quickly, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain a heaven-defying pill like the 9 Yang Less Ron pill. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, it could be said that they had given him a great fortune. In the evening, outside of Green Lotus Mountain, Jiangchen, Tan Lang, and Tyrant were bidding farewell to Great Master Ran Feng. Master, we're leaving. If you have nothing to do, you shouldn't stay on this mountain all the time. You can go find the eminent monks of the Great Lane Temple and brag to them. Don't be bored to death. Tyrant said. The old monk glared at Tyrant. He was speechless when it came to this disciple of his. Great Master, please wait. We'll leave now. Outside Green Lotus Mountain, the three of them were flying in the sky. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. It feels like a lifetime has passed. Of course, Tan Lang had to sigh. When he said that it felt like a lifetime had passed, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. From the day he entered the freezing hell jail, he knew that his life was over, and that there would be no future for him. Dying in the freezing hell jail was the only way out for him. Who would have thought that he would be able to appear in the western region, safe and sound? Liang Province, we'll go back. We'll take back what we've lost. The enemies of me, Jiang Chen, will never have a good ending. Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant, and it seemed like he didn't put the Liang Province in his eyes at all. No matter how small the Liang Province was, it was still a big province, and it was protected by a combat emperor. If it was an ordinary 4th grade combat king who said something like this, he would definitely be treated as a joke by others. However, when it came from Jiang Chen's mouth, Tyrant and Tan Lang firmly believed it. They both knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was, and in Jiang Chen's mind, the Liang Province was nothing. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become a famous man in the entire Divine Continent. It's a pity that De Huang hasn't woken up yet. If it wasn't for De Huang's help at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have been dead by now. Tan Lang said. When he thought about De Huang, he couldn't help but feel grateful towards him. Little Chenzi, De Huang has absorbed your blood, and he has eaten the 9 solar less rond pill. He should have woken up by now, but he hasn't done anything yet. This is really worrying. Tyrant said worriedly. Big Yellow's injuries are different from mine. Most of his injuries are caused by his own body's backlash. Therefore, ordinary healing pills won't have the slightest effect on him. Right now, he needs to awaken his sleeping bloodline. Big Yellow has the bloodline of the divine beast, the dragon horse, so he needs to find a similar bloodline in order to awaken him. For example, if it's a strange beast like the flaming stallion, as long as Big Yellow consumes its blood essence and demon spirit, he will definitely be able to awaken. Furthermore, the awakened bloodline, after experiencing the tempering of life and death, will definitely transform again, bringing endless benefits to Big Yellow. Jiang Chen said. Back in the southern continent, Big Yellow had absorbed the demon soul and blood essence of a flaming stallion. But too bad, a demonic beast like the flaming stallion was just too rare, and it couldn't be found anywhere. What Big Yellow needed the most right now was this kind of bloodline, only then would he be able to wake up. Flaming stallion? Tan Lang's eyes lit up. The sect master of the invincibility school has a mount, but it's not a flaming stallion, but a Fergana horse. I wonder if it'll be of any help to De Huang. Yes, of course it'll be of use. Fergana horses and flaming stallions are both unusual warhorses, and are extremely rare beasts. Fergana horses are blood red in color, and their bloodlines are even purer. If De Huang can obtain the blood essence and demon soul of a Fergana horse, he will definitely be able to recover. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He had a method to save De Huang, but he couldn't find it. Now that he knew of the existence of a Fergana horse, it was equivalent to having a clear goal. To De Huang, a Fergana horse was even more effective than a flaming stallion, because De Huang had already refined a flaming stallion before, and his body already possessed the bloodline of a flaming stallion. If he were to refine a flaming stallion again, the effects wouldn't be as good as before. However, a Fergana horse was different. With its pure bloodline, it would definitely be able to help De Huang awaken his bloodline and reach the pinnacle. Then what are we waiting for? The invincibility school isn't any good either, and they've been chasing us everywhere. When we return this time, we'll treat them the same way we treated the Shura temple. We won't show any mercy. As the mount of the invincibility school's sect master, we naturally won't be polite, Tyrant hurriedly said. From the looks of it, there was no one or force in this world that he didn't dare to offend. However, that Fergana horse has never left the invincibility school's sect master, so it'll be very difficult for us to make a move. Furthermore, it said that the Fergana horse is already an 8th grade demon king, or even a 9th grade demon king. With our strength, it'll be very difficult for us to deal with it. Tan Lang said with a frown. Don't worry. As long as it's a prey that I fancy, I'll definitely get it. Anyway, De Huang's current situation is very stable. Jiang Chen said with a smile. To him, the stronger the enemy, the more fun it would be if there was a challenge. Putting aside the fact that he and the Invincibility School were enemies, even if there was no connection between them, as long as it involved De Huang's life and death, he would not hesitate to make a move on that Fergana horse. For the sake of his brother, Xianxia wouldn't even bat an eyelid even if he had to go against the whole world. If that's the case, are we returning to Liang province now? Tan Lang asked. There's no need to rush. Before we return to Liang province, I need to prepare some things. I need a large amount of heaven elixir. Tyrant, do you know where I can find more heaven elixir? Xianxia looked at Tyrant. What he needed the most right now wasn't the 5 elemental spirits, but Yuan energy pills, the true heaven elixir. The continuous breakthroughs this time had nearly depleted all of his resources. With the pills he had left, it would be dangerous for him to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Xianxia's current cultivation base had reached the peak of the 4th grade combat king realm. Furthermore, he had gone through the heavenly tribulation and the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a solid foundation. As long as he could find some powerful demon souls, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm at any time. At that time, without the support of heaven elixir, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to store a large amount of heaven elixir, not only for breaking through to the 5th grade combat king realm, but also for the pills he needed to break through to the combat emperor realm. A large amount of heaven elixir? I know that there is a famous place in the western region called the Heavenly Tower. It is a huge trading company, and their main business is exchanging treasures. They also hold large-scale auctions. If you want a large amount of heaven elixir, you can't go wrong by going to the Heavenly Tower. However, the Heavenly Tower is also a major power in the western region, and they have at least a minor saint guarding it. No one dares to mess around in the Heavenly Tower. If you want a large amount of heaven elixir, you'll need to exchange for it with enough treasures. Tyrant said. Alright, let's go to the Heavenly Tower now. We'll return to Xuanyu after we get some heaven elixir. Xianxia said. Alright. Tyrant nodded his head, then picked a direction and flew towards it at top speed. Although the western region was much smaller than the other regions, it was still a large region, and it covered a vast area. Even with their cultivation bases, it would take them some time to reach the Heavenly Tower from their current location. Little Xianxia, how much heaven elixir do you need? I have some with me. Tyrant asked while on the way. 10 million. Xianxia made a rough estimation and gave a number. It was a conservative estimate. In order to break through from the 4th grade combat king realm to the combat emperor realm, 10 million heaven elixir was the most basic consumption. Xianxia didn't want to worry about heaven elixir in the future. Therefore, he decided to get enough heaven elixir from the Heavenly Tower in one go. What? Tyrant and Tan Lang cried out in shock at the same time. Both of them staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. 10 million heaven elixir. Today, they had finally witnessed what it meant to be an exorbitant demand. 10 million heaven elixir, not the earth elixir, and not the human elixir. The value of a single heaven elixir was equal to 10,000 earth elixir. 10 million heaven elixir? Are you eating pills like rice? Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to finish them all. It's just 10 million heaven elixir, is there a need to be so shocked? Xianxia rolled his eyes speechlessly. 10 million? Just one, both of them nearly fainted. Did this guy have any idea how much 10 million heaven elixir was worth? How could he use just one pill? Was this a joke? Damn it, I want to know, what are you going to use to exchange for 10 million heaven elixir? Don't tell me you still have another 9 sun less rond pill? Tyrant stared at Xianxia with a surprised expression. Are you kidding me? Taking out a treasure like the 9 sun less rond pill is no different from courting death. Let's go, I have other treasures to exchange for it. Xianxia smiled. He did have 2 9 sun less rond pill, but he couldn't show it to anyone, as it might bring him a fatal disaster. No matter how reputable the Heavenly Tower was, when faced with a treasure like the 9 sun less rond pill, who wouldn't be greedy? Oh right, monk, is this Heavenly Tower owned by a monk as well? Tan Lang asked curiously. You're such a slut, don't tell me you really think there are only monks in the western region? Although Buddhist sects are more prosperous in the Western region, that doesn't mean there are only monks in this place. In such a huge region, if there were monks everywhere, it would be a disaster. Apart from the Great Lane Temple, there are also many ordinary powers here, and even empires and dynasties. The Heavenly Tower is just one of them, a merchant under the Tianyi Gate. Tyrant glared at Tan Lang and explained. I thought there were only monks in the Western region. Tan Lang smiled. If Tyrant didn't explain, he would really think that there were only Buddhist sects in the Western region. In fact, not only Tan Lang, many people thought that the Western region was the territory of Buddhist sects, and apart from Buddhist sects, there were no other powers in the Western region. But now, it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. The Heavenly City was located in the center of the Western region. It was a very prosperous and ancient city, and the reason why it was named as such was because of the Heavenly Tower. A powerful superpower could change everything. When Xianxia and the other two arrived at the Heavenly Tower, it was already midnight. For a bustling city like this, there was basically no difference between night and day. Even though it was late at night, the entire city was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Let's land and enter the Heavenly City on foot. Only combat emperors can fly here, so we better not get ourselves into unnecessary trouble. Tyrant reminded. Xianxia nodded his head and descended from the sky. His main purpose for coming here was to get pills, and he didn't want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. Besides, with his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to deal with the four major powers of the Liang province, let alone the Heavenly Tower. The three of them entered the city without a hitch, and found the location of the Heavenly Tower at an extremely fast speed. The Heavenly Tower was located in the center of the city, and was brightly lit. Even at this time of the day, there were still people coming and going. In front of the Heavenly Tower's main entrance, two robust men stood on either side. Both of them were combat soul warriors. When they saw Xianxia and the other two walking toward the main entrance, one of the robust men immediately stretched out his hand and stopped them. If you want to exchange your items, come back tomorrow. The burly man said without any trace of politeness. He still acted so arrogantly despite knowing that the other party was a combat king warrior. This proved how powerful the Heavenly Tower was. Even the two guards were acting so arrogantly, so of course, the other two guards wouldn't take Xianxia and the other two seriously. In this Heavenly City, no one had ever dared cause trouble here. Even a combat emperor warrior wouldn't dare be too arrogant. If they can come in, why can't Daddy? The tyrant immediately became angry. He clearly saw someone enter before them, and now, they had to come back tomorrow. Was this discrimination? They are the Heavenly Tower's distinguished guests, and they are open to us at any time. You guys aren't. Hurry up and leave this place, come back tomorrow. The burly man said without any trace of politeness. Tyrant was furious. It looked like he was going to give the burly man 2 slaps, but he was stopped by Xianxia. This guy didn't know how to control his strength, and if he killed someone with just a single slap, it wouldn't be good for him. Xianxia walked toward the burly man with big steps. He squinted his eyes, and a cold gleam could be seen in them. The burly man couldn't help but shiver, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, not daring to look into Xianxia's eyes. Tell your manager that a big customer is here, and ask him to come out and greet him immediately. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and said in an extraordinary manner. Buddy, I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant here. Take a good look at where you are before you speak. You want our manager to come out and greet you personally? What a joke. Another guard said to Xianxia with a loud voice. They had been guards of the Heavenly Tower for a long time, but they had never seen such an arrogant young man. Asking their manager to come out and greet him personally? Did he not know who he was? Slap. Right after the burly man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face, causing him to spin 3 times before stopping. Half of his face was now swollen up. You dare to hit me? The burly man pointed his finger at Xianxia and said furiously. Rebellion, this was a rebellion. How could someone have the guts to beat someone in front of the Heavenly Tower? This was unbelievable. This young man was finished, he wouldn't be able to leave the Heavenly Tower alive today. The reply he got was another slap on his face. The 2 slaps had completely turned his face into a pig's head. This was Xianxia's mercy. If not, his head would have been smashed into pieces by the slap. Xianxia's expression changed. What a snob. F***ck tyrant strode forward while cursing. Then, he delivered a kick to the man's stomach, sending him flying away. The burly man felt extremely gloomy. Not only was he slapped twice, but now, he was even sent flying away by a kick. These 2 guys were simply too heaven-defying. They actually dared to beat people in front of the Heavenly Tower's entrance. Standing next to them, Tan Lang just shook his head and smiled. This monk was too awesome. He didn't look like an eminent monk at all, he was just a hooligan wearing a kasaya. The other burly man was already frightened by Xianxia's gaze, and now, when he saw his comrade being beaten into a pig's head, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. However, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. As members of the Heavenly Tower, they had always been proud of themselves. But now, someone actually beat up a member of the Heavenly Tower. This was simply not putting the Heavenly Tower in their eyes. Go, give this to your manager, tell him to come out and welcome us immediately. We'll only wait for 3 minutes. If he doesn't come out, we'll leave. Xianxia waved his hand and threw out a small jade bottle. The jade bottle was golden in color, and was emitting a faint golden light. It fell right in front of the burly man. The burly man caught it and felt his hand sink. He could sense a trace of pure yang energy coming out from the bottle. It seemed like there was indeed a treasure inside. You, wait a minute. After saying that, the burly man turned around and went back into the Heavenly Tower. When he turned around, he didn't forget to mutter, "Damn it, how dare you attack people in the Heavenly Tower? I'll tell the manager about this, he'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces." On the top floor of the Heavenly Tower, within a huge meeting hall, an old man wearing a grey robe was sitting on a rattan chair. In his hand was a cup of tea that was still emitting white smoke. He looked relaxed, as if he was enjoying himself. He was one of the managers of the Heavenly Tower, but he could only be considered as the lowest-ranked one. With a cultivation base of 5th-grade combat king, ordinary people couldn't afford to offend him. Right at this moment, the burly man walked in from the outside in a panic. "Why are you in such a panic? Don't you have any manners? Did you just break into this place?" The old man scolded the burly man. "Manager Liu, there are 3 madmen outside. They attacked our men as soon as they arrived, and they even said that they want you to welcome them personally." The burly man said, then told the old man what had happened outside the main entrance in detail. "Humph. What a reckless fool. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Heavenly Tower? Don't you know what kind of place this is?" Manager Liu coldly harumphed. Anger emerged on his face. Although the guards weren't a big deal, they were still people of the Heavenly Tower. Attacking the guards was the same as slapping the Heavenly Tower's face. "That guy also asked me to show you this thing. He said that if you don't come down and welcome him in 3 minutes, he'll leave immediately." The burly man handed the jade bottle to Manager Liu. Manager Liu nodded and took the jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, he immediately sensed a pure yang energy leaking out from it. He sent out his divine sense, and when he saw what was inside the jade bottle, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately stood up from his seat and shouted at the burly man, "Where is this guy? He's still outside the main entrance." The burly man was startled. He didn't expect Manager Liu to have such a big reaction. Could it be that the jade bottle really contained some priceless treasure? Priceless was for sure, because what was inside the jade bottle was a real drop of 9 solar holy water. The 9 solar holy water was extremely rare, it was a true sacred item. A single drop was enough to transform a human's physique. Therefore, it was reasonable to describe it as priceless. Swoosh, right after the burly man finished his words, Manager Liu disappeared from the main entrance. The burly man shuddered, realizing that he might have gotten himself into trouble. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. They knew Manager Liu's character very well. Being able to make him have such a big reaction in the middle of the night, it proved that the intruder was not an ordinary person. Outside the main entrance of the Heavenly Tower, Xianxia had a calm and confident expression on his face. As long as the Heavenly Tower wasn't an idiot, they would definitely come out and welcome him after seeing the 9 solar holy water. Therefore, if the heavenly tower didn't want to do this business, there would be a lot of people who would. Xianxia knew how precious the 9 solar holy water was. However, for Xianxia, the 9 solar holy water was nothing. Back when he was with the Nangong family, a broken heavenly saint sword was already enough to create the 9 solar holy water for them. Now, Xianxia had 3 broken parts of the sword, and he could use the 9 solar energy skill. As long as he wanted to, he could create the 9 solar holy water at any time. Little Xianxia, what is that thing you're holding? Is it reliable? Tyrant asked in a low voice. Don't worry, nothing is more reliable than this, Xianxia said confidently. Tyrant and Tan Lang were still skeptical about what Xianxia said. Since they had already beaten up the guards, if Xianxia couldn't produce something that could interest the heavenly tower, they would be in big trouble today. Not long after that, a figure appeared outside the main entrance like a ghost. It was none other than Steward Liu. Steward Liu, it's them. They are the ones who beat up the guards. When the guard whose face was swollen like a pig saw Steward Liu, he immediately pointed his finger at Xianxia and said, as if he had just seen his savior. Get lost. Without a second word, housekeeper Liu sent a slap towards the guard's face. The guard cried out in pain as he sprawled on the ground. 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out, and he was extremely depressed in his heart. What was going on? He had thought that his savior had arrived. But now, even his savior had joined forces with the enemy to beat him up. How was he supposed to live? He couldn't live anymore. Steward Liu turned to look at Xianxia. After discovering that Xianxia was a 4th grade combat king, he immediately cupped his fist and said, I'm Lu Hong, a junior steward here. Young master, please come in. A 4th grade combat king, even if he was a young genius 4th grade combat king, the heavenly tower wouldn't take him seriously. However, it was impossible for the heavenly tower to not take the 9 solar holy water seriously. The heavenly tower was a business, and a big business like this was something they dreamed of. Xianxia still had his hands placed behind his back, and with an imposing manner, he walked toward the heavenly tower. Tyrant and Tan Lang exchanged a glance, then both couldn't help but give Xianxia a thumbs up. This guy was truly amazing, even the heavenly tower steward was shocked by him, and even came out to greet him personally. This way, please. Lu Hong then made a gesture of invitation to Tyrant and Tan Lang. His eyes rested on Tyrant for a brief moment, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. He could tell that this young monk was a 6th grade combat king at such a young age. In the entire western region, perhaps only a Buddhist sect like the Great Laying Temple could produce a genius like this. Therefore, he dared not show any neglect. Tyrant and Tan Lang followed behind Xianxia and entered the heavenly tower. Coincidentally, they bumped into the guard who came to deliver the message. Guard the door well, and keep your eyes open in the future. Lu Hong scolded the burly man. The burly man secretly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking to himself that he had misjudged Xianxia today. However, he had no idea what exactly was inside that jade bottle. Little Xianxia, don't keep us guessing. What exactly is inside that jade bottle? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. A drop of 9 solar holy water. Xianxia shrugged and said. The main hall of the heavenly tower was decorated with gold and jade, and looked magnificent. 2 sweet-looking young girls with revealing outfits were standing at the entrance of the main hall. When they saw Steward Liu bringing Xianxia and the other 2 girls into the main hall, they immediately bowed toward Steward Liu. Clearly, this was the treatment given to distinguished guests. Of course, Xianxia wasn't interested in girls like them. He simply glanced at them and walked into the hall. Although he wasn't interested, it didn't mean the others weren't interested as well. Ayo, little girl, you're not bad looking. If you can make me feel comfortable, you'll get a lot of benefits. The monk stared at one of the young girl's breasts with a pair of lustful eyes, not forgetting to rub his hand across the young girl's tender face. Damn it. Xianxia rolled his eyes. This was too embarrassing. If the monk didn't follow him in, he would definitely say that he didn't know this monk. Even so, he had to pretend that he didn't know this monk, or at least, that they weren't familiar with each other. Damn it, this is the Western region, an important place for Buddhism. You're wearing a Xianxia, Buddhist prayer beads around your neck, and you even have 9 incense scars on your head. Can't you show some respect for Buddhism? Even if you don't want to show any respect, you shouldn't embarrass yourself like this. Even Tan Lang was speechless. He knew this monk was a despicable man, but he didn't expect him to be a pervert. The young girl who had her face touched by the monk was startled as well. Apparently, even she didn't expect the person who was interested in her to be a monk instead of the other two. However, this monk did look quite handsome. The muscles on Steward Lu's face twitched. In an instant, he concluded that this guy was definitely not a genius from the Great Laying Temple. Perhaps, he was just a fake monk. Flirting with her and touching her, how could he be a Buddhist? He was more like a hooligan. In fact, the 2 young girls Steward Lu called over were to accompany Xianxia and Tan Lang. He didn't prepare any for the monk. Otherwise, he would have called all 3 of them over. Great Master is a Buddhist, I didn't expect you to be interested in this, said Steward Lu. Ba, benefactor, you're wrong. As a monk, Buddha is always in our hearts. My state of mind has long reached the pinnacle of Buddhism. I won't be tied down by worldly affairs, the monk said with a serious expression. Cough cough, Xianxia coughed lightly and turned his head away. Haha, he's straightforward. Master is a true man. What are you 2 waiting for? Hurry up and serve tea to our honored guest. Steward Lu turned his head and said to the 2 girls. Then, he made an inviting gesture to Xianxia, young master, please have a seat. How should I address you? Steward Lu was very astute. As a businessman, the most important thing was his judgment. When he was outside the door, he could already tell that although the white-robed youth's cultivation was inferior to the monk's, he was the leader of the trio. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony and immediately sat down on a rattan chair. Tan Lang sat beside him, and between the 2 of them was an exquisite table made entirely of crystal. The tyrant sat across from Xianxia and Tan Lang, his lustful eyes still staring at the young lady's breasts. The 2 girls flipped their palms and, as if they were performing a magic trick, took out an exquisite tea set and placed it on the table between Xianxia and Tan Lang. Young master, this is the best tea from the Heavenly Tower. Only distinguished guests can enjoy such treatment, Steward Lu said with a smile. Xianxia took a sip of the tea. The tea had a refreshing fragrance, making one feel relaxed and refreshed. However, before Xianxia could swallow the tea, Xianxia spat it out because of the monk's words. Do you have wine? The monk said in a serious tone. Puff Tan Lang spat out his saliva as well. Even Steward Lu nearly fainted. He began to carefully examine the monk. Was this guy really a monk? Xianxia had an impulse to stand up and leave. However, for the sake of heaven elixir, he endured it. This monk was even worse than Da Huang Dog. Wine and meat go through the intestines, but Buddha stays in the heart. Drinking tea is too vulgar, how can it be compared to drinking wine? The monk said with the same serious expression, as if it was normal for a monk like him to come to the heavenly tower and ask for wine. Bring the wine to the great master. Steward Lu was a generous man. He didn't care if the other party was a monk or not, and he didn't care if the monk drank wine or not. What he needed to do now was to satisfy his distinguished guest's needs. Once again, as if she was performing a magic trick, the girl took out a crystal jade bottle, which contained the best wine of the heavenly tower. She brought it to the monk. The monk impatiently opened the bottle, and a strong aroma of wine immediately assaulted his face. The monk tilted his head back and gulped down the wine, looking like a chivalrous man. After finishing the wine, he didn't forget to praise the wine. Xianxia rubbed his forehead with his hand. That was enough. Steward Lu, I'm here to exchange some heaven elixir. Let's have a good talk. Xianxia hurriedly cut to the chase. He really didn't want to see the monk drinking wine anymore. Hearing what Xianxia said, Lu Hong's eyes instantly lit up. He had been waiting for Xianxia to speak. Since Xianxia had taken out a drop of 9 solar holy water, perhaps he had more drops of 9 solar holy water with him. Even in the heavenly tower, treasures like this were extremely rare. Furthermore, what Xianxia wanted was heaven elixir, not some other supreme treasure. The heavenly tower had plenty of heaven elixir, and in his opinion, only an idiot would exchange heaven elixir with 9 solar holy water. Of course, there was no way Lu Hong would call Xianxia an idiot, unless he himself was an idiot. Heaven elixir is not a problem, I can make the decision. Oh right, may I know young master's name? Lu Hong asked. Xianxia. Xianxia told his name. May I know how much 9 solar holy water young master Jiang has? I can make the decision about heaven elixir. Lu Hong said. Right now, he was only interested in 9 solar holy water. How many days of elixir can I exchange for a drop of 9 solar holy water? Xianxia asked. Lu Hong pondered for a moment, then said, I can tell young master Jiang is a straightforward man, and we, the heavenly tower, have always been straightforward. For a drop of 9 solar holy water, I'll give you 100,000 days of elixir. What do you think of this price? Hearing this, Xianxia nodded his head and said, that's a fair price. I need 10 million days of elixir. 9 solar holy water was nothing to him. Besides, 1 drop of 9 solar holy water for 100,000 days of elixir was a fair price. What? 10 million? Lu Hong cried out in surprise, you have so much 9 solar holy water. Lu Hong never thought that Xianxia would ask for 10 million days of elixir, which was equal to 100 drops of 9 solar holy water. Where did this young man get so much 9 solar holy water from? Since when did 9 solar holy water become so worthless? 9 solar holy water is not a problem. I'm in a hurry, so I don't want to waste too much time. I have enough 9 solar holy water for 10 million days of elixir. Xianxia casually took out a small bottle filled with 9 solar holy water, 100 drops, no more, no less. Damn it, how could this guy have so much 9 solar holy water? What a freak. Tyrant nearly spat out a mouthful of wine. He thought that Xianxia was joking when he said he wanted 10 million days of elixir. He never thought that Xianxia would actually take out so much 9 solar holy water. Looking at the amount of 9 solar holy water, Lu Hong was extremely excited. If the Tianyi Gate could have more 9 solar holy water, they would be able to cultivate more geniuses. However, as a small manager, he didn't have the authority to make the decision. Young Master Jiang, 10 million is too much. After all, it's heaven elixir, not earth elixir. I need to ask for permission from the higher-ups. Lu Hong said to Xianxia. Don't make me wait too long. My patience is limited. If your heavenly tower doesn't want to do this business, I believe many others will. Xianxia said. Of course, I won't make young master wait too long. After saying that, Lu Hong's body swayed and disappeared from the scene. In the main hall, Xianxia was enjoying his tea. Tyrant was drinking and teasing the girl. Xianxia and Tan Lang were pretending that they didn't know each other very well. Not long after that, Lu Hong came back with 2 old men. These 2 old men were very strong, far stronger than Lu Hong. One of them was slightly plump, wearing a silk robe. He was a 9th grade combat king. The other one was a white-bearded old man with a ferocious scar on his face. He didn't look like a kind person at first glance. He was an 8th grade combat king. Although he had just broken through to the 8th grade combat king realm, he was still very strong. Experts like him would have a high status no matter where they went. Great Elder, Second Elder, this is young Master Xianxia. Lu Hong introduced, young Master Jiang, these 2 are the great manager and second manager of the heavenly tower. I heard that young Master Jiang wants to exchange the 9 solar holy water for 10 million heavens elixir. May I have a look at the 9 solar holy water first? The great manager said with a smile. He was very friendly to Xianxia. Xianxia was a rich man, so he had to be friendly to him. Of course. Xianxia casually threw the jade bottle into the great manager's hand. Since the heavenly tower was able to survive in the western region, their reputation wasn't a problem. He wasn't afraid that they would go back on their word. The chief manager took the jade bottle and opened it. A strong yang qi immediately overflowed from the bottle, and all the origin energy in the hall became restless. It really is the 9 solar holy water. The vice steward cried out in shock. Staring at the 9 solar holy water in front of him, a greedy look emerged from the bottom of his eyes. When Xianxia saw this greedy look, he immediately felt disgusted. Jiang brother, how did you get this 9 solar holy water? What? Does your heavenly tower need to track the source of your business? Xianxia responded with a smile. Of course not, I'm just asking. Here are 10 million days of elixir. Jiang brother, please have a look. After saying that, the great manager waved his hand and took out a storage ring, then handed it over to Xianxia. With a thought, Xianxia opened the storage ring and sent his divine sense into it. What he saw was a mountain of pills, each of them containing 100% effectiveness heaven elixir. There were exactly 10 million pills, no more, no less. The heavenly tower was indeed rich, able to take out 10 million days of elixir without any hesitation. If it were any ordinary power, there was no way they could do this. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Xianxia stood up and walked toward the exit of the palace. Jiang brother, hold on. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, the great manager hastily called out to him. Is there anything else I can help you with, great manager? Xianxia turned around and asked. I wonder if Jiang brother has any extra 9 solar holy water. You can sell it to our heavenly tower, the price is negotiable. The great manager said. I don't have any more. This is all I have. I'm in urgent need of heaven elixir. If I have any extra 9 solar holy water, I'll definitely use it to trade. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. What he said wasn't a lie, the 9 solar holy water in the jade bottle was all he had left. Although the heavenly saint sword and the 9 solar profound art could condense 9 solar holy water, it was still a process. It didn't mean that 9 solar holy water was limitless and could be obtained at any time. Ever since he obtained the third part of the broken sword, he had been constantly condensing 9 solar holy water. However, when he concocted the 9 solar less Ron pill, he had used up a lot of 9 solar holy water. This was the only amount he had left, and he used it all to exchange for the heaven elixir. Of course, if Xianxia really wanted to exchange the 9 solar holy water for the heavenly elixir, it would be very easy. All he needed to do was to stay in the heavenly tower for 2 days and focus on condensing the 9 solar holy water. However, it was obviously impossible for him to do that. He couldn't let anyone else know his secret. Furthermore, the greedy look in the eyes of these 2 managers made him feel very uncomfortable. This had also branded the heavenly tower as an unreliable organization in his heart. Since Jiang brother needs a large amount of heaven elixir, I wonder if Jiang brother is interested in the devil realm? The great manager changed the topic and said with a crafty look in his eyes. Devil realm? Xianxia was startled. These 3 words had really brought him back to his memories. The devil realm was the gathering place of the devil race. The devil realm and the western region were neighbors, forming a separate dimension. In the past, when the devil race attempted to invade the mainland, they were suppressed by the Buddhist sects. Xianxia even went to the devil realm alone and killed the devil lords of the devil race, inflicting unimaginable damage to the devil race, forcing them to retreat into the devil realm, never daring to invade the mainland again. He never thought he would hear this name again today. The devil realm is an important place for the devil race. Devils are extremely fierce and cruel, and it's extremely dangerous inside. May I know why great manager mentioned the devil realm? Tyrant stood up from his seat and asked. To tell you the truth, tomorrow, the disciples of the Tianyi Gate are going to sneak into the devil realm for training, and the heavenly tower will send quite a number of people there. The heavenly tower has business dealings with the devil sects in other regions. If Jiang brother is interested, you can follow the people of the heavenly tower and sneak into the devil realm to kill those devils. You can sell the devil souls you find to the heavenly tower and exchange them for the heaven elixir. I'm sure we won't treat Jiang brother badly. The great manager said. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was a man who loved challenges, and there was no place in this world that he didn't have the courage to go. Little Xianxia, this old man is right. The heavenly tower's business has expanded beyond the western region. Although the Tianyi Gate can't be compared to the Great Laying Temple, it is still one of the top powers in the western region. In the western region, there are always geniuses and cultivators who enter the devil realm to train themselves, kill devils, and sell the devil souls they find to some merchants in exchange for pills and treasures they need. These merchants will then sell the devil souls to the devil sects in other regions at a high price. In the divine continent, devil cultivators are also a major power. In almost every region, there are devil sects, just like the four major powers of the Liang province and the Heavenly Devil Palace in China. Only the western region doesn't have any devil sects, and no devil cultivators dare to enter the western region to train themselves. This is an important place for Buddhist sects, a place that devil cultivators fear the most. Therefore, those devil sects and devil cultivators always have business dealings with the merchants in the western region, buying devil souls. Tyrant explained to Xianxia using his divine sense. In fact, even if Tyrant didn't explain, Xianxia already knew that devil souls were useless to ordinary cultivators. At most, they could be used to refine combat weapons. However, for devil cultivators, they were very useful. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Heavenly Tower to have business dealings with the devil sections. Furthermore, the devil realm was a great place for cultivators to train themselves. In the western region, genius disciples from some major powers or groups of cultivators would often go to the devil realm to kill devils. The Great Lane Temple was happy to see this happen. Even their disciples would often go to the devil realm. After all, the devil race was the mortal enemy of mankind. Brother Jiangchen, you can think about it. Seeing that Jiangchen was interested, the great manager repeated. If that's the case, there's no harm in going to the devil realm. Jiangchen nodded his head and agreed. For him, if he returned to the Liang province now, with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to fight against the four major powers. Therefore, he might as well go to the devil realm first. Furthermore, Jiangchen had his own plans. Going to the devil realm to train himself might be able to help him break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. With a stronger foundation, he could return to the Liang province with a bigger shock. Not only that, he was also very interested in the devil souls of those devils. Of course, he wouldn't exchange those devil souls with the Heavenly Tower for the Heavenly Elixir. It would be better if he cooperated with the devil sect, and when he returned to the Liang province, he might be able to make use of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Alright. Lu Hong, arrange a high-class VIP room for Jiangchen. Tomorrow, he will follow the disciples of the Tianyi Gate and enter the devil realm together. The great manager was pleasantly surprised, and quickly said to Lu Hong. In fact, Lu Hong had a puzzled look on his face, because he had no idea why the great manager would be so happy all of a sudden. Normally, since Jiangchen had run out of 9 solar holy water, there was no need for the great manager to be so polite. Even if the Heavenly Tower wanted a huge amount of devil souls, they wouldn't be short of Jiangchen. After all, how many devils could a 4th grade combat king kill? However, Lu Hong could only obey the great manager's words. He gestured to Jiangchen and said, "Young Master Jiang, this way please." N. Jiangchen nodded his head, then strode out of the palace. Hey, great manager, why don't you find this monk a nice girl to talk about life with? Tyrant said to Lu Hong. However, before he could finish his words, Jiangchen and Tan Lang had already disappeared from his sight. It seemed like they were in a hurry to cut ties with him. Don't worry, great master. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lu Hong said with a smile on his face, as if he understood Tyrant's intention. After Jiangchen and the other two left, the great manager's expression immediately changed. He was still smiling, but it was a sinister smile. Great Elder, I'm sure that guy still has some extra 9 solar holy water with him. How could a young man like him have so much 9 solar holy water? The second elder with a scar on his face said. If it were you, would you be willing to exchange so much 9 solar holy water for the heavenly elixir? The great manager asked. Of course not. 9 solar holy water is extremely precious. Who would take it out so easily, let alone so much of it? The second manager shook his head. But, this guy actually took out so much 9 solar holy water to exchange for 10 million heavenly elixir. This can only mean one thing, this amount of 9 solar holy water is nothing to him. He must have more 9 solar holy water, and even if he doesn't, he knows where to get it. That's why I thought of a way to keep him here. The great manager said. 9 solar holy water is a real treasure. If we can obtain a large amount of it, it would bring unimaginable benefits to our Tianyi Gate. Actually, there's no need for you to keep him here. You should have just captured him and forced him to hand over all his 9 solar holy water. The second elder's words sounded extremely sinister. Nonsense. Our heavenly tower is known as the living sign, and we've never done something like this before. If this news were to spread out, who would dare to do business with us in the future? The great manager scolded. Why don't you let me kill them myself? No one will know about it, and no one will know about it. The second elder stretched out his hand and drew a line across his neck, making a gesture of killing. No, the heavenly tower can never do something like this. If you ruin our reputation, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. The great manager immediately rejected the suggestion. If that's the case, why did you keep him here, and even invited him to join the expedition to the Devil Realm? I'm sure you have a plan in mind. The second manager looked at the great manager. He knew the great manager too well. This man was a very shrewd man, otherwise, he wouldn't have his current status. Of course, we won't do it ourselves, but we can let the disciples of Tiany Gate do it. Once they enter the Devil Realm, everything that happens there will have nothing to do with the heavenly tower. Among the disciples of Tiany Gate who are going to the Devil Realm, there are some formidable combat king geniuses. We can just leave this Xianxia and the 9 solar holy water to them. A faint smile emerged on the great manager's face. In his eyes, Xianxia was just a 4th-grade combat king, and was nothing to worry about. As long as Xianxia agreed to enter the Devil Realm with the disciples of Tiany Gate, he would be at the mercy of those geniuses of Tiany Gate. Brilliant. Great manager, this is a brilliant move. Just let the disciples of your sect deal with this man, and it will have nothing to do with the heavenly tower. At that point of time, not only will we be able to get the 9 solar holy water from him, we can also force him to tell us where it came from. As for going to the Devil Realm, Tyrant and Tan Lang didn't have any objections. They were now following Xianxia, which meant that Xianxia had become their backbone. Tyrant was a fearless man, and he was quite interested in the Devil Realm. Furthermore, even if they returned to the Liang province now, they wouldn't be able to cause any real damage to the Shura temple. They might even be in mortal danger. After all, their cultivation base was still weak. At least, there was a huge gap between them and the 4 major powers of the Liang province. None of them could be a match for a combat emperor. Therefore, going to the Devil Realm now would not only bring them devil souls, it was also a chance for them to train themselves. Xianxia was confident that he could break through to the 5th-grade combat king realm. At that point of time, he would be able to kill an 8th-grade combat king with ease, and he would have the strength to fight a 9th-grade combat king. As for the conspiracy of the heavenly tower, Xianxia and the other 2 didn't know about it. However, Xianxia didn't care. The heavenly tower wanted to frame him, so they would reap what they sowed. The one who would suffer in the end wouldn't be Xianxia. The place where Xianxia and the other 2 stayed was an exquisite courtyard. It was very quiet. Judging from the surface, the heavenly tower's hospitality was pretty good. Early the next morning, Lu Hong appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Creak, just as Lu Hong was about to knock on the door opened automatically. Xianxia and the other 2 walked out from the courtyard. Did you 3 have a good rest yesterday? Lu Hong asked with a smile on his face. I feel refreshed. Not bad. Xianxia said. Young Master Jiang, everyone is here. Let's go now. Lu Hong said. Are we going straight to the Devil Realm? Tyrant asked. Let's meet up with the disciples of Tiany Gate first, then we'll go to the Devil Realm together. Lu Hong said. Under Lu Hong's lead, Xianxia and the other 2 arrived at a flat square at the top of the heavenly tower. Right now, there were many people standing on the square, at least 20 of them. These people were all wearing different outfits, and they weren't too old. The youngest was in his 20s, and the oldest was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. The only thing they had in common was the arrogance on their faces. They were all combat kings, and they had the right to be arrogant. Xianxia gave him a quick glance. Among these people, the strongest one was a 5th-grade combat king, a very powerful cultivator. These people weren't disciples of the heavenly tower, they were here for a mission given by the heavenly tower. They were going to the Devil Realm to hunt devils and earn devil souls. In fact, all the combat kings could go to the devil realm themselves to hunt devils, but they chose to accept the mission given by the heavenly tower, and travel together with the disciples of Tianyi Gate. Although they would have to sell the devil's souls to the heavenly tower in the end, with the help of the heavenly tower's genius disciples, their safety would be much safer. The devil realm was a very dangerous place, where one could lose their life at any time. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. Seeing the arrival of 3 more people, the others only glanced at Xianxia and the other 2, then turned their attention away. Xianxia and Tyrant had concealed their auras, so no one could tell their real cultivation base. However, as they looked too young, they didn't seem to be very powerful. Therefore, they didn't take them seriously. Not long after that, the great manager and the second manager flew over and landed in front of the square. With a warm smile on his face, the great manager said to the crowd, "Everyone, we're all here. I wish you all a safe return and a great amount of devil souls. Now, the second manager will bring you to meet up with the disciples of Tianyi Gate, and we will travel together to the devil realm. I believe with the protection of the disciples of Tianyi Gate, your safety won't be a problem." After saying that, the great manager didn't forget to smile at Xianxia. "Let's go." The second manager, who had a scar on his face, looked more ferocious than the great manager. Regardless of his appearance or character, he was not as easy to accept as the great manager. After saying that, the second manager leaped up into the sky. Over 20 combat kings flew up into the sky at the same time, chasing after the second manager. Xianxia, Tyrant, and Tan Lang exchanged glances, then they too followed the crowd. Looking at Xianxia, who was following the army, the corner of the great steward's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Everything was under his control. Everything had been arranged by him. With such a group of powerful combat kings, their speed was extremely fast. Under the lead of the second manager, it only took them about 10 minutes to arrive at a mountain range. Right at this moment, there was another group of people standing on the mountain range in front of them. It was also a group of over 20 people, but the aura they emitted was much stronger than that of Jiangchen's group. These 20 people were all wearing white clothes, and the word Tianyi was embroidered on their chests. They were all disciples of Tianyi Gate, and all of them were powerful combat kings. This Tianyi Gate is much stronger than the Shura Temple. Tan Lang couldn't help but say. Of course, Tianyi Gate is guarded by a minor saint, so it's not something that the Shura Temple can compare to. There are countless combat kings geniuses in the Tianyi Gate, and even combat emperors aren't rare either. This kind of training without any combat emperors is the most common. Tyrant said. Tianyi Gate was a major power in the western region, while the Shura Temple was just one of the major powers in Xuanyu. The gap between them was like night and day. In the group of Tianyi Gate, there was a man with a very strong body. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was ferocious, giving people a feeling that he was inhumane. However, his cultivation base was very strong, and it wasn't any weaker than the second manager. He was also an 8th grade combat king. Second manager, are there only so many people? The young man asked. Yes, Chi-child, everyone is here. The second manager cupped his fists at the young man, showing a respectful expression. Although he was also an 8th grade combat king, there was still a huge gap between him and a genius like Chi-child. His status in Tianyi Gate was naturally lower than Chi-child, just like how the great elder of the Shura Temple couldn't be compared to Xiao Nanfeng. Great, I never thought that the leader of this mission would be Chi-child of Tianyi Gate. With him, an 8th grade combat king, our safety won't be a problem. Of course, Chi-child is a famous figure among the disciples of Tianyi Gate. He is very strong, and we are only going to the first level of the devil realm. As long as our luck isn't too bad, with Chi-child's strength, he will be able to sweep through the first level. That's right. It's a wise decision for us to accept the mission from the Heavenly Tower. Following the geniuses of Tianyi Gate is much safer than traveling alone. When they found out that the leader of this mission was a man like Chi-child, a pleasantly surprised look emerged on everyone's face. Everyone, listen carefully. This time, you have to follow Chi-child's orders. Chi-child will guarantee your safety. The second manager said to the crowd. After that, he cupped his fists at Chi-child, then disappeared in a flash. All of you, stand at the back. A fifth-grade combat king from Tanny Gate waved his hand at the crowd. His words were filled with arrogance. The crowd was used to this kind of arrogance, so they weren't angry at all. They automatically moved to the back of the disciples of Tanny Gate. If the geniuses of Tanny Gate weren't arrogant, it would be abnormal. Chi-Child walked in the air and arrived in front of Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Your name is Xianxia?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded his head. "The two stewards have specifically asked me to take good care of you," Chi-Child said with his eyes narrowed. Only he himself knew what he meant. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chi." A smile emerged on Xianxia's face. "Damn it, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How can he be given special care by Chi-Child? He must be someone with connections." "Didn't you hear that? The two stewards of Heavenly Tower specifically asked him to do that." Many people's faces were filled with jealousy and envy. "Let's go." Young Master Chi let out a loud shout, then he took the lead and flew forward. The disciples of the Heavenly Sect followed closely behind him, and those who came here for the mission also followed closely behind. None of them dared show any neglect. Xianxia and the other two were flying at the back of the group, and they didn't say anything. "Little Chinzi, why do I get the feeling that this Chi-Child is hostile towards you?" Tyrant said in a low voice. Although he looked like a carefree person, he was actually a very careful person. He could sense a trace of hostility from Chi-Child, and even a trace of killing intent. "He better not provoke me." A cold smile emerged on Xianxia's face. He had basically figured out the whole story. Ever since the two stewards showed greedy expressions when they saw the 9 solar holy water yesterday, Xianxia didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Tower. Now, it looked like the Heavenly Tower was trying to use this method to deal with him. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all, and he didn't back off either. He was definitely going to the Devil Realm this time. If this Chi-Child didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But, if he did, he would definitely make him regret it. The group continued flying in the void, wandering back and forth. After about half a day, they finally arrived at a desolate valley. It was a desolate and uninhabited place, and they could even sense a thick demonic energy. "The Devil Realm is right in front of us. In a moment, I'll open up the spatial barrier of the first layer of the Devil Realm. Everyone, be extra careful after entering the Devil Realm," Chi-Child said to the group. Roar! Right at this moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of them. A devil with black scales all over its body dashed out from the crack. It was a first-grade Devil King, however, this Devil King had a tragic ending. Right after it came out, it was killed by Chi-Child with a single slap, and its devil soul was taken out. This is the spatial node that connects to the Devil Realm. Due to the frequent attacks from the Devil race, the spatial barrier here is very unstable. Devils will often crawl out from the crack, but those devils aren't very strong. They won't be able to cause any trouble, and will soon be eliminated by humans. Tyrant explained. "The first floor can't even withstand a single blow," Chi-Child said arrogantly after killing the first-grade Devil King. After that, he shifted his gaze to the turbulent spatial barrier in front of him. "A mere first-grade Devil King dares to jump around in front of Senior Brother Chi? He's courting death." "Of course. Senior Brother Chi is an 8th-grade combat king. He has many powerful skills. He is invincible in the first floor of the Devil Realm. He can easily wipe out all the Devil Kings here." The disciples of Tanny Gate didn't forget to flatter Chi-Child. In their eyes, Chi-Child was the most powerful existence. Also, with Chi-Child's status in the sect, if they could build a good relationship with Chi-Child, they would have a bright future in Tanny Gate. Mother Cur, these guys are really hypocritical. Killing a first-grade Devil King is an easy task for them. An 8th-grade combat king actually killed a first-grade Devil King, and they are bragging about it to such an extent. Their flattery is really stinky and loud. Tyrant couldn't bear it any longer and said. His voice was very low, but everyone on the scene had good hearing. Everyone heard his words clearly. "Bald donkey, what did you say? Are you courting death?" The disciples of Heavenly Tower couldn't stand it anymore. They shouted at Tyrant. One of them, a 6th-grade combat king, appeared in front of Tyrant. It seemed like he was about to attack Tyrant. Come back. Chi-child shouted coldly and said slowly, they are the distinguished guests that the great manager has asked us to take care of. Don't be rude to them. Chi-child's mouth curved into a smile. It was a meaningful smile. Xianxia and Tyrant could clearly sense the killing intent in Chi-child's eyes. When they thought of the great manager and the second manager's reaction, they seemed to have understood something. Xianxia and Tyrant glanced at each other. Lung Lung smiled. If this Chi-child wanted to kill them in the devil realm, he would only be finding trouble for himself. F***K, this monk is really an idiot. He actually dares to say such disrespectful words to Tiany Gate disciples. I think many disciples of Tiany Gate are angry. That's not all. I think even Chi-child is angry. I reckon that when we reach the demon realm, they won't have a good time, especially that monk. After we enter, we must stay far away from them, lest we get unlucky. Those who came here with Xianxia from the heavenly tower couldn't help but keep a distance from Xianxia and the other two. Tyrant didn't even spare them a glance. He had never been interested in this group of people. Let me tell you something. The devil soul of a devil like the one just now can be exchanged for 10 heaven elixir in the heavenly tower. The higher the rank of the devil's soul, the more heaven elixir can be exchanged for. Therefore, when we enter the demon realm, you will have to use your own methods. The devil soul you get will be your wealth. Chi-child turned around and said to the crowd. Xianxia shook his head, thinking that the heavenly tower really knew how to do business. If they were to exchange the devil soul of a first-grade devil king with the devil cult, it would be worth at least 100 heaven elixir. But now, they were only giving them 10 heaven elixir. It was not difficult to imagine how much the heavenly tower could earn by cooperating with the devil cult. However, the crowd didn't say anything. After all, they had chosen to come here from the heavenly tower, and the mission they accepted was the mission given by the heavenly tower. Therefore, they had to accept the conditions offered by the heavenly tower. Since they were following the disciples of Tiany Gate, it was equal to them receiving the protection of the Tiany Gate disciples. Furthermore, they didn't have any conditions to exchange with the devil cult. It should be known that the people of the devil cult were ferocious people. Many of them were tyrannical. There was a great risk in exchanging with them. With their cultivation, it was very likely that they would be robbed directly. The people of the devil cult did not care about morality. At that time, not only would they not get a primordial heaven pill, they might even be in danger. Therefore, even though they knew the heavenly tower was trying to extort them, there was nothing they could do. After explaining the situation to the crowd, a talisman appeared in Chi-child's hand. Under his control, the talisman transformed into a golden sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Chi-child swung it at the void in front of him. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the void, and a black portal emerged. Obviously, this talisman was crafted by the experts of Tiany Gate, specifically for the purpose of opening the devil realm. Let's go. Chi-child let out a loud shout, then took the lead and dashed into the black portal. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the scene. After him were the geniuses of Tiany Gate. One after another, they followed behind Chi-child and entered the devil realm. After them were the people from the heavenly tower. Xianxia and the other two were the last to enter the portal. After all the people had entered the portal, the torn portal disappeared in an instant, returning to its original state. Roar. Right after entering the devil realm, ferocious and brutal roars of evil devils could be heard. The entire devil realm was filled with dense devilish energies, and it had been tens of thousands of years since they last saw the sun. The devilish energies floating in the air had a certain degree of corrosive properties, and ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. If a young divine core warrior entered this place, there was no need for the evil devils to attack him, just the environment itself would be too much for him to handle. Roar, roar, intense sounds of fighting could be heard coming from afar. Most likely, the people from other superpowers had entered the devil realm a long time ago, and their goal was the same as theirs. They were here to hunt evil devils for training. Furthermore, the devil souls of evil devils were very precious in this place. I'll give each of you a talisman, keep it with you at all times. If you run into any danger, or if you run into some evil devils you can't handle, just break the talisman, and I'll come to your rescue immediately. After saying that, Chi-Child waved his hand and took out numerous golden talismans. As if these talismans had a mind of their own, they automatically flew toward each of the men. These men were extremely excited, and they immediately held the talismans in their hands. These were life-saving talismans. Thank you, Chi-Child. Thank you, Brother Chi. Those who accepted the mission and the disciples of Tianyi Gate said in unison. With the protection of an 8th grade combat king, their safety was guaranteed. Xianxia, Tyrant, and Tan Lang also had a talisman. Xianxia's eyes fell on the talisman, and instantly, he felt that there was something wrong with it. Chi-Child had left his divine sense on it, which allowed him to know where they were at any time. Normally, this was for everyone's safety, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, when it came to Xianxia, it was different. He hated the feeling of being watched. Alright, let's begin. From now on, you can choose to act on your own, or you can choose to work together. The duration of this mission is 3 days. 3 days later, you will receive my summon, and gather here. After finishing his words, Chi-Child took the lead and flew forward, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Then, the disciples of the Tianyi Palace and the rogue cultivators who had accepted the task were divided into 2 groups. The disciples of the Tianyi Palace had the halo of the Tianyi Palace and were much more superior. They looked down on the rogue cultivators and felt even more disdainful of them. Although this was the first layer of the devil realm, no one dared to be careless. No one dared to look down on the brutal devils. Therefore, everyone chose to move in groups of 3 to 5. If they acted alone, the risk would be greatly increased. If they encountered a few devils at the same time, or even a group of devils, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, even if they crushed the talisman, they would already be eaten by the devils before Chi-Child could appear. Very quickly, the groups of 3 to 5 formed into teams and flew in different directions. During this process, no one even glanced at Xianxia. Even if they did, it was with a gloating expression. It was even more impossible for anyone to work together with them. They looked young and were rogue cultivators, and their cultivation base wasn't that strong. If they worked together, they might just become a burden to them. Furthermore, these 3 guys had offended Chi-Child. Unless their brains were fried, they would never work together with them. Very quickly, everyone disappeared, heading to the inner area of the first layer of the devil realm to hunt devils. Only Xianxia and the other 2 were left in the empty space. Damn it, I'm being looked down on. Tan Lang couldn't help but curse. Grandpa Monk will let them know their fate. I've decided, starting tomorrow, I'll start hunting. I might have the title of the #1 bandit in the chaotic ocean, but I've never done anything like that before. A cunning smile appeared on Tyrant's face. It seemed like he was going to return to his bandit mode. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I think it'll be better if we wait until the day after tomorrow. By then, they should have gotten quite a lot of devil souls, hee. Xianxia chuckled. He and Tyrant hit it off very well in this aspect. He wouldn't be lenient when robbing the wealth of these Tianyi Gate disciples. De Huang liked this kind of thing the most. Unfortunately, De Huang was currently sleeping inside Xianxia's GC. Otherwise, he and Tyrant would be able to turn the first layer of the devil realm upside down. Let's go, we shouldn't be idling around. Since we're already here, we must obtain some great benefits. Xianxia's aura fluctuated as he took the lead and flew towards the inner area of the devil realm. Tyrant and Tan Lang followed behind him. The devil realm is divided into 3 layers. We're currently in the first layer. The devils here aren't that strong, and the devil race isn't having a good time either. They're hiding in the 2nd and 3rd layers of the devil realm to recuperate and build up their strength. Once a powerful devil enters the first layer, they will be suppressed and attacked by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. However, we can't afford to be careless. There are a lot of devils in the first layer, and some of them are extremely powerful. If we're unlucky and encounter a terrifying 9th grade devil king, it'll be a disaster. Of course, the chances of encountering a 9th grade devil king is very small. As long as we don't go to the border between the 1st and 2nd layer, we won't encounter a 9th grade devil king. Unless our luck is too bad, we won't be able to do anything about it. Tyrant explained to Xianxia and Tan Lang along the way. As a Buddhist disciple of the Western domain, he had a very good understanding of the devil realm. Roar. The evil devil had a very powerful aura, and it was at least a third-grade devil king. Evil devils were ferocious, and the devil realm was a very favorable environment for them. A powerful third-grade devil king could at least fight an ordinary fourth-grade combat king. Of course, this brutal third-grade devil king was destined to meet a tragic end when it encountered Xianxia, Tyrant, and the others. Haha, let me test my strength first. Tan Lang burst into laughter. He was full of energy. After absorbing the 9 solar less Ron pill, not only did his body undergo a tremendous transformation, he had also broken through to the 4th-grade combat king realm. Therefore, when he saw this devil, he couldn't wait to test his combat strength. Swoosh, after saying that, Tan Lang increased his speed and arrived in front of the devil in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his 4th-grade combat king aura perfectly, shocking the devil. Being able to reach the 3rd-grade devil king realm meant that he possessed intellect that didn't belong to a human. This devil king wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he was no match for this human in front of him. Although he could defeat ordinary 4th-grade combat kings, this young man in front of him was clearly not an ordinary 4th-grade combat king. He wasn't someone he could handle. Roar, the devil let out a loud roar, then spat out a gloomy devil energy toward Tan Lang. After that, it turned around and fled. Haha, trying to run? It's too late. Tan Lang burst into laughter. His body was glowing with a golden light. After being tempered by the heavenly lightning and the 9 solar less Ron pill, his body was filled with yang energy, and he wasn't afraid of the devil energy in this place. Tan Lang's body was glowing with a golden light, which destroyed the devil energy. After that, with incredible speed, he caught up with the fleeing devil in an instant. Die for me. Tan Lang waved his hand and unleashed a powerful seal. The seal was covered with runes, and it carried a mighty force as it smashed toward the devil's head. Rumble, roar, the level 3 demon king tried its best to resist, but it was not Tan Lang's opponent at all. The demon king let out a mournful scream. Half of its body was directly smashed by Tan Lang's seal, and it let out a painful howl. Tan Lang laughed heartily, his face was filled with joy. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the devil king. He punched out, smashing the devil king's head. The huge skull of the devil king exploded, and a devil spirit with dancing energy jumped out. Tan Lang grabbed it in his hand. Haha, Brother Tan is really mighty. Xianxia laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up to Tan Lang. It was not difficult to see that Tan Lang had completely transformed from his moves just now. Brother Jiang, don't laugh at me. You can keep this devil spirit. I have no use for it, and I don't lack heaven elixir. Tan Lang threw the devil spirit to Xianxia. For him, the devil spirit was indeed useless. Firstly, he could not refine it. Secondly, it was impossible for him to exchange it with the devil religion. Thirdly, he did not lack heaven elixir. Of course, he did not lack it. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as Xianxia, who could casually consume an astronomical figure. With a smile on his face, Xianxia put away the devil's soul. He didn't need to be courteous with Tan Lang. This devil's soul might be useless to others, but to Xianxia, it was extremely useful. Putting aside the fact that he could exchange it for heavenly yuan pills, he could also absorb this devil's soul with the help of the dragon transformation skill. Soon after, the 3 of them sped forward, killing devils everywhere they could. To these 3 ferocious men, those devils were simply too weak. Tyrant sprinted all the way, but none of them could withstand a single strike. The 3 of them had been killing for half a day in the first layer of the devil realm. They had killed at least dozens of devil kings. The highest level was a 5th-grade devil king. Little Chinzi, killing devils like this is too slow. It's not satisfying at all. Tyrant said. Do you have any better ideas? Xianxia smiled. The first layer of the devil realm is very vast. The deeper we go, the stronger the devil's cultivation base. Furthermore, there are devil caves in there. A large number of devils will rush out from them. Why don't we go and rob them? Tyrant suggested. If others were here, they would have fainted on the spot upon hearing the words rob a devil's cave. Damn it. This was simply courting death. Robbing a devil's cave in the first layer? Wasn't that just courting death? I think it's a good idea. Xianxia nodded and hit it off with Tyrant. Immediately, the three of them sped towards the inner part of the devil realm. Little Chenzi, when do you think that Chi-Child is going to deal with us? Tyrant asked curiously. My guess is that he is going to deal with me on the last day. This way, we can work for him for free and obtain more devil spirits. However, I still don't want to be disturbed. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our plan. Take out the talismans given to you by Chi-Child. Jiangchen said to Tyrant and Tan Lang. Tyrant and Tan Lang obeyed. They took out the talismans given to them by Chi-Child and passed them to Jiangchen. What are you doing? Tyrant asked. Chi-Child left his divine sense here. He can know where we are at any time. This feeling is very annoying. I'm going to cripple my divine sense now. Jiangchen snorted coldly and executed the great soul derivation technique. His soul force rushed into the talisman like a sharp sword, shattering the divine sense left in it. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer of the devil realm, Chi-Child's body swayed. His face was filled with anger. Damn it! How dare this bastard cripple my divine sense? Humph! Do you think you can escape from my grasp just like that? How childish and naive. I'll let you guys run wild for 2 days. On the 3rd day, I'll teach you a lesson. Chi-Child said coldly. Although he had lost track of Jiangchen and Tyrant's movements, everything was still within his control. As long as he wanted to, he could kill Jiangchen and Tyrant at any time. On the other side, Jiangchen casually threw away the shabby talisman, then flew toward the inner part of the devil realm. Not long after he left, he bumped into 4 men. They were all wearing the same outfit, and they were all disciples of Tianyi Gate. When Jiangchen saw them, the disciples of Tianyi Gate also saw Jiangchen and the others. In an instant, the 4 men flew toward them. Hold it right there. The leading man, Leng Leng, said. He was a 5th grade combat king, and the other 3 were not weak either. Damn it, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Tyrant cursed. He was in a bad mood whenever he saw this man, as he was the one who wanted to beat him up outside the devil realm. The 4 men sneered and stood in front of Jiangchen and Tyrant. The leading 5th grade combat king, Leng Leng, said, Bald donkey, how dare you disrespect senior disciple Qi and us, the disciples of Tianyi Gate? You're courting death. And you too, do you really think you're the Heavenly Tower's distinguished guests? Don't you know who you are? I'll give you a chance to live, hand over all the devil souls you have. Poochie. Tyrant burst into laughter upon hearing this. Even Tan Lang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Someone actually wanted to rob the #1 pirate lord of the chaotic ocean, and there was a guy who was even more powerful than him. This was a typical case of courting death. Bald donkey, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking with you? One of the disciples pointed his finger at Tyrant's nose and scolded. Since you called me bald donkey, Grandpa Monk will release you from purgatory today. After saying that, Tyrant suddenly stretched out his hand. A golden light emerged and completely enveloped the disciple. The disciple was a 2nd grade combat king, but compared to Tyrant, there was a huge gap between him and Tyrant. The disciple fought back with all his might, trying to shatter the giant palm unleashed by Tyrant. However, he was shocked to find out that even though he had attacked with all his strength, the giant palm was like the toughest cage, not budging at all. Stop. Tyrant, how dare you? The 5th grade combat king was immediately enraged. He didn't expect this monk to be so daring, attacking a disciple of Tianyi Gate. There's a saying in Buddhism, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Releasing someone from purgatory is also better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Now, I'll release you from purgatory. Killing intent shot out from Tyrant's body as he exerted more force in his palm. A miserable shriek was heard, and the disciple of Tianyi Gate was instantly turned into a blood mist by Tyrant, dying on the spot. Why did you kill him? Jiangchen gazed at Tyrant speechlessly. This guy was too ruthless, killing a disciple in the blink of an eye. After all, he was a 2nd grade combat king, and robbing him would bring him a lot of benefits. A monk doesn't lie. I said I'll release him from purgatory, and I'll do it. Tyrant said with a righteous tone. Boom, the other 3 men instantly unleashed their auras, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They had underestimated Tyrant. Initially, they thought that Tyrant had reached his limit by attacking a disciple of Tianyi Gate, and they never expected that he would kill him. Attack! Xianxia shouted coldly. With a sway of his body, he threw a punch toward the 5th grade combat king. At the same time, Tyrant and Tan Lang attacked the other 2 men. All 3 of them attacked with the same method, throwing their iron fists at the 5th grade combat king. How dare you! The 5th grade combat king let out a loud shout. At the same time, he threw his own fist toward Xianxia. Bang! Bang, arg, 3 sounds of impact and 3 miserable shrieks were heard. The 3 men from Tianyi Gate were sent flying 30 meters away. Each of their arms was twisted, and their faces were filled with pain. Xianxia and the other 2 had shown mercy to them. If not, Xianxia's punch would have turned the 5th grade combat king into dust. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The 5th grade combat king couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that all 3 of them were pretending to be weak. Each of them was extremely powerful, and he, a dignified 5th grade combat king, couldn't even put up a fight against them. Hee hee, Tyrant grinned. The 3 of them surrounded the 3 men from Tianyi Gate. Take out all the wealth you have. If you don't, I'll take your life. Don't think that I'm joking, and don't think that you can ignore my words just because you're from Tianyi Gate. I believe you've seen what happened to him. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone, pointing at the 2nd grade combat king who had been smashed into dust by Tyrant. The 3 men from Tianyi Gate were so scared that they nearly wet their pants. None of them were idiots, and even if they were idiots, they could still tell that these 3 guys in front of them weren't people they could afford to offend. Furthermore, these 3 guys didn't take them seriously at all. Just now, the monk had already killed one of them, and killing 3 more of them didn't seem to be a big deal. You, how dare you? You're here on a mission from the Heavenly Tower, but how dare you attack a disciple of Tianyi Gate? You're courting death. The 5th grade combat king said unwillingly, using the Tianyi Gate as a threat. The path of cultivation was a process that consumed a lot of resources, and as a combat king, he would need a lot of resources to cultivate. If all of them were taken away, not only would they lose their own resources, they would also lose the face of Tianyi Gate, and would be looked down upon by others in the future. You, take off your clothes as well. If you dare say another word, I'll even take your body parts. Xianxia pointed his finger at the 5th grade combat king and said. Hearing this, Tyrant rolled his eyes and said, bah, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to take away someone's clothes? Although that was what Tyrant said, his eyes were still looking up and down at the 5th grade combat king. He murmured to himself, however, it's really rare to see a 5th grade combat king running around naked. The 5th grade combat king's face instantly turned pale. How could he be so unlucky? How could he offend these 2 freaks? If he was robbed so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left, and was forced to run around naked in the Devil Realm, if this news was spread out, he would no longer be able to show his face in the future. No matter where he went, he would become a laughingstock. No, don't, I'll give you all my treasures. The disciple didn't dare to be stubborn and immediately took out all of his belongings from his chi. Wealth could be earned again, but if he lost his life, then he would lose everything. The other 2 disciples didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out all their treasures. Aside from a large amount of heaven elixir and earth elixir, there were also many other types of elixirs. Most of them were healing elixirs that Xianxia couldn't see. There were also some demon spirits and elixirs that were kept by Xianxia. Those black demon spirits were obviously the fruits of their labor today. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Not only did they lose the demon spirits, they even lost their original belongings. There weren't any cultivation or combat skills in their chi. Of course, Xianxia wasn't interested in them. After reaching the Combat King realm, any cultivation or combat skill could be memorized with just a sweep of his divine sense. Except for some extremely powerful cultivation or combat skills that needed to be carefully studied, there was no need for them to carry any cultivation or combat skill scrolls with them. Xianxia and the other 2 left, leaving behind the 3 disciples of Tianyi Gate who were wearing gloomy expressions. In the end, the 5th grade combat king didn't manage to escape the calamity, and was stripped naked. Right now, he was using his yuan energy to cover his body, waiting for Xianxia and the others to leave before he took out a new set of clothes from his qi and put them on. After Xianxia and the other two disappeared, the 5th grade combat king quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. His expression became extremely unsightly, and he fiercely said to the two disciples next to him, "Listen to me, if anyone dares to tell anyone about me being stripped naked, I'll skin you alive. Don't worry, senior brother, we'll definitely keep our mouths shut, and won't tell anyone." Both of them hastily promised. "Senior brother, those 3 guys are too arrogant. Not only did they rob us, they even killed our disciple. Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go?" One of them said. "Humph. How dare they kill a disciple of Tianigate? They must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Let's go find senior brother Chi-child, I guarantee they'll die without a burial place, and we'll get back double the wealth we've lost," the 5th grade combat king said in a ruthless manner. On the other side, Xianxia and the other two were rushing toward the first level of the devil realm, killing devils and harvesting devil souls in an unbridled manner, obtaining a huge amount of wealth. "I think, from now on, aside from hunting devils, we can use another mode," Tyrant suggested. "What mode?" Tan Lang asked. "Rob whoever you see." Xianxia grinned. "We're kindred spirits." Tyrant gave Xianxia a thumbs up. He felt that fighting alongside Xianxia was a very satisfying thing. Xianxia was able to do whatever he wanted without being restrained by the secular world. Haha. Tan Lang burst into laughter as well. To be honest, the time he spent with Xianxia was the most carefree time he had ever had. His way of doing things had changed as well. In his mind, Xianxia was a man who could be both righteous and evil at the same time. If he didn't like something, he would get involved in it. He always did things his own way, and wasn't bound by the rules of the secular world. He was cruel to his enemies, but he treated his own people 100 times better. He was a man with his own heart, and there was always an invisible charm around him that made those who followed him feel attracted. As for robbing whoever they saw, Tan Lang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This was a chaotic environment, and it was probably not much better than the chaotic ocean. Furthermore, if someone was robbing you, why would you be polite? However, I still feel that we should first enter the devil realm and kill the stronger devils. On the 3rd day, we can start robbing them. If we rob them now, we won't get much wealth," Xianxia said. "Since that's the case, we will make whoever dares to rob us run around naked. On the 3rd day, we will make everyone run around naked," Tyrant said in a very serious tone. Xianxia and Tan Lang were speechless. Was this guy really a monk? The 3 of them flew for several thousand li, and the devil kings they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Their harvest was not small at all. At this time, the 3 of them arrived in the sky above a secluded valley. "Something's wrong. This place is filled with devil chi. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of devils here. Why isn't there even one?" Tan Lang said with a frown. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful devil king hiding here. That's why the other devil kings don't dare to stay here," Xianxia said. "That's right. That must be it. We have to be more careful." Tyrant nodded. Asterisk roar, asterisk just as Tyrant's voice faded, a world-shaking roar resounded. No, the roar was overlapping. It should be 2 roars of anger. 2 black pillars of light abruptly shot up from the valley, piercing through the clouds. Endless devil chi turned into devil flames, steaming in the sky. It seemed like the void was going to be burned to ashes. The 2 enormous beings were covered in black scales and looked extremely terrifying. However, from the surface, these 2 great demons were at least 200 feet tall. They were like small mountains. It was too frightening. 7th grade Devil King. 2 rays of light shot out from Tyrant's eyes. 2 7th grade Devil Kings, and they're at the peak of the 7th grade. Hee, Tyrant, it seems like we're going to show our true strength this time. Xianxia chuckled. Even though he was facing a 7th grade Devil King, his face was still calm and relaxed, without any signs of nervousness. Although a 7th grade Devil King is powerful, the Buddhist skill that I'm cultivating is the nemesis of the devil race. Even if they're at the peak of the 7th grade, I can still kill them. However, little Xianxia, you're only a peak 4th grade combat king, can you deal with a peak 7th grade Devil King? Tyrant was worried about Xianxia. After all, there was a gap of 3 grades between them. Tyrant was a 6th grade combat king, so he wasn't afraid of a 7th grade Devil King. Don't worry, my ability to restrain devils is better than your Buddhist skills. We'll take one each, let's see who can kill them first. A strong desire to fight burst out from Xianxia's body. In fact, he was a little disappointed when he found out that they were only 7th grade Devil Kings. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was filled with yang energy. The true thunder fire and the true dragon flame were the nemesis of devils. Therefore, he had a great advantage when fighting devils. He was confident that he could even defeat an 8th grade Devil King. However, the 2 devils in front of him weren't weak either. They were at the peak of the 7th grade Devil King, and they were only 1 step away from the 8th grade. Such powerful devils would only exist in the depths of the first layer of the devil realm. The place where Xianxia and Tyrant were standing right now was a place that most humans wouldn't dare to step into. Tan Lang automatically retreated. In the face of such a battle, he could only be a spectator. There was nothing he could do even if he wanted to intervene. Roar the 2 powerful 7th grade Devil Kings had already seen Xianxia and Tyrant, or else they wouldn't have jumped out. They walked toward Xianxia and Tyrant step by step. They seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, every step they took covered a very long distance. Every time their feet landed on the ground, the mountains and valleys in the area would shake violently. The dense and gloomy devil energy could make one's soul tremble. Fighting with devils of this level, it's so satisfying just thinking about it. Tyrant licked his lips. It hadn't been long since he reached the 6th grade combat king realm, and it was a continuous advancement. Therefore, he couldn't wait to find an expert to test his combat strength. The 2 7th grade Devil Kings in front of him were perfect for him to practice his skills. Devil Kings had strong bodies and cruel methods, making them extremely difficult to deal with. When 2 peak 7th grade Devil Kings joined hands, even an 8th grade combat king like Xianxia would have to be careful when dealing with them. After all, he wasn't like Xianxia and Tyrant, who had the means to restrain devils. Boom! 2 golden airwaves rushed out from Xianxia and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Their auras didn't belong to the 2 7th grade Devil Kings. The devil race hated the Buddhist sect the most. Normally, when they saw humans, their first reaction would be to eat them. However, when they saw a human monk, they would want to tear him into pieces before eating him. The main reason why the devil race had degenerated to the point where they could only hide in the devil realm was because of the suppression from the Buddhist sect. Roar! 2 7th grade Devil Kings soon arrived in front of Xianxia and Tyrant. They kept roaring and attacking Xianxia and Tyrant at the same time. Boundless devilish energy swept across the place, interweaving into a gigantic net of devilish energy that enveloped the area in front of them. Come! Xianxia's body swayed, then he punched out with his fist. His fist was covered with raging flames, the flames of extreme yang. The combination of the true dragon flame and the lightning flame was the nemesis of these devils. Xianxia was very interested in these 2 Devil Kings. Putting aside how many days he could sell them for elixir, once Xianxia refined them, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Once he reached the 5th grade combat king realm, Xianxia would no longer be a threat to him. Xianxia currently had 27,500 dragon marks in his body. He only needed another 500 dragon marks to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. 2 7th grade Devil Kings' devil souls were more than enough for him to break through. Sizzle! Xianxia's fist broke through the gigantic net of devilish energy. Raging flames spread in all directions, burning away all the devilish energy. When the devilish energy saw Xianxia's flames, it was like a mouse that had seen a cat, quickly running away. Bang! Xianxia's fist collided with the gigantic fist of the 7th grade Devil King. The strength of over 20,000 dragon marks was simply terrifying. Even when facing a peak 7th grade Devil King, it wasn't any weaker. Just the pure strength of this punch had forced the Devil King to take a few steps back. Furthermore, the flames that overflowed from Xianxia's fist had covered the Devil King's fist like a tarsal bone, producing a sizzling sound. The Devil King couldn't get rid of the flames no matter how hard he tried. Roar, the Demon King was enraged. It hurriedly circulated its origin devil chi to extinguish the flames. In its tyrannical eyes, besides anger, there was also a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Xianxia. Or rather, it was not fear of Xianxia, but fear of the flames. The flames were too powerful. They were even more terrifying than the pure Buddhist light of Buddhism. They were the nemesis of the demon race. On the other side, Tyrant was even more ferocious. He immediately struck out the Fudo seal. The huge seal directly evolved into a Buddha and heavily collided with the Devil King. The Devil King issued a miserable shriek as his huge body was sent flying. The monk, who was a 6th grade combat king, and possessed an innate suppressive ability, dealing with a 7th grade Devil King was as easy as blowing off dust. The Devil King simply couldn't withstand the monk's attack. However, the devils were all tyrannical existences. They were ferocious by nature. After being sent flying by the monk, they immediately dragged their huge bodies and rushed over again. Tyrant, I'm going to release you from purgatory. Tyrant's aura soared into the sky, and the Buddhist light shone brightly. He was going to release someone from purgatory once again. The Buddhist light emitted from his body was pure golden in color, and there were some faint Sanskrit floating above it. All the devilish energies would automatically avoid his Buddhist light, as if they were facing their most terrifying natural enemy. Rumble, once again, Tyrant struck out with the Fudo seal. This seal was one of the 3 great seals of Buddhism. However, Tyrant hadn't fully comprehended the essence of the Fudo seal, so he couldn't unleash its full power. The 3 great seals had been lost for a long time, and only Ancestor Green Lotus knew how to use them. The reason why the Great Lane Temple kept inviting Great Master Ranfeng to Green Lotus Mountain was because of the ancient scripture and the 3 great seals. After obtaining one of the 3 great seals, Tyrant's combat strength was limitless. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Tyrant could obtain all 3 seals one day, combined with the Fudo seal and the Fudo seal, its power would be unimaginable. This time, the power of the Fudo seal was much stronger than the previous one. The 7th grade Devil King couldn't withstand it at all. As soon as the Devil King charged forward, it was sent flying away by the seal. The scales on its body were sent flying, and blood was everywhere. Tyrant didn't show any mercy, and once again pounced forward. If the battle continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Devil King was killed by Tyrant. On the other side, seeing that Tyrant was so ferocious that he could kill the 7th grade Devil King in just a few strikes, Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He completely unleashed his aura, and the shadow of a dragon danced around his body. Along with the dragon roar, his entire body seemed to have become more mystical. Both of his hands were suddenly covered with dragon scales, and a pair of dragon claws appeared. After that, a scarlet flame started rolling on his palms. Today, I'll use you to test my fire dragon seal. Xianxia let out a loud shout. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the area, and a gigantic fire dragon was unleashed from his palms. It condensed into a gigantic fire dragon seal, and with lightning speed, it arrived in front of the Devil King. Roar, the dragon roar resounded once again. After the fire dragon seal collided with the Devil King's body, it directly transformed into a fire dragon. This huge fire dragon was more than 10 zhang long, and it transformed into a sea of fire, firmly trapping the Devil King within. Roar roar, the Devil King roared unceasingly, and it was an intense scream. It felt like millions of fire dragons were burning its body. It unleashed Devil Chi to block it, but these flames were the natural enemy and nemesis of Devil Chi. Just as the Devil Chi came out, it would be burned into nothingness by the flames. And the suppression of the flames was merely a suppression of the element. The true terror of the fire dragon seal was its powerful attack power. Half of the Devil King's body was directly destroyed. Die for me. Xianxia let out another roar. He waved his hand and struck out a true dragon palm, enveloping the Devil King. With a cracking sound, the 7th grade Devil King's head was directly crushed, and a devil soul was extracted by Xianxia. Seeing this, Tyrant rolled his eyes. He was still worried about Xianxia, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be so ferocious, killing a 7th grade Devil King with just one move. This was simply too dazzling. This damned monster, he's actually ahead of me. Tyrant couldn't help but feel depressed. However, the 7th grade Devil King he was fighting wasn't any better. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Tyrant waved his hand and struck out another Fudo seal. That Devil King could no longer resist, and its huge body was crushed into a mist of blood, and its devil soul was extracted. 2 freaks. Tan Lang, who was watching the battle from afar, sighed helplessly. He wanted to see an evenly matched battle, but he didn't expect it to end so quickly. Tyrant was still fine, after all, he was a 6th grade combat king. In addition to the suppression of the devil race, killing a 7th grade Devil King wasn't a big deal. However, Xianxia was too terrifying, he was merely a 4th grade combat king. However, Tan Lang could also see that the main reason why Xianxia and Tyrant were able to kill 2 7th grade Devil Kings so quickly was because their techniques were the natural enemy of devils, especially Xianxia's. His flame was too ferocious, it had completely suppressed the devil. With this kind of suppression, even if Xianxia was facing an 8th grade Devil King, he would still be able to kill it easily. If it was any other human being, they would need to be at least a peak 8th grade combat king to kill a 7th grade Devil King so easily. This was their advantage, the advantage of suppressing each other. It couldn't be helped. When the devil encountered Xianxia and Tyrant, it was destined to be a tragedy. It's not satisfying enough. Xianxia shook his head. That's easy. Come, let's go to the Devil Cave. Tyrant casually threw the Devil's Soul to Xianxia, then strode toward the inner part of the first level of the Devil Realm. Xianxia smiled mischievously and kept the Devil's Soul. He knew that this thing wasn't useful to Tyrant and Tan Lang, so he kept all the Devil Souls he found after entering the Devil Realm. This was a huge fortune. He could absorb the true high-grade Devil Souls, and sell the rest of them to exchange for the Heaven Elixir, which was exactly what Xianxia needed. Soon, the 3 of them entered the inner part of the first level of the Devil Realm. The devil energy here was much denser than the previous areas. Even Xianxia and Tyrant had to be extra careful in this place. With their abilities, they could handle an 8th grade Devil King, but if they were to encounter a 9th grade Devil King, they could only run away. However, Xianxia still had a trick up his sleeves. He wanted to challenge the limit of his combat strength, so he didn't absorb the Devil's Soul. If he really encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat, he would immediately absorb the 7th grade Devil's Soul in his hand and break through to the 5th grade Combat King. There was a black mountain in front of him. Looking at it from afar, it was hard to see the shape of the mountain because it was surrounded by thick devil energy. The thick devil energy had completely covered the mountain, making it impossible to see its original appearance. Roar roars of devils were heard coming from the bottom of the mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. If I'm not mistaken, there is a devil cave in front of us. Let's go there and kill some devil souls, then we'll escape and look for another devil cave. Tyrant said. Isn't that too troublesome? Can't we just guard a devil cave? Tan Lang said. What do you know? If we guard a devil cave, it's very likely that we'll attract some big fellows, and if a 9th grade Devil King comes out, we won't be able to defeat it. Of course, if it's a 9th grade Devil King, we'll still have a chance to escape. But if it's a great Devil Emperor, we'll be dead meat. Every devil cave is connected to the 2nd level of the Devil Realm, and there are big fellows everywhere. What Tyrant said is right. The monk is right. We can't specially guard a demon's den. Xianxia nodded his head. What Tyrant said made sense. With their current strength, if they really attracted a great Devil Emperor, they wouldn't even know how they died, let alone escape. Swoosh, swoosh, chilly winds were blowing, and the entire place was filled with an eerie devilish energy. Deafening roars of evil devils resounded throughout the entire valley, sending shivers down anyone's spine. More and more evil devils were rushing out from the devil caves. Most of them were Devil Kings, and there were also a few combat soul evil devils. However, as soon as these combat soul evil devils appeared, they immediately ran away from the Devil Kings and headed toward the exit of the first layer of the Devil Realm. Xianxia and the other 2 quietly approached them. They weren't interested in these combat soul evil devils, as their targets were those frightening Devil Kings. Only the devil souls of devil kings could be sold for a good price. In the divine continent, combat king realm cultivation was the most basic requirement, as only combat kings could survive. Even the mighty combat emperors couldn't be considered as superior existences. This was a magnificent world, and the natural yuan energy here was extremely rich. The eastern continent couldn't compare with it. There are a lot of evil devils here. Just the number of evil devils that we can see is at least 8 or 9 of them. Tan Lang said with mixed emotions. Jia, let's just kill them all. Evil devils have a very strong reproductive ability, and if we don't kill more of them, it won't take long for the devil realm to rise again. Furthermore, when the number of evil devils increases to the point where the devil realm can't contain them all, the devil realm will once again invade the human race. Therefore, we don't have to feel guilty for killing these guys. Tyrant said with an eerie smile on his face. He had completely revealed his true nature, he didn't even have the standard Ba anymore. Don't be so polite, just kill them all. Xianxia coldly shouted. He was the first one to dash forward. In his hand, the heavenly saint sword appeared. The surface of the heavenly saint sword was covered with a dazzling red flame. Under the impact of the flame, all devilish energies had to retreat. That was the natural nemesis of all devilish energies, a true natural enemy. Roar, one of the devil kings, was startled when he saw the human. He didn't expect a human to be so daring as to enter the center of the first layer of the devil realm. After that, the devil king finally reacted, and he dashed toward Xianxia with his gigantic body. Die. Xianxia's attack was merciless. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was covered in boiling flames as it slashed toward the devil's head. Pucci, how terrifying was the heavenly saint sword! Now that it had been refined by Xianxia, it had become powerful enough. With the heavenly saint sword's current level, no ruler weapon could compare to it. Even when facing ordinary emperor weapons, the heavenly saint sword would not be outdone. The only flaw was that the main body of the heavenly saint sword had yet to be found. So far, only 3 fragments of the sword had been found. The remaining 4 fragments were scattered in different places in Saint Origin World. Xianxia had to take his time to collect all the sword fragments. The level 4 Demon King was directly split in half by Xianxia. Its body was incinerated by flames, instantly turning into a sea of fire. A demon spirit jumped out from its head. As if it was summoned, it automatically fell into Xianxia's hand and was stored by Xianxia. On the other side, 2 powerful devil kings dashed toward Tyrant at the same time. Tyrant's body was glowing with Buddhist light. He struck out his palm toward the 2 devil kings, conjuring a huge Buddhist palm. Due to the gap in strength between the 2 devil kings, they didn't even have time to react before they were smashed into blood mist by Tyrant's palm, dying tragically on the spot. Can't even withstand a single blow. Tyrant's killing intent soared into the sky, and he didn't look like a monk at all. His attacks were ruthless, and each strike was deadly. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed 4 devil kings. Xianxia didn't want to be outdone either, he killed 4 devil kings as well. Tan Lang was slightly weaker, but he still killed a 4th-grade devil king, which was at the same level as him. This was an amazing feat, as it was impossible for anyone to kill a devil king at the same level as him. After these 3 ferocious men appeared, they killed all the devil kings in the valley in just a blink of an eye. However, none of these devil kings were too strong. The strongest among them was only a 5th-grade combat king. For Xianxia and the others, these devil kings posed no challenge or threat to them at all. There aren't any powerful devil kings. If there is an 8th-grade devil king, we can fight it together. That would be great. Tyrant said in a dissatisfied manner. Let's stay in this devil cave. From now on, kill all the evil devils that come out, don't let any of them escape. It won't take long before a powerful devil king comes out. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. After that, the 3 of them formed a triangle formation and tightly guarded the devil cave. Not to mention those gigantic evil devils, even a fly wouldn't be able to escape from them. Buzz. Soon, the whirlpool outside the devil cave started shaking once again. In just an instant, more than a dozen evil devils came out from the devil cave. However, it was obvious that these evil devils didn't have strong cultivation bases, as they were only at the combat soul realm. Boom! Without saying anything, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a flame. The flame instantly turned into a sea of flames and engulfed all the evil devils. Miserable screams filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, all the evil devils were burned to ashes. Even their devil souls were burned to ashes. Xianxia didn't care about these combat soul devil souls. Little Xianxia, what kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful? It's like it's the bane of these evil devils. Tyrant couldn't help but ask. He had noticed Xianxia's frightening flame, but he didn't ask about it. This is the true thunder flame I absorbed when I was transcending the heavenly tribulation. It's the most young existence in the world, the bane of these evil beings. My flame has a great suppressive effect on them. In front of me, these evil devils can't even use half of their strength. Xianxia explained. The dragon transformation skill was his secret, and he didn't want to tell anyone about it. That's why he kept the true dragon flame a secret. However, many people knew about him transcending the heavenly tribulation, so there was no need for him to keep the true thunder flame a secret. No wonder, you're really a heaven-defying guy. Not only did you survive the heavenly tribulation, you even absorbed the true thunder flame. I'm really jealous of you. Tyrant curled his lips and said. Damn you, a monk is nothing. You're just a fake. Xianxia glared at Tyrant. Look, it looks like a big guy is coming out. Tyrant said all of a sudden. Another valiant being rushed out from the constantly squirming whirlpool. This time, judging from its chi, it was a 7th grade devil king. Such a devil soul was also the most valuable one among all of them. Let's attack together. Xianxia let out a loud shout and swung the heavenly saint sword. At the same time, Tyrant removed the prayer beads from his neck and threw them forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk that tragic 7th grade devil king could only let out a miserable cry. It didn't even have the chance to see its enemy before it was killed. Its huge body was smashed into pieces, and its devil soul was taken away. Is there a need for you two to do this? Tanlang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This 7th grade devil king wasn't as strong as the two they met before. Either Xianxia or Tyrant could easily deal with it, but these two guys just had to join hands and use their king weapons. This was simply not giving the devil king a chance to live. This is more satisfying. Tyrant chuckled. For the next few hours, the three of them stood guard outside the devil cave. As long as a devil came out from the cave, no matter what level it was, they were all killed. Not a single one of them was able to escape to the first layer of the devil world. Xianxia's harvest was indeed huge. Up until now, he had a total of 150 devil king devil souls, including 4 7th grade devil king devil souls. If this amount of wealth were to be exchanged for heaven elixir, it was hard to imagine how much heaven elixir he could exchange for. If Xianxia personally went to the devil cult with these devil souls, a 1st grade devil soul could be exchanged for at least 100 heaven elixir, and a 2nd grade devil soul could at least double that amount. The higher the rank, the more heaven elixir could be exchanged for. Furthermore, exchanging devil souls for heaven elixir was much better than exchanging 9 solar holy water. This could be seen from the fact that Xianxia brought 9 solar holy water to the heavenly tower. The temptation of 9 solar holy water was simply too great. Even a big sect like the Tanny Gate was tempted by it, let alone the devil cult. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was better not to expose a treasure like 9 solar holy water to the public. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk all of a sudden, a chilly wind blew across the area. The whirlpool began to shake violently, and a gigantic devil wolf rushed out from it. It wasn't hard to imagine that the devil king that was about to come out from the cave would be at a very frightening level. Little Xianxia, the 8th grade devil king is coming out. Tyrant's eyes lit up. Get ready for battle. A hint of excitement emerged on Xianxia's face. After killing for a few hours, they finally lured out a big guy. An 8th grade devil king was not easy to deal with. Xianxia and Tyrant were preparing to attack together. After killing this 8th grade devil king, they would immediately leave this place and look for other devil caves. Roar, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The whirlpool went berserk, and a black beam of light shot up into the sky. A 300-meter-tall devil king rushed out from the whirlpool. Its body was so huge that it looked like a small mountain. The Devil King had a ferocious and ugly appearance, and anyone who looked at it would feel their blood run cold. After the 8th grade Devil King appeared, it immediately locked its gaze on Xianxia and the other two. Flames of fury could be seen burning in its eyes. It was certain that the situation that happened just now was caused by these 3 damned humans. What was even more hateful was that there was a monk here. The devil race hated monks the most. Kong Long, the 8th grade Devil King completely unleashed its chi. The devil might overflowed the sky, and its fangs were 1 meter long. It was eerie and scary, and it could make people's blood run cold. The 8th grade Devil King waved both of its palms at the same time. The huge palms of the Devil King brought along boundless devil waves, slapping towards Xianxia and Tyrant respectively. As for Tan Lang, the Devil King could tell that he was the weakest among them, so it didn't put him in its eyes. Tan Lang was also very tactful. Facing such a battle, he immediately retreated far away. The aura of an 8th grade Devil King was too powerful. It was like a monstrous wave of devilish energy that blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth. Tens of miles in radius was filled with rolling devilish flames. The gigantic Devil King was like a small hill. 2 huge palms appeared above Xianxia and Tyrant's heads at the same time. Xianxia and Tyrant's facial expression changed. Facing such a gigantic monster, even if they had the ability to restrain devils and had great confidence in themselves, they wouldn't dare show any neglect. Fire Dragon Seal. Akalanatha Seal. Xianxia and Tyrant shouted at the same time. The gigantic fire dragon looked as if it had come to life. It spiraled out and collided with the 8th grade Devil King's palms. Tyrant didn't show any neglect and struck out with the Akalanatha Seal. This time, both of them had used all their strength to launch the attack. The power of the attack was much stronger than before. Rumble, the sky was filled with flames and the Buddha's aura. These 2 attacks had the ability to restrain devils. They were the natural enemies of devils. Even an 8th grade Devil King would be suppressed by this attribute, and wouldn't be able to unleash its full combat strength. Although Xianxia was only a 4th grade combat king, he could easily kill a 7th grade Devil King. Even if he had to face an 8th grade Devil King alone, he wouldn't be afraid. Tyrant was equally strong. He was a peak 6th grade combat king, so killing a peak 7th grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. In addition to the fact that Buddhism could restrain devils, he already had the power to fight an 8th grade Devil King. Now, Xianxia and Tyrant had joined hands to attack. Their combined attack was extremely powerful. Not only were they not defeated by the 8th grade Devil King, they even forced the Devil King to take a few steps back. Their feet left 2 deep pits on the ground. Satisfying! Tyrant shouted. His body was glowing in a golden light, like a living Buddha. After gaining the upper hand, he immediately turned into a golden light and appeared in front of the Devil King. Without saying a word, he struck out with the Akalanatha Seal. As one of the supreme seals of Buddhism, it wasn't an easy task to completely master it. Tyrant wanted to use the process of fighting a powerful Devil King to temper his own Akalanatha Seal, making it more skillful. Of course, Xianxia didn't show any neglect. He couldn't show any mercy when fighting an 8th grade Devil King. He struck out the powerful Fire Dragon Seal once again. This combat skill was so powerful that it was comparable to the 5th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. However, the Fire Dragon Seal was undoubtedly more destructive than the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Roar ! The 8th grade Devil King roared furiously. Both of his hands kept pounding on his chest, venting his anger. However, his heart was filled with shock. In his opinion, these 2 humans in front of him were a 6th grade combat king and a 4th grade combat king. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing 2 ants. However, he had never thought that these 2 humans, whom he thought to be ants, would be so powerful that he was forced to retreat and was in a disadvantageous position. The 8th grade Devil King moved again. A black devil seal was formed between his palms, and there was an eerie skull on top of it. This kind of attack represented cruelty and terror, it represented hell and death. Once it was launched, it would take a person's life. Even if an 8th grade combat king human was not killed by this attack, he would at least have a layer of skin peeled off. Unfortunately, the 8th grade Devil King had encountered two real monsters today. Xianxia's fire dragon seal and Tyrant's Acalanthus seal had completely restrained the devil's attributes. Rumble, the huge devil seal collided with the two imprints of the purest and purest yang. A loud explosion shook the surroundings, and the endless devil waves were blown away. The destructive force of the collision directly tore a huge crack in the void, and dancing chi drifted out from it. Even though the 8th grade Devil King had unleashed his powerful devil seal, he still wasn't a match for the joint attack of Xianxia and Tyrant. These two monsters were too terrifying, and they had a very strong foundation. The 8th grade Devil King was pushed back once again. Many of the tough scales on his body fell off, and blood gushed out from his body. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the 8th grade Demon King went completely berserk. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. With his own ability, he couldn't even defeat two puny humans. What made him even more shocked was the fact that the attacks of these two humans had a great restraining effect on him. However, this made the 8th grade Demon King even more determined to eliminate these two humans in front of him. Otherwise, they would certainly become the biggest scourge of the demon race in the future. Asterisk clang. Asterisk that 8th grade Devil King was indeed powerful. As his anger rose, his aura also rose, becoming much more tyrannical than before. At the same time, a gigantic devil saber that was 30 meters long appeared in his hand. That devil saber was incomparably sinister and sharp. There were spikes on the back of the saber, and it was covered with black devil chi. The devil chi formed into skulls, looking extremely terrifying. What a good devil weapon. Xianxia couldn't help but praise it. The devil weapon in the 8th grade Devil King's hand was the highest grade compared to the king weapon. The power it could unleash was only second to the emperor weapon. Weapons had always been the weakness of the demons and outsiders. They didn't have the means to refine battle weapons, so it was extremely difficult for them to obtain a demon weapon. Even a powerful demon king would find it difficult to obtain a ruler weapon. Normally, those who had a battle weapon would refine their own natal demon weapon, but a natal demon weapon was the same as a life weapon. It wasn't easy to refine one. If he could snatch the devil weapon in the 8th grade Devil King's hand and exchange it with the devil cult, he had no doubt that the devil kings of the cult would fight desperately for it. Tyrant, this Devil King is very powerful. He has already condensed his own natal devil weapon. It seems like we have to get serious. Xianxia drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The strength of this 8th grade Devil King was much more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities if he wanted to get rid of this Devil King. Bah. Tyrant slowly took off the prayer beads on his neck. The prayer beads emitted a dazzling golden light. Under Tyrant's control, each of the prayer beads grew bigger and the mystical patterns on them became clearer. Wula-ba-ha, the 8th grade Devil King uttered some incomprehensible devil language. Although no one could understand what it was saying, the message it wanted to express was very clear. It wanted Xianxia and Tyrant to die. All the devil energy in the 8th grade Devil King's body was instilled into the devil weapon in its hand. It slashed at Xianxia and Tyrant. Wherever the devil weapon passed, a crack would appear in the void. It wasn't hard to imagine the power of this attack. It was enough to split a mountain in half. Xianxia's black hair fluttered in the wind. Tyrant didn't have any hair, but the scar on his head was shining brightly. The Heavenly Saint sword was thrown out by Xianxia. Its momentum wasn't any weaker than the devil weapon of the 8th grade Devil King. Tyrant's prayer beads were also extremely powerful. The two king weapons collided with the devil weapon at the same time. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the collision was simply earth-shattering. The entire valley was on the verge of being destroyed. The destructive force was too strong. Just the aftershock alone was enough to tear an ordinary combat king to shreds. Tan Lang looked at the battle from afar and could only shake his head quietly. Although he was also a rare genius, there was still a huge gap between him and Xianxia and Tyrant. One was a freak by nature, and the other had obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. When they joined forces, they were more than enough to sweep the world. The restraint of their attributes was too strong. When the 8th grade Devil King fought with them, it always gave the 8th grade Devil King an incomparably sullen feeling. It was suppressed in every aspect, and it couldn't unleash its full strength. After the 8th grade Devil King took out his powerful devil weapon, the two of them worked together and defeated the Devil King. Asterisk haha, asterisk the two of them roared madly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They attacked the 8th grade Demon King again and again, unleashing a chaotic battle in the valley. The surrounding mountains were all shattered, and the ground below was constantly sinking under the impact. After more than 10 minutes, the battle still hadn't come to an end. What surprised Xianxia was the 8th grade Devil King's resistance. Although it had been beaten black and blue, it was still as fierce as a tiger. Coupled with the powerful devil weapon in its hand, it seemed like it wouldn't be possible to end the battle quickly and kill the 8th grade Devil King in a short period of time. Furthermore, if the 8th grade Devil King chose to run away, it would definitely be able to do so. Xianxia's eyes flickered. It seemed like he had to come up with a plan. He only needed to absorb 1 or 2 devil souls of the 7th grade Devil King, and he would be able to break through to the 5th grade Combat King. At that point of time, killing an 8th grade Devil King would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, Xianxia didn't want to break through right now. He still wanted to strengthen his combat strength. However, Xianxia still had another plan, the Earth Jail. Now that the 8th grade Devil King was standing on the ground, the Earth Jail could be used to launch a sneak attack. As long as he and Tyrant worked together, it wouldn't be difficult to kill this 8th grade Devil King. Tyrant, I'll launch a sneak attack on him later. Find the right time to strike and kill him with a single strike. Xianxia said to Tyrant. How are we going to launch a sneak attack? Tyrant looked at Xianxia, wondering what other methods Xianxia would use to launch a sneak attack. It wasn't an easy task to launch a sneak attack on an 8th grade Devil King. Just watch. After saying that, Xianxia immediately unleashed the Earth Jail. An invisible ripple spread out from the ground and turned into an invisible cage, instantly trapping the gigantic 8th grade Devil King. Bang, the 8th grade Devil King was caught off guard, causing it to kneel on the ground. The invisible earth force was too powerful. Even an 8th grade Devil King would suffer if he was caught off guard. The Earth Jail was an innate ability, and it would become stronger as Xianxia's cultivation base improved. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Buddhist beads accurately smashed on the head of the 8th grade Devil King. The Devil King was still in a state of shock from the sneak attack of the Earth Force. He didn't even have the time to resist Tyrant's sudden attack. It wasn't hard to imagine that Tyrant's attack could kill a 9th grade Devil King, let alone an 8th grade Devil King. Asterisk ooh. Asterisk the 8th grade Devil King let out a miserable cry. Half of its head had been smashed apart, and blood was gushing out from its wound. However, it was still alive, and it still wanted to fight back. However, how could Xianxia give it the chance to do so? After unleashing the Earth Jail, Xianxia immediately dashed forward. Before the 8th grade Devil King could stand up, the Heavenly Saint Sword had slashed down toward its head. Asterisk Poochie. Asterisk without a doubt, the 8th grade Devil King was met with a tragedy. It was sliced in half by Xianxia's sword, and its gigantic body was split into 2. It died on the spot. Xianxia stretched out his hand and kept the devil's soul, along with the devil weapon. This was a good thing, it would be a waste not to take it. It was not easy to meet a Devil King who owned a natal devil weapon. Little Xianxia, what kind of combat skill did you cast just now? How could it make that Devil King fall for it? Tyrant kept the Buddhist beads and looked at Xianxia curiously. The Earth Prison can make use of the Earth Force to launch a sneak attack and restrain the opponent for a short period of time. However, this combat skill has its drawbacks. The opponent must be standing on the ground for it to work. If the opponent is fighting in the sky, it will be useless as the Earth Force won't be able to affect the opponent. Xianxia explained. He didn't mention the origin of this combat skill. After all, the fact that the dragon transformation skill could refine any bloodline under the heaven and earth was too abnormal. It would easily scare people if it was spread out. Awesome. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. In his opinion, not only was Xianxia's cultivation and combat strength monstrous, he also had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. It was really stupid to make an enemy out of such a freak. Fortunately, they were friends. You two freaks are too ferocious. You even killed a level 8 Demon King. Tan Lang stepped forward and witnessed the intense battle just now. Tan Lang was completely speechless at the two ferocious freaks in front of him. He could imagine how stupid it was for Chi Child and the disciples of Tianyi Gate to deal with these two people. We have to leave this place now and look for other devil's dens. If we continue to stay here, it is very likely that we will attract the real big fellows. If we attract a 9th grade devil king or even a devil emperor, then we will be in big trouble. Xianxia said. After that, the three of them left this place. This valley that was initially extremely tranquil had already been destroyed beyond recognition after the battle earlier on. Only that devil/s den was left intact. For the next day, Xianxia and the other two roamed around the devil's dens. They found a total of 3 devil's dens, killed a large number of devil kings, and killed an 8th grade devil king. It could be said that their harvest was huge. In just 2 days, Xianxia had obtained at least 300 devil souls, 2 8th grade devil souls, and 8 7th grade devil souls. If they were all converted into heaven elixir, it would be an enormous number. On the 3rd day, the 3 of them returned from the depths of the first layer of the devil realm, wandering around different regions. Stop. Right when the 3 of them were moving forward, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from not far away from their left. Xianxia and the other 2 saw 6 to 7 combat kings rushing toward them at high speed. Soon, they surrounded them. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples of Tianyi Gate. The leader of the group was a 6th grade combat king, which was similar to Tyrant's cultivation base. Anger and ridicule emerged on the faces of these disciples of Tianyi Gate. Before entering the devil realm, Xianxia and Tyrant had disrespected them, and they had always kept that in mind. Therefore, when they saw them, they immediately surrounded them. I never thought that you would still be alive and well. It looks like you guys do have some abilities. The 6th grade combat king sneered. Dear benefactors, please make way for us. There's a good saying, good dogs don't block the way. I think you guys are good dogs. Tyrant said with a serious expression. Upon hearing his words, both Xianxia and Tan Lang burst into laughter. This monk was really despicable, and he was especially good at acting. Most importantly, after he pretended to be an eminent Buddhist monk, the words he said could infuriate people to death. He had nothing to do with Buddhism. Damn it. Senior disciple Huang, this bald donkey just called us dogs. One of the disciples of Tianyi Gate said while gnashing his teeth in anger. The 6th grade combat king glared at the disciple. Who couldn't tell what he was talking about? Did he really have to repeat himself? Could it be something nice? Bald donkey, you 3 bastards have offended Tianyi Gate, that means you're going to die. However, I'll give you a chance to live today. Before senior disciple Huang could finish his words, Tyrant interrupted. Are you saying that if we hand over all our treasures and devil souls, you'll let us live? Senior disciple Huang was startled at first, then he sneered and said, that's right, you're smart. Cut the crap, this is a robbery. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your lives. Without saying a word, Xianxia pointed at their noses and threatened them. Xianxia's action startled them. What was going on? They were here to rob, but why did it feel like they were going to be robbed? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? How could he dare to rob them under such circumstances? Bastard, you're courting death. Senior disciple Huang was furious. Looking at their arrogant expressions, Xianxia and Tyrant could tell that the men they robbed 2 days ago hadn't told anyone about what happened that day. However, it was understandable, as that guy was robbed so badly that he didn't even have his pants. It would be too shameful to tell anyone about it, so it was better to keep such an embarrassing incident to themselves. Therefore, these men had treated Xianxia and the other 2 as their prey. Little did they know that they had become their prey the moment they showed up. As a matter of fact, when they were about to leave the devil realm, robberies were a common occurrence in this place. After all, those who were still alive at this time must have obtained a lot of wealth, and this was the best time to rob others. Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know soon enough. After saying that, Xianxia struck the 6th grade combat king with lightning speed. His speed was extremely fast, and his sharp claws pierced through senior disciple Huang's qi, taking out all the treasures within. At the same time, a destructive force rushed out from his dragon claws, shattering senior disciple Huang's qi. Arg! You destroyed my qi. Heavens! Arg! Senior disciple Huang let out a miserable howl. For a powerful cultivator, destroying one's GC was the same as destroying one's cultivation. This was a fact that no one could accept. Senior disciple Huang instantly felt despair, as his life was completely over. What made him even more shocked was how this young man in white could be so powerful. He was a dignified 6th grade combat king, but this young man had destroyed his GC with just a single strike, leaving him no chance to resist. This was too shocking. You should feel lucky that I've only destroyed your GC, and not killed you. Xianxia said Lung Lung. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. These disciples of Tianyi Gate were here to kill him, and even if they weren't, they would still rob all his treasures and humiliate him. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy to these people. For a moment, the entire area was filled with senior disciple Huang's miserable screams and howls. The other disciples of the heavenly sect were so scared that their faces turned pale. They no longer had any of their previous arrogance, and were now staring at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror. Looking at senior disciple Huang's miserable condition, all of them shuddered with fear. This was too terrifying. A mighty 6th grade combat king was destroyed just like that. The few of you, hand over all your treasures and wealth now. If not, you'll end up like them. Tyrant threatened. A monk had completely turned into a robber. Even the enemies found it hard to adapt to such a role. However, these disciples of the heavenly sect weren't idiots. They could tell from the current situation that these two guys in front of them weren't easy to deal with. Even a 6th grade combat king was crippled by them. If they fought back, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Here, we'll give it to you. Some people immediately took out all their treasures. Compared to their own lives, these treasures were really nothing. Seeing this, the others didn't dare show any hesitation. They immediately took out all their treasures and handed them over to Xianxia. Xianxia had a smile on his face as he kept all the treasures with a clear conscience. The few of you did well. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, you can still keep your lives. After saying that, Xianxia left with Tyrant and Tan Lang. In the following period of time, the entire first level of the Devil Realm was plunged into chaos. 3 bastards suddenly popped out of nowhere and started robbing people. Those who dared to resist were stripped of their clothes, leaving them stark naked. In the beginning, these 3 robbers only targeted the disciples of Tianyi Gate. Later on, even those who accepted the mission from the Heavenly Tower weren't spared. Many of them were robbed, and even the disciples from other powers were robbed as well. This was too cruel. These 3 robbers quickly aroused public anger. As a result, on the last day of the Devil Realm, many people no longer went to kill the devils. Instead, they wanted to punish these 3 robbers. Damn it! Those 3 bastards are too infuriating. They even stripped my clothes. What a bastard. They don't have any sense of morality. Even if they are robbers, they still need to be moral. Come, let's go find Chi Child. We must get justice for them. Those 3 guys are the distinguished guests of the Heavenly Tower. What they did is too shameless. For a moment, the entire first level of the Devil Realm was plunged into chaos. This was the first time the Devil Realm had such a huge internal strife. Normally, humans should unite and kill these devils together. But now, 3 bandits had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't care about the rules of the martial world, robbing anyone they saw, regardless of whether they had a grudge against them or not. If anyone dared to resist, they would be stripped naked and robbed. Look, those 3 bandits are coming again. Run! Damn it! That monk is the craziest one. He will rob anyone he sees, and beat anyone who refuses to obey him. Since when did monks become like this? What's wrong with this world? Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's run as far away from them as possible. If not, we will be robbed clean. When some people saw Xianxia and the other 2 men, it was as if they had seen ghosts. Without saying a word, they immediately ran away. The reputation of these 3 men had spread far and wide, and it was very easy to recognize them. Xianxia and Tan Lang might not be able to recognize them, but the monk could be recognized with just a single glance. The monk was the most depressing one. In the minds of most people, especially in the western region where Buddhism flourished, all monks were eminent monks. Even if they didn't believe in worldly desires, they should at least have the appearance of a Buddhist disciple. So, how did this guy become a Buddhist disciple? He was simply a beast. In a corner of the devil realm, many people were looking at Chi-Child with long faces. Most of them were disciples of Tianyi Gate who had been robbed, and some were cultivators who had accepted a mission from the Heavenly Tower. There were even some rogue cultivators who had come looking for Chi-Child. At this point, perhaps only Chi-Child could subdue these three bandits and bring justice to everyone. These three bastards, it looks like I've underestimated them. Chi-Child gnashed his teeth in anger. As a matter of fact, before entering the devil realm, he didn't take Xianxia and the other two seriously. But now, he realized that he was wrong, very wrong. Even a 6th grade combat king from Tianyi Gate was easily crippled. This was enough to prove how powerful Xianxia and the other two were. If not, they wouldn't be able to rob so many people. However, the current situation didn't make Chi-Child angry, but at the same time, he was secretly delighted. In his point of view, Xianxia had robbed so many people, and as long as he could capture Xianxia, he would be able to rob all of Xianxia's wealth and make it his own. As for those disciples of Tianyi Gate who were robbed, he would just give them some consolation. As for the rest of the people, they had nothing to do with Chi-Child. They should be looking for Xianxia and Tyrant, instead of him. Senior disciple Chi, you have to kill those three bastards, especially that Xianxia and that bald donkey. Xianxia has crippled many of our disciples, and that bald donkey is even more brutal. He might just kill them the moment he shows up. Chi-Child, you have to uphold justice for us. That bald donkey is too hateful. He even stripped a female cultivator's clothes. I swear on my honor that that monk is definitely not a Buddhist. He is a devil monk and a bandit. He even stripped a woman's clothes. Is he a monk? Oh my God. Kill them. We have to get rid of a scourge for the sake of the people. That monk will be a great calamity if he stays alive. The crowd was enraged. Tyrant had really angered everyone. Actually, no one had seen whether he had stripped a woman's clothes or not, but the news had spread out for no reason. Tyrant's reputation was completely ruined. Even the reputation of Buddhism was affected. However, most people were still unwilling to believe that Tyrant was a monk. Even if he was a monk, he would still be a scum of Buddhism. Of course, Tyrant didn't care about his reputation at all. He was still robbing people in the first level of the devil realm. Everyone, don't worry. I, Chi-Child, will definitely give you an explanation. I will go and find them now. After capturing them, I will put them in front of you. Chi-Child said with a clear voice. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from the spot. Great! Chi-Child has finally made his move. Those three bastards are finished. That's right. Chi-Child is an 8th grade combat king and a rare genius of Tianyi Gate. He can easily capture them. Humph. When Chi-Child makes his move, even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, they won't be able to escape. The crowd felt like they had seen hope. However, they didn't know that Chi-Child had his own goal from the beginning. Mother ****, robbing is such an enjoyable thing. I, your grandpa, became the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean, but I didn't fulfill my duty as a robber. This is outrageous. Fortunately, under your guidance, I quickly found my place and turned over a new leaf. Little Chinzi, thank you so much. Tyrant said to Xianxia with gratitude. Get lost. Without saying anything, Xianxia gave Tyrant a kick. If it wasn't for Tyrant's quick reaction, the kick would have landed on his face. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. This guy's nature was just like that, but he made it sound like he was teaching him how to be a robber. Alright, it's almost time. It's time to deal with Chi-Child. Xianxia was startled. He took out an 8th grade devil soul. That Chi-Child is a true 8th grade combat king. Even if we join hands, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him. Tyrant said with a frown. Chi-Child wasn't the same as the 8th grade devil king they had dealt with. They were able to kill 8th grade devil kings because they were able to restrain them, but it was a different story when dealing with Chi-Child. Chi-Child was an 8th grade combat king, and he was also a rare genius of Tianyi Gate. He wasn't an ordinary 8th grade combat king, so it would be difficult to deal with him. No worries. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. An 8th grade devil king's devil soul was crushed by him. The true dragon flame and true thunder fire shot out from his palm, burning away the impurities and devilish characteristics of the devil soul. The pure energy of the devil soul was absorbed by Xianxia. New dragon marks began to form. Soon, all 500 dragon marks were completely condensed. Xianxia took out a large amount of heaven elixir from his qi and refined it. In just a few minutes, his cultivation base had broken through the 5th grade combat king's barrier, becoming a 5th grade combat king. Tyrant and Tan Lang widened their eyes. Their emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. They watched as Xianxia's qi continued to rise after breaking through to the 5th grade combat king. Both of them said one word at the same time: fuck. What was a freak? What was a weirdo? Today, they had finally witnessed it. Xianxia could no longer be described with the word freak. It was ridiculous that he could break through so easily, as if he had never encountered any bottlenecks. The energy contained in the devil soul of an 8th grade devil king was incomparable to that of a 7th grade devil soul. An 8th grade devil soul had helped Xianxia condense 1,500 dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body to 29,000. As long as he could condense another 1,000 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 6th grade combat king. Currently, Xianxia had a lot of devil souls. If he could refine a large amount of them, he could easily break through to the 6th grade combat king. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't do that. After experiencing the calamity, he had already broken through a lot. If he used this method to force his cultivation base to break through again, it might affect his future foundation. Therefore, Xianxia planned to stabilize his 5th grade combat king cultivation base before breaking through to the 6th grade combat king. Furthermore, with his current 5th grade combat king combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with Chi-Child. Monster, can you tell me how you did it? What's your big secret? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. The secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Xianxia smiled. The freakishness of the dragon transformation skill was too shocking. Such a secret should only be known by him. I didn't expect the 3 of you to be hiding in this place. However, it's impossible for you to escape from my pursuit. Right at this moment, a loud shout was heard. Chi-Child appeared, standing in front of Xianxia and the other 2. This place was a wilderness. There was no one around, and there were only a few devils around. To Chi-Child, this was no doubt a very good place. Are you kidding me? Which eye of yours saw us hiding? Aren't we standing here openly? Tyrant said. Xianxia and the other 2 didn't feel surprised by Chi-Child's appearance. Even if they didn't go around robbing others, Chi-Child would still appear in front of them at the last moment. If you are really a disciple of Buddha sect, it's really sad that a scum like you has appeared in Buddha sect. Chi-Child glared at Tyrant and said without any trace of politeness. Is that so? Why don't you join Buddha sect? This poor monk can recommend you. Tyrant said. Humph. Chi-Child coldly harumphed and no longer bothered with Tyrant. He shifted his gaze onto Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you guys are really audacious. You actually dared to rob people in the devil realm. You even dared to touch a disciple of our Tianyi Gate. You're simply courting death. What do you want? Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Chi-Child. What do I want? Do you really think you'll have a chance to live after what you've done? However, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you hand over all your belongings and tell me where you got the 9 solar holy water, I'll give you a chance to live. Chi-Child said, finally revealing his true colors. In his opinion, regardless of whether Xianxia had the 9 solar holy water or not, all his wealth was already his. He only needed to ask Xianxia about the source of the 9 solar holy water. I've made it very clear that I only have that much 9 solar holy water, and I've already exchanged it all with the Heavenly Tower. I never thought that with the Heavenly Tower's reputation, they would actually do something like this in the dark. What you've done is just a wedding dress for me, Chi-Child, said Xianxia Lung Lung. His tone was filled with ridicule towards the heavenly tower. After hearing Xianxia's words, not only did Chi-Child not feel ashamed, his eyes lit up. "Oh right, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that you've taken 10 million heaven elixir from the heavenly tower. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Now, this 10 million heaven elixir, all the treasures you have, your 9 solar holy water, all the devil's souls and treasures you've robbed today, will all belong to me, Chi-Child. Everything you've done is just a wedding dress for me, Chi-Child." The more Chi-Child spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he burst into laughter. The way he looked at Xianxian was no longer the way he looked at a human, but a treasure vault. Putting aside all the treasures he had robbed in the devil realm, just the 10 million heaven elixir from the heavenly tower alone was an astronomical figure to him. Now, all of it was going to belong to him. How could he not be excited? There was no one around. At this point, Chi-Child decided not to hide anymore, and revealed his true face. After all, this was his ultimate goal. Not only did he want Xianxian's treasures, he also wanted Xianxian's life. For a dead man, no matter what he did, no one would know. Judging from the current situation, if he killed Xianxian, he would be praised by many people. Tan Lang shook his head. All humans were greedy. In the devil realm, which was even more lawless than the chaotic ocean, killing and robbing people was a very common thing. Xianxian had only robbed someone, which was actually not bad. The same went for Chi-Child. He was looking for Xianxian because he wanted to rob him. To be able to be so shameless and righteous, this monk really admires you. Tyrant sighed incessantly. Others might be afraid of Tanny Gate, but Tyrant wasn't. This was the western regions. No matter how strong Tanny Gate was, it couldn't be stronger than him. As long as his master took action, he could easily wipe out Tanny Gate. Cut the crap, Xianxian. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Hand over the wealth to me, or die. Chi-Child's killing intent surged. His aura had completely locked onto Xianxian and the other two, not giving them any chance to escape. In his eyes, the 3 of them would not be able to escape. They were like turtles in a jar, at his mercy. Is that so? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over all your treasures, and I'll do what I did before. I'll cripple your Chi-Si and make you a cripple, but I'll spare your life. What do you think? But I won't give you 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Xianxian said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Chi-Child was stunned. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Did he hear it wrongly? This guy in front of him was addicted to being a robber, robbing anyone he saw. Now, he actually wanted to rob me? This was simply courting death. You're courting death. Chi-Child was enraged. A powerful aura burst out from his body. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand them over, I'll attack you directly. At that time, you'll suffer a hellish torture, but you'll still hand them over. 3 breaths have passed. You don't have a chance anymore. I'm not interested in your wealth. I'm interested in your life. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Xianxian's eyes. Xianxian would never be polite to those who wanted to take his life. Boom, as soon as Xianxian's voice faded, he waved his hand and struck out the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw tore the void apart and appeared above Chi-Child's head. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you fight against me? Chi-Child was enraged. Runes rippled in his palm and he struck out a golden seal, causing layers of ripples in the void. It collided with Xianxian's true dragon palm. Rumble, the collision between the 2 mighty warriors tore the void apart. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. Tyrant and Tan Lang had retreated when Xianxian struck out the first time. They stood far away and watched the battle. Facing an 8th grade combat king like Chi-Child, a genius of the younger generation, Tan Lang was far from enough. Even Tyrant, who was a 6th grade combat king, couldn't defeat Chi-Child. In order to defeat Chi-Child, they could only rely on the abnormal Xianxian, who had just broken through to the 5th grade combat king. The seal Chi-Child struck out was torn apart by the true dragon palm in an instant. He was sent flying a few meters away before he could regain his balance. The terrifying energy ripples caused the ground to sink. Chi-Child felt that his blood and chi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but the shock in his heart was getting stronger. How is this possible? Chi-Child almost cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and stared at Xianxia. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Xianxia was just a 4th-grade combat king. No, he was a 5th-grade combat king. It seemed like Xianxia had made another breakthrough in the past 3 days in the Devil Realm. However, even if Xianxia was a 5th-grade combat king, there was still a huge gap between him and Chi-Child. There was no way Xianxia could be a match for him. However, Chi-Child was completely defeated by Xianxia's attack just now. There are many impossible things in this world. As for your fate, it has been decided the moment you decided to deal with me. The Tianyi Gate has offended me, so you won't have a good ending. Xianxia said. Humph. I don't believe that a puny 5th-grade combat king like you can defeat me. My abilities are not something you can imagine. Chi-Child coldly harumphed. How could he yield to a 5th-grade combat king? With a sway of his body, he flew up high into the sky. The energy waves of an 8th-grade combat king were unleashed, spreading out to an unknown area. He spread out both of his palms, which were glowing with a deep blue light. What a powerful battle ripple. Look, it's Senior Disciple Chi. Those 3 bastards are here as well. Senior Disciple Chi is dealing with them. Damn it. I finally found those 3 bastards. Chi-Child is going to deal with them personally. I'm sure he can beat them to a pulp. That's right. Let's go and have a look. I'm going to take back the wealth that those 3 bastards robbed from us. Some of them saw the battle, and many of them started to rush towards it. This was a great show, and no one wanted to miss it. They had a deep hatred towards Xianxia and the other 2. They wanted to eat their flesh raw, but those who had been robbed by Xianxia and the other 2 knew that although these 3 bandits were despicable, their methods were not something they could resist. If they wanted to take revenge, they could only rely on Chi-Child from Tianyi Gate. Dong, Xianxia's footsteps shook, and the ground shook. He shot up high into the sky like an arrow, standing opposite of Chi-Child. Today, he wanted to kill this 8th-grade combat king with his own hands. Starfall. Chi-Child suddenly let out a loud shout. Both of his palms were thrust forward, and a domain was formed. There were 9 dazzling stars that emitted a deep blue radiance, smashing towards Xianxia with extreme speed. Although these stars were formed by Yuan force, their attacking power was extremely strong, and their destructive power was terrifying. Those who came to watch the battle widened their eyes. The power of an 8th-grade combat king was not something they could imagine. Chi-Child's technique was very powerful. The star battle technique was even more frightening. They could imagine that if they were hit by the 9 stars, they would be smashed into meat patties on the spot. Insignificant skill, profound 9 solar finger. Xianxia's black hair fluttered in the wind. His fingers were like a sword, and he struck out with the profound 9 solar finger. The current profound 9 solar finger was no longer the same as before. Although he couldn't unleash its full power with his current cultivation, it was still possible for him to form 9 giant fingers. Rumble, Xianxia unleashed the 9 solar fingers that were like pillars supporting the heavens. They were aimed at the 9 stars, and a horrifying scene happened. The 9 solar fingers were indestructible. Wherever they went, they would leave a deep mark in the void, and a large amount of sparks were produced. When the gigantic stars collided with the 9 solar fingers, they were instantly pierced through and shattered. Puff Young Master Chi's attack was forcefully torn apart by the mysterious 9 solar finger. Hence, he was the one who suffered the greatest shock. Young Master Chi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His complexion became extremely pale. However, the shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. He had been completely defeated in just 2 moves. Anyone could tell that he was no match for his opponent. This is a true monstrous genius. From afar, Tyrant couldn't help but click his tongue. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that Xianxia was the strongest monster he had ever met in his life. He could be considered as a peerless genius. What? How is this possible? Chi-Child is no match for that bastard? This is impossible. I must be hallucinating. A 5th grade combat king can defeat an 8th grade combat king, Chi-child. This is ridiculous. Where did this young man come from? He can actually challenge someone who is at a higher level than him. I wonder if Chi-child can still hold on. I think it's going to be difficult. He has suffered serious injuries. Don't tell me this young man is going to kill Chi-child? He definitely won't dare to. Tiany Gate is one of the top powers in the western region. A mere combat king can't afford to offend them. If he really kills Chi-child, he will have to face the wrath of Tiany Gate. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too shocking. It had almost subverted everyone's imagination. Almost everyone believed that Chi-child could easily kill all three of them. However, the scene in front of their eyes was that the terrifying young man in white had severely injured Chi-child with just a single move. Humph. Xianxia let out a cold humph. He didn't want to let his opponent off easily. Once again, he attacked decisively. With a sway of his body, he appeared not far from Chi-child. He struck out the true dragon palm, aiming at Chi-child's head. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They could see that the gap between Chi-child and Xianxia wasn't small. The severely injured Chi-child wouldn't be able to withstand Xianxia's ferocious attacks. If there were no accidents, the next attack from Xianxia would be enough to take Chi-child's life. This was what made people terrified. Almost no one believed that Xianxia would dare to kill Chi-child. After all, Chi-child had a certain status in the Tiany Gate. To any major power, it wasn't easy to cultivate an 8th grade combat king. If Chi-child was killed, not only would it be a great loss to the sect, it would also be a great provocation to the sect's reputation. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't have the guts to kill. In this world, there were only people he didn't want to kill, or people he couldn't kill. There was no one he didn't dare to kill. Under Chi-child's horrified gaze, the true dragon palm slammed down. Even though Chi-child had used all his strength to block the attack, he was still severely injured. How could he be a match for the ferocious tiger Xianxia? The huge dragon claw pressed down like a huge mountain, smashing Chi-child down from the sky. Asterisk plop. Asterisk Chi-child was smashed down from the sky, creating a deep pit on the ground. Smoke rose into the air. Xianxia was still in midair. He reached out his hand and grabbed Chi-child out of the deep pit. He grabbed Chi-child's neck like he was grabbing a little chick. Right now, Chi-child's condition could be said to be extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood, and his face was covered with blood mist. Both of his arms were twisted. He had completely lost his ability to fight. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. If Xianxia wanted to, he could take Chi-child's life at any time. It could be said that Chi-child's life was in Xianxia's hands. His life or death could only be decided by Xianxia's words. Oh my God! Chi-child was defeated so quickly and thoroughly. This is too cruel. Where did that guy come from? He is only a 5th grade combat king, but he could easily kill an 8th grade combat king, Chi-child. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I wonder if he has the guts to kill Chi-child. If he does, he will offend the entire Tiany Gate. Even if he doesn't kill Chi-child, Tiany Gate won't let him go. He has crippled a few disciples of Tiany Gate. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. It seems like we won't be able to get our wealth back. However, we are lucky that he didn't kill us. Everyone was shocked. Chi-child was defeated so thoroughly. He was held like a chicken in someone's hand, unable to fight back. No one had expected this. However, many of them still thought that Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill Chi-child. After all, not everyone had the courage to go against Tiany Gate. As for the disciples of Tiany Gate, all of their faces were unsightly. Most of them had been robbed by Xianxia before, so they hated Xianxia to the core. They thought that Chi-child could avenge them and teach these 3 robbers a lesson. However, it seemed like their dream had been shattered. Xianxia, how dare you treat me like this? Tiany Gate won't let you go. Chi-child said in a weak voice. Even at this moment, he was still threatening Xianxia. Is that so? It seems like you won't cry until you see your coffin. Since that's the case, I'll let you see if I dare to kill you or not. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a cold smile. An ice-cold murderous intent burst out from his body. He used his finger as a sword and slashed towards Chi-Child's throat. Don't kill me. Chi-Child was finally afraid. He hurriedly begged for mercy. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He finally believed that Xianxia wasn't joking with him. There was nothing that Xianxia didn't dare to do. His life was in the hands of his opponent. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would die for sure. Xianxia stopped what he was doing and said indifferently, "Take out all your wealth and I won't kill you." Wah, hearing this, Chi-Child vomited a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was completely caused by anger. He came here to rob Xianxia for the 9 solar holy water, the 10 million heavens elixir, and many more devil souls. Who would have thought that he would be robbed in the end? This was simply too depressing. If you don't want to die, hurry up and take them out. Xianxia snorted coldly. Fine, I'll give them to you as long as you promise not to kill me. Chi-Child gritted his teeth and said. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to compromise temporarily. As long as he could keep his life, he would find Xianxia in the future to settle the score. It wasn't easy to take his things, he would definitely make Xianxia return double of what he had lost. Chi-Child had no choice but to take out all his wealth and give it to Xianxia. The wealth of an 8th grade combat king was still very strong. There were more than 800,000 heavens elixir, countless different kinds of herbs, and many higher grade devil souls. Robbing Chi-Child alone was more than robbing dozens of people. I've given you all my wealth, you promised not to kill me. Chi-Child said. Of course, I'm a man of my words. After saying that, Xianxia let go of Chi-Child, but when he turned around, he winked at Tyrant. Tyrant understood, he strode toward Chi-Child who had just heaved a sigh of relief. His big face was filled with a treacherous smile. What do you want? Chi-Child's heart tightened. This monk wasn't easy to deal with. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't care, but now it was different. Any combat king could easily kill him. I'm here to release you from purgatory. I'll send you to the pure land of bliss. Tyrant said in a serious tone. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. Xianxia, you said you wouldn't kill me as long as I gave you all my wealth. Chi-Child shouted at Xianxia who was walking away. Didn't I let you go? But whether the others kill you or not, it has nothing to do with me. Xianxia laughed. You are shameless. Chi-Child was scared once again. His relaxed heart was on tenterhooks again. Tyrant made his move, slapping toward Chi-Child's head. No, Chi-Child was in despair. There was no way he could withstand Tyrant's attack. In the end, he let out a miserable scream and died under Tyrant's slap. The leader of Tiany Gate's team in the Devil Realm had died just like that. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of the sect. Silence reigned. Everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word. They were afraid that if they angered these 2 devil kings, they would kill them as well. They had even killed Chi-Child. Was there anything else they wouldn't dare to do? Senior brother Chi is dead. What should we do? Someone asked in a low voice. Send a message to the sect immediately. We can't give them any chance to escape. An expert from Tiany Gate took out a messenger talisman and secretly sent the message. At the same time, in Tiany Gate, Chi-Child's soul jade slip was broken. The elder who was in charge of the soul jade slip was shocked and immediately went to the elder's palace. Currently, there were 5 to 6 people sitting in the elder's palace. No one knew what they were discussing. Each of them was stronger than the other. The elder who was sitting in the middle was a 3rd grade combat emperor. Other than him, there were 2 2nd grade combat emperors, 1 1st grade combat emperor, and 2 9th grade combat kings. Such a lineup couldn't be described as weak. Among the 2 9th grade combat kings, one of them was the chief steward of the Heavenly Tower. Although he was the leader of the Heavenly Tower, his position in the Elder's Palace of Tiany Gate was instantly lowered. Chief Steward, you have done a good job this time. So much 9 solar holy water, it can be used to cultivate more geniuses for our Tiany Gate. The 3rd grade combat emperor said. It was obvious that he was satisfied with the amount of 9 solar holy water that the chief steward had brought back. Thank you for your compliment, Elder Yuan. That kid has so much 9 solar holy water at such a young age. I guess he must know where to find more 9 solar holy water. That's why I asked Chi-Child to kill him in the devil world and find the source of the 9 solar holy water. The chief steward said with a smile. This is a good job. The heavenly tower won't suffer any loss. Another battle emperor also praised the chief steward. Not good. At this moment, the elder who was in charge of the soul jade slip flew over and barged into the elder's palace. What made you so flustered? Speak slowly. Elder Yuan said with a frown. Not good, Chi-Child's soul jade slip has been broken. Chi-Child is dead. The elder said in a flustered tone. He knew that Chi-Child had brought a lot of disciples to the devil world. Now that Chi-Child's soul jade slip had been broken, it meant that he was in danger. He dared not waste any more time and immediately came to report the matter. What? Chi-Child is dead? When did this happen? The chief steward suddenly stood up from his seat. If Chi-Child was dead, their plan would be ruined. Just now. The elder said honestly. What about the other disciples? Elder Yuan asked with a frown. Most of them are fine, only a few of their soul jade slips have been broken. The elder said. This was a normal situation. After entering a place like the devil world, it was normal to have some casualties. However, this time, it was very unusual. Those disciples with lower cultivation bases were safe and sound, but the strongest disciple, Chi-Child, was killed. Something must have happened. Right at this moment, a talisman in the chief steward's body began shaking. With a flip of his palm, he retrieved the talisman, and when he heard the message from the talisman, his expression changed dramatically. Bastard! The chief steward was enraged. He couldn't believe what had just happened in the devil world. Chief steward, what happened? Elder Yuan asked. I've just received news from the devil world. That Xianxia has killed Chi-Child. I didn't expect my judgment to be wrong. That kid has been hiding his true strength. Even the 8th grade combat king Chi-Child was killed by him. Damn it, damn it. End of chapter 554. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.